Ancient legends are filled with supernatural powers that ordinary people cannot understand. In ordinary days, these seem to be extremely far away from our peaceful life. But for some reason, they attracted me like a magnet and aroused my strong curiosity. To this end, I even spent many years on research in this area. At this moment, my clone is standing outside a narrow alley on the edge of the city. I watched lightning tear through the sky again and again, and wet rain enveloped this forgotten corner. The ground was filled with rainwater, and the smell of decay hit our faces. My clone stepped forward and walked slowly into the alley, until I saw a young man lying on the ground. His body was covered with scars, the rain washed over his body mercilessly, and his consciousness struggled on the edge of blur. Wearing a black raincoat, I stopped beside the young man and took out a bottle of green liquid from my arms. The liquid emitted a strange light under the reflection of lightning. "Drink it if you want to live." I threw the bottle in front of the young man. He hesitated for a moment, and desperation and the instinct of survival finally made him pick up the bottle of liquid. He unscrewed the bottle cap, endured the fishy smell, and drank the liquid in one gulp. After a moment of silence, an intense pain suddenly struck him. His body began to twitch, his limbs twisted, and his bones made horrifying noises. Scales gradually emerged from beneath his skin, his spine began to deform, and his entire body seemed to be reshaped. My real body stood quietly under a distant eaves, recording his latest experimental data on my phone. I knew that a storm that would overturn everything was quietly brewing. At first, I thought it was just a momentary impulse, but as I explored deeper, those monsters that only existed in fairy tales seemed to be awakening in the darkness. All the disasters are concentrated on a mysterious person, myself, Jinyi. I know very well that once I step into it, I may never turn back. But I have no choice, because I am eager to lift the veil of mystery and explore the unknown side of this world. I knew my experiment was working. Standing under the eaves opposite, I took out my cell phone and recorded everything that had just happened. The sound of rain drowned out the screams in the distance. Through continuous experiments, I finally figured out a medicine. Although the effect is not perfect, it at least proves its feasibility. This time it was made with the blood of deep-sea fish and black dog blood. The medicine was blue in color. After taking it, the human body began to mutate into scales and gills, and the spine became bent and grew abnormally. After I left, the raven flew down from the eaves, flapping its wet wings. It was my first successful experimental work, number 001, Imitator. Its wisdom and imitation ability were amazing, and it could completely copy my appearance, even my habits and tone. This ability made me feel the success of my experiment for the first time, but it also made me feel a little scared. Back at the apartment, I took off my raincoat and hung it casually by the door. The porcelain pot in the kitchen was still there, and the devil face with two ears seemed to be staring at me. I bought this thing from a street stall a month ago. It looked like an ordinary handicraft, but since my parrot fell into it and disappeared, everything about it became weird. My experiment was spiraling out of control, and I never expected the pot to be so powerful. At first, I simply poured the animal's blood into a pot and fed it to the raven, but later, it evolved incredible intelligence and even had the ability to transform into a human. All this made me feel uneasy, but it also brought me an unprecedented sense of excitement. The results of each experiment made me realize that I was touching an unknown force, an existence beyond human cognition. Mysterious, powerful, and even indescribable. I began to wonder if I could also become part of the experiment and completely control this power? But if I failed, I might be attacked by these monsters. As I thought about it, I created a new document on my phone, numbered 000, God. God is never a specific individual, but an existence that transcends all cognition. If I can break free from this limitation, I will be the true controller. However, I couldn't take the risk, at least not yet. I lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and stared at the rain curtain outside the window. Where do the powers of blood, potions, and even magic pots come from? Can I use them to create a more powerful existence? Perhaps, I could incorporate these concepts into my experiments and truly create extraordinary creatures of my own. At the same time, the deep one in the alley began his own struggle. His body was covered with scales, and the scales on his arms were like fish fins, and they looked distorted. He couldn't accept the fact that he had turned into a monster, and screamed madly in the rain, trying to regain his lost humanity. At this time, the mimic appeared. It showed an amazing ability to change, easily transforming from a raven into a black-haired girl, watching the deep ones struggle coldly. The imitator had no sympathy for him, and he calmly stated the facts. They were all works, made by me, and there was no difference between them. They were all the products of an experiment in my hands. Looking at the imitators and deep divers, I knew that I was on a dangerous path. I watched as the fishman struggled to adjust to his new form. His body was being soaked by the rain, and his originally human appearance was covered with scales and fins. His eyes were swollen with fear and anxiety, and the scales on his arms reflected a cold light. I know that experimental subjects like him always have many emotional fluctuations. Accepting new forms and abilities was never easy, especially when he didn't realize he had embarked on a path of no return. But it's all under my control. I didn't tell him much about the potion, and there was no need to tell him. For him, the new name, Deep Diver, is just the beginning. The fishman's surprise and confusion didn't matter. He just needed to know that this name meant that he would no longer be the same person he used to be. Raven, my first experimental result, has begun to guide him. The mimic has an astonishing learning ability. It can adapt to new environments in a very short time and fully master the intelligence and capabilities it needs. For the new deep divers, the existence of the imitator is a symbol that he is also part of my experiment. As time went by, the deep one gradually realized his own abilities. He began to understand that as long as he stayed away from water, he could maintain his human form, but once in contact with water, he would turn into the roaring monster. This discovery made him excited and terrified. He was no longer the fragile and powerless human being. He possessed extraordinary power, but this power was also a curse that could not be escaped. Raven watched from beside him, everything going according to plan. When he finally made up his mind and decided to use this new ability to seek revenge, I knew that my experiment had made progress again. Those who have abandoned and humiliated him will soon receive their due, and the Deep One's first true kill will open a door to darkness for him. At night, the rain got heavier. The deep diver arrived at the abandoned tire factory, and the people inside were unaware of the approaching danger. Their laughter and rude words sounded insignificant to my ears, and every step of the Deep One's was like a countdown to their fate. I know he can't control his emotions, especially when he's fully transformed into a fishman. His reason will be swallowed up by brutal instincts, leaving only the desire to kill. That strong desire drove him to pounce on those who had bullied him and tear them to pieces one by one. His crying and hysterical laughter echoed in the abandoned factory like a crazy nightmare. I watched from a distance, feeling the struggle and pain in his heart. This was not just revenge, but the destruction of his own humanity. He was no longer a human being, but a monster obsessed with his instincts. When he lost consciousness again, 7 broken bodies lay quietly in front of him, blood dripping between his claws. I know that he has completed his transformation from a weakling to a predator. However, this was just the beginning. When he dragged the last body back to the warehouse, there was another witness outside. He hid in a tin box, trembling, trying to avoid the madness of the Deep One. However, the crying sound gradually approached, and finally, a shadow quietly descended. A shrill laugh was accompanied by the splatter of blood, and the last survivor fell to the ground. The rain was still falling, and the blood and rain mixed together and flowed along the concrete ground. I watched all this and felt that my experiment had succeeded again. The Deep One was no longer just an experimental subject, he had become part of the power I controlled. Number 002, The Deep One, the Weeping Murloc. The experiment is still ongoing, and I can't wait to see more results. I stumbled across a news report about a gruesome case in which a fisherman found chopped up body parts while fishing. The forensic examination determined that the limbs belonged to 9 people, and the crime scene was an abandoned tire factory in North Ridge. The creepy cry in the audio recording immediately reminded me of the mutation of the Deep One. After turning off the TV, I tossed the remote aside and thought about the recent situation. Society is becoming more and more chaotic, and crimes are happening frequently. It just so happens that there is a police station right across from my house, which makes me feel a little safer. I was ready for a change of scenery, so I went downstairs and walked into my own coffee shop. The existence of the coffee shop is just to facilitate my observation and experiment in North Ridge City. Opposite the police station, this location is obviously very beneficial for my experiment. I looked at the door and saw a man in a raincoat standing there, still wet from the rain, with a raven on his shoulder, and I knew immediately that it was done. The raven returned to my side, and the fishman fell to his knees, begging for my protection. I kept a certain distance from him, carefully observing his condition. As number 002, the deep diver's experiment seemed to be complete, but he had not yet fully mastered his abilities. This guy, his body can transform between human and merman, but as long as he comes into contact with water, the merman form will be automatically activated. Crying is also an uncontrollable side effect of his mutation. It was obvious that 002's emotions were still unstable and he was still struggling deep in his consciousness. After letting him in, I sat in the warehouse and watched him drink the whole bottle of mineral water in one gulp, and instantly turned back into a fishman again. The crying started again, endless tears flowed from his swollen eyes. I observed every detail of him and recorded every reaction of his body. This is a special ability. The fishman becomes stronger and faster in the water, and even has the ability to track. As long as someone hears his cry, he can know the other person's location. However, this ability comes at a price. When he turns back into a human, he will fall into an extreme state of thirst, and when he consumes water, he will revert to his crazy fishman form, accompanied by unstoppable crying and a desire to kill. This controllable dual identity makes me full of expectations for his potential. After all, what I need is not just a simple experimental subject, but an existence that can exert its ultimate ability under certain circumstances. Just as I was recording this, 002 suddenly noticed some noise outside, smashed the window and caught someone who was eavesdropping. The man came to fix the air conditioner, but unfortunately ran into this experiment. Seeing 002's reaction, I know that this experimental subject's emotional control is still very poor. Once the danger is triggered, he will quickly enter combat mode. The man who was repairing the air conditioner was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and begged for mercy. I know that the perception ability of the deep diver will not let go of anyone who sees his true face. However, it is my job to control him. After all, I don't intend to kill people casually, especially such an unrelated little person. Next, I asked the man who repaired the air conditioner to stay and persuaded him to join my experiment. This man, named Wang Haonan, knew nothing about the supernatural world, but was accidentally involved in my plan. As I did with all my subjects, I explained the reality and the choices to him, and he had no choice but to obey. After arranging everything, I returned to my laboratory and picked up the broken glass on the ground. Perhaps this could become my next research material. At the same time, Raven was observing the interaction between 002 and Wang Haonan. My experiment continued to advance, and these humans, faced with a force beyond their normal capabilities, were destined to make a choice, either surrender or be abandoned. Just as Yuren said to Wang Haonan, the price of obtaining extraordinary abilities is often far beyond their imagination. In the kitchen, I threw the broken glass into the magic pot, and the glass quickly dissolved and turned into a liquid as clear as water. I speculate that if glass is used as a material, it might impart some kind of transparency, similar to invisibility. But my problem is that the clothes don't become invisible, and this uncontrollable transparency is not necessarily a good thing. Suddenly I remembered that there was still one chameleon left from the one I asked someone to buy last time. I opened the cage, took out the still-living chameleon, and threw it into the jar. The chameleon didn't struggle and quickly dissolved into a colorless liquid. I poured the mixture into a cup and prepared for the experiment. When we got downstairs, I handed Wang Haonan the cup of colorless liquid. After he drank it, his body began to change. His hands suddenly disappeared, and then his entire body and clothes became completely transparent. I recorded the progress of the experiment, and confirmed that the mixture of glass and chameleon gave the effect of complete transparency, including clothes. Although the transparency was successful, Wang Haonan reported that he felt extreme glare and could still feel the light even when he closed his eyes. I opened the curtains, and the strong light made him scream in pain. This kind of transparency obviously cannot be exposed to light, otherwise there will be a strong burning sensation. Through his guidance, Wanhanen was able to control the state of transparency by changing his appearance and the color of his clothes through imagining colors. This made me realize that this ability was not just physical invisibility, but was connected to his thinking and cognition. He can change his transparency and visibility at will, completely controlled by his mind. I continued to record these findings on my phone and labeled him with the number 003, Transparent Man. The next day, I asked them to continue trying and improve the data. The progress of the experiment was obviously beyond expectations. Yurin also raised a similar question. He hoped that he could control the transformation at will like 003. I told him that evolution doesn't stop there, and as long as they find new material, their abilities will continue to improve. I made it very clear to them, they were not my men, they were just experimental subjects. I only care about the results of the experiment. Their life or death is of no importance to me. If the experimental subject fails, I can replace it at any time. There is an endless supply of new experimental subjects. Raven, Fishman, and Wang Haonan understood my attitude and left. The laboratory was temporarily empty, and my thoughts returned to the progress of the experiment. I need to find a new base, somewhere hidden, safe, and large enough to continue larger-scale experiments. At the same time, I realized that my funds were running low, and I needed a way to get some money quickly. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Since anyone who took the potion would have the idea of unconditional obedience, wouldn't it be possible to solve the funding problem by finding a rich person to take the potion? I plan to try a more specific combination of drugs to see if I can achieve the desired effect. At the same time, the three people outside also took action. Raven was obviously smarter than the other two. She understood that I would not directly tell them what materials I was looking for, and because I was not sure, their task was to actively look for these possible materials. The two of them gradually understood this truth, and their actions will provide more possibilities for my experiment. Back at the coffee shop, I made myself a cup of coffee and silently thought about my next plan. At night, my city was once again shrouded in heavy rain. The fisherman walked in the rain wearing a raincoat, weaving through the busy streets. The rain kept hitting his body, but he felt a familiar power surging in his body. He used to hate rainy days, but now, this kind of rain made him feel peaceful and at home. I had no interest in participating in their conversation, and just quietly recorded the actions of the experimental subjects. The past of the fish man reminded me of his present appearance, which seemed to be the result of that repression and pain. Every step he took seemed to be seeking relief, but in the end he chose violence, a dark path of self-salvation. Wang Haonan, the air conditioner repairman struggling at the bottom of society, is full of contradictions and helplessness. Even though he has the ability to change color and become invisible, his inner cowardice has not completely disappeared. His anger towards life and hatred towards betrayal let me see where he will go next. I saw this change in their conversations. They were driven by their past hurts and gradually transformed into monsters without any moral restraints. And I am just observing and recording it all. When the fisherman returned to the place where he had been bullied, the heavy rain did not stop. His figure gradually became blurred, fish scales covered his body again, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. He wandered like a ghost, filled with uncontrollable anger and sadness. He sought out those who had hurt him. That night, heart-wrenching screams were heard in the rainy apartment, blood was splattered, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. People fell one after another, with no hope of survival in front of him. He cried, his hands were stained with blood, but he had no regrets at all. On the other side, Wang Haonan was also carrying out his revenge. As his invisibility ability gradually became more proficient, his anger made him become cold and ruthless. He returned to the familiar home and witnessed the betrayal with his own eyes, but this time, he did not choose to remain silent. The kitchen knife emerged, and the bloody and swift revenge quietly ended this shameful story. The fisherman's cries echoed in the university corridors, his shadow swayed on the walls, and the sound of crying filled the entire corridor. Until the girls saw the fishman suddenly appearing on the ceiling, everything was irreversible. These two experimental subjects, number 002, Deep Diver, and number 003, Invisible Man, are both fulfilling their own destinies. They have become so immersed in the power their new life has given them that they can no longer go back to their previous lives. I calmly recorded what they did, all of which were the inevitable results of the experiment. I looked at the photos collected from the police station's surveillance camera, and everyone was stunned. The murderer in the photo had a strange figure, and looked like a fish man. The police were in a state of confusion, discussing various possibilities. Some thought it was some kind of prank or disguise. The case became increasingly complicated, and the clues found at the scene could not provide a clear answer. Another murder case that occurred at the same time also attracted the attention of the police. The victim's cause of death was strange. There were no signs of intrusion, and Wan Haonan had a clear alibi at the time of the crime. This series of abnormal events made me realize that the actions of 002 and 003 had attracted the attention of the police. I calmly observed the development of the situation and waited for the right time to take further action. As night fell, the rain in Bailing City became more severe. I walked on the street, thinking about my next plan. Funding is the biggest problem at the moment. The invisibility and murloc abilities, while interesting, are not enough to solve my financial problems. Robbing a bank, or using them to get their money was too risky, and thermal imaging cameras and modern surveillance were too much of an obstacle for them to handle. I needed a new plan. When I got back to the coffee shop, there was a red convertible parked outside. It seemed that opportunity had knocked on my door. When I walked into the store, I saw a man and a woman sitting inside. They were obviously not ordinary people. I recognized the man. He was my neighbor from the next building. He often came to the store to sit and do nothing. The woman was a stranger, tall and blonde, plump, obviously a few years older than the man. A rich woman and her little wolf dog out for a stroll, what an interesting combination. I sneered in my heart, realizing that this was an opportunity. The woman's eyes stayed on me for a moment. She smiled and seemed very interested in me. I knew that this kind of person wasn't going to come to my shop just for the coffee. There was more purpose behind her smile, and I decided to take this chance. I took out a bottle of dark liquid and handed it to her with a smile. The liquid in the bottle was a mixture of various materials, numbered, honeycomb, which was my recent work. The woman tasted the liquid cautiously, and then her pupils suddenly shrank. I watched her reaction, feeling a little excited. This was the first time someone had tried this new drug. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her figure became more voluptuous, but her hands began to shrivel and become extremely thin. The needle quietly grew out from between her fingers and mercilessly pierced the neck of the man beside her, causing him to faint instantly. The woman's eyes changed, and a hint of coldness and cunning flashed in her pupils. I realized that the effect of the potion did not develop exactly as I expected, and it seemed to have brought about some unexpected changes. But at this moment, she was obviously full of awe and gratitude towards me. This was the power given to her by the hive. She was now number 004, the queen bee, mother hive. She tried to repay me with wealth or gifts, but I knew that the results of this experiment were far beyond the value of money. My experiment is gradually becoming successful, and the appearance of number 004 means that my power is growing stronger and stronger. I watched the queen bee leave, feeling a little dissatisfied. An idea flashed through my mind. I should take the opportunity to draw some blood from her body to see if I could refine a special potion, perhaps called Iron Rooster. But it was already too late. I could only sigh helplessly. Today's busy work seemed to be in vain. At night, the man slowly woke up from his coma, looking confused. He looked around, obviously not remembering what had just happened. I glanced at him lightly, and reminded him that he still had money for the coffee. He seemed a little confused, but in the end, under my hint, he silently shouldered Sister Shin's high bill. It was a bit dramatic, but in the end he stayed. A few days later, I have created a new file for her, number 004, Queen Bee. Her appearance changed significantly. Her body became plumper and youthful, but her hands were as thin as bones. It can extend venomous stingers from its fingers and secrete neurotoxins, which can paralyze others and even control the body of the paralyzed person. What's even more amazing is that the toxin can also transform male life forms into females. The remaining features are to be added. At this time, I am also planning to make number 005, Wallfacer. According to my plan, the creature's skin, muscles, and bones will become highly metallized or rocked by contact with metal or rock. What's even more interesting is that the physical body can be integrated into rock or concrete to achieve the effect of passing through walls. However, After the whole body is metallized, the limbs will become stiff and unable to move unless soft metal materials are used. This transformation must remain in contact with the metal or stone. The first experiment took place in a coffee shop, and the subject wore a silver ring, which caused the whole body to turn silver. I collected 760,000 yuan of startup capital from the wallfacer, which temporarily solved my urgent financial problems. Moreover, with free labor in the store, I was able to devote more time and energy to my experiments. Meanwhile, the outside world has been completely disrupted by these monsters I created. On a rainy night, a young man ran in the street in a panic. His body was trembling in the heavy rain, as if he was being chased by some invisible fear. He muttered to himself, telling himself that there were many people here and there would be no danger. However, when he looked up across the street, a mysterious man in a raincoat and sunglasses was standing there. Despair surged into the young man's heart. His pupils suddenly contracted and his body trembled. Just when he almost gave up struggling, a strong hand patted his shoulder, like the last straw to save his life. But when he turned around and saw the familiar face of the fishman, he knew that he would never be able to escape. At the same time, a group of police officers have been exhausted for days. Everyone in the bureau is discussing the recent bizarre cases: crying fishmen, invisible killers. Everything is beyond their understanding. Their confusion is only increasing, and I know clearly that this is just the beginning. And what about me? Sitting in a chair in a coffee shop, I pondered the abilities of number 005, the wallfacer, the rat in the wall. His abilities have great experimental value for me, especially for covert operations in cities. The atmosphere in the coffee shop was unusually quiet. Yan Yen and another policeman had just put away their umbrellas and walked into the shop. It was raining heavily, and the rainy weather for several days made them particularly tired. I was grinding coffee beans silently behind the bar, occasionally looking up to glance at the customers in the store. There were not many customers in the store. Sitting in the corner by the window, a young couple was whispering. The man was wearing a raincoat and looked like a student, while the girl sitting opposite him was wearing a black long skirt and had a pretty face, but her expression revealed an inexplicable indifference. In the corner, Wan Haonan sat quietly with a bag of fish beside him. I had noticed him a long time ago, and Yan Yen had obviously seen it too. As one of the key suspects in the invisible murder case, Wan Haonan has been under police surveillance. Although he has a perfect alibi every time he is investigated, Yan Yen always feels that something is wrong. I continued grinding the beans with my head down, pretending to be nonchalant. In fact, I clearly realized that each of them had some secrets, just like me. I asked the wall-facing man, who is now the new clerk, to bring out 2 cups of coffee and hand them to Yan Yen and his colleague. Watching them drinking casually, I felt as if there was an invisible atmosphere brewing quietly behind them. Everyone who walked into this coffee shop seemed to be entangled with each other and some invisible force. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Wan Haonan and Yan Yen exchanging a few pleasantries. Wan Haonan seemed a little absent-minded, holding the bag of fish in his hand. He hid it well, but I could feel his inner nervousness, especially when Yan Yen mentioned the fishy smell. Yan Yen did not miss any clues, but he was just a mortal after all and could not see the secrets buried deep in the shadows. After they left, the store returned to peace. Wan Haonan also left in a hurry with his bag, leaving only me and the wallfacer to continue taking care of daily chores in the store. Although they don't know, I know that all the changes in the store are under my control. The undercurrent of this city has slowly gathered in my hands. Back in my apartment, I quietly watered a strange plant on my windowsill. This was no ordinary plant. After being irrigated with special chemicals, it began to show some unusual characteristics. The vines stretched out flexibly like tentacles, and whenever a small insect flew by, it would quickly entangle it and crush it mercilessly. I carefully observed every subtle change of the plant, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in my heart. This plant was able to absorb the potions I brewed, and although it didn't grow fast, the potential it showed made me realize that it might be of great use in future experiments. The evening breeze was cool, and I stood by the window, looking towards the direction of Nanyan. Tomorrow, Queen B004 asked me to go there, saying that she had prepared a big gift for me. Perhaps another interesting experiment has begun. It is my number 003, Invisible Man, third-party project. I came to Nanyang Hotel. The whole hotel is like a huge beehive, and the queen bee is the core of this beehive. I was dressed in casual clothes and followed two women with stiff faces and neat movements into the top floor. The hotel's interior design was extremely luxurious, but what made people uncomfortable was that all the waiters were like worker bees carved out of the same mold, busy in an orderly manner without showing any emotion. This is undoubtedly 004's masterpiece. Her ability seems to have deviated from my original idea. She did not create independent creatures as I originally thought, but used her ability to transform and control a large number of humans. The entire hotel, from the outside to the inside, seems to be under her control. We eventually came to a giant round table, on which sat a 3D model of the city of Northridge. She pointed to an industrial area on the coast of Biling City, and claimed that she had used her power to buy all the factories and land in the South Bay Area. The scale of this was far beyond my expectations. I wondered what had happened to 004's abilities. Instead of controlling the world by spawning life forms, she transformed herself into a queen bee and built a huge army of female bees. This was very different from what I had in mind when I designed it. After that, I stayed in a hotel suite arranged by her, but I tossed and turned at night. Her ability can obviously be further optimized and should not be limited to manipulating human behavior. The problem may lie in the proportion or materials of the medicine. Tomorrow, I must ask her to draw some blood and do more detailed research. The next day, when I was about to leave the hotel with the black suitcase she provided, I suddenly met a teenager and a short-haired woman in the lobby. I subconsciously felt that the boy's aura was a little unusual, like some rare material. I didn't contact them immediately, but took a photo of the boy and sent it to the fish man, asking him to deal with it. A few hours later, Yurin stood at the entrance of a high school. It didn't rain today, but Yurin still wore a raincoat. His target was the boy, Chuyang. According to 004's intelligence, Chuyang had been acting very abnormal recently, and seemed to have gained some unknown power. As Yurin just stepped into the school, an elderly security guard stopped him. This elderly security guard doesn't seem to be afraid of the Murlocs, even though in my eyes, the power of the Murlocs is enough to overwhelm ordinary humans. But the old man refused to give in, as if he was determined to protect the campus even at the cost of his life. The fishman knocked the old man down easily, but the stubborn old man still refused to give up. He dragged his wounded body and grabbed the fishman's ankle tightly. Although his teeth were knocked out and blood was coming out of his mouth, he was determined not to let the fishman enter the campus, still muttering, "Protect the flowers of the motherland." The fishman didn't care about it. He raised his foot and looked at the raven girl who was tearing off the surveillance camera in the distance. Everything was ready. Next, the target's blood will become the next material for my laboratory. During this time, the monsters I created are tearing apart the false tranquility on the surface of this city bit by bit. Under the cover of night, I returned to the laboratory, ready to immerse myself in a day of reflection and experimentation. Everything that happened yesterday undoubtedly added many new questions and revelations to my plan. Fishman 002 was originally one of the most stable experiments I created, but he was on the verge of death during an ordinary mission. This not only made me wonder whether he encountered some powerful enemy, but also made me extremely interested in the boy. The fishman was injured while carrying out my orders. He met the target, a seemingly ordinary high school student, Chuyang. I had sensed a strange energy emanating from the boy's body, which seemed to be some extremely special material. Perhaps his blood or other parts could provide me with some unprecedented power. The failure of the fishman was not entirely due to his stupidity or recklessness. The enemy he faced was obviously not ordinary. The fishman was one of my experimental subjects. He was strong and powerful, with strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for any ordinary person to defeat him easily. Moreover, his ability in water was enhanced several times. Obviously, that young man Chuyang hides some extraordinary power. In the early morning, I revived the fishman and used my latest potion, which was a combination of 004's blood and the black forked fish that the fishman brought back from the sea, and then mixed with the basic elements of the vampire potion. The success of this attempt once again proves my conjecture. The fusion of different life forms can produce extremely complex changes. But even so, I can't predict how this potion will work on different individuals. This time, It brought the murloc back from near death and even gained greater strength. In the coffee shop, I was thinking about the next steps. I wanted to find out Chu Yang's secret. That boy might have great experimental value. The Raven's report confirmed this, but I will not act rashly. Facing an unknown force, I must remain calm and rational. Next, I sent the Raven to continue to follow Chu Yang. This time, the fisherman will also accompany him, but he will not act impulsively. I asked them to record the entire process, no detail should be missed. I need to use this tracking to further understand Chu Yang's abilities and the connection between him and those monsters. Chu Yang is not an ordinary person. He may have been involved in some areas that I have not yet fully understood, and the power behind him may be the answer I have been looking for. I made a plan, picked up the coffee in the cup, and took a sip. My thoughts became clearer with the bitter taste of the coffee. The game was still going on, but I needed more time. At nightfall, the drizzle in South Bay Harbor moistened the air, adding a hint of chill to the quiet bay. The fishing boats docked at the port, and the fishermen on board talked listlessly about recent events. The entire South Bay was booked by a mysterious, big boss, and they could only unload the goods within a limited range. And I am paying attention to that sea area at this moment, because there, some quietly changing forces have begun to emerge. A dark green shadow appeared on the sea in the distance. The fishermen widened their eyes in panic as the figure approached rapidly in the water. The fisherman appeared, his scales glowing coldly in the rain. The moment he jumped from the sea onto the boat, I knew a revolution was about to begin. The murloc has completed its second evolution. Compared to the past, he now not only has stronger combat power, but can also control his own murloc form. His abdomen, like that of a black fork-toothed fish, can store a large amount of water, allowing him to control his transformation and recovery at any time. He is no longer restricted by the existence of water, but can move freely in a dry environment. On the boat, he began his actions without mercy. Every time he caught a fisherman, he would slap their heads with both hands, foreheads touching, and chant a strange phrase. Those helpless fishermen began to mutate instantly, twitching in pain, their bones dislocated, their skin gradually covered with scales, and in the blink of an eye they turned into deep divers, monsters like murlocs. The whole process gave me a sense of cold efficiency. The fishman has mastered the ability to create followers. Like a queen bee, he can transform mortals and make them his slaves. All the fishermen on this boat became deep divers in just a few hours. Their wills were destroyed and they had only unconditional obedience. The morning sun shone on the merman's body. He retracted his fish scales, restored his human form, and stood in front of a group of deep divers. Unlike in the past, he is no longer a lonely diver, but has his own tribe. The fishman looked at them, opened his arms with satisfaction, and announced that this would become their home and he would be their Sea King. He was cold and heartless, caring only about obedience and strength, and gave these new deep divers no chance to return to their old lives. Those fishermen who still missed their families were shocked by his indifference. They understood that from that moment on, their fate had been completely changed. At noon, the Queen Bee and Raven came to South Bay Port to check out the new achievements of the mermen. They expressed their admiration for the 50-plus deep divers gathered by the murlocs, but I knew that the murlocs already had greater ambitions. His goal was no longer to engage in small-scale warfare, but to create more deep divers, reaching a number of tens of thousands, even enough to attack the entire United Nations. I was watching all this, thinking about future plans. I was excited about the abilities of the fishman after the second evolution, but at the same time, I realized that the police had become alert to us. The Northridge Police Department formed a paranormal investigations unit to deal with forces like ours. This was the true test of my experiment. Although I don't mind failure, I don't want the experiments to be destroyed easily before they reach their best condition. As the ranks of the deep ones grow, my vision of the future becomes clearer. We command a power beyond that of mortal men, but this is only the beginning. At this moment, I am sorting out the experimental data in my hand in front of the computer. Every experiment is like paving a road to the unknown, and now, the road is getting longer and longer. I have established 5 biological sequences, each of which is a crystallization of my careful modulation, number 001, imitator. Number 002, deep diver. Number 003, transparent man. Number 004, queen bee. Number 005, Wallfacer. Deep Diver 002 has completed his second evolution. Thanks to 004's blood, he can not only create followers, but even control them. But this is not enough. The ability to create is still limited to transforming existing humans, rather than self-generating new life forms. This made me think whether I should consider planarians, or other organisms with regenerative abilities, for further improvement. After updating 002's information, my eyes fell on the 2 bottles of potions on the table, vampire potions. The liquid in the bottle looked like blood, and the deep red luster glowed strangely under the light. The main ingredients of potion number 1 are human blood, bats and salamanders, while those of potion number 2 are leeches, bats and salamanders. The blood of the second generation of Deep Diver is added to both, and the difference is only a slight change in the ingredients. Who should I ask to experiment with these 2 bottles of potion? At this moment, my mind wanders, thinking back to the man in the photo, a puppeteer manipulated by strings, who is the next target. I have decided on the potion number 006 Puppet Master. The species of spider is yet to be determined, but combined with several other potions, I have a feeling that this potion will take my experiment to a new stage. At the same time, 002 Fishman was walking on the streets of Biling City. The sunny weather made him look out of place. He was still wearing the raincoat, and the fishy smell on his body attracted strange looks from passers-by from time to time. He ignored everything, closed his eyes, and stood there quietly. His senses were spreading, and the outline of the city turned into a shadow in his mind. A radio ripple came, telling him that 19 people were studying his recordings in the police station, trying to solve the mystery of his crying. He opened his eyes and walked into a noodle shop. It was a quiet night, and nothing seemed special. But he knew in his heart that the silence before the storm is always the most disturbing. The noodle shop owner and others had no idea what kind of being they were dealing with. They just thought the customer was a little weird. The aroma of fried noodles wafted through the noodle shop, and the boss played the guitar by himself, occasionally chatting with Yurin. Yurin continued to eat noodles calmly, but occasionally recalled the old security guard at the school gate. The persistent old man knew that he could not beat him, but he still stubbornly blocked him. The fisherman didn't want to provoke irrelevant people. The old man was not his target. It was just a meaningless conflict. In the end, he only stepped on the other person's hand and broke it. He could feel that the real prey was still waiting for him. At this moment, a female college student came in and recognized the fishman. She called him Li Yuan, which was his name when he was a human. This student did not know that the classmate in front of her was no longer the former Li Yuan, but the product of my experiment, number 002, the Deep Diver. In response to the female student's greetings, the fishman remained silent, his attention still wandering in the shadow of another dimension. The female student tried to strike up a conversation with him and asked about his expulsion from school, but received no response. In her eyes, Li Yuan was still the honest, introverted and silent classmate, but she didn't know that the person in front of her was no longer the same as she remembered. The fishman lowered his head and ate noodles without a single emotion. The female student's voice was like an echo in the distance, meaningless. When she handed him a bottle of cold soda, the fishman simply refused. He no longer needed these things, as his body's needs had long since changed. He stood up and left the noodle shop, as if the last trace of connection with the past had been severed. Soon, scattered raindrops began to fall. Li Yuan subconsciously pulled up the hood of his raincoat. The rain hit his shoulders like a gentle warning, but the anxiety in his heart could not be washed away by the rain. He heard a familiar sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by the sound of umbrellas dripping in the rain. It was the female student from before. She followed him relentlessly, holding an umbrella. Li Yuan quickened his pace, and the sound of his footsteps followed closely. He stopped and looked sideways. A raven flew onto a telephone pole and made a strange cry, breaking the silence in the rain. At this moment, his heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible force, his pulse beat faster, and his muscles tensed. It seemed that his body could no longer suppress the changes in his heart. His patience with her finally reached its limit, and his emotions burst out like a raging tide. His voice echoed in the rain, his anger soaring to the sky. She was stunned, tears rolling down her cheeks, as if she didn't understand why Li Yuan had become like this. Li Yuan felt that this conversation was meaningless and turned away. The raven on the telephone pole let out a few strange laughs behind him, flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing into the gray rainy day. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and there was an oppressive atmosphere in the air, as if hinting at the coming storm. Li Yuan's steps were heavy, and every muscle in his body was beating restlessly. His heartbeat echoed in his chest like thunder, and the power in his body began to surge uncontrollably. Raindrops slid down his cheeks, and his fingers trembled slightly. He knew that this time, his mission would be different from every time before. The instructions given to him by Qingyi must be completed thoroughly. The raven girl appeared beside him again, transformed into a human form, with a teasing and expectant look in her eyes. She knew that tonight's action would be a bloody feast. At the same time, in front of the Bailing City Police Station, Yang Yan was preparing to lead a team of police officers to launch an operation called Clearing the Clouds. Target, Nanyan Hotel. All signs indicate that there is the monster they are investigating there. After counting the equipment, Yang Yan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The enemy this temporary team faced was no longer ordinary criminals, but unnatural beings that they had never encountered before. He had many doubts in his heart, but he couldn't show them. He had to be firm in leading this group of people. On the top floor of Nanyan, the Queen Bee looked down at the police car downstairs. She knew that tonight would be a head-on confrontation between her and the police. Hundreds of neatly dressed worker bees lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for her orders. Her tentacles were active in every corner of the hotel. Her followers had already made all preparations. Li Yuan stood on the top of a building in Yangshan district, looking down. He closed his eyes and made a strange and long cry, like the low moan of a whale in the deep sea. The sound covered the entire Yangshan district and echoed in every corner. Everyone heard the call, but no one realized its meaning. Li Yuan, through this sound, sensed the movements of the police. They were rushing towards Nanyan, unaware of the trap they were about to step into. Chu Yang, the young man under Officer Yang Yan, was a key figure tonight. Li Yuan's target is not only the police, but also Chu Yang, who is hiding among them. The rain got heavier and heavier, flooding the entire street. Li Yuan's body began to swell, and dark green scales emerged from under his skin, covering his entire body. His hands gradually turned into sharp claws, and sharp fins grew on his back. The former Li Yuan had completely disappeared, replaced by number 002 Deep Diver, a monster that had completed its second evolution. At the same time, 4 police cars stopped in front of the gate of Nanyan Hotel. Yang Yan led the team and entered the hotel cautiously. The corridor was empty, not even a waiter was there. The silence was unsettling. The police quickly split into 2 teams and searched up the stairs. However, when they just reached the 3rd floor, all the lights suddenly went out, and they fell into darkness. Yang Yan's heart suddenly sank, and he vaguely heard a burst of dense, slippery footsteps, as if coming from all directions. The air was filled with a strange atmosphere and danger was lurking on all sides. He knew that they had fallen into an unfathomable vortex. Inside Nanyan Hotel, all lights suddenly went out, and darkness surged in like a tide. There was a suffocating sense of oppression in the air, as if the prelude to a hunt was unfolding. Li Yuan stood on the roof, overlooking the situation below. Hundreds of fishmen emerged from the darkness, completely blocking the police's retreat. He calculated calmly and first targeted the smaller team of 8. The stairs were completely blocked by the fishmen, and the police were forced to retreat to the 3rd floor, with their backs against the wall, pointing their guns at the fishmen in front of them who were ready to make a move. In the darkness, the sound of numerous footsteps became more and more rapid, as if the horn of death had already sounded. Li Yuan stood at the end of the fishmen team, looking at these former fellows. They were also human beings, they knew fear, and they knew the power of guns. Even though they had become fishmen, they still instinctively feared death. However, this fear was soon broken by Li Yuan's order. His order made them lose their last sanity. A low command was given, and the fishmen's eyes instantly turned crazy. They no longer cared about the gunfire in front of them, and pounced on them like wild beasts. Bullets continued to fire and blood splattered, but the number of fishmen was too large and they kept falling one after another. In the melee, a fishman broke through the defense line and swung out his sharp claws, tearing the policeman's abdomen. Gunshots were mixed with screams, and more fishmen rushed in, leaving the police no time to reload. More and more police officers fell, and blood flowed like a river. Li Yuan calmly walked behind, feeling the vitality of the human beings gradually disappearing. The last policeman was unable to resist, and Li Yuan easily lifted him up, as if he was lifting a rag doll, and dragged him towards another group of people. "Chu Yang, you made a fatal mistake," he muttered to himself. "You didn't deliver the final blow when I was at my weakest." Another team of 9 was struggling forward, and they were forced to fight more murlocs. The muzzles of their guns were spurting fire, but they could not stop the murloc's fierce attack. Chu Yang stood in the center of the team, clenching his fists. He clearly sensed an ominous aura coming from behind. It was Li Yuan, number 002, the deep diver. Li Yuan stood in the darkness, gently waved his hand, and commanded more fishmen to join the battlefield. His eyes were fixed on Chu Yang, observing everything coldly. Then, he let out a strange cry, like the low cry of a whale in the distance. This cry pierced the eardrums of all the fishmen, and their eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and they rushed towards the police team like crazy. Gunshots rang out one after another, but the fishmen came like a tide, constantly filling the gaps in the defense line with their bodies. The battle instantly became fierce, and Chu Yang grabbed a pistol that had fallen to the ground and aimed it at Li Yuan. Li Yuan chuckled and grabbed a fishman to block him. The bullet went straight through the fishman's body, and blood splattered everywhere. But his smile did not disappear, as if everything was under his control. The battle quickly got out of control, and most of the police team collapsed. Li Yuan looked coldly at the police who were barely alive, and threw the body in his hand at them. As the body fell to the ground, the remaining people's psychological defenses completely collapsed. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the team of 9. "Back off!" Chu Yang roared, using his last bit of strength to block the fishman's attack. He used all his strength to create a gap and escort the others out, but he himself was isolated. Yan Yen understood that they had walked into a trap, but there was no chance to turn back. They could only retreat to the toilet on the 3rd floor, which might be the only place where they could hold out until the end. Li Yuan stopped the fishman's pursuit and looked into the distance calmly. He had a more important target, Chu Yang. This was a premeditated hunt, and Li Yuan knew that he had to gradually undermine Chu Yang's will. Only by making him lose all his companions and become isolated and helpless could he ensure that the prey would not fight back desperately. Leaving 2 burdens behind, Li Yuan thought coldly. Let him have hope, and he will continue to struggle. Li Yuan's target was never Yang Yen or other policemen, his prey was Chu Yang. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was another unknown existence in this building. On the other side of the 3rd floor of Nanyan Hotel, a girl walked out of the toilet in a daze. She rubbed her eyes, looked dazed, and muttered to herself. "Why is there such a strong fishy smell?" She frowned, her stomach churning, and she couldn't help but vomit, leaning against the wall. She vaguely remembered the argument with Li Yuan during the day, and couldn't help feeling a sense of inexplicable grievance in her heart. She held on to the wall and groped her way forward cautiously in the darkness. The liquid on the ground made her shoes slip, and she looked around hesitantly. Although she couldn't see anything, there was a strange restlessness in the air, which gradually accelerated her heartbeat. The sound of raindrops hitting the window mixed with the sound of footsteps in the distance, like some kind of low whine. As she walked, she whispered, complaining about Li Yuan's indifference. There was a sudden movement in the corridor, and several figures moved rapidly in the darkness. What she didn't notice was that the fishmen and worker bees not far away were quietly engaging in a silent battle. Whenever a worker bee tried to approach her, the fishmen would quietly stop them, cover their mouths, and pull them into the darkness, as if they had never appeared. That bastard Li Yuan actually dared to yell at me. Why am I still thinking about him? The girl muttered to herself and continued walking forward. Her pace gradually quickened, and her intuition told her that something was wrong around her, but she had no idea of the crisis hidden behind it. Her figure gradually faded away, and the fishmen quietly retreated into the depths of darkness. At the same time, on the top floor of Nanyan Hotel, the queen bee is still in control of the overall situation. She perceives every movement in the hotel through the perspective of the worker bees. But this sudden secret war complicated her plans, and it seemed that some force was interfering with her control of the situation. Below, Raven was still monitoring the battle situation, witnessing Chu Yang's fierce battle. Every move he made was recorded by Raven, and Chu Yang's ability gradually became clear. Although Chu Yang relied on his extraordinary physical strength and reaction speed to fight against the fishmen, the situation of this battle had already tilted to the disadvantage of the side. However, the real killing move had not yet arrived. Under the leadership of Li Yuan, the fishmen gradually formed a siege, and dozens of fishmen rushed towards Chu Yang. The air was filled with the breath of killing. Chu Yang was surrounded and could only struggle desperately with his tenacious will. No matter how fast his fists and feet were, he could not resist the fishmen who attacked like a tide. Li Yuan watched coldly, waiting for the most appropriate time. He had made up his mind to completely eliminate Chu Yang and end this game. Chu Yang panted and suddenly pulled out a grenade from his waist. At that moment, his eyes became calm, as if he was determined to die with Li Yuan. Li Yuan was stunned, but reacted instantly and retreated quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a grenade explosion rang out in the darkness, and a huge shock wave swept everything around. Dust flew everywhere, and the entire space instantly fell into chaos. The explosion blew a deep pit in the ground, and smoke filled the air. Li Yuan was knocked back a few steps by the explosion, but suffered no substantial damage. The strength of his scales and body was far beyond that of an ordinary person, enough to withstand such an explosion. However, after the smoke cleared, Chu Yang and the remaining 2 policemen disappeared from sight. Damn it! Li Yuan's eyes were cold and anger was surging in his heart. The fishmen quickly jumped down the stairs, chasing after Chu Yang. The melee in Nanyan Hotel continued, but the end of the game had not yet arrived. Li Yuan stood on the stairs, staring down. Even though Chu Yang is still alive, Li Yuan will not give her a second chance. Chapter 016: No Way to Escape Death. Chu Yang and Yang Yan jumped down from the big pit and fled all the way downstairs. The fishmen followed closely and surrounded them again. Chu Yang and the others slowed down their pace, and a figure instantly blocked their way. The man was wearing a black raincoat, and his figure made Chu Yang feel very familiar. Was this the fishman who chased him in school? Chu Yang recognized him at a glance. It's you! It was raining heavily outside. Li Yuan stood in front of the gate, and a raven flew over at this time. Friendly reminder, hurry up, they can't hold on any longer. No. Hearing what Raven said, Li Yuan opened the hood of his raincoat and rushed out. At this time, a group of fishmen also attacked Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath, but unexpectedly Yang Yan suddenly grabbed him. Chu Yang, are you still okay? Chu Yang's body was already covered with wounds. Facing the siege of the fisherman army, it was a miracle that he could hold on until now. It should be no problem. If all else fails, he still has 2 breath of the deep sea obtained in the game. At the very least, he can heal himself twice. After saying that, Chu Yang stomped his foot on the ground and rushed out. He flashed in front of Li Yuan and was about to throw a punch, but Li Yuan kneed him in the chest. At the same time, 2 fishmen rushed over from the left and right, cutting open his abdomen with their sharp claws. Bump! Chu Yang's eyes widened. Li Yuan attacked again, grabbing Chu Yang's head and slamming it to the ground. Boom! 1 time. Smash it again. Boom! Twice. Boom! 3 times. As Li Yuan smashed Chu Yang's head to the ground again and again, the ground cracked and blood flew everywhere. Chu Yang was crushed by Li Yuan in an absolute manner. After a while, Chu Yang stopped moving. Looking at Chu Yang lying on the ground, Li Yuan threw his body up, then showed his sharp claws and pierced his chest directly. Phew! The sharp claws pierced through the heart, but Li Yuan felt that it was not enough, so he twisted his wrist again and used the sharp claws to crush his heart and internal organs into pieces and threw them aside. Blood flowed down his claws. Looking at the only remaining Yang Yan and the unconscious policeman, a group of fishmen rushed forward and killed the 2 as quickly as possible. Mission completed. Bang! At this moment, gunshots rang out and a bullet suddenly came from behind. Li Yuan turned his head and the bullet passed through his face, causing his scales to explode and leaving a deep bullet mark on his face. But in just a blink of an eye, the flesh and blood on his face coagulated together, and the injured part healed directly. Click, click, click! At this moment, several strong lights burst out from behind Li Yuan. He slowly turned his head and saw countless policemen surrounding the place, with headlights illuminating the darkness. "Don't move! Put your hands on your head and put down your weapons!" Li Yuan frowned and saw that Yan Yan's corpse was tightly holding a locator in his hand. Trouble. Li Yuan wanted to leave here quickly, but as soon as he moved his body, several bullets hit his legs and arms directly. Bang, bang, bang. Several streams of blood exploded, and Li Yuan immediately fell to his knees. "Damn it, destroy this place!" Whoa! Li Yuan opened his mouth and immediately emitted a strange sound wave. The whale-like sound startled everyone. "Quick, shoot and kill!" Boom! There was a loud bang, and part of the second floor collapsed instantly. Dust gradually rose, and rubble fell and piled up, directly blocking the gate of Nanyan. Countless fishmen rushed over and took Li Yuan away in an instant. "Let's go find the queen bee." It took the police outside a long time to break into Nanyan, but Li Yuan had disappeared. Still, a step too late. At this point, the 17-member police team that broke into Nanyan was completely wiped out. But on the top floor of Nanyan, the queen bee pointed at Li Yuan's nose and started to attack. "Oh, I'm totally crazy. I cooperated with you, but what did you do? You blew up my house. Do you know how much it will cost to repair it? And that woman, no matter if she has seen our secret or not, since she is here today, can't she leave alive? I can't believe you let her get away, and now there are police officers blocking my door. No, I have to make a phone call," the queen bee said as she dialed the number again. "Hey, a group of police are about to raid my home. Get rid of them quickly. Also, I don't want anyone to pass on today's events and all the information about today from you." "Yes, Queen Bee." A weak male voice came from the phone. After hanging up the phone, the queen bee was in a very bad mood. A group of fishmen were pulling bullets out of Li Yuan's body. He gritted his teeth and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Li Yuan said, "I have confirmed that all targets are dead. My mission has been completed. It should be your job to finish it off. I work. You turned my house into a seafood market and poked big holes on the second and third floors. What I owe you is still due to you." Looking at the two people arguing, Raven turned into a girl with a dying expression and slumped on the sofa. "Why? It's so tiring to be with you guys. Hey, there's still one person alive." "Not dead, who?" Li Yuan let out a roar upon hearing this, and the sound waves spread, directly covering the entire Nanyan building. And in his perception, in the collapsed building, he felt a living being and the beating of a heart. Plop. Plop. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. The heart of the Murloc and the fluctuations of the ocean are not right. In my perception, the one who survived should be my Murloc, but it seems a little different. Like half Murloc? Who knows? The Raven girl stood up, then picked up the phone beside her and dialed the number. "Anyway, that person is definitely not your fishman. He has been taken away by the police. Find a way to remedy the situation as soon as possible." "You mean? 003? It's raining on the street." Wang Haonan was walking on the street holding an umbrella when suddenly someone called him. "Hello? Finishing work? Understood. Okay, I understand." After saying that, Wang Haonan hung up the phone and continued walking forward. As he was walking, Wang Haonan suddenly disappeared from the spot. But what was strange was that during the heavy rain, there was an area where the rain kept sliding outwards in the shape of an umbrella. Chapter 017, Plan Terminated. In an apartment. Qinyi looked at the rain outside the window and drank his coffee calmly. It had been very noisy outside since a while ago. The sirens continued to sound and I didn't know what was happening. There's social unrest. Those people are really useless. It's been so long and there's still no news. I'll do it myself. Qinyi said this and directly picked up a bottle of medicine on the table. He unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the potion in one gulp. Gulp. Puff. This is? Qinye's eyes suddenly widened, his limbs began to twitch and twist, and countless strange spider silks appeared around him. On the other end, Nanyan Hotel. The queen bee suddenly received a message from Qinyi. Ah? Li Yuan looked at the queen bee. What happened again? The queen bee placed the phone on the table and displayed the information on it in front of them. A letter from the Lord. Ask us if we got the blood? Blood? What blood? Several people looked confused. Li Yuan regained his human form, and the wounds on his body had healed. What blood? Didn't the Lord say to kill him? Wait a minute, isn't the mission we heard a little different? You mean? When did the master ask you to kill Chu Zhang? Are you sure the master didn't ask you to get blood? Is that so? That's what I heard on the phone the other day. The adults said they would find a way to kill him. Are you sure you're not trying to get some blood? Well, the master said that he needs raw materials. That kid is probably the raw material for making medicine that the master needs. I guess you are hard of hearing. Everyone covered their faces. They didn't think much about it when they heard 002 say that he thought Chu Yang was killed. Now that I think about it, it's a big problem. The queen bee slapped her thigh and said this. So, Your Excellency intended to capture him alive from the beginning, but we killed Your Excellency's material? When Li Yuan heard this, he suddenly felt scared. Assuming that the master really asked him to capture someone alive, and he killed the target directly, he would definitely anger the master. Although they had never seen that adult angry, that was precisely why. No one knows what the price of offending that adult is. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. That adult can give them abilities, so he can naturally take them back. And this may just be the simplest punishment. Are we going to die? Yes, given that gentleman's temper, he might kill us to vent his anger. Wait a minute, maybe Chu Zhang is still alive. Alive? You mean the one who was just taken away by the police? It's possible. Hurry up and confirm if it's Chu Yang. What if he's still alive? Yeah, just in case. No, wait a minute. Have we forgotten something? Like? Oh no! Several people suddenly realized that they seemed to have forgotten something. 003 is on the way. Hurry, call him back. There was a car accident in front of the city hospital. The scale of the car accident was large, with a number of police cars rear-ending each other, causing a huge number of casualties. But that's not the worst. The worst thing was that a wounded person had just been dug out from the rubble, and he was in these police cars. Flames shot up into the sky, black smoke billowed, and there was chaos in front of the hospital. Wang Haonan looked at the scene in front of him, lit a cigarette, turned around and was about to leave. Huh! Finish. Just then, Wang Haonan's phone suddenly rang. Hello? 003, is it done? It's over. The target is dead? Dead. It's over. Wang Haonan exhaled a puff of smoke. What happened? No, it's okay, you come back first. A woman's voice came from the phone. Understood. Wang Haonan threw the cigarette butt into the water, then turned and left. After he left, a dark-skinned man emerged from the abandoned car. Ahem, luckily I still have a deep-sea breath. I can't take it anymore. I feel like my body is falling apart. The next day. What happened yesterday was on the news, but it was simply defined as a simple fire and car accident. No one paid attention to the casualties of the North Ridge Police, and their superiors were even more indifferent. The reason for this is that the Queen Bee has already exerted absolute control over the entire Bailing city. By mixing her bodily fluids into drinks, she was able to control a large number of North Ridge citizens and high-ranking officials in various fields within the city. All the reports submitted by the Bailing police to higher authorities were eventually left unanswered because of this. At this moment, they felt more and more powerless. Inside the North Ridge Police Department, the chief was writing a report. The entire Bailing city seems to be wrapped in a huge net. Someone is covering the sky with one hand and hiding everything. We are now like fish in a net and dogs in a cage. All voices are suppressed. No one heard our cries, and no one paid attention to our deaths. The reason they dared to act so recklessly must be that someone was assisting them. Assisting those monsters, how ridiculous! Bump! The director slammed his fist on the table as he spoke. The upper echelons have been infiltrated. I want to go to the capital myself. Just then, a policeman suddenly walked in with a document. Director, this is what Captain Yang asked us to give to you before he died. The director was silent. Yang Yan. He miraculously survived the collapse, but died in the unexplained car accident. This matter is really. Damn it! The director took the document with trembling hands and saw 5 big words written on the file. The Nine-Tailed Fox Project? The director opened the file and saw the following words. If I hadn't handed over the document myself, I would have been dead. Don't feel sorry for me. I've been aware of this since the day I became a police officer. At the very beginning of the document is Yang Yan's suicide note. Then, he elaborated on a hypothesis about the relationship between humans and monsters, and recorded all the information he had collected about monsters on it. Finally, he came up with a way to deal with these monsters. Establish an organization specifically for those supernatural creatures or things, to understand them, contain them, and control them. Remove the shackles of our minds, break free from the barriers of our cognition, and do not treat unreasonable things with common sense. They are not human. If we treat them the same way we treat humans, humans will never be able to defeat monsters. We must first imagine boldly and open our minds like Chu Yang. Monsters have unconstrained abilities and they will not cooperate with our cognition. Try to imagine first, then try to understand. The way to defeat the monster may lie in the monster itself. We have to find ways to deal with these monsters and the answers to all this from the monsters themselves. We contain, we secure, we protect. Chapter 018, Secret Spy Potion. A few days later. The surging undercurrent in Bailing City stopped. Li Yuan and Raven walked into a coffee shop. Inside the coffee shop, an elegant and handsome middle-aged man was packing his luggage. 005, what are you doing? Hearing Li Yuan's words, the wall-facing man turned around. My parents gave me a month's vacation. I am preparing for a thrilling journey. During this trip, I will have a romantic encounter. Unfortunately, those beautiful young girls are also waiting for a gentleman to appear. Ah, the new me, with a new attitude, romantic and elegant, capturing the hearts of young girls. Just think about it, 18 years old is the age of curiosity. I will satisfy their yearning for mystery and their expectations for film and television plots. Just imagining it makes me intoxicated. It's wonderful. Romantic encounter. Li Yuan. Raven. This guy is quite perverted. So, what about you guys? What can I do for you? The wall-facing man turned around and asked. We are here to find Lord OS, Raven said, transforming into a girl. The wall-facer shook his head upon hearing this. Unfortunately, you are too late. Lord OS has already left. No one knows where he has gone. A mysterious journey that we decided to go on at any time. The taste of that gentleman just happens to coincide with mine, he. Gone? My lord, didn't you tell me anything? What do you want to tell me? The wall-facer thought about it, and realized that in addition to the holiday, Qingyi did tell him some other things. Especially it seems to explain Li Yuan and Raven and so on. My lord said that you are like freshly baked ceramics. Although you look bright and beautiful, you are worthless. A truly perfect work of art often takes time to mature before it can fetch a sky-high price. So go and search, go and experience, find your own value, and make a breakthrough from the body to the soul. Li Yuan frowned. Did Lord OS really say this? Of course, your doubts are completely unnecessary. By the way, 001, the master specifically told you to go to his room. It seems that he wants you to get something. Having said that, the wall-facer started packing his luggage again. Okay, I won't say any more. I also need to go find the value of my existence. People live for beautiful women. The show-off wall-facer packed his luggage and left, and before leaving he did not forget to chase the two of them out. Watching the wall-facer lock the door and leave in style, Raven and Li Yuan looked at each other and said, If that lord really said so, then we can only do as he says. Well, see you later. Li Yuan said this and waved goodbye to the Raven girl. The Raven girl looked at his departing back and suddenly her eyes turned. Go to the adults' room to get something. What did the adults prepare for me? As the Raven girl spoke, she suddenly transformed into a raven and flew directly into Qingye's room through the window. Raven entered the room. Everything in the room was very tidy, except for a large and exaggerated plant that was very conspicuous. The plant looked like a sunflower, with countless curled vines growing on it. "What's this?" The raven flew over and saw the sunflower suddenly turn its head. Countless eyes then opened in the stamens of the sunflower. "Ah, wow!" The raven was so frightened that it screamed. Just as it was about to run away, the curled-up leaves of the plant suddenly burst out. Bang, bang, bang! Several vines directly wrapped around the raven and began to shrink rapidly. "What is this?" The raven transformed into a girl, but the plant didn't care whether it was a bird or a person and continued to wrap its vines tightly around her body. The vines wrapped around her thighs, and sharp thorns appeared, directly cutting her skin. "Stinky flower, let me go! Do you know that I was raised by that master?" No matter how the raven called out, the plant paid no attention. Seeing that the raven's body was about to be strangled by the vines, suddenly, the raven had an idea and directly turned into Chinye's appearance. "Look carefully, who am I?" The raven suddenly uttered Chinye's voice. The little flower suddenly let go of the vines when it heard the voice, and then shook its body mischievously. When Raven saw this, he let out a long sigh and his voice returned to normal. "Huh, I thought I was going to die. But then again, what on earth is this thing? Is this what the adults prepared for me? No, 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 it's definitely not." The raven felt scared as he looked at the curled-up plant. His master actually planted such a dangerous plant. What if it turned against his master one day? In case something happens to the owner. Why don't I pull it out? Hearing the raven's words, the plant's eyes opened instantly. Raven's mouth twitched when he saw this. I was just kidding. Forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. Raven walked around the room, and suddenly, he found a cabinet with many bottles of potions in it. "What is this?" Raven opened the cabinet. There were 3 rows of cabinets in total. There were many potions in it, and each potion had a label under it. Raven took out a bottle of pure black potion. As for why she chose the black one, it was of course because she liked black. Raven looked at the label of the potion. "Secret stealer? Could this be what the master prepared for me? It must be. The master knows that I like black, so he must have anticipated this." Thinking of this, the raven unscrewed the bottle cap and transformed into a bird, reaching into the bottle with its beak and taking a sip. Very sweet, a bit like mint. "Take another bite." The raven continued to suck in the liquid, and after a while, the liquid in the bottle was empty. The raven was about to transform, but its body suddenly twitched. "Ah!" The raven let out a painful scream, and the next second, all the color in its eyes disappeared, leaving only endless darkness. When the physical pain disappeared, Raven subconsciously transformed into a human form. She turned into a naked girl, kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were still pitch black without a trace of white. She stood up blankly, and the world in front of her suddenly became extremely strange. Everything seemed to be seen for the first time. I heard a voice. "Who is it whispering? Help me. Save me." There was a faint voice, she was calling for help. The raven walked to the bedside blankly, then transformed into an eagle and flew into the sky. She flew across the sky following the whisper, and the sound began to grow louder. "Anyone is fine. Help me, I've had enough." Chapter 019, The Second Evolution of Raven. Inside a rental house. Wine bottles and cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor. A black-haired girl was sitting on the floor, covered in bruises, her eyes like a pool of stagnant water. In the room, a man was smashing things in the room and scolding the girls. "You just follow the behavior of that bitch, eating at your own expense. I've provided for you and raised you up, so what's wrong with letting you earn money to give back? You actually called the police to arrest me and your father. You are such a filial son," the man said as he pulled out his belt. "If I had known, I shouldn't have kept you." Bang! The belt hit the girl's body, but she remained calm and didn't say a word. The man became even angrier when he saw this, and he increased the strength in his hands. "Mute? You were quite talkative in front of the police before, right? Speak now." Bang! I told you to speak! As the man spoke, he pulled his belt again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a big bird suddenly broke the glass and rushed into the house. Snap! Fuck, where did this stupid bird come from? The man swung his belt at Big Bird, but Big Bird suddenly spoke in human language. You are still such a loser, Du-chan. Living like a dog, being humble outside and only getting angry in the den. Hearing what Big Bird said, the man was suddenly stunned. The voice of the Big Bird was a woman's voice, and he was very familiar with that voice. It was the voice of his ex-wife. And not only the voice, but also the tone and content of speech are exactly the same as his ex-wife. Bitch, it's you again! You won't stop even after you die! Looking at the man gritting his teeth, the Big Bird turned around and suddenly turned into a middle-aged woman. However, the middle-aged woman's eyes were extremely strange. She had no whites and both eyes were pitch black. You kept saying that if I died, you would live a better life. This is all my fault. Now that I've fulfilled your wish, why do you end up living like this? Why? Because you are just in a state of impotent rage, and you are making excuses for your own cowardice. You are taking out your anger on me, putting all the blame on me, and telling me everything you dare not say to those people. Oh, how pitiful. You! The man stepped back again and again, his heart beating again and again as he looked at the strange woman in front of him. You, who are you, a ghost? Looking at the man retreating, the woman gave a creepy smile. She turned her head and looked at the black-haired girl. You are in pain? The girl looked up blankly. Are you coming to pick me up, mother? The woman smiled and touched her head. Yeah, that man is really annoying. Why don't we kill him? Kill him? The girl murmured to herself. Yeah, kill him. As the woman spoke, she suddenly disappeared in front of her and turned into a sharp knife that fell to the ground. The girl picked up the knife on the ground blankly, and then looked at the man in front of her. The man stepped back and suddenly fell to the ground. Wait. No, Inger, I'm your father. You can't. The girl walked tremblingly to the man, she grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, and then stabbed it fiercely. Phew. At night, dark clouds covered the moon and rain fell with a crackling sound. The girl walked blankly on the street, like a walking corpse. Her hands and clothes were covered in blood, and the rain soaked her clothes and hair. A raven followed behind her, and she looked into the girl's eyes, which showed no emotion. Where are you going? Hearing the raven's voice, the girl turned her head blankly. You are the mother. Mother? The raven spread her wings. She was certainly not the girl's mother. The changes in her appearance, and the sounds she made were all read from the man's memory. This is the secret hidden deep in the man's heart. This is the raven's newfound ability. It can steal the secrets from people's hearts and imitate what they remember. Whether it is a person or an object, it can imitate it perfectly. In addition, it could also hear some subtle whispers coming from the shadows. The thing that the girl in front of her feared the most was the man just now, and the thing she loved the most was the woman that Raven had turned into before. The girl knelt down blankly. Can you please eat me? Raven blinked. His pure black eyes seemed to have understood something. Is living painful for you? Okay, then give me your body. As it spoke, the raven suddenly lowered its head and bit the girl's shadow. Then, the girl's shadow was suddenly sucked into the raven's belly, and the girl lost consciousness. In just a blink of an eye, the girl's body disappeared. And the raven obtained all the girl's memories. And a permanent body. The raven's body began to twist, and in the blink of an eye it turned into the appearance of a young girl. This is a transformation that has no time limit, and she can maintain this form forever. After turning into a girl, Raven suddenly tilted her head to the side. Human beings are really complex beings. The girl's name is Doing. She is a high school student. Her mother died of illness when she was 11 years old. Her father had a habit of domestic violence, and after her mother passed away, she became the target of her father's violence. The father smoked and drank all day long, and in the past 2 years he became addicted to gambling. Because he owed foreign debts, he had no choice but to force the girl to sell her body for money. The girl's resistance was futile, and she finally chose to call the police. But because this matter involved a person in power, it was left unresolved. After becoming a girl, the strongest emotion Raven received was hatred. Want revenge? Okay, I'll help you. After saying that, dark green scales suddenly grew on the Raven girl's hands. Her 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, and she gently grabbed the wall, easily cutting through the stone like tofu. How powerful are the imitators? She can mimic any known life form. Whether it is a murloc or something else, as long as it has a sufficient understanding of the life it imitates, it can perfectly replicate the other's abilities. It can replicate the abilities of people like the Fishman, the Invisible Man, the Queen Bee, and the Wall Facer. Raven found a remote alley according to the direction he remembered. There were a few burly men in the alley. They looked at the girl and said, "Wow, you're so proactive this time. Everything has a process. Sooner or later you will get used to it. Come in, the guests are waiting inside." The girl walked past several men silently. She raised her claws, a ray of blood light burst out, and a line of blood appeared on the necks of several men. Puff, puff, puff. Several heads fell to the ground. The men had no consciousness when they died, and their heads had been separated from their bodies. Chapter 020, I'm Hard. Inside a private house. In a girl's room, in the darkness, a face slowly emerged on the wall. The face was made of concrete. He looked around again, and then his body began to emerge on the wall. His body walked out of the wall and soon returned to human form. This smell, this faint fragrance must belong to a beautiful girl. The wallfacer looked at the pink decorations in the room and smiled. He ran his hands over the pink sheets and then moved to the sleeping girl's side. He sniffed around the girl. Not bad. The girl seemed to hear some noise and she slowly opened her eyes, but there was no one in the room. The girl closed her eyes, and a face appeared on the wall behind her. What an alert little cutie! The wallfacer said this and walked out of the wall again, but unexpectedly the woman's brows suddenly twitched. The man approached the girl, who suddenly opened her eyes, then grabbed the dagger on the bedside table and stabbed the wallfacer. Block! Fireworks flickered, and the short knife stabbed into the wallfacer's body and bent directly. The wallfacer looked at his chest. His body was highly petrified and the knife only left a white scratch on his body. Pretty nice reaction. The girl was stunned when she saw the petrified wallfacer and the curved blade. What on earth is this? Help, woo-woo! The girl was about to call for help, but the man suddenly covered her mouth with his hand. No, yelling is not elegant. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and at this moment, the door of the girl's room was suddenly pushed open. The girl's father burst into the room. Girl! The wallfacer sighed. This is so boring. After saying that, the wallfacer suddenly inserted one hand into the wall. The wall began to wriggle, and the man just took a step forward when suddenly, a stone pillar emerged from the wall without warning. Boom! The stone pillar just passed by the man, and the wallfacer withdrew his right hand. Sir, I think this level of warning is enough, right? The girl shook her head frantically, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, the wallfacer reached out and stroked the girl's face to wipe away her tears. Don't be like this. I'm just inviting you to dinner in a special way. You don't have to be so afraid of me. Of course, I don't mean to hurt anyone, including your beloved father, but it depends on whether you are willing to accept a gentleman's friendly invitation. You saw it too. If I hadn't missed the target on purpose, that gentleman would have been skewered. The girl's father yelled. Let my daughter go. If you have any problem, come to me. The wallfacer frowned. Oh no, I'm not interested in men, I'm only interested in beautiful things. So, what is your answer, beautiful lady? If you dare to harass my daughter, I will call the police, the man roared. The face of the wallfacer suddenly turned cold. So, people should know themselves. I am asking this beautiful girl, not you. Isn't it good to be alive? After saying that, the wallfacer reached out his hand and stabbed into the wall again. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly shouted. I promise you! Hearing the girl's words, the wallfacer smiled and said, An elegant decision, but I regret it. I think it's troublesome to keep that gentleman, so I'll send him to see my acquaintance in hell in case he disturbs us. Don't want. Quack. At this moment, a raven suddenly appeared outside the window. The wall-facer turned around and said, Hey, 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 you stinky bird, why do you follow me wherever I go? Don't you have anywhere else to go? The raven transformed into a girl, opened the window, and jumped in lightly. Didn't you say that you wanted me to seek improvement in my self-worth? Unfortunately, I found it. As long as I follow you, I can find many soul-destroying people who are willing to sacrifice themselves. This kind of good thing is not easy to come by. Their souls are sweet and constantly nourish my strength. But I don't know if it's because I absorb too much of your personal emotions, which is why I want to eat you and taste the saltiness of you. After saying that, the girl's hands suddenly turned into the claws of a fishman, and then rushed straight to the head of the wall-facer. Hey, hey, hey! The wall-facer stepped back and bent down to avoid the attack. Although I am reluctant to attack you because you are disguised as a beautiful girl, if you insist on attacking a gentleman like me, I don't mind trimming your feathers for you. You can try. The raven girl approached again, leaped high into the air, and brought down her claws as if to tear the wall-facer to pieces in one fell swoop. The wall-facing man sighed upon seeing this. What a stubborn woman! He opened his hands, and on his 10 fingers were 10 rings of different colors. These rings are made of different materials, including steel, diamond, meteorite, graphene, and other materials. The diamond ring is embedded and fits close to the skin. Diamond! As soon as he finished speaking, the wall-facer's body suddenly turned colorless and transparent, shining like crystal. The raven girl's claws almost broke when they landed on the wall-facer, and the tips of her claws were directly worn flat. After seeing this scene, the wall-facer's body returned to normal. Give up! No physical means can hurt me. The fishman's claws are nothing. He is just the weakest among us. Seeing this, Raven's claws turned back into human hands. This weird thing is pretty hard. The wall-facer smiled. My bottom can be as hard as my body. Ugh, gross. The raven girl said this with a look of disgust on her face. Although the fight between the two was brief, it deeply shocked the girl in the room and her father. Seeing the two men stop, the girl on the bed panicked. You guys continue. The wall-facer and the raven girl looked at each other and said, Although we don't want to admit it, we are actually in the same group. We fought because of a little personal grudge, but since you saw it, it went against the wishes of that adult. I can only inconvenience you for a while. The raven girl said this and suddenly took out a tube of injection. The liquid in here is the queen bee's body fluid. This body fluid generally has 2 uses. The first is mind control, and the second is to transform people into women. However, whether to transform or not is up to the queen bee. For example, if some public figures were transformed into women, it would inevitably attract widespread attention from the society and be very troublesome. At this time, the queen bee will generally only exercise mental control over it rather than convert it. Come on, if you don't want to die, come here by yourself. I don't want to say it a second time. Chapter 021, It's Too Late. My life has been mediocre and meaningless. This is what Li Yuan thought before he became a fishman. But one time, Qingyi said something to him. Everyone has talents, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, the fish will spend its whole life thinking it is stupid. Unfortunately, in this world, people only recognize 2 kinds of talents. One is learning talent, and the other is business talent. The world today is sick. Everyone regards desire as ideal, worldliness as maturity, cowardice as stability, and slickness as wisdom. Do you think this is right? I think that must be wrong. Li Yuan turned his head and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar home in front of him. For a long time, he didn't know why he lived, as if his existence or not had no effect on the world. A meaningless life. Meaningless time. Perhaps people live to find the value of their own existence. Li Yuan used to live just to live, but now, he only lives for one thing. That is to realize that adult's long-cherished wish. But his idea seems to be just blind loyalty. The adult was not satisfied with his performance. If the meaning of a life's existence is simply to serve someone, then what is the difference between it and a tool? Although the adult did not convey these words to them in person, he asked the wall-facing man to convey them to them. Li Yuan was not smart. He could only barely guess that the adult said this because of the previous failures and their misunderstanding of the adult's words. Maybe they should really reflect on this. For that adult, what he needs is obviously not a tool that only knows how to obey orders, but someone who can understand orders. Obeying orders and understanding orders are two different concepts. If that adult hadn't told you, wouldn't you have thought of it? You are so obsessed with what adults say, can't you use your own brain? Why do you have to be told by an adult in person before you know what to do? You are a human being, not a tool. Humans are creatures that can understand each other. Is it difficult to understand what that adult meant, take action in advance, and submit a good answer? Of course it's difficult. That's why that adult arranged this journey of self-improvement. Perhaps, what that adult really meant was that he wanted them to grow up during this journey and become people who could understand what he meant. So Li Yuan decided to go back to where it all began, completely bid farewell to his past, and try to look to the future. And thereby find the meaning of one's own existence, and become someone who can stand beside that adult. This is what Li Yuan thought. But what he didn't know was that what Qingyi asked before he left was actually, "If 001 comes back while I'm away, remember to have it put the video in my room." But the wallfacer got it mixed up. Li Yuan pushed open the door and walked into the room. Everything is still the same as before. My brother's award certificates are all over the living room, and my stepmother's perfume is placed in the most conspicuous position. A corner of the family portrait on the wall was torn off. And in that corner is a photo of Li Yuan. That happened after he came back from summer vacation. His father said that his younger brother accidentally tore it off because he was naughty. And my brother burned it, so there's no way to glue it back, so let it be. Li Yuan sneered when he recalled this incident. Just then, a middle-aged woman in pajamas came into the living room. She looked at Li Yuan in the living room and suddenly frowned. "Why did you come back?" "I'm back to take what belongs to me," Li Yuan said. His tone was very calm, neither arrogant nor humble, but this made his stepmother feel unhappy. "Hey, where is your stuff in this house? What have you paid for this home? Whether it's the things in your room or the clothes you wear, which one of them did you buy with your own money? Even if there is, who gave you the money? Don't mention that you worked to earn money. Your family has supported you to this age, but you haven't paid back any of the money they've spent on you. You see, when you pay us back what you owe us, you won't owe us anything, but nothing here belongs to you. But considering your character, I don't expect you to repay us. Just don't bother us in the future. I don't want to bother you about the past. Just get out of here." Li Yuan looked at his stepmother's disgusted expression and suddenly laughed. "This face is getting uglier the more I look at it. I have been thankful more than once that I can look at the world from a completely new perspective." Once upon a time, Li Yuan thought his stepmother was very hateful. Now, Li Yuan found his stepmother ridiculous. From the monster's perspective, he could have slit his stepmother's throat just like he slit the throats of those scumbags. The life and death of the woman in front of him had long been in Li Yuan's hands. But he didn't want to do that now. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan sat directly on the sofa in the living room. "You are good at speaking. Have you ever considered doing stand-up comedy?" The stepmother was stunned for a moment. "You said, what did you say? Are your ears not working well? Well, after all, when people get old they always have some problems, big or small," Li Yuan said. Okay, I'm in a hurry, so I won't catch up with you." Li Yuan said this and went straight back to his room. He took out the suitcase from under the bed and began to pack the things in the suitcase. The stepmother rushed over at this time. "Who told you to take it?" "I'm telling you, Li Yuan, if you dare to take these things away today, I will." Li Yuan turned his head to look at his stepmother. "Whatever you want to do, you can think about it slowly if you can't think of it." The stepmother was furious. "If you dare to take these things away, you can try and see if I dare to call the police." "Okay, I'll try it." Li Yuan ignored his stepmother and continued packing his luggage. The stepmother gritted her teeth. How come this bastard seemed to have become a different person? Isn't he even afraid of me anymore? Just then, Li Yuan's father came out. "Let him have it." "You!" "Let him take it, and leave quickly after taking it." Seeing Li Yuan's father speak, the stepmother gritted her teeth and gave up. Li Yuan completely ignored the two of them and continued packing his luggage. During this time, he accidentally knocked off the photo frame on the desk. Bump. The photo frame broke into pieces after it hit the ground, and the photos inside fell out, along with a note. Li Yuan bent down to pick up the photo in the note, and saw that the photo was a group photo of the whole class when they graduated from high school. As for the note, Li Yuan had no impression of it. He looked at the note and saw that it read, "Based on my understanding of you, I guess you will never find this note in your lifetime, Li Yuan, you big idiot. I obviously have a lot to say to you, but when the words come to my lips I don't know where to start. Then just write a few random sentences. We have been sitting next to each other for 3 years. I don't know what you think of me. Anyway, you won't answer me even if I ask you. Well, let me tell you what I think of you. You are obviously good-looking and tall, but you are very timid, which I really don't like. His academic performance is just a little bit worse, but better than mine. You are gentle, patient, and considerate to everyone. Every time I see you arguing with others and you can't say a few words after a long time, and you are speechless, I want to laugh. And it's not just that. When Lu Mingyang said he would meet you after school, you stayed in the classroom for a whole day and night and didn't dare to go out. I couldn't believe that you actually slept in the classroom all night. From that time on, I have been thinking, you are a grown man tall, but you are like a little rabbit. If I hadn't felt sorry for you and taken care of you for 2 semesters, I don't know how you would have survived high school. Come to think of it, when did I start to like you? I can't remember either. Maybe it started from that day when it rained and you brought me an umbrella? Or maybe it was the time we fed stray cats at school together? I really can't remember. But I didn't plan to tell you about this. You're so stupid that you definitely won't notice it. I know that we will go our separate ways after tomorrow, so I wish you a bright future. Don't let anyone bully you anymore and be tougher when things get tough. Rabbit head. Love won the lottery, but it expired. Li Yuan threw the note into the trash can and left with his luggage. Chapter 022, Nine-Tailed Fox Army. Inside a bar. Several men looked at a drunk girl in front of the bar and exchanged glances. That's about it. A yellow-haired man came up to the girl while stretching lazily. He was about to reach out his hand, but was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by a man in a raincoat. Brother, what do you mean? You want to grab some food, right? The man in the raincoat said nothing, but just gently exerted force and broke the man's wrist. Snap! Fuck you! The yellow-haired man let out a scream, then fell to his knees, covering his wrist. He cursed the man and called his brothers behind him without saying a word. But the group of people behind him were all stunned when they saw Li Yuan. Brother, how about we just forget it? Fuck, what are you talking about? Someone broke my hand. For some reason, except for Huang Mao, the rest of the people showed great fear of Li Yuan. Because this was not the first time they met Li Yuan. Once, they caught an injured and dying old dog, and they were going to have some fun with it and send it on its final journey. At that time, Li Yuan happened to pass by and beat them up. They were not convinced at the time, so they called another group of people and asked Li Yuan to wait. They called the big brother in the area and got dozens of people. The result is still the same. Li Yuan defeated all of them by himself. Afterwards, the eldest brother called out to the eldest brother again, and another group of people came. This continued for 5 or 6 times, and all the thugs in that area fell down. After that, Li Yuan became the big brother of that area. This is why several people are afraid of Li Yuan. Several people told Huang Mao about this incident, and Huang Mao also panicked after hearing several familiar names. I could only run away in shame. Li Yuan remained silent upon seeing this. He came to the girl and saw the girl looking at him. Then he said drunkenly, Even if you come to me to apologize, I will not forgive you, Li Yuan. Unless you have a drink with me. The bartender looked at Li Yuan and asked, What would you like to drink, sir? No need. Li Yuan refused directly. Water is his taboo, he won't drink it, and of course, he doesn't need to drink water. The girl looked at Li Yuan in confusion. Then what are you going to do? Just happened to be passing by. Hearing Li Yuan's words, the girl pouted. Where's your phone? Give it to me. I didn't bring it because I was afraid it would get wet. Li Yuan hasn't touched his mobile phone for a long time. The reason is because of his previous experiences. If your cell phone gets wet and becomes scrapped while you are carrying it, or if it is accidentally destroyed in battle, you will have to apply for a new SIM card. Because it was too troublesome, Li Yuan simply decided not to bring his cell phone with him. The girl kept talking nonstop, and Li Yuan responded incoherently. Until the girl fell down. Seeing this, Li Yuan didn't say anything, but just carried the girl with one hand. Where do you live now? The girl was confused and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Li Yuan shook his head and sent her to a hotel. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Li Yuan was about to say something when the girl suddenly grabbed his collar and kissed him on the lips. Her tongue probed into Li Yuan's cavity, but surprisingly, Li Yuan's cavity was very dry and there was no saliva at all. And at this moment, fish scales began to appear wildly on Li Yuan's face, and his teeth began to become sharp. Feeling his body transforming into a fishman, Li Yuan pushed the girl away and quickly drained the liquid from his mouth. The girl was stunned for a moment. Do you hate me so much? Then why did you come to me? Li Yuan didn't know how to answer the girl, so he just turned around and left. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly shouted, If you leave today, don't come to see me again in the future. Good. Li Yuan said this and pushed the door open and left. He went out without any hesitation and was very decisive. Here's a little-known fact. When people are in negative distance contact with the opposite sex, their minds will subconsciously relax and they will sweat as they exercise. This was extremely fatal to Li Yuan. Maybe this is the best outcome. If Li Yuan wanted to kill someone, he only had to tell the other person his biggest secret. If he wants to protect someone, the only thing he can do is to stay away from that person as much as possible. The other monsters will not take Li Yuan's feelings into consideration, just like the decision made by the queen bee before. He didn't care what Li Yuan thought. Since this girl might have discovered their secret, she must die. Li Yuan was walking on the street with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a man came over. He came in front of Li Yuan and knelt down with a plop. Boss, I want to turn back into a human. Please turn me back into a human. Hearing the man's words, Li Yuan turned his head indifferently. I can't even turn myself back into a human, so why do you think I can turn you back into a human? The world is unfair, but the power given by that adult is fair. The premise of gaining is losing. Such is the price of power. You begged me at that time, saying that you wanted to have the same power as me. From then on, you should have been prepared to lose. After saying that, Li Yuan turned around and left. The number of his followers continued to increase, and they mingled in the streets and alleys of the city. Some people even took the initiative to ask to become his followers. But they never thought about the price of gaining this power. At this moment, countless transport helicopters suddenly flew overhead. Li Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. These transport helicopters came suddenly, and it felt like something big was about to happen. Squeak! Calling the commander, this is the Nine-Tailed Fox 01 Squadron. I am the frontline commander Zhang Jinsong. We have successfully arrived in Bailing City, over. On the transport helicopter was a group of fully armed soldiers. Every inch of their skin is tightly wrapped, and the helmets on their heads include tactical eyepieces and communicators. It can be used as a night vision device and a thermal imaging device, and can also display a satellite map. The weapons in their hands were also sophisticated. All of them were standard medium-caliber assault rifles. We are still 300 meters away from our target, Nanyan. We expect to arrive in 5 minutes. SRW number 004, Mother Nest. According to the information provided by Chu Yang, the target appears to be a plump woman with hands as dry as bones, and needles containing neurotoxins can be shot out from her 10 fingers. This neurotoxin can control a person's mind and 5 senses, and can transform all male vital signs into female vital signs. It has been confirmed that some of the people in power in Bailing City have been mentally controlled by 004 and have unconditionally served as a protective umbrella for the target. They have now been detained. Chapter 023, Mysterious Man. A large group of transport armed helicopters flew over the sky of Bailing City, which caused panic among the citizens. The target of those helicopters seemed very clear. They were heading towards Nanyan. The Nanyan building is still under renovation, and the mess left over from the last battle has not yet been completely repaired. In the entire Nanyan, apart from the construction workers, the only people there are the Queen Bee. These helicopters hovered directly above Nanyan. 004's mental control ability is limited, and it is impossible to implement mental control on too many people at the same time, so 004 will choose to organize a set of behavioral logic and let the controlled people act according to this logic in a cycle. But even so, 004 still has to spend a lot of energy to sort out her huge mental network, so 004 needs to sleep longer than ordinary people. It has been observed that 004 is active for 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time is in a deep sleep state. While 004 is in sleep mode, it can still issue commands to its derivative 004-1, but its main body cannot act. It is currently impossible to determine whether 004 is asleep. If the target is found to be awake, please beware of any liquids that may come into contact with it. 004 can mix its own venom into any liquid. During the mission, if you are injured, please evacuate immediately. I repeat, please evacuate immediately. If you do not evacuate, we will assume that the injured person has been controlled by 004 and reclassify it as 004-1 and shoot it dead. This operation is mainly focused on arresting and detaining. During the operation, we found that 004-1 can be killed directly. I repeat, he can be killed directly. In addition, there is a possibility that SRW number 002, Merceman, will appear in this operation. The estimated number is as high as over 200. 002 has extremely fast speed and superhuman mobility. Its claws can cut through concrete and rock. At the same time, the target can also sense the location of the prey by emitting a call. But its head is its weak point. A bullet hitting the head can kill 002. If conditions permit, please contain a 002-1 that retains vital signs. This containment operation is codenamed Bee Hunt. This is the first time humans have officially fought monsters. I wish you a safe return, comrade. Zhang Jisong looked at the fully armed nine-tailed fox soldiers on the helicopter and waved his hand. Divide into 4 squadrons. I will lead one team, and the rest of the squadrons should follow your squadron leader. If the squadron leader is found to be showing signs of being mentally controlled, the deputy captain will immediately take over temporary command. Then, containment begins. A rope ladder began to roll out from the helicopter, and one by one the nine-tailed fox soldiers quickly slid down the ladder and landed on the top of the Nanyan building. This is the size of a large team. There are 4 squadrons in total, each with 80 people. A total of 320 people. They set up ropes on the top floor, then zipped down via the zip line and kicked the glass to break into the building. This is the nine-tailed fox 01-2 team. I am the squadron leader. We have successfully entered the hive. Over. Keep going, keep your thermal and night vision on. SRW number 003. The invisible man may also be in the hive. Be careful. Over. 4 teams entered Nanyan from all 4 sides of the building and began searching from the top floor. The top floor of the building is a large flat floor, which is very spacious. The crowd advanced carefully, and soon they found a red velvet chair. On this chair, lying flat on the ground, was a blonde woman who was in deep sleep. Among them, the blonde woman's hands were as skinny as bones. Zhang Jisong turned on the communicator as soon as he saw the target. This is Team Nine-Tailed Fox 01-1. I'm the commander. Confirm that the target has been found. Repeat. Confirm that the target has been found. 004 has fallen asleep. Immediately initiate containment operations. The rest of the squadron will assist and be alert to potential dangers. Over. Hiss. This is Team 01-3 of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I am the squadron leader. We have confirmed that a large number of 004-1 are approaching the target quickly. Should we open fire? Allow. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the darkness. Faced with the nine-tailed fox squadron with plenty of bullets, the women found it difficult to get close. They rushed forward with knives, but were killed instantly after just one encounter. This is Team 01-3 of the Nine-Tailed Fox. We have confirmed that all 004-1 have been eliminated. Over. Stay alert. Zhang Jinsong said this and walked straight to the blonde woman. The soldiers around simultaneously aimed their guns at the blonde woman. At this moment, the blonde woman suddenly woke up. Zhang Jinsong retreated violently. The queen bee stretched lazily, then looked at Zhang Jinsong charmingly. So many people came to see me, I'm really flattered. What are you doing? Are you going to shoot a weak woman who can't even lift a finger? Zhang Jinsong and others were suddenly stunned after seeing this scene. Their eyes subconsciously became blurred, as if they had received some kind of biological pheromone. This pheromone made them feel that the woman in front of them was extremely beautiful, like an antenna in a dream, and almost made them fall in love with her in an instant. Fortunately, the people behind them woke them up in time, otherwise they would have fallen into a state of infatuation immediately. Calling the commander, this is the Nine-Tailed Fox 01 Squadron. I am Commander Zhang Jisong. 004 has awakened, the target has not shown any aggressive behavior, and there is a possibility of negotiation. But TSK, should we negotiate? No need to negotiate, just proceed with the containment. After receiving the reply in the communication, Zhang Jisong made a direct gesture. Containment continues. A group of nine-tailed fox soldiers slowly approached with electric shock guns and tranquilizer guns. Seeing this, the queen bee quickly retreated. Damn it! These guys are professionals. Ordinary worker bees can't even get close to them. With a needle? No, it's too far. They always keep a distance from the queen bee, and looking at the equipment they are wearing, they are fully armed. The queen bee has no idea where to start. More importantly, why did these people come to get her, without her worker bees in power giving her any warning? At this moment, the queen bee discovered that many of her worker bees had lost contact. The consciousness must have fallen into a deep sleep. The fish isn't there either. The queen bee herself has almost no fighting ability. Facing the sudden attack and encirclement of these people, she has no way to cope with it. Bang! A few tranquilizer guns were fired first. If the tranquilizer guns were effective, there would be no need to use the stun gun. Their mission is to capture people alive, and electric shock guns may cause the target to go into shock and die, so they are a backup measure. 2 anesthetic bullets came quickly, but at this moment, a silver thread suddenly flashed in the dark space. Bang! The 2 anesthetic bullets were instantly pierced by the silk thread and stopped straight in the air. Seeing this scene, people on both sides were shocked. What? Before they react, the next second, a black figure suddenly walked out of the darkness. Zhang Jinsong immediately drew his gun and aimed at the man. It was a man in a black suit, with a white mask on his face and countless silk threads wrapped around his hands. Looking at the gun pointed at himself, the man waved his hand. Suddenly, Zhang Jinsong felt a chill on his neck. Commander, by your side! Zhang Jinsong was stunned when he heard this. There was nothing around him. But in the eyes of others, the thermal imager captured 4 heat sources at this moment. Judging from their figures, they should be 4 men. They seem to be holding some cold weapons similar to tang swords, which are placed in a crisscross shape on Zhang Jinsong's neck. As soon as Zhang Jinsong moved, a blood mark appeared on his neck. This cutting feeling. For your personal safety, you'd better not move. Nice to meet you. You can call me OS Kate. Number 006, Puppeteer Spider. Chapter 024-006. New monsters appeared. Zhang Jinsong's brain was working rapidly as he looked at Qingyi in front of him. The opponent's abilities were extremely strange. Neither the thread nor the invisible man beside him had ever been mentioned in the intelligence. A group of soldiers aimed their guns at Qingyi, and then they saw him move his 10 fingers, and silver threads instantly passed through the weapons in the hands of the 9-tailed fox soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the guns in everyone's hands broke into 2 halves. When Zhang Jinsong saw this scene, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. What if the thread just now didn't cut the weapon, but them? Zhang Jinsong couldn't even imagine it. Seeing this, Qingyi spread his 10 fingers and said, "Everyone, please be patient. I have no intention of taking your lives, nor do I intend to go against the organization. I am a law-abiding citizen and I don't want to hinder your law enforcement, but this woman is my experiment. If she is your target, I feel sorry for her. She still needs to cooperate with my research and cannot go with you for the time being." Looking at his back, the queen bee was already lost in self-absorption. "Our Lord OS actually came to save me personally. What an honor it is!" But after the honor, the queen bee felt ashamed again. "I actually asked Lord OS to save me. Am I a little too useless? My lord, are you disappointed in me?" "Yes, I clearly have the power bestowed by that adult, but I cannot serve that adult well, and I even cause various troubles again and again, and in the end that adult has to step in personally to solve them. What a failure I am! It seems that I really need to reflect on this. I heard that the dead fish and the stinky bird were seeking to improve their self-worth. Should I follow suit?" Chinyi didn't know what 004 was thinking. He only knew that this group of guys had caused a lot of trouble. Now, even the national team is here. After this matter is over, we must catch these guys and discipline them together. He just wanted to quietly explore a sequence to becoming a god. Is that so difficult? Zhang Jisong couldn't see Chinye's expression, he just stared at the white mask. "Let them go." "What?" The group of nine-tailed fox soldiers were stunned, but they did not allow them to question the orders from their superiors. As it turned out, Zhang Jinsung's decision was correct. Chinyi was able to appear here silently and destroy their weapons in an instant. This shows that he didn't take them seriously at all. Regardless of how these invisible men deal with it, that threat alone is enough to cause them a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Chinyi did not show any bloodthirsty nature. On the contrary, compared with the previous monster, he was already exceptionally polite. If he had been as murderous as the Murlocs, they would have been dead by now. How could they have the chance to choose whether to release the person or not? The nine-tailed fox recruitment team had just been established. If the first mission ended in total annihilation, the consequences could be imagined. Chinyi picked up the queen bee and turned to look at Zhang Jisong. "Your decision is correct. The holidays are coming soon. Go home and spend some time with your family. They are more important than work, aren't they?" After saying that, Chinyi grabbed the queen bee, turned around, kicked the glass of the building, and jumped down. Zhang Jinsong was stunned for a moment after hearing his words. "He is... warn us? No, this is clearly a naked threat. If you dare to take action against us again, please consider the safety of your family first. You don't want to see your family members die because of you, right? Damn it! Containment failed. Nine-tailed Fox Squadron 01 requests retreat." After that, Zhang Jisong returned to the headquarters and immediately submitted a report on the new objects. SRW number 006, Spider. Spiders have the ability to manipulate silver threads, which are extremely sharp and can easily cut through metal. Moreover, the distance was very large, and we had no resistance at all as he cut our weapons with the silk thread. His speed was so fast that we had less than 0.1 second to react. On the other hand, if he used this thread to cut through our bodies, he would be able to wipe out the nine-tailed Fox Squadron 01 in less than 0.1 seconds. At the same time, the spider also has the ability to control invisible people. It is not certain how many invisible units it can control at most, nor is it certain what the specific control distance is. His body shape is no different from that of a normal person. When he first met him, he was wearing a white mask and called himself OS Kate. 004 is also called an experiment, but the specific meaning of this is unclear. In addition, 006 has a way of thinking and wisdom that is extremely close to that of humans. He knows how to threaten us with the safety of his family. I don't know if 006 has the ability to find our family, but I still don't rule out the possibility that he has this ability. The only thing to be thankful for at the moment is that he is not very malicious towards humans. After reading his report, the logistics assessors came to a conclusion. Number 006. Object Class, Level 2 Encryption. Project Attitude, Friendly, Tentative. Danger Level, RS, Extremely Dangerous. At the other end, on the top floor of a building. Chinyi stood on the top floor of the building with his hands behind his back, and the queen bee stood behind him. "This is the last time, 004. When the queen bee heard this, her pupils suddenly shrank and she suddenly knelt down. No. Lord OS, I know I was wrong. I promise, it won't happen again. Please give me another chance. The last time means that. Want to erase me? The queen bee's entire body began to tremble at this moment. In her understanding, the last time meant to kill her. After all, come to think of it, she had repeatedly disappointed that adult, and was almost caught for dissection research. If this reveals the adult's secret, it would be better to kill her. Qingyi did not turn around. Listening to the trembling voice of the queen bee, he turned his eyes and his attitude was sincere. Judging from her expression, she must have been frightened by what happened today. Qingyi glanced at her sideways and said, If it happens again, you will handle it yourself. The queen bee's body softened when she heard this. Thank you very much, sir. Qingyi didn't know what kind of terrible thought storm was going on in the queen bee's mind. He came to find the queen bee this time to complete the self-division experiment he had originally planned, but unfortunately he happened to see the queen bee being captured. Qingyi only has a few ready-made experimental materials, and he would be very distressed if he was asked to take one away. Thinking of this, Qingyi took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and threw it to the queen bee. Drink it. Chapter 025, The Second Evolution of the Queen Bee. Splitter Potion. This is a new type of medicine developed by Qingyi, which uses planarians as the main material and is supplemented with some materials with similar concepts. If the conceptual theory is correct, then this bottle of potion will allow the queen bee to have the ability to split herself into followers. This is important. Regardless of whether the premise of division is the need to supplement food or something else, it is a concept of material transformation. To give the simplest example, if the queen bee takes a potion, she can secrete bees on her body. This secretion requires the consumption of fluid in the body, so he only needs to replenish the fluid to produce bees continuously. This is equivalent to her using water to transform bees, which is more in line with the alchemical concept of equivalent substance transformation. Of course, these are secondary. What Qingyi really wants is a biological factory. Assuming that a person can continuously split out various things, then Qingyi doesn't have to go to great lengths to find materials. Assuming that a person can split into new people, then Qingyi can use the people he split into to conduct experiments. And suppose Qingyi needs a large amount of a certain material, and a person can continuously produce this material through eating, then Qingyi can achieve self-sufficiency in the rear. This is the biological factory envisioned by Qingyi. The queen bee's medicine was made by Qingyi based on the biological factory. But the former obviously did not meet Qingyi's requirements. The queen bee didn't know what Qingyi was thinking. As far as she could see, Lord OS actually gave her a chance. She had thought that Lord OS would wipe her out without question, but now it seemed that the Lord was merciful. Even, it is generous. The queen bee drank the potion without hesitation. Thank you for your gift. Soon, the queen bee began her second evolution. Her body twitched, but like the last time, there were not many changes on the surface of her body. But a crack appeared on her chest. The crack went straight to her heart, and her inner heart turned golden. Then, a chamber was formed in the crack. The chamber was filled with viscous liquid, and many octagonal crystals began to condense in the liquid. The queen bee tried to reach into the cavity in her chest and took out an octagonal crystal. This is? The queen bee's brain began to work rapidly, and just like before, she could understand her own abilities instantly. This crystal is a honeycomb crystal. It has only one function, which is to create followers. There are 3 types of this crystallization. One is white, one is light yellow, and one is bright gold. The white ones are lower-level crystals that can transform life into worker bees that obey orders, without any physical changes. Just like the worker bees created by the queen bee using liquid, the people transformed by the crystals are not mind-controlled. Their consciousness will be killed in an instant, and then a new consciousness will be implanted. The pale yellow crystals are intermediate crystals that can transform life into soldier bees. Soldier bees not only obey orders, but also have extremely strong fighting capabilities, and their bodies will show many insect characteristics. The golden crystal is a superior crystal, which can transform life into guard bees. This kind of guard bee is extremely powerful. Not only is it invulnerable to swords and guns, but its abilities are also many times higher than those of the soldier bee. At the same time, a new bone will grow in their arms, which can be pierced out from the palm of their hand and transformed into a sharp spear-shaped weapon. This spear-shaped weapon can be fired with great power, comparable to a siege crossbow. But once this bone is launched, the guard bee will die immediately. In addition, guard bees have the ability to fly, but they are extremely afraid of water. Once they come into contact with water, their bodies will become limp and they will be unable to move. The production of these 3 crystals requires the queen bee's own energy, which can only be replenished by eating. The first 2 crystals consume less energy, but the last one requires the queen bee to expend a lot of energy to produce. According to conservative estimates, it will take the queen bee 3 days to produce one if she eats a lot every day. The only good thing is that this crystal can be applied to animals. But animals have lower intelligence than humans, and the queen bee needs to spend more energy to control them. If a certain number is controlled, the queen bee will have to spend a lot of time sleeping, controlling the mental network of living things while sleeping, just like before. In order to control those people, her mind was under considerable strain. These crystals are more effective than liquid conversions, and put less burden on the queen bee when used on humans. In other words, the queen bee can now command a larger number of followers. The queen bee was particularly surprised by the presence of the guard bees. Even if countless bullets hit the guard bee, it is difficult to kill it. From this point of view alone, a single guard bee can rival a fully armed human squadron. Of course, the premise is that it does not come into contact with water. The queen bee told Xinyi about her abilities after her second evolution. Xinyi shook his head after hearing this. It's still a little bit off. The queen bee can indeed produce materials on its own, but these materials are still used for transformation. If we want to realize the hypothesis of biological factory, we will probably need to make another breakthrough. Afterwards, Xinyi took several octagonal crystals from the queen bee and took them back for research. The queen bee collapsed to the ground. This feeling of surviving a catastrophe was her first experience. But this feeling of surviving a disaster was not brought to her by that group of 9-tailed fox soldiers. This feeling of brushing shoulders with death was brought by Xinyi. Call. The reason for this situation, in the final analysis, is that I can't let go of everything I had before, and even want more money, more land, and greater authority. I thought these could be given back to that adult. But that lord didn't care about these things from the beginning. Money, power, if that lord wanted it, he could easily get it. Why would he need others to give it to him? Obviously, that adult doesn't think much of these things. His sights have long been set on heights that are unattainable by humans, above all life, with only one long-cherished wish, to become a god. The queen bee took a deep breath. That's the case. Then she would give up everything she had before and devote herself to assisting that lord and helping him to become a god. It's not that I have to give up, but I have to make choices. The queen bee has come to terms with things. No matter whether it is money, power, or territory, they are all just superficial attachments. Nothing in this world belongs to her. Even if you buy a house, you only own it temporarily. After you die, it is still unknown who will own it. Everything in the world is like this. Human life is limited and we are only in this world temporarily. Everything is only temporary. Only that adult holds the concept called eternity. Xinyi returned home and opened the cabinet. Why does it seem like there's a bottle of potion missing? Strange, did I remember it wrong? No, there is indeed one bottle missing. The spy's semi-finished product is missing. I remember that I was going to give that bottle to 001, but there was one thing missing. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Chapter 026. Xinyi's Imaginary Enemy. Xinyi was writing a file in the room, but today's file was a little different from previous ones. He was recording the changes in his body. Xinyi opened his mouth, held his lips together and looked at the mirror. I have 6 extra teeth. Xinyi tried to move his right eye, and the next second, the pupil of his right eye split into 9. As he moved, the 9 pupils merged together again. If you're not careful, your pupils will split by themselves, so you have to be careful. Besides that, your 10 fingers can shoot out threads. The hardness of the threads is close to that of steel, and they can be made transparent. Yes, Xinyi's silk thread can be completely transparent like 003. In addition to silk threads, the puppets controlled by Xinyi's silk threads can also become transparent. As for where the dolls come from, there are two ways to obtain them. One is to touch an object, or a ready-made puppet-shaped creation, and directly control it by connecting it with silk threads. The second is to insert the silk thread into the human body, which can also be directly controlled. Shinyi had just casually brought in 4 extras. In addition to this, Shinyi also possesses an ability similar to 005. He can grab rocks or metals and refine them. It can be refined into metal weapons and metal puppets. It is worth mentioning that neither the metal puppet nor the rock puppet has any heat itself. This means that the thermal generator cannot capture invisible rock or metal golems. But in the final analysis, it doesn't really matter whether it's a puppet or not. It is much easier for Shinyi to directly shoot out silk threads to cut lives than to use puppets to kill people. So for Shinyi, the biggest use of the puppet is actually wiring. Shinyi's silk thread can only be launched in one direction, and if it wants to turn in the middle, the puppet can only be used as a turning point. This is true whether you are moving from left to right or from top to bottom. Shinyi created many small wired puppets for this purpose. They are miniature in shape, made of metal, and have a middle-shaped chest. Theoretically speaking, as long as these little puppets are arranged in advance, Shinyi can use silk threads to cut into every corner of the scene. The advantages of using silk thread are fast speed, wide range, and strong lethality. The disadvantage is that it takes time to set up and is not suitable for long-term combat because the threads will get tangled together. It would be easier if you could control the puppets to fight. First of all, there is no need to arrange the venue specially. Secondly, the invisible metal puppet cannot be captured by the enemy, so the enemy can be caught off guard. And as long as there are more puppets, there won't be much of a problem even if the battle lasts for a long time. But on the other hand, puppets also have disadvantages. First of all, there is the line between Shinyi and the puppet. Once this line is cut, the puppet will lose its ability to move. Moreover, the attack part of the puppet still depends on weapons. When using cold weapons, it is difficult to guarantee killing the opponent in an instant. But if it can be combined with thermal weapons and made invisible, the effect will be different. Although the bullets fired cannot be made invisible, they are completely sufficient. At least the enemy doesn't know which direction the bullet is coming from, making it impossible to hide or avoid it. In particular, it can fight the enemy at a long distance, reducing the possibility of the silk thread being cut. By the way, what organization did those guys belong to? How did they target 004? Among Shinyi's creations, the queen bee is the most human-like. Her appearance is almost indistinguishable from that of humans. What, you mean Invisible Man? You also know that he is a transparent person, so just ignore him. It would be fine if the murloc was exposed, but the queen bee shouldn't be exposed so quickly. Shinyi really couldn't think of it. By the way, didn't I ask Raven to record the video? Where did you throw the tape? When Shinyi came back this time, he found that all his creations had disappeared, and he didn't know where each of them had gone. There was no other way. Since he had no clue, Shinyi could only fill in the blanks with his own imagination. For example, is that group of people a special organization that specializes in dealing with supernatural phenomena or monsters? Quite likely. Maybe there are many other shelter organizations in this world. Shinyi has read many novels and movies, and whenever there are special forces appearing in any of them, there will definitely be more than one. There must be at least 3. Why? Because triangles are stable. Generally, when a special force appears, a group of characters who are supposed to be powerful will start to cause trouble. Then, all kinds of awesome people began to appear in these special organizations, and the gangs fought each other to the death, almost blowing up the earth. Before this kind of plot happens, there is always a bunch of cannon fodder who appear first to die. From this perspective, the group of people before should be the cannon fodder who appeared first. There are imaginary enemies everywhere. If the major powerful organizations knew Shinyi's secret, they would definitely attack him together. Shinyi's speculation is not groundless. Take his double-handled pot as an example. Since there are such unreasonable things as two-handled pots in this world, it makes no sense that there wouldn't be other similar things. If such a thing exists, it is usually controlled by a certain unit or national organization. It would be even worse if these things were like Shinyi's double-handled pot and could create extraordinary people. Although the above are all assumptions, and the enemies predicted by Qingyi are all imaginary enemies, there is always a chance of something happening. What if it's really as he thinks? Qingyi took out 2 bottles of potion from the cabinet. We must start the experiment of the immortality property of the vampire reagent. As long as we master the immortality property, it doesn't matter to me even if everything collapses. To Qingyi, those people were never his subordinates, but experimental subjects. The experimental subjects can be replaced at will. As long as there are potions, he can have as many monsters as he wants. Apart from Qingyi, who was fighting wits and courage with the air, the 9-tailed fox was already busy and overwhelmed. Damn it, is there no other way to effectively deal with those monsters besides weapons of mass destruction? How's Chujian doing? He is still cooperating with the experiment. The results inside his body are completely different from those of humans. All the values are far beyond those of normal people. If we can achieve a breakthrough in biotechnology with him, then the research and development progress of the first generation of enhancement reagents will directly make a leap forward. How long will it take exactly? Not sure, but I think it will be soon. Soon? Do you know how powerful those monsters are? When facing 006, I almost took an entire squad to hell with me. I'm so milky. If we switch places, and that monster gets angry, I guarantee that you will be beaten so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. We need Chu Yang's ability more than you do. I understand how you feel, but please calm down. Chu Yang is much more useful in the rear than on the front lines. If the strengthening reagent can be successfully developed, then our armed forces of 100 people will be able to directly match 1002s. I don't care how many 002s that reagent can help us get. I only care about the life and death of my teammates right now. Let me ask you, if there really were 1,000 002s, or 10,000, who would go to the front lines to deal with them? Obviously, it's us. Can't you take a longer-term view? Long? Do you want us to burn some paper for ourselves in advance, just in case? We don't even know how to live in the present, so why should we consider the future? What future do we have? You. What do you mean by you? Let me ask you, if your drug development fails and our front line is completely wiped out, will you take responsibility for it? I. What do you mean by I? I was suddenly assigned to lead the fight against the monsters. Do you think I am willing to do that? Do you think my brothers are willing to do that? Chapter 027, Number 007. The next day, the weather was gloomy. It was drizzling and a young girl in a black windbreaker was walking on the street. She looked up at the gray sun, then subconsciously tightened her throat. Ah! Still no. The woman raised 3 syllables in a row. Her voice was extremely hoarse, and the 3 syllables didn't sound much different. She walked all the way back home and opened the door, and the room was filled with musical instruments such as piano, guitar, and violin. In one corner, there are piles of various CDs, and the walls are covered with posters of various singers. The girl took off her windbreaker and came to the computer and tried to sing a song. But her voice was hoarse and it was very unpleasant to listen to her singing. The girl is now a popular online singer, and her stage name is She. Her voice is beautiful, ethereal, and very unique. No matter what song she sings, there is a charm that no one else can sing. But 2 months ago, the girl's voice suddenly became hoarse. She usually pays great attention to taking care of her throat. She dares not eat irritating foods such as those with too much oil or salt or spicy food, and she does not smoke or go to places with a lot of smoke. Until 2 months ago, she had no problems with her throat. Until one day 2 months ago, she fell seriously ill. Not only did she have a high fever for several days in a row, but her throat was so dry that it seemed like smoke was coming out of it. After the girl recovered from a serious illness, she was invited to participate in a TV show. She didn't feel anything unusual during the period, but when she went on stage to sing, she lost her voice. Her voice was extremely hoarse, and by the time the girl realized it, it was already too late. She sang the song with all her might, and many fans who came to the scene just for her were stunned. Is this the throat kissed by an angel? Is this the throat that was cut by a chainsaw? After that, the girl fell from the altar overnight. No matter how she explained later that she had a cold and a fever, no one cared. All they care about is whether the girl can still show her beautiful voice like before. The girl was very anxious, but it seemed as if God was playing a joke on her and her voice never recovered. A month later, the girl could no longer withstand the pressure from public opinion and her agent and attended a concert. Because she knew her voice hadn't recovered yet, the girl planned to lip-sync this time. This matter has already been discussed with the agent. Let's get through this storm of public opinion first, and then think about the next step. As expected, an accident occurred during the lip-syncing this time. She was actually caught lip-syncing on the spot. At this point, the girl was in a dilemma and could only sing it again. Then, the name she was completely rotten. This lip-syncing incident caused the girl's loyal fans who originally supported her to change their minds. It can be said that she lost everything from the moment she lost her voice. Because everything she has is built on her voice. After that, the girl never appeared in the public eye again, and she was soon forgotten. The internet's memory is short, and new things are constantly flooding people's attention. No one will continue to pay attention to a singer who has deceived his fans. Until now, the girl still can't make the same sound as before. The girl put on her headphones and listened to the playback of the a cappella song. Still so unbearable to the ear. A tear ran down the girl's face, and she curled up, hugged her knees and cried quietly. But even the crying sound was still so hoarse. After a long time, the girl wiped away her tears and came to the balcony. This is the 8th floor. The girl walked to the balcony blankly, then closed her eyes and jumped down. The falling speed is very fast, there is no so-called rushing process. The girl fell to the ground floor in a flash. But the imagined pain did not come. The girl opened her eyes and saw a man wearing a white mask standing upside down in front of her. No, the one standing upside down is not a man, the one standing upside down is a girl. The man held the girl's ankle with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. At this moment, the girl's head was less than 1 centimeter from the ground, and her hair had even fallen to the ground. Why? The girl blinked, but the masked and suited man in front of her suddenly let go of her hand. Bump! The girl hit the ground head first. You can tell it's a good start by listening to that crisp sound. The girl stood up and held her head in her hands. It hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Hearing the girl's words, the man turned his head in confusion. What are you doing? Can't you see? Of course I'm committing suicide. The girl held her head with an expression as if she wanted to cry but had no tears. I thought it was a form of performance art. Chinyi said this as he took out a piece of white cloth and wiped his hands, then turned around and took out a bottle of deep red medicine from his pocket. Since you are going to commit suicide, why not help me with my research before you die? It will make your death more meaningful. The girl looked at Chinyi in confusion. What research? Research on life. Chinyi said this and directly handed the vampire number 1 reagent to the girl. Drink it. What's this? You're going to die anyway, why bother? Then I at least want to die with a clear conscience, said the girl. Chinyi had no expression on his face. This is poison. Poison. The girl looked at the liquid in her hand and pondered for a moment. Will it hurt? Are you still going to die? Chinyi put his hands in his pockets. Although it was worth being happy to pick up an experimental subject for free after going out for a walk, he didn't like curious babies. Faced with Chinyi's urging, the girl took a deep breath and raised her head to drink the potion. Gulp. The medicine tastes fishy, like blood. Has the medicine started to take effect? So quickly? The girl curled up on the ground in agony, feeling severe pain all over her body, as if all the muscles in her body were torn apart. Looking at the girl in pain, Chinyi began to record. The main materials of vampire number 1 reagent are human blood plus bats plus salamanders plus the blood of the 2nd generation of deep diver. The only difference between it and reagent number 2 is the material. The vampire 2 reagent does not contain human blood. The human blood material is replaced with leeches. Both materials involve the concept of blood. Chinyi wanted to try how a slight change in the material would cause changes in the overall effect of the potion. Soon, fish scales grew on the girl's body, fins grew on her ears, and her long hair turned dark green. Before Chinyi could react, the girl's legs suddenly contracted and gathered together to form a fish tail. Is this a mermaid? No. This is a vampire potion. What are you trying to do by making a mermaid for me? The effect is not just a little off. Oh, this is trouble. Maybe the vampire potion will have to be overturned and remade. Although he was very reluctant, Qingyi still recorded the girl in front of him into the file on his mobile phone. Number 007, Siren. Number 007, Siren. Chapter 028, Destiny Weaver. Not dead? Siren climbed up stupidly. She looked at her own hands. The backs of her hands were covered with scales, but the palms were still human flesh. Unlike the scales of 002 Deep Diver, the Siren's scales are shiny and reflect blue-purple light. She wanted to stand up, but the fishtail behind her could not support her, so she could only crawl on the ground and speak. Fishtail? Siren looked at Qingyi suddenly as if she had thought of something, and saw Qingyi pulling a chair from somewhere and looking at her with his legs crossed. Even though it's a failure, I can't just leave it alone. Let's study my own abilities and see if I can stand up again. Siren tried to get up after hearing that, but she couldn't stand up no matter what she did. Qingyi shook his head when he saw this. He was about to take action, but at this moment, a ball of heat suddenly evaporated from Siren's body. White smoke billowed up, and when it dissipated, the Siren turned back into a human appearance. This is? Siren seemed as confused as Qingyi. She looked at her hands and then at her legs. It's back? I just imagined my legs, and then they returned. This one is easier to control than the 002 Deep Diver. I feel like we can draw some blood from 007 Siren and give it to 002, and maybe we can develop a fully controllable Murloc potion. Well, then this time it's not a complete failure. Stand up. After Qingyi finished speaking, Siren stood up without any doubt. Her body moved on its own. Who are you? Siren suddenly felt that the man in front of her had become exceptionally tall, like the shadow of a mountain covering her. So scary. When Qingyi heard this, his eyes flashed under the mask, and his pupils instantly split into 18. Do you believe in fate? The girl's heartbeat suddenly quickened as she looked at Qingyi's dilated pupils. Because of the mask, she couldn't see Qingyi's face clearly. And that was why she felt terrified. She didn't know if the face behind the mask was a human face. Looking at the split pupils, Siren could only think of the face of a monster. The unknown is terrifying. I believe it. Qingyi waved his hand and pulled out a thread. But sometimes, there's no such thing as fate in this world. Suppose one person can decide the life and death of another person, whose fate is this? Is it the fate of the dead, or the fate of the one who gives death? If this is the fate of the dead, then in whose hands is the fate of the one who gives death and control? From this we can see that what most people call fate is nothing more than the result of human effort. But sometimes, I feel that fate does exist in this world. Is our meeting a coincidence? I don't think so. It's like this thread. Even though you can't see it, it connects you and me invisibly. After saying that, Qingyi raised his finger, and Siren's arm suddenly rose up. But Siren did not move, she lost control of her body at this moment. This action undoubtedly deepened the fear in Siren's heart. Although I don't know who controls my destiny, I know that your destiny is now controlled by me. Of course, it's not just you. I control the fate of many people. Because of my appearance, they may split a fork in the road of life and walk a completely different path. Or you follow the rules and want to return to your original path, but find yourself on the path of a monster, and there is no turning back. So to them, I am the Fate Weaver. Qingyi retracted the thread, and Siren regained control of her body. She tried to understand Qingyi's words, but due to fear, she only understood one sentence. I am destiny. Siren calmed down and thought a lot about this sentence. Strictly speaking, if falling to death today was her original fate, then the appearance of Qingyi changed her fate. Originally, she was already dead, but Qingyi forcibly tore a fork in the road at the end of her fate and led her in. From then on, Qingyi became her destiny. Or maybe her fate was controlled by Qingyi from the very beginning. From losing her voice to committing suicide, from falling from the top to the bottom, from death to rebirth, none of this was accidental. But it was planned by that adult. Weaving destiny, changing destiny, and determining destiny, is this the Destiny Weaver? Thinking of this, Siren suddenly felt like a puppet. Without her knowing it, she had been dragged onto the stage by a silk string. Of course, she is definitely not the only one on this stage. They are all puppets on the stage, and the person pulling the strings can be understood without much thought that he can only be Chinyi. Seeing the girl's awe-inspiring look, Chinyi raised his eyebrows. Could she have misunderstood something? Forget it, never mind. Siren suddenly bent down and asked, "Excuse me, where will fate lead me to next?" "Random." "Random?" Chinye's answer was indeed very casual, but Siren thought that this so-called casualness must not be literal. Could it be? Siren's eyes suddenly lit up and she reacted. My voice has recovered. Doesn't that mean that she can go back to being a singer? This must be a gift from fate. But remember, don't let anyone know your secret. Also, write me a report every day after you adjust to your new body and send me the changes in your body and your abilities. Because it was not the main target, Chinyi was too lazy to observe it himself. Just let 007 observe himself. Yes. After getting Siren's reply, Chinyi took a step forward and disappeared in front of her in an instant. As for how he disappeared, has Spider-Man seen it? Next, Chinyi will continue to walk around. Maybe he can pick up some experimental materials. If reagent number 1 fails, you have to try reagent number 2. If it also fails, you have to go back and redo it. After Chinyi left, Siren went back upstairs alone. During this time, she found an orange cat in the corridor. She knew that this orange cat belonged to her next-door neighbor. Siren usually feeds it sausages. Today she is in a good mood and is ready to pet the orange cat as usual. But when the orange cat saw her, his fur stood up. It showed its claws and began to make ferocious noises, no longer as docile as before. Siren was scratched by its claws and was dazed for a moment. What she didn't know was that in the orange cat's view, she no longer looked like a human. It was a monster covered with tentacles and sticky liquid. Afterwards, the neighbor next door heard the noise and hurried out. The neighbor looked at the scratched Siren and quickly apologized, then took the orange cat away. However, the orange cat still glared at Siren with bared teeth when it was taken away. It seems that there are still some differences. Chapter 029, The Siren's Song. No matter what kind of joke fate played on the Siren, at least based on the current result, it was not the worst possible outcome. When Siren returned home, she first tried to sing a few familiar songs, and the familiar feeling began to return gradually. No one could express the joy in her heart, and of course, there was no need to express it. She re-sang a song that she had originally planned to release and posted it online. Her voice was more beautiful than before, and even she herself loved hearing her own voice. It wasn't her illusion, her voice had indeed gotten better than before. Even, a little too good. Her voice has, to some extent, surpassed the limits of human appreciation. It is an absolutely perfect voice. Siren was also very satisfied with this. From this point of view alone, there seemed to be nothing wrong with becoming a monster. By the way, did I become a mermaid before? Siren tried to recall, and suddenly her body structure began to change. Her legs disappeared and turned into a fish tail, and scales and fins grew on her body. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt amazed. What a wonderful feeling! I don't have the feeling of my legs, and I don't feel cold. Siren studied her own body and admired the changes she had experienced. It seems that turning into a monster is not that hard to accept. Of course, the main reason she thought so was because her appearance had hardly changed. She still had that familiar face, except that her hair had turned dark green. But it also complements her fishman body. Suppose she were to become like 002 Deep Diver, with a big fish head and 2 big yellow light bulbs, do you think she could accept it? After studying her own body for a while, Siren suddenly thought of a question. How do fishmen go to the bathroom? And how do they mate? Good question. But if I expand on this issue, it will not pass the review, so I will stop here. Siren changed back into human form and then looked at the computer. The newly released song did not receive many views after logging into the platform. It was expected. After all, she has disappeared for a whole month, and most of her remaining fans have left. If you want to have the same popularity as before, you have to start over again. Siren patted her face and said, "If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. I'll accumulate fans again and try to get back the original feeling. I believe that there are definitely people who like my songs. It would be great if everyone could help forward them." Siren thought so. Half an hour later, the data of her new songs suddenly began to soar at an extremely exaggerated rate. Inside a rental house, a game anchor is live streaming a shooting game. But at this time, the name of a song was all displayed on the barrage. Looking at the barrage of comments that filled the screen, the anchor frowned. "Everyone, stop spamming. I'll listen to the song later, after I finish this game." Starting half an hour ago, people began to post the name of this song one after another. But at that time only a few people posted it, but later more and more people posted it, and now almost everyone is playing this song. This made the anchor feel strange. No matter what he said, these people kept refreshing the screen like they were possessed. The host was about to say something, but at this moment his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Plum? What, listening to music? What song? No, why did you start too? The people in my live studio were sending me this song like crazy just now. Okay, please stop talking. Can I just listen?" The anchor hung up the phone, then exited the game and searched for the song online. This song has already topped the trending search list. The host clicked play and heard a beautiful humming. The sound was so touching and sounded like nature. But as he listened, the host's eyes suddenly became dull. "Forward. Let more people hear it," that's what she thought. "Let more people hear." Before the song was finished, the host started forwarding it crazily. He recommended this song to each of his friends, and forwarded it to his own circle of friends and major accounts. He even forwarded the message to an old classmate whom he hadn't contacted for 10 years. And he wasn't the only one who was different. In the circle of friends, all I see are reposts of this song. The internet went viral, and people who had never heard the song were stunned, but they just listened to it out of curiosity. After listening to it, I started forwarding it. That day, the entire internet went crazy, and both the news and media were forwarding this song crazily. Overnight, the song spread throughout the country and was even uploaded to the internet. At this time, Siren did not know that if her wish when she sang was the unification of the world, she would have unified all of humanity by now. In 3 days, people all over the world were brainwashed by this song. This is not an exaggeration, this is real brainwashing. The nine-tailed fox was in an uproar. "Ban this song on the internet immediately, quick! Damn it, are those monsters declaring war on US? The worst thing is that even we heard that song. Yeah, by the time I came to my senses, I had already forwarded that song 10,000 times. We've all been subjected to a mimetic attack, and now each of us is a potential 007-1. 007, not sure if it is a human or not. The nine-tailed fox here defines 007 as a song and a meme. Just hearing the song triggers a meme of reposting the song that's almost impossible to resist. 007-1 means people who are affected by monsters. For example, the followers of 002 Deep Diver, those are 002-1. If their number can be determined, they can be sorted as 002-1, 002-2, 002-3 and so on. But that would be troublesome, so the nine-tailed fox referred to all monster derivatives, as well as people who were transformed into monsters or affected by monsters as -1. Unfortunately, they all heard 007 singing. This means that they all become potential 007-1. The only thing to be thankful for is that the 007 brainwashing meme only lasted for 3 days. The only person who was not affected during these 3 days was Chu Yang. Why is Chu Yang okay? Well, he seems to have some kind of mental resistance that surpasses that of humans, so this mimetic attack has no effect on him at all. Chu Yang came out at this time. Well, don't rush to imagine, I reiterate that I only brought earplugs. And all the information you recorded these days is wrong. 006 is not a spider, he is a weaver of fate. 007 is not a song, but a siren. How do you know that? I guessed. Chapter 030. The Living Dead. Walking on the street, Siren was very excited looking at the exaggerated statistics of her new song, but the next second, her song was directly taken off the shelves. Well? Why? Why is my song gone? Siren was just thinking about what was going to happen in the next song, but her new song disappeared in an instant. Why is this happening? Hey! I guess no one would tell me even if I asked, so I should just think about what happened with the new song. Click. At this moment, a pair of handcuffs were suddenly put on Siren's wrists. It's better not to release the new song. We have a few things we want to ask you. For some reason, the people on the street suddenly scattered, and a group of fully armed nine-tailed foxes surrounded her. Siren was stunned when she saw this. Ah? No. Why did you arrest me? Because. Before one man finished speaking, another man came over and said, Because of shit, put on your earplugs. Everyone put on their earplugs immediately after hearing this. Target 007 Siren now captured. Start containment operations immediately. Siren was taken away, on the 4th day of her comeback. Chinyi was drinking juice in the room. I asked her to report every day. Why hasn't she done anything in 3 days? That's strange. Could he have been caught? That's too fast. It's only been a few days. After Chinyi finished drinking the juice, he threw the box into the trash can. Just at this time, Chinyi received an email. Chinyi opened the email and saw that the sender was 004 Queen Bee. Dear Lord OS, you have been researching the subject of immortality. I have prepared a surprise for you and I believe you will be satisfied. If you have time today at noon, you can come to Nanwan Port. 004. Some time ago. South Bay Harbor area, underground. Figures quickly shuttled back and forth here. Among them were men and women. Their movements were very fast, as if they were carrying or dragging something. Just at this moment, the Queen Bee walked out of a room. Are these the ones? Yes, Queen. It's rotten like this. I don't know if it will work, but never mind, let's give it a try. If it works, I'll consider it a gift to that adult. No, just find a place to throw it away. Looking at the rotten and charred corpses in front of her, the Queen Bee reached out and tore open the chest cavity, then took out a golden octagonal crystal from it. Dark. A darkness as dead and deep as water. Is this what death feels like? It's not as scary as I imagined. Anyway, I am ready to meet the Creator, but whether he is ready to meet me is another matter. Tick. Tick. Sound of water? Why is there the sound of water? It's strange. Shouldn't I be dead? Why can I still hear the sound of water? Lord OS, as you can see, his body functions have returned to normal, and he is a living being. It's amazing, isn't it? Of course, if that's all, then it's not enough for me to give it to you as a gift. You know, this person has been dead for almost a month. Not only is the body severely decomposed, but it is also burnt. If there is anyone in the world who can revive him, I think it can only be a necromancer. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a necromancer. I was the one who resurrected him. I turned him into a guard bee, and he entered the pupation state directly. Not only did he grow new flesh and blood, but all his vital signs also recovered. That is, just like a vegetable, unable to wake up? Yes, you saw that I only restored his life, but I could not restore his will. And as long as I can't regain consciousness, this body will be of no use to me. Because the Queen Bee still relies on mental control to control humans, even the new version of consciousness replacement still depends on the consciousness of life itself. If life itself does not have consciousness, then it is no different from a stone or a blade of grass, and the Queen Bee cannot control it. Seeing this, Chinyi squatted down and asked, Are you planning to give it to me as material? Yes, after all, things like the living dead are relatively rare. The Queen Bee laughed. Chinyi thought about it. This was indeed the first time he had seen the living dead. Although he didn't know what the effect would be, he decided to draw a tube of blood first. I'll come back and study it carefully. Chinyi waved his hand, and several puppets appeared instantly. They took out syringes and prepared to pierce the bodies of the living dead to draw blood. but the syringe couldn't penetrate the skin of the living dead at all. This is probably because he was transformed into a guard bee, and his skin is extremely hard, comparable to gold and stone. Seeing this, Qingyi waved his hand again, and a silk thread shot out and pierced into the skin, making a pinhole in the skin of the zombie. Seeing this, several puppets took out syringes again, inserted them into the needle hole and started drawing blood. They drew 4 tubes of blood before stopping. If you leave him like this, he will probably die in a few days. Take good care of him, and don't let him die before my experiment is finished. Hearing Qingyi's words, the queen bee bent down and said, Yes, Lord OS. I have to say that this group of people have been a lot more honest recently. Even the Murloc and Raven said that they had found a lot of rare materials, and would bring them back to Qingyi. Look, this is the real thing. Qingyi could only say that the child had grown up and knew how to give back to his parents. If something can really be made out of this zombie material, then the queen bee will have done a great job this time. After that, the queen bee had the zombie carried to a room and had him injected with glucose. My body, it's itchy. Itch? Strange, why do I feel itchy? My consciousness is gradually returning? In the darkness, little stars gradually twinkled. He stretched out his hand with all his strength, trying desperately to grab the light, and just when his fingers were about to touch the light instantly swallowed up the darkness. Bump! The living dead suddenly opened his eyes, sat up with a start, and then looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Well, damn, what the hell is going on? Not only does it give me a terrible headache, but my memory is like the headphone cord in my trouser pocket, chaotic, confusing, and who I am. The man spoke blankly, with confusion in his eyes. He forgot a lot of things, including who he is. He sat up in bed, but before he could get off, the queen bee appeared in front of him. Hey, you woke up? This is incredible. Do you still remember who you are? The man shook his head in confusion. The queen bee grinned at this and said, that makes things much easier. Chapter 031, Guard Bee. That afternoon, the queen bee changed her clothes with the man. The man was very obedient, and had no intention of resisting. Come on, read a book. The queen bee took out a book and handed it to the man. The man did not resist. He took the book and began to read it word by word. He knew every word on it and understood its meaning, but he couldn't remember how he knew it. Seeing the man sitting in the house reading a book obediently, the queen bee's smile gradually became a little weird. She took out a file which contained all the information about the man in front of her. Yan Yan, 28 years old, graduated from Bailing Police Academy, currently works at Bailing Public Security Bureau, married, with a nearly 4-year-old son. Ha ha ha, you nine-tailed fox, huh? How dare you mess with me? I'm going to send you a big treasure right now. Guard Bee Yan Yan, after you finish reading this book, go meet your old friends. At night, on the outskirts of Bailing City, the nine-tailed fox built a temporary military zone in Amping District. The frames of the buildings were built on the surface, but they did not spare the underground either. Underground, in a sealed space filled with seawater, the siren was imprisoned with her hands and feet tied. Now she has turned into a mermaid and is being recorded by a group of experimenters. SRW number 007, Siren. The target's singing voice has a strong mimetic contamination ability, and as the singer's mood changes, the mimetic contaminated person will also receive different instructions. If 007 develops the desire to kill while singing, then anyone who has heard 007 singing will kill the people around him at the first possible moment, and at the fastest speed. If there is no one around the polluted person, the polluter will commit suicide immediately. This meme has a time effect. The longest single contamination time measured so far is 70 hours, which is infinitely close to 3 days. Besides that, 007 doesn't seem to have any other means of attack, at least not shown yet. Observers must wear earplugs when observing 007. All questioning and answering are prohibited. Whether in person or through a voice transmission device, it is possible that the person answering the question will be bewitched by 007 singing and transformed into 007-1. Other than that, 007's internal body structure is similar to that of 002's Fishman, but not exactly the same. 007 has the appearance of a young girl, and her lower body can switch between legs and a fish tail, which is very different from the situation of 002 the fishman. According to current experiments, 007 can live in water. Her fish tail is not just for show, but has practical uses. Object Class, Level 1 Encryption. Subject's Attitude, Unknown. Danger Level, RS, Extremely Dangerous. Zhang Ji-song rubbed his brows as he looked at the reports given by a group of experimenters. I didn't expect that we would succeed so easily this time. Isn't it a bit too smooth? The man next to him was drinking corn paste. It's good that everything went smoothly. But come to think of it, I think I've seen 007 somewhere before. Thinking about it, the man quickly took out his mobile phone. Oh, isn't this she? My son has always liked her songs. Strange, I've heard her songs before, and there doesn't seem to be any special changes? Zhang Ji-song frowned. Two possibilities. The first possibility is that she didn't exert mimetic contamination before. The second possibility is that she was unable to exert mimetic contamination before. What's the difference? The difference is huge. If she can't use it, it means that she didn't have this ability before. Something has changed during this time that has given her the ability to cause mimetic contamination. If that's the case, then perhaps her situation is the same as those fish people Chu Yang mentioned. She was originally a human, but was transformed into a monster voluntarily or forcibly. And regarding this, Chu Yang has a guess. Zhang Ji-song frowned even deeper as he spoke. Someone is constantly creating these monsters. You said this was man-made. How is that possible? I also think it's impossible, so we are now focusing on investigating the people that 007 Siren has come into contact with during this period. If she really was transformed into a monster during this period, then among the people she came into contact with, there must be the person we are looking for. Hiss. Just then, the lights in the room suddenly flickered. Zhang Ji-song turned his head, and there seemed to be something under the light. Hiss. The lights flickered, and this time it took a long time to come on. When the lights came on, a man wearing a black tights and a small amount of bronze metal armor appeared there. Who? As Zhang Ji-song was speaking, he saw the man suddenly raise his head. The other person had short white hair that didn't look like it was dyed. He took a step closer to Zhang Ji-song, and as he did so, he slowly opened his right hand, and a black, metal-like spike suddenly pierced out from his palm. Not good. Incident 04. The so-called Incident Number 04 refers to a monster raid on the Nine-Tailed Fox headquarters. Zhang Ji-song put on the headphones instantly, but before he could open his mouth, the man's figure flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. So fast. Phew. A sound of flesh being pierced was heard, and the sharp spike in the man's hand directly pierced Zhang Ji-song's wrist. Zhang Ji-song kicked the man in pain, but his kick, which he put all his strength into, didn't seem to hurt the man at all. Seeing this, the other man immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist and said, "Don't move. If you..." Phew. The man pulled out a long needle and instantly pierced the throat of the nine-tailed fox hunter. The nine-tailed fox hunter opened his eyes wide, covered his throat with both hands, collapsed to the ground with a look of pain on his face, and soon stopped breathing. Another monster with no archival records. Damn it! Zhang Ji-song covered his injured arm and retreated repeatedly. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox soldiers who received the signal rushed over quickly. Commander! Everyone back off! Zhang Ji-song shouted. The opponent's ability is unknown. He has extraordinary speed and defense. Don't approach rashly. When everyone heard this, they didn't dare to move forward, but at this moment, Chu Yang appeared. He looked at the monster in front of him, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. Yang Yan? Yang Yan turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his brain had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Chu Yang slowly stepped forward. Officer Yang, is that you? Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Yang Yan instantly raised the bee stinger and stabbed it towards Chu Yang. But Chu Yang acted quickly and avoided the attack. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. Well, it seems that you are not Yang Yan, but a monster in his body. Upon seeing this, Yan Yan took a step forward, and a pair of thin wings appeared behind him, and he actually stood directly in the sky. Target number 247. Mission objective: annihilate. Number 004-1, Guard B, Yan Yan. Chapter 032, The Resurrection of Yan Yan. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet instantly hit Yan Yan's head. But Yan Yan did not show any discomfort. The bullet stuck to his skin and did not penetrate even a little bit. Zhang Jinsong ordered to continue firing, and countless bullets flew straight towards Yan Yan. But the strange thing was that the bullet had no effect on Yan Yan. Damn, what the hell is that? Zhang Jinsong had retreated to the rear at this time, and the logistics personnel were bandaging his pierced arm. The sudden appearance of the monster caught them off guard. They had anticipated this happening, and a response plan was made in advance. But Incident 04 came faster than they imagined. Is it because we caught the Kraken? Looking at Yan Yan, who remained calm under the hail of bullets, Zhang Jinsong gritted his teeth and picked up the walkie-talkie beside him. Immediately order teams 2 and 3 to move closer to the temporary shelter and immediately transfer 007 Siren to the designated shelter area. A team will hold back that monster, whatever it is at least. Hold on for a while. Zhang Jinsong made a rather helpless decision. If thermal weapons cannot eliminate the monsters in front of them, then they have lost all means of dealing with them. The only thing they can do is to transfer the 007 Siren that has been successfully captured to other places. Looking at the nine-tailed fox soldiers who kept shooting, Yan Yan vibrated his wings and rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Blood spurted, and Yan Yan instantly broke through the siege of a group of nine-tailed fox soldiers. The spike in his hand pierced through the hearts of the soldiers one by one, and his figure kept turning in the crowd. Every thrust of his would bring about a bloody storm. Yan Yan was like a ruthless killing machine. In just a moment, hundreds of people died. This rate of casualties. Zhang Jinsong's pupils shrank when he saw this. No. We can't stop it, we will all be wiped out here. Everyone listen up, all previous orders are invalid. Give up the attack, everyone, retreat immediately, use all your strength, and run as many steps as you can. Repeat, everyone evacuate immediately. But can you really run away? The nine-tailed fox soldiers gave up their attacks and turned around and ran away. Yan Yan instantly chased after a group of soldiers. His figure flipped in the air and instantly landed on the ground and grabbed a soldier's head. Before the soldier could react, Yan Yan tore off his head, then shot his head like a ball, hitting another soldier's thigh. Snap! The head hit the thigh and shattered the leg bone instantly, and the soldier fell to the ground immediately. Ah, legs! As soon as he let out a scream, Yan Yan instantly dropped from above his head and crushed his spine with one foot. Seeing this, some soldiers stopped retreating. No, he's too fast, none of us can escape. I'll stay in cover. Monster, come and look at me. If you have the guts, kill me first. Puff! A column of blood shot up into the sky, and the man's head flew out before he could finish his words. Yan Yan shook off the blood on his hands expressionlessly. The target remains 86 people. Tread. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly stood in front of Yan Yan. Seeing this, Yan Yan said nothing, but took a step forward and rushed towards Chu Yang. Just at this moment, Chu Yang also rushed towards Yan Yan. The two of them ran in opposite directions and attacked each other's vital points almost at the same time. But for Yan Yan, there are no vital points on his body. Chu Yang's attack didn't hurt him at all, it just made his head tilt slightly. This wasn't an attack at all. Yan Yan continued to exert force with his hands, preparing to pierce Chu Yang's chest. But at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly retracted his fist and instead threw an elbow, hitting Yan Yan's jawbone. Bump! Yan Yan's head and body instantly tilted upwards. Chu Yang was exerting force, and like some kind of boxing technique, he burst out with a burst of force and hit Yan Yan's chest. Boom! There was a loud bang, and then Yan Yan's body flew backwards and hit the concrete wall beside him. The concrete wall shattered. This terrible impact force was almost the same as Yan Yan's. Chu Yan walked forward slowly, and Yan Yan also slowly climbed up from the ruins. Although Chu Yang's explosive power was terrifying, it was just a tickle to Yan Yan, who had a strong body and skin. Yan Yan twisted his neck, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. From a human perspective, what level are you? Yan Yan raised the spike in his hand as he spoke. Although he had lost his memory, it didn't mean that he had become stupid. The person in front of him was obviously not a normal human being. Yan Yan decided to reevaluate this mission and the person in front of him. Chu Yang said, "From a human perspective, I should be the weakest. So, from a monster's perspective, what level are you?" Yan Yan's eyes were calm. "Just like you, we are both the weakest." "That's true, what a coincidence." Bump. As they talked, the two started fighting again. Looking at their fight, Shang Ji-song knew that it was not something they could interfere with. At the same time, he became more certain of his thoughts. The only thing that can fight monsters is monsters. Performing the mission as a group with a small number of elites, even if there are only 2 people, is better than hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. "Don't waste the time Chu Yang bought for us, continue to retreat. At least bring back the cells extracted from the fishman. As long as the strengthening reagents are there, we will still have the strength to fight." Nightfall. In the underground factory of Nanwan Port, the queen bee is eating. She keeps taking in high-calorie food. Although she only eats a little at a time, her mouth never stops. Until her phone rang. "Hello? Queen. Oh. Yan Yan, how is it going? Have you found the group of 9-tailed foxes?" "Found it." Upon hearing this, the queen bee picked up a small piece of chocolate cake with a fork and put it into her mouth. "Oh, how many did you kill?" 345. Bite. The queen bee dropped the fork in her hand onto the plate, and for a moment she seemed to be still. How much? 11 are missing." "No, you killed all the 9-tailed foxes?" The queen bee couldn't help but shout out. This guy. How could one person wipe out the entire 9-tailed fox brigade? Wow, is a guard bee so powerful? Did I overdo it a bit? The queen bee turned her head and looked behind her, and saw sharp spikes appearing in the darkness. Judging from the number of spikes, there are about 9 guard bees. The queen bee was ready to fight a protracted war with that group of people, but in the end they were all killed by Yan Yan alone. Is the 9-tailed fox too weak, or is the guard bee too strong? Or both? Just when the queen bee was confused, Yan Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone again. "Also, I found someone." "Who, Chu Yang?" "Don't worry about that man, just let him go." "No, I mean a woman." "Woman?" Chapter 033, Vampire? Yan Yan came back just as the sky was getting light. She also carried a girl in a black windbreaker on her shoulders. The girl had long dark green hair. When she saw the queen bee again, she waved to her awkwardly. "Hi." The queen bee looked puzzled. "Who are you?" "I am probably human." Hearing the girl's words, the queen bee waved her hand expressionlessly. "Human, then find a place to bury you alive." The girl was stunned for a moment. "Wait a minute, I'm not actually human." The queen bee thought about it. "Then let's find a place far away to bury it." "Ah?" The girl was confused, but Yan Yan didn't tolerate her. He just carried her out. At this moment, the girl suddenly had an idea and began to sing. After hearing her singing, Yan Yan's body suddenly stiffened. The queen bee frowned. "Well, Yan Yan, what are you doing?" Before the queen bee could say anything, Yan Yan suddenly turned around. At the same time, 10 black spikes instantly appeared on the queen bee's neck. 10 guard bees attacked at the same time and surrounded the queen bee. This action made the queen bee furious. "Do you want to rebel?" For some reason, the eyes of the 10 guard bees were dull. "Can't hurt her." Is this a spiritual approach? The queen bee suddenly burst into mental control. "You are so brave, you dare to control my people. And you, have you forgotten who your master is?" As soon as the queen bee finished speaking, she forcibly controlled the consciousness of the 10 guard bees and made them turn their spearheads towards the girl. The girl closed her eyes instantly upon seeing this, and the singing she made gradually became a little fearful. The heads of the 10 guard bees began to twitch wildly at this moment. Looking at their wavering appearance, it was obvious that the two kinds of mental control did not cancel each other out, but were superimposed on each other. After a clash of spirits, the queen bee was finally the winner. After all, those guard bees originally belonged to her. "Who are you?" Seeing this, the girl opened her eyes and said, "I am a person who follows destiny. I was saved by that adult and was reborn." "That adult? Could it be that? TSK. I thought it was caused by that dead fish, but I didn't expect it to be Lord OS. Call. Since Lord OS gave you this ability, you were caught by those foxes, huh? No wonder that gentleman never mentioned you to us. I guess you must be a failure." Siren stood up and said, "From what you said, you are the same as me?" The queen bee's face turned cold when she heard this. "Don't compare me with you. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Since it was that man who created you, I can spare you the trouble, but if you know better, just find a place where no one is around and end your life. Next time, no one will save you." Siren was sent away by the queen bee, and a group of people put her into a container and threw her directly into the sea along the dock. Anyway, she is a mermaid and can't be drowned. The queen bee hates 002, and as a result, she now hates fish. The siren was thrown into the container and did not crawl out for a long time. The container was swept into the deep sea by the ocean current, and poor 007 was exiled. One night long after, a simple fishing boat passed by on the sea. There was a protruding reef on the sea, and on the reef sat a girl with a human body and a fish tail. This discovery made everyone on the fishing boat exclaim in surprise. They tried to approach the girl, but heard a song accompanied by the sea breeze. "Ah, why exile me?" Rather than a song, it was more like a melodious soliloquy. The sailors on the fishing boat were all intoxicated after hearing her singing. Then that night, the fishing boat sank. It was also on that day, in Bailing City. Chinyi completed 2 masterpieces overnight. A pale-skinned man walked down the street. He had bloodshot pupils, sharp teeth, and hair as pale as his skin. He walked with stiff steps until the dark clouds covering the moon dissipated, and the pale-skinned man suddenly raised his head. Then, he began to dance in the moonlight. As he turned around, his black suit turned into a white dress, and his hair began to grow, turning into long white hair. The bloodshot eyes faded and his face began to become feminine. When she stopped dancing, he turned from a man into a woman. The black leather shoes on her feet also turned into white high heels. On the empty street, the woman grinned, then turned and walked into an alley. In the alley, a few drunken men also laughed. "In this day and age, is there still something delivered to your door?" The woman smiled, opened her hands and said calmly, "Do you like it?" One of them licked his cracked lips and said, "I like it. How can I not like it? Come, let me see how you have developed." As the man spoke, he put his arm around the woman's shoulders. Unexpectedly, at this moment, dark clouds covered the moon in the sky again. As the light was covered, darkness enveloped the street again. And at this moment, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. "I like it, why not get closer?" A man's voice came from the darkness. Several drunken men hadn't reacted yet, and still thought the person in front of them was the woman from before. One of them reached down and touched, only to find that the man's chest was flat. Is this the back? When did you turn around, sister?" The man thought the woman had turned around, so he opened his arms and prepared to hug her from behind. But at this moment, a sharp finger suddenly pierced his throat. "Phew! The man's eyes widened instantly, and his expression became extremely exaggerated. He quickly covered his neck, and blood oozed out from between his fingers, and then flowed more and more. In the end, blood gushed out like a fountain. It felt as if a water pump had been pierced into his heart, and was frantically sucking the blood out of his body. The man screamed in pain, and his body shrank instantly. After a while, the man turned into a mummy. "Hey, what's going on?" The man behind had no idea what was happening until the dark clouds obscuring the moon passed. The moonlight fell again, and a white-haired man with blood on his hands sneered at them, looking at the blood-red eyes and the dried corpse under his feet. The men who had originally had erect lower bodies instantly went limp. "Vampire?" The white-haired man sneered, then instantly put his arms around several people's shoulders. His skin was completely cold as a dead person. "Didn't you just say you liked me? Why are you scared?" Several people struggled hard, trying to break free from the man's arms, but the man's arms were like mechanical arms, with an astonishing grip strength. "You know, the biggest motivation for people, besides interest, is shame. So, are you interested in being my dog?" Puff. Blood sprayed on the wall. After a while, the man took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hands. Then her body transformed into a white-haired woman. "Dogs bark." As the woman finished her words, the mummies opened their bloodshot eyes in the darkness. "Awang!" Number 008, Three Corpses, True Ancestors. Chapter 034, 008. Number 008, Three Corpses. Vampire Number 2 Potion Transformation, Initial Experimental Site, South Bay Port Factory. The person who took the medicine was a teenager who had just turned 16 years old. The ingredients for Vampire Potion Number 2 were added with the boy's chopped-up parents' body parts. His father has leukemia and his mother was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago. Only his son is in good health. When the three reappeared, they were all dead. The parents had been dead for more than 24 hours, and the son had been dead for just 12 hours. The experimental subject, the son, regained vital signs after half an hour, but suffered some mental confusion. It is suspected that because the medicine contained the brains of his parents, the son had a triple personality to a certain extent. At the same time, 008's body will undergo different degrees of changes under different personalities. As an adult male, 008's abilities can be fully utilized, and his appearance is closest to that of a vampire. In his juvenile state, 008 will only be able to display half of his abilities, and his physical signs will only show that of a half-vampire. In the form of an adult female, 008 loses all her abilities and all her physical signs are the same as those of a normal human. 008's abilities include, but are not limited to, controlling the flow of blood within a radius of 60 meters centered on itself. It has the ability to fly at a certain altitude and can emit sound waves of over 200 decibels, which is enough to destroy a normal person's hearing system. At the same time, 008 also has super fast cell division and regeneration speed. His cells have no theoretical limit to division and have the possibility of infinite division. After testing, it was found that 008's hands and feet could grow back even if they were cut off, but it would take some time. If the severed limb is directly attached, it can heal instantly. From this we can conclude that 008 has the concept of physiological immortality. In addition, 008's blood is extremely invasive or infectious. If 008's blood comes into contact with a normal person's body or blood, it can instantly corrode and transform the other person's body, including the blood. Similar to the follower transformation ability of 002 Murloc. But the difference is that the person transformed by 008 will only gain part of 008's abilities, but can perfectly inherit 008's extremely strong erosion and transformation abilities. However, as the converter continues to convert downwards, the effect of the conversion will gradually weaken. After more than 9 times, the cells will even lose their ability to transform. In addition, 008 will have different degrees of physical weakness in different forms. As an adult male, 008 is extremely afraid of sunlight, which is similar to 003's invisibility, probably because there is no melanin in the skin. In his teenage state, 008 only showed weakness in the sun, but did not feel any pain. As an adult female, 008 can completely ignore the sunlight. The rest of the information is to be completed. In South Bay Harbor, Chinyi was recording 008's information in a factory. The success of the vampire potion experiment also brought about the success of Chinyi's biological factory experiment. An individual that could infinitely split itself was created by Chinyi. Of course, this individual does not refer to 008. In essence, what really prompted the vampire potion to take shape should be the cancer cells in that woman's body. Of course, it's possible that my father's leukemia may have played a role as well. I'm so glad 002 found this for me. That day, Li Yuan said that he had found some good experimental materials for Chinyi. When Chinyi got there, he saw 3 corpses. And they are a family of 3. According to Li Yuan, 008's parents died in a car accident, and the teenager died accidentally when he fell downstairs. That's what he said. But in fact, these 3 people were killed by Li Yuan. But Qingyi didn't care. He was just wondering why the rare materials these people were talking about were all corpses. Last time the queen bee brought him a living dead, which was fine, but this time Li Yuan brought him 3 real dead people. Forget it, at least the experiment was successful, so let's consider it a credit to him. Qingyi picked up another document and said, "It seems that the failure of reagent number 1 is not without reason. There are many characteristics contained in living things. For example, the existence of bats does not represent vampires, but rather the concept of sound waves. And using 002's blood and salamanders, 2 marine creatures, as materials, combined with the concept of sound waves, it is not impossible to create a mermaid. However, such a long time has passed. Why is there still no movement from 007's siren? You said she dared to disobey Qingye's orders, that's impossible. So, he could only have been caught?" Thinking about it, Qingyi shook his head and then put a cross behind 007's file. On a certain ocean. Siren chewed some seaweed while looking at the sky. "So where exactly is this? Why does it feel like we're getting farther and farther away? I swam in the wrong direction after all." Siren thought about it and collapsed directly onto a rock. Worn out. "Why is it so tiring to swim even though I've turned into a fish? Well, if she just keeps swimming like this, she will see the mainland sooner or later, but no one knows how long it will take her to swim. In this vast ocean, she didn't even have a compass, so it was possible that she had been going around in circles for the past half-month. Once, the siren finally saw a ship, so she sang a song to attract the other party's attention. As a result, the ship sank after a while. So far, the siren has not encountered a second ship. And this is not without reason. The only conscious person on the sunken fishing boat transmitted the video footage of the siren to a nearby fishing boat before the ship sank. In that film and television footage, people started fighting each other after hearing the singing, destroyed the engine with chisels, and even frantically damaged the hull, eventually causing the entire ship to sink. After this image spread, the nearby ships were so scared that they immediately turned around, fearing that they would end up like the previous ship. After they returned to the mainland, they immediately reported the incident to their country. Some countries that reacted quickly immediately established departments to deal with supernatural events, and even sent fleets and submarines to search for the mermen. But they soon received a call from an organization in Asia. "If you still value your lives, don't try to find any murlocs. At least when you can't see them, you are safe. Don't doubt it. We know them better than you do." But alas, the call from Asia did not stop them. Because they are free, they are unconstrained and undefined, and even though the death rate in their country is increasing every year, they don't care. In order to find out the truth, they decided to carry out their suicide plan to the end. But in fact, they don't have to look so hard. Because 008 is already on the way. 008 longed for the freedom in their country and thought it was more suitable for him. On a flight to North America, a white-haired teenager looked out the window and smiled. "I'm really looking forward to my first overseas trip in my life." Chapter 035, The Appearance of the Vampires. North America. Streets at night. A white-haired boy was walking on the street, looking at the unfamiliar streets and strangers. He hummed a song and waved to people with a smile. "My mother killed me, my father ate me, oh my sister, she picked up my bones, she buried me under the tree, I became a bird, I flew into the sky," reversed Tilda. La la la. Looking at the white-haired boy talking to himself, people on the street felt very strange. "Chinese? Hey, stop!" A black man suddenly stopped in front of the boy and said, "Do you know where this is, baby?" 008 looked up. He didn't understand what the black man was saying. "Just now, when I got off the plane, they stopped me. I clearly said that I didn't understand." Why didn't they understand?" "Obviously, you don't understand either. Since no one understands, I will have to explain it in a way that everyone can understand." The young man raised his hand, and his wrist instantly split open. Countless blood gushed out from the young man's wrist and turned into a long sword. Phew! In just a moment, the long sword transformed from blood pierced into the black man's chest. His blood was as sharp as a knife. 008 pulled his hand back and the black man fell to his knees. Countless passers-by screamed. Looking at the passers-by running away, 008 turned around. "Do you understand now? I am here to rule over you. Dogs, it's hunting time." As the young man finished speaking, the black man suddenly twisted his body and crawled up. His spine was bent, his limbs were on the ground, his eyes were bloodshot, and he pounced out like a hound in an instant. Seeing this, the boy twisted his neck, and his body stretched out, turning into an adult male in the blink of an eye. "Gentlemen, ladies, please speed up your pace and run faster. The night battle royale has begun." After saying that, a pair of huge bat-like black wings opened behind 008, and he flew straight into the sky. The life transformed by 008 can be divided into two specific types, one of which is the vampires with self-awareness. One is a bloodhound with no self-awareness. The hound will instinctively attack all living things with blood, and it can sense nearby life through blood. And after biting a person to death, the hound will convert the target into a bloodhound like him. You don't need to have too much, just one bite is enough. As the saying goes, one stone stirs 1,000 ripples. The appearance of a bloodhound directly triggered a biochemical crisis in this area. In just half an hour, the number of bloodhounds had grown to terrifying hundreds. When the police arrived, the hounds had already swept through the entire police force like an unstoppable army of zombies. Later, even the army showed up, and the commotion did not gradually subside until dawn the next day. All the bloodhounds lost their ability to move the moment they saw the sunlight, and some even burned up and turned into ashes. They claimed that this was a large-scale rabies outbreak and asked people to be more careful, but they did not prohibit people from going out. The reason is simple: it cannot be banned because their people are free. In the following days, similar events occurred across North America. But this only happens at night. Once daytime comes, all abnormalities will mysteriously disappear like the ashes after a fire. And in a gun store, 008 was twirling a shotgun like a woman. M1887 shotgun. Some players who are involved in FPS games may not be unfamiliar with this gun because it has a resounding name. Holy flame to repel demons. 008 pointed the gun at the woman with bloodshot eyes on the ground and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out and the bullet hit the woman's chest. But the woman dug out the bullet as if nothing had happened. It's not enough, I need more, give me more." 008 smiled and patted the woman's head. "As a dog, you can't be too greedy. Who's next?" As soon as 008 finished speaking, countless pairs of blood-red eyes flashed in the shadows. There is a complicated dispute involved as to why 008 went to North America. An inexplicable conflict occurred between 008 and 002 Liyuan, and once this conflict broke out, it quickly evolved into a situation of either you or I die. Qingyi really couldn't stand the two of them chasing each other around in Bailing City every day, so he booked a plane ticket for 008 and sent him abroad. As for why the two of them had a conflict, Qingyi didn't know and didn't care. In Liyuan's view, it was he who brought 008 to Qingyi and ushered in this evolution, so he should thank Liyuan. But 008 doesn't seem to think so. Among 008's three personalities, they all hate 002 extremely. Because it was 002 who chased and killed their family of three. To the mother, 002 killed her husband and son. To the father, 002 killed his wife and son. To the son, 002 killed his parents and himself. This is an irreconcilable feud, but there are far more people who want to kill 002 than just 008. These creations of Chen Yi can only live in harmony when they are in front of him. In secret, they fight with each other like dragons and tigers, and are as hostile as water and fire. 001 Raven is chasing 005 Wallfacer. 004 Queen Bee is hostile to 002 Liyuan and 007 Siren, who is also a fish like him. 008 is only interested in killing 002 and doesn't care about anything else. The only person not involved in this dispute is the Invisible Man 003. Oh yeah! I almost forgot about 003. Qingyi clapped his hands, and he suddenly remembered that there was an invisible man on his side. Because he usually had little presence, Qingyi ignored his existence for a while. But relatively speaking, even Qingyi ignored his existence, so it seems that no one else would notice him either. Safe, very safe. Of course, in the final analysis, this is still due to 003's own honest character. It's a relief. Very relief. It's decided. I'll let 003 go from now on. As Qingyi was thinking this, he saw a raven suddenly fly into the house. Lord OS, it's bad, 003. Bang! Qingyi grabbed the raven's beak and threw it out. Shut up! As long as you don't say anything, the readers won't know what happened. He is really a jinx. Nothing good happens as soon as he comes back. It's only been quiet for a few days. 001 transformed into a girl and crawled back into the house, but Qingyi had already disappeared. The room was empty, with only a note left. 001 picked up the note and saw 5 simple big words written on it. You can do whatever you want. Seeing this note, 001's eyes suddenly became sharp. It seemed that it was inconvenient for the adults to take action. I see. Raven said this and directly contacted everyone except 006, 007, 008, and 009. The Master has ordered that everyone immediately put down the tasks at hand and surround and kill 009. Chapter 036, Chaos Insurgency. Number 009 Splitter. The successful experiment of Vampire 008 also brought about a breakthrough in the biological factory experiment. 009 is Qingyi's culmination of work. However, Qingyi marked several rows of red words at the end of the file. 009 had previously split off half of a nuclear warhead and almost flattened the entire South Bay port. 009 has a strong personality, so please do not communicate with him to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. P.S. I don't understand what people are saying. The rainy season is over. It is a bit hot during the day and a bit cold at night. In Bailing City, 003 Wang Haonan was lying on the ground covered in blood, and in front of him stood a white-haired man in a black coat. The man looked very fierce, with an Ouroboros hanging around his neck. Please note that it is not an ornament or a work of art, but a real imaginary Ouroboros, just a little smaller. Do you know what the eagle does when the eaglet grows up? It's simple. They will push the children off the cliff. They will either fall to their death or fly away. Survival of the fittest. The weak and incompetent in a group will naturally be eliminated, and the strong ones who survive will become the representatives of the group. I am that master's most outstanding creation. Unlike you, I am almost perfect. As he said that, the man stepped directly on Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan bit his lower lip, but his body felt like it was hit by a willing Hongguang traveling at 80 miles per hour. If he moved a little, his body would fall apart. 001 has gone back to find that adult. You are done. The man sneered. Really? I'm done. You can wait and see if that adult will take action. Unfortunately, I just understood the secret code that adult left for me. Heh, then I will be your opponent. Try to struggle and survive in my hands, or you will be eliminated. This is exactly what that gentleman meant. You don't have to be confused. That gentleman was not in a position to take action, so he told me through a code. I am the only one who can understand the secret code left by that adult. Signal? Seeing Wang Haonan's confusion, the man took out his mobile phone and showed Wang Haonan a chat history. Wang Haonan didn't know what the two people above said, he just saw the man below saying a lot of words. Am I right, sir? Sir, why don't you say anything? Qingyi replied with only one word, death. See? This is the secret code that the adult left for me. My lord wants me to kill you! Wang Haonan was stunned for a moment. Is it possible that the master wants you to die? The man laughed. Impossible. I am the most proud work of that master. I am the culmination of his work. That master only needs me. So this death is definitely for you. Qingyi, stay calm, don't panic. This kid has never understood what people say. 0083 corpses and 009 splitter appeared almost simultaneously. After the successful creation of the 3 corpses, Qingyi extracted the blood of 008 and the blood of Queen B004 to create 009. 009 is an existence that breaks common sense. He pushes the combat power of monsters to a new level. To put it more simply, 009 is an undead creature. Unlike 008, who has the weakness of being afraid of sunlight, 009 is an absolutely perfect creation and has no weaknesses of its own. And 009 only has one ability: Chaos Split. Its body would periodically split apart, and what would come out of it was completely chaotic and unpredictable. It could split into some mythical or fantasy creature, or it could split into a blade of grass, a cookie, or even a completely new person. And in some extremely special cases, these things split by 009 will have some incredible effects. For example, the Ouroboros on 009's neck. It was a fantasy creature with its own life consciousness. It would constantly gnaw on its own tail and shrink its body. And because it is wrapped around 009's neck, when it eats itself to a certain extent, it will strangle 009's neck. But 009 himself has the property of immortality, so 009 will not die after the Ouroboros strangles 009's neck. 009's head will fall off and turn into a new splinter. A new head will grow on his body. After growing a new head, the Ouroboros will spit out its body and repeat its previous behavior. In other words, the existence of Ouroboros is more like a split timer for 009. So far, 009 has split into 3 items with special abilities. The first is an Ouroboros that can shrink continuously, and the second is a white worm that can drill into 009's body. When this worm is inside 009's body, it will give 009's body functions an extraordinary boost. But this worm is constantly gnawing at the flesh and blood of the parasite, but the parasite will never be able to finish eating 009. Finally, there is a black arrow. This arrow has these 2 almost terrifying concepts. First of all, once it is launched, it will definitely hit the target. Secondly, it is absolutely indestructible. No matter how much force the black arrow is shot with, it will not stop as long as it does not hit the target. 009, if you want it to hit the sun, just throw it lightly, it will pass through the atmosphere and into the center of the sun, and come back intact. These are the 3 known fragments of 009 that possess special abilities. There are many other fragments, but none of them have any special abilities. Qinyi collected these things as materials and put them in a warehouse in Nanwan Port area, where various things were piled up. It can be said that after owning 009, Qinyi now has a mobile material library. It's all very nice, except this guy has a damn brain and a mouth that spouts nonsense. He had an almost crazy admiration for Qinyi and followed Qinyi 24 hours a day. This made Qinyi very annoyed, so he simply locked 009 in the warehouse. But 009 split himself into a mobile phone and began to frantically try to communicate with Qinyi through emails. Finally one day, Qinyi couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and typed the word death, then blocked all messages from 009. As a result, 009 escaped that night. After receiving the message from Raven, Wang Haonan followed 009, but the other party easily discovered him and instantly pressed him to the ground. That terrifying explosive power is extremely fatal to Wang Haonan, who has only normal physical fitness. At this moment, 009 was spinning the black arrow in his hand, and a worm flew across his face, biting all the way from his cheek to his forehead. "Have a safe trip, 003. The splitter said this and turned the black arrow downwards. But before he could throw the black arrow, a sudden voice came from behind him. "Hey, Canary, what do you want to play?" Number 009, Insurgency, Chaos Insurgency. Chapter 037, Encirclement and Suppression of 009. Canning Factory? What bastard dares to call me that? The splitter turned around angrily upon hearing this, and saw a man in a suit holding a cigarette walking out of the wall. He straightened his tie, and his skin gleamed like metal. 005 Wallfacer. The insurgency grinned at this. A rat hiding in the wall. After saying that, the splitter turned his wrist and threw out the black arrow directly. Whoosh! The black arrow was fired at an extremely fast speed and instantly hit the Wallfacer's chest. But at this moment, the Wallfacer's chest was highly metallized, but the black arrow still pierced his heart. The strange thing was that no blood flowed out. The wallfacer reached out and pulled out the black arrow, then threw it to the ground with his backhand. A hole appeared in his chest, but the inside of the hole was also full of metal. The metal was twisted together, and the hole healed instantly. The wallfacer raised his hand. If you asked me, this is the only strength the canning factory has. It's ridiculous to talk about the most perfect creation. The splitter raised his hand, and the black arrow instantly flew back into his hand. His eyes fixed, and his brain started working rapidly. 005 The wallfacer's ability is to extract metal or mineral elements. The main reason why he can complete metallization in an instant is because he is wearing 10 corresponding rings on his hands. He should have just been tempered all over. But looking at the other ring on his hand, it should be carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is 10 times harder than steel and second only to diamond. But despite this, it still couldn't withstand the attack of the black arrow. Because the black arrow's attack is absolutely sure to hit the target, as long as the splitter chooses 005's heart as the target, no matter how hard the wallfacer's body is, the black arrow will pass through his body. Just because you can pass through it doesn't mean you can kill it. 005 also possesses the attribute of immortality in the metal state, and he will not die even if his head is cut off. 005, who has the ability to manipulate metal, can piece together or repair metal limbs at will. This ability is tricky. At least not something the current separatists can handle. I originally planned to leave you for last, but I didn't expect you to come second. Upon hearing this, the wallfacer slapped the wall behind him and said, There is nothing I can do. This is the order of that master. That lord wants to kill the traitor who dares to delay. As soon as he finished speaking, several spikes suddenly grew out of the concrete wall and stabbed at the splitter. The splitter did not dodge or evade, and was pierced through the body by the spikes, but he did not feel any pain. My lord, you want to kill me? Don't be ridiculous. I am immortal. What makes you think you have the ability to kill me? Don't you understand? The one that adult really wants to kill is you, idiot. The wallfacer turned his wrist, and several rock spikes twisted like tentacles and pierced into the splitter's brain. Puff! Blood squeezed out from the cracks in the rock, and the wallfacer dropped his cigarette butt. If I can't kill you, I can learn from those nine-tailed foxes and take you in. Bump! An arm emerged from the rock, and the splitter exerted force to lift the rock away and broke out of the ground. He shook his head first, then picked a piece of candy out of his ear. How do you split a piece of candy? The wallfacer smiled and said, Maybe it wants you to die sweetly. It's a pity that there is no harder metal here. There are silver nematodes in his body, but the concrete can't hold him down. Thinking of this, the wallfacer suddenly looked towards the building on the side. Hey 002, how long are you going to stay there? As the wallfacer finished speaking, a figure suddenly landed on the building. Boom! With a loud bang, the bricks on the ground shattered, and a young man in a black raincoat appeared in front of the two. And along with him, there jumped down thousands of murlocs. Li Yuan had been watching the battle from the sidelines. The reason he did not take action was not because he wanted to reap the benefits, but it would be useless for him to intervene in the battle below. Both of them possessed the trait of immortality, although immortality has become the norm among the new generation of monsters. But Li Yuan, as an old monster, did not have that. Fighting with a group of immortal monsters, they lost their skins, but Li Yuan lost his life. This is not a good deal no matter how you look at it. Therefore, for this campaign of encirclement and suppression of traitors, Li Yuan originally only planned to call some people to the periphery to make a show of it. But since 005 Wallfacer had spoken, he had to come out. Just at this moment, a group of people came walking down the street in a mighty procession. The leader was a blonde woman. Everyone is here. It's quite lively today. After saying that, the queen bee's 10 guard bees instantly raised their stingers and surrounded the splitter. At this time, the raven transformed into a girl in a black dress and fell from the sky. He came to Wang Haonan, picked him up, then stood up and stepped aside. Seeing this scene, the splitter smiled helplessly. It's really an honor. Not counting 006 represented by Qingyi, plus the exiled 007 Siren and 0083 corpses, all the remaining monsters have come. The splitter clenched the candy in his hand and slowly put it into his mouth. I'd like to have some candy, do you guys mind? The queen bee smiled when she heard this. They all fell from you anyway, so eat them if you like. After you eat them, you can get on with your journey. The splitter smiled helplessly. I've already told you that I'm immortal, huh? Is this candy durian flavored? Good. As the candy melted in the splitter's mouth, for some reason, his figure gradually became blurred. This is? That sugar has properties. Quick, dig it out! Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward instantly. It has characteristics. This sentence refers specifically to 009 Splinter. Among the things he split out, there are always various strange and bizarre properties, and these items with properties are very much loved by Qingyi. Every time the splitters split out something, several people would rush to grab it and personally present it to Qingyi. But this time the situation is a little different. 009 slowly closed his eyes and opened his arms. Well, I'm beginning to understand everything. This is randomly teleporting candies. Everyone, I'm sorry that we can't have fun this time. Next time, let's fight each other until that master is satisfied. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, 009's body exploded like a balloon, splashing countless white dust, leaving no residue. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. It seems that the problem has become troublesome. But you don't seem to be in a hurry at all, Queen Bee? I'm anxious. How can I not be anxious? But before I deal with 009, I still have a score to settle with you, you idiot. Li Yuan frowned when he heard this. So I also have a score to settle with you. The wall-facer shook his head upon seeing this. The internal strife has never stopped. I'd better moisturize first. On the other side, above the atmosphere. The splitter is falling in the sky. It's really a random teleportation. Well, I'll just enjoy the panoramic view of the Earth. Chapter 038, Chu Yang's Visit. God played a game with the devil, and God was sent to hell. I played a game with the devil, and I sent the devil to see God. Strange, why haven't I landed yet? The splitter kept falling in the sky, but it didn't land for a long time. Confused, the splitter took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey boss, it's me. I'm in the sky now. Yes, the wind is a bit strong and the signal is not very good. Boss, can you hear what I'm saying clearly? What? The wind was howling and the voice on the phone was unclear. Until Qingyi took a deep breath and then slowly uttered a word. Roll. Roll? Roll has 3 drops of water next to it, which means I'm going to fall into. Plop. After saying that, 009 Splinter dived directly into the sea. After a while, the splitter poked his head out from the boundless sea. As expected of you, boss. You even predicted that I would fall into the sea. The splitter lifted his hair and said, This is definitely not a coincidence. After all, the word roll can be separated into the word clothes, and clothes will get wet. Isn't this a clear enough hint? Then what does the word above mean? One horizontal dot, the one below is male. Wait, could it be that? The horizontal dot is actually an image, which means how can I get back? Thinking of this, the splitter took out the black arrow and threw it in a certain direction. The black arrow was launched, and the splitter grabbed it and sat directly on it. Reasonable, very reasonable. As expected of you, the boss. You actually thought of using the black arrow's absolute hit ability to get me back to the mainland. The splitter aimed the black arrow at a building in Bailing City, and then he flew the arrow and flew back with the black arrow. It really made sense. Well, since the method of returning is also within the boss's expectations, the word public below is actually under a horizontal line and a dot, which must mean that I can continue to perform official duties after returning. Don't worry, boss. I'll be back soon. Northridge City. Inside a coffee shop. Qingyi sat in the store and drank coffee leisurely. It's rare that the weather is so nice and it's so quiet and comfortable. But there are not many customers. Qingyi was thinking about this and suddenly turned his head to look outside the store, and saw a black-haired young man standing in front of the coffee shop. After seeing the young man, Qingyi's eyes suddenly became enthusiastic. Wow, what a rare visitor. I was originally thinking about whether I should go look for him, but I didn't expect that he would come here by himself. The person standing in front of Qingyi's store was none other than Chu Yang. Chu Yang pushed open the door and entered the coffee shop. His eyes fell directly on Qingyi. After entering the shop, he sat directly opposite Qingyi. Seeing Chu Yang, Qingyi smiled and asked, "Who are you?" "You should have seen me, and I should have seen you too." Chu Yang interrupted Qingyi directly. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Qingyi suddenly stopped smiling. "He comes with bad intentions. If I remember correctly, the first time they met was in front of the gate of Nanyan. Although they just passed each other once, Qingyi remembered Chu Yang deeply. Because there was something on Chu Yang's body that deeply attracted Qingyi, and the feeling was particularly wonderful. It's like a mosquito seeing the blood collection room, a mouse entering the granary, and a yellow-haired man meeting a married woman. But he shouldn't be unaware of Qingyi. Today, he obviously came for Qingyi. Recalling the previous theory of imaginary enemy, Qingyi couldn't help but hesitate. Chu Yang might belong to a certain organization. If he recognizes Qingyi, he might even be able to find Qingyi. Qingyi was exposed. But Qingyi couldn't figure out how he was exposed? And if he was exposed, how much would Chu Yang know about him? Seeing that Qingyi didn't say anything, Chu Yang suddenly reached out and took off his coat. Seeing this scene, Qingyi licked his lips and said, "I came prepared." Chu Yang's body was covered with bombs with various mechanical circuits, and there were a lot of them. He opened his arms, as if waiting for you to pick them. "You can try to cut it with your silk thread. If there is just one thread that is wrong, all the bombs will explode in an instant. Don't underestimate it, it's all concentrated essence. This amount is enough to blow up a building in an instant. Also, this bomb has a total of 3 ways to activate it. One was remotely controlled by someone outside, one was that my vital signs disappeared, and one was that the wrong line was cut." Qingyi pulled the silk thread calmly, and one invisible puppet after another began to approach Chu Yang rapidly. But strangely, Chu Yang suddenly pointed to his ears and said, "I suggest you don't do this. I can hear it. I'm here to negotiate terms, Fate Weaver." Qingyi propped up his head with his hands and looked sideways at Chu Yang. "I hate people threatening me." Chu Yang shook his head. "This is not a threat, but a means of self-protection. If I don't do this, then I'll just be dying if I come to see you." "TSK." Qingyi was shocked. If what Chu Yang said was true, a bomb of this level could indeed kill Qingyi once it exploded. If Qingyi could control his body without hurting him and let him run away from here by himself, that would indeed be a solution. But he also said just now that there is another way to detonate it, which is for someone outside to detonate it remotely. This means that there are far more people coming this time than just Chu Yang. The worst-case scenario is that the outside may have been surrounded and the conversation between the two was being monitored by people outside. If anything goes wrong, the people outside will directly press the detonation button. As for whether they dared to do so, Qingyi was not sure. Anyway, he did not like gambling. But it is not certain that Chu Yang can kill him here. At least Qingyi has made a lot of preparations to deal with such emergencies. "Then let's talk about it, but before that I want to ask, how do you know my identity? Why don't you tell me?" Qingyi said. How did Chu Yang know Qingyi's identity? It all came from a diary. I don't know if anyone still remembers that, at the very beginning, there was a person who published a novel on the internet, and that novel predicted a case of 9 people being dismembered. The murderer was the fishman. The author of that novel holds a diary in his hand, and that diary can predict the future. Chu Yang and his companions accidentally found this person after the last attack by the guard bees, and learned part of the future from him. Especially about the biggest villain, the monster maker, 006. His real identity turned out to be just the owner of a coffee shop. They had a discussion about this, and in the end everyone agreed that if what that man said was true, then 006 must be killed. Because as long as 006 doesn't die, one day, the earth will become a world of monsters. Chu Yang took a deep breath after hearing this. "I don't want to talk about this matter. I said I'm here to negotiate. Before that, we want to ask, what is the purpose of your doing all this?" "Purpose?" Qingyi fell into deep thought after hearing this. A long time ago, before Qingyi got the 2-handled teapot, he had been reading a book about man and God. Human power has its limits, but God has no power at all. "What's the biggest bet you've ever made?" Qingyi suddenly asked. Chu Yang frowned. Coming to see you with my head on the line is my biggest gamble. Oh. Qingyi smiled. Really? The biggest bet I ever made was $330,000 on my mother's life. I lost the bet. I gave money to the hospital and placed my hope in others, but they gave me a death notice in return. It's sad and funny, isn't it? But people just cannot control the so-called fate, and an accident can easily take the life of your loved one. Just imagine, when an accident happens, we can only watch death pass by you and take away your loved ones. This is what people are like. People who accept their fate and leave everything to fate, and who say, "My fate is in my own hands," have already entered a cycle designed for them by fate when they say this. If people cannot defeat fate and can only accept what is at the mercy of fate, then what is the point of being a human being? People can't change anything. But God can. When the Grim Reaper swings his scythe to take the lives of your loved ones, chop off his head first and let him go to hell first. The way to defeat the god of death is to become the god of death. The way to break destiny is to become destiny. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 039, Take to the Stage. Looking at the calm Qingyi, Chu Yang took out a piece of chewing gum and put it into his mouth. The final answer is given to me by you. Then it all makes sense. As long as you are dealt with, no new monsters will appear. Qingyi crossed his hands in front of his chest when he heard this. Are you really sure? Not too sure. What if you guess wrong? That's better than doing nothing, right? The two looked at each other. The bomb hanging on Chu Yang's chest was his bargaining chip. He gambled everything, including his own life, in exchange for an opportunity. Qingyi closed his eyes. What do you want to do? Are you going to die here with me? I have such an intention. But I also said that I am here to negotiate terms. My condition is that you call back all your monsters, or simply kill them. In this way, you can get a life sentence. My condition is this simple. If you refuse, we will die here together. Are you following the example of strange Botu and negotiating with Dormammu? Qingyi stretched out his fingers and tapped the table. It's a pity that you don't have the power of time. But in a way, we are the same kind of people. Your idea is good and decisive, but as I said before, I took a gamble with all my chips and my fate, and I lost. The same goes for you, Chu Yang. You will definitely be the loser in this gamble. Because of me, I stand at the position of destiny. Boom! What sound? There was a sound coming from underground. Chu Yang reacted and saw Qingyi suddenly grinning. You just realized it? It's too late. Bump! A figure suddenly emerged from under the floor. He waved his hand violently, and a metal wall instantly separated the two of them. Seeing this scene, Qingyi twisted his neck, and countless silk threads surged out, and instantly pulled his body and flew out of the coffee shop. 005 Wallfacer followed closely and also left the coffee shop. Lord OS, I am late. Upon hearing this, Qingyi took out a mask and put it on his face. Not too late, just right. The major organizations acted very quickly, and they found Qingyi so quickly. Since everyone likes to play so much, let's have some fun. Bang! A bullet hit a building and went straight to Qingyi. But at this moment, a silk thread slid past and cut the bullet in an instant. Qingyi looked at the building. The curtain has just been opened, and you want it to end. Isn't it a bit too disappointing? As soon as he finished speaking, several bullets came from all directions. Seeing this, the Wallfacer turned his whole body into carbon fiber and stood in front of Qingyi to block all the bullets. Master, you go first, I will hold them back. Qingyi sneered. No need. He spread out his 10 fingers, and countless silk threads shot out, along with countless invisible puppets that rushed out and headed straight for the buildings. In just a moment, invisible puppets appeared around several snipers. Before they could pull the trigger, countless cold weapons directly cut their necks. Qingyi pulled the silk thread again, and the puppets picked up the sniper's gun and directly set it up on the ground in the opposite direction. At this time, Chu Yang rushed out and joined a middle-aged man. Qingyi grinned. At this point, should I say, don't move, you are surrounded. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots were heard, and countless bullets flew straight towards Chu Yang. But Chu Yang was extremely agile and easily dodged several bullets. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man next to him suddenly grabbed Chu Yang. The plan failed, let's go! Chu Yang gritted his teeth and glared at Qingyi with his sharp teeth clenched. Seeing his unwilling look, Qingyi's smile gradually turned into a teasing one. I told you, you will definitely be the loser in this gamble. Qingyi pulled the silk thread, and countless puppets threw their guns and rushed to the ground in an instant. Chu Yang and the middle-aged man turned around and ran away. Looking at their departing backs, the wall-facer was about to take action but was stopped by Qingyi. Don't chase after desperate enemies. If they dare to come, they must have other plans. Who knows, they might have buried some great gifts for me. It's not New Year's yet, I don't want to watch the fireworks. Qingyi said this and pulled the silk thread before turning around and leaving. The exposure of this stronghold was not the most troublesome thing. The real trouble was the subsequent offensive. If they really wanted to fight to the death and use weapons of mass destruction, Qingyi could at most make a new potion for himself, but it would be troublesome if the amphory was destroyed. The two-handled pot is Qingyi's foundation. Monsters can be recreated after they die, but if the two-handled pot is gone, everything will be over. Qingyi turned around and went back upstairs to take the kettle away. As for the semi-finished potions in the cabinet, I won't take them because there are too many of them. It doesn't matter if someone drinks it. At most, there will be a few more experimental subjects who are branded with loyalty. But Xiaohua has to be taken away, after all, I have raised her for such a long time. Qingyi asked the puppet to pick up the Venus flytrap and leave, abandoning this stronghold directly. The wall-facer was waiting outside. Sir, what should we do next? Qingyi raised his head and looked at the sky. Everyone has weaknesses after all, whether they are family members, relatives, or people they don't even know. Someone you don't know? Qingyi smiled faintly. If we use the entire Bailing City as bargaining chips, do you think they dare to gamble? The entire Bailing City? The wall-facer thought for a moment and said, From the perspective of the nine-tailed foxes, they will definitely be cautious and even give up Bailing City directly. After all, they are a state-run unit. They have to consider the safety of the people. It is impossible for them to use weapons of mass destruction without regard for the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. If I were a nine-tailed fox, facing this situation, the best way would be to withdraw from Bailing, or even give up Bailing. Is it possible for one person to kidnap the entire Bailing City? From a human perspective, it is naturally impossible, but from a monster's perspective, everything is possible. Whoosh! Boom! A figure instantly rushed into the coffee shop and smashed the door. The splitter shook his head and climbed up. Oh no, I landed too hard and accidentally broke the door of the store. The boss probably didn't see it, right? The splitter walked around the store, only to find that there was no one inside and the store was in a mess. The splitter was puzzled, so he went upstairs and took another look around. In the end, there was nothing upstairs and all the important information was taken away. Strange, did the boss move? The splitter looked at the cabinet in the room, where Qingyi's medicine was still placed. It seems that the boss moved in a hurry this time, and even forgot to take the medicine. Thinking of this, the splitter called Qingyi directly. Hey boss, have you moved? What are you going to do with these potions? Do you want me to help you take them to your new home? When Qingyi on the phone heard this, several black lines appeared on his forehead. Don't you dare come to me. No, feed it to the dog. At night, in Bailing City, Zhang Jinsong and his men called for support, totaling 30,000 people. They selected a building, evacuated all the people inside, and placed a large number of bombs inside. How can you be sure that the Fate Weaver will appear here? Don't worry about it, the arrangement is done. The Fate Weaver will definitely appear here, because that's what the man holding the future diary said. After finishing the arrangement here, Chu Yang and others went back to the coffee shop. The place was deserted and all the things in the coffee shop were gone. How's the search going here? Well, all the important data is gone, and the information in the computer has been cleared. There are no clues. But we found something at headquarters. Chapter 040, Feed the Dog. Feed the dog reverse tilde. In a dark room, the splitter placed all the bottles in the center of the secret room and then left silently. Inside the room, countless people were tied to chairs with their hands and feet tied, and they seemed to be in a coma. Fan Yi opened his eyes and saw darkness in front of him. Where is this place? My head hurts. I feel like my brain has been chewed by a dog. Fan Yi shook his head and looked at his hands and feet, which were bound to an iron chair. In this scene and this situation, Fan Yi felt like a prisoner in an interrogation room. What exactly happened? Fan Yi fell into memories. He remembered that he should have been on a team-building trip with people from the company. Afterwards, a white-haired man greeted him, and Fan Yi responded out of politeness. Unexpectedly, his eyes went dark and he passed out afterwards. So it seems that he was kidnapped? Fan Yi's eyes swept through the darkness. There were many people in the darkness. They were all fixed on chairs and arranged in a circle. In the circle they formed, there were countless potions of different colors, but their specific uses were unknown. At this moment, the man next to Fan Yi woke up. Why am I here? Where is this place? Hey, what is this place? The man had a very loud voice, and his shouting immediately woke up the others. A black-haired young man wearing glasses looked up when he heard this and said, I suggest you better not shout. If you attract the person who is arresting us, he will attack you first. Hearing the young man's words, the man frowned. Huh! The young man with glasses shook his head. Is it hard to understand? Yes, after all, although everyone has a brain, not everyone uses it. Let me tell you what I know. Of course, I'm only speaking to those who can understand the current situation. I was in Hainan doing telecom fraud, and a white-haired man found me. I thought he was a policeman, but it turned out he wasn't. He snapped his fingers and I lost consciousness. I don't know what he did, maybe drugs or something else. I should be the first one to wake up. It's been 3 hours and 15 minutes now. My body is already starting to feel hungry. I have a strict schedule for my diet. I should have just had dinner, but I feel hungry now, which means we have been tied up here for more than 12 hours. Someone in the darkness was silent for a moment. Are you in Hainan? But I'm supposed to be in Halong Bay, Vietnam. Halong Bay? No, isn't this the 3 northeastern provinces? What month is it now? It's almost September. Cold. What's the big deal? In September, the temperature in the north starts to cool down quickly. Because it's autumn. The young man with glasses frowned. It seems that we are all from different regions. He is in Vietnam, I am in Hainan, and he is from the 3 northeastern provinces. Then, who can travel from north to south and across the land to bring us together in one day? The Flash? No one could figure it out, and neither could Fan Yi. I'm in Ningxia. Ningxia? North? Okay, the range is bigger. So suppose a group of people set out from here to various places to capture us. What is their purpose? I don't think we are rich people. Why did they come all the way here to capture us? Everyone was also very confused, and they also couldn't understand why this happened. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness. At this time, 009 Splitter appeared and went straight to the center of the room. You are calmer than I expected. You are indeed the excellent breeds that I carefully selected. Although you may not be as perfect as me, you are qualified to be the inferior ones. The young man with glasses frowned. You brought us here? Upon hearing this, the Splitter suddenly walked up to the young man and said, No, you should say you, not you. The young man's eyelids twitched wildly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. You brought us here? The Splitter grinned when he heard this. Right, that's right, yes, I brought you here. You guys are more sensible than I thought. I thought you would be as furious as a cat or a puppy abandoned by its owner. I arrested one more person specifically for this purpose, intending to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. It seems that this saved me a lot of effort. The Splitter said and looked directly at Fan Yi. Oh yes, you are the extra one. Do you want to see how I kill people? Anyway, I've prepared it for you. Wouldn't it be a shame if you don't take a look? Just then, a bald man suddenly spoke. Can you please get to the point? I hate it when people take up my time with irrelevant things. Bang! The Splitter suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. I told you to use you. If you can't remember, I can still use you as a scapegoat. The bald man's eyes widened, and he felt as if his throat was being strangled. You! The splitter loosened his grip upon hearing this. Since this is your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. Since everyone wants to get straight to the point, I won't waste any more words. Do you think the world is really good now? You don't have to answer me. As long as you have the answer in your heart, that's enough. Everyone has thought about changing things, but few people try because they rationally believe that it is impossible. But there are still a few people who keep trying, but what they don't know is that this is also part of their destiny. People cannot control their fate. Your destiny, your life and death, are never decided by you. But if I say, I can give you a chance to control your own destiny, how many of you can seize it? Everyone was stunned, and the splitter pointed to the potion on the ground. See the potion on the ground? Drink it and you will be reborn, surpass humans, and control your destiny. But the potion is limited, which means that some of you will not be able to obtain this power. I regret to those who missed the opportunity. They are destined to never get out of here. Fate is never fair. There is a button on your chair. It will light up in 3 seconds. The person who presses the button first will be released first, and the rest will be released in the second wave regardless of order. Well, let's get started. 1, 2, 3. The moment the button lit up, everyone took the photo almost at the same time. But only the restraints on the bald man's chair were opened. Obviously, he was the one who pressed the fastest. Call! The bald man let out a long breath and walked in front of the splitter. The splitter looked at him with a smile. Choose first place. The bald man was full of muscles. Without saying a word, he swung his fist at the splitter. I choose to beat you to death. Chapter 041, Wave of Chaos. Puff. There was a sound of flesh being pierced, and then a black arrow instantly pierced through the bald man's chest, leaving a hole. The bald man's pupils dilated, and he fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing this, the splitter put his hands in his pockets and said, What a pity! He clearly had the chance to live, but he chose to give it up. He is truly great and selfless. I can only say that this is a stupid choice. It is best not to learn from him. After witnessing the death of the bald man, Fan Ye's breathing gradually became rapid. What is that? An arrow that flies on its own? And just killed that muscular bald guy so casually? Is this really reasonable? Before Fan Ye could think about it, the splitter suddenly took out a switch and said, Everyone, remember what I said just now. Those who get the potion can survive. Those who don't have the potion will end up like the bald guy just now. Go grab it, this chance may only come once. Click. As the splitter pressed the button, the chairs that bound everyone were opened instantly. Without saying a word, everyone swarmed to the center of the room like vicious dogs out of a cage grabbing food. No matter what, grab a bottle of potion first. Fan Ye thought so too. He had a certain talent in sprinting and started faster than others. He directly grabbed a bottle of green potion. Several others followed closely and grabbed a bottle of potion. But there were only 12 bottles of potion in the room. Excluding the bald man who had just died, there were 19 people left, which was not enough to go around. And if there is no potion, you will be killed by the splitter. Thinking of this, the few people who didn't have potions became furious and rushed forward to snatch the potions from others. Are you crazy? Here, give me the potion! But there were also some who wanted to be clever and turned around and ran away when they failed to grab the potion. The splitter shook his head when he saw this. He flicked his fingers and shot out a black arrow, which instantly pierced the man's brain. Everyone, a friendly reminder, the best way to prevent the potion from being stolen is to drink it. From now on, I will kill one person without a potion every 10 seconds. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red. Fan Ye found the right opportunity and unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the potion. There were also a few people who were quick-eyed and quick-handed who followed suit. But there was a weak boy who was very unfortunate. His potion was snatched away by someone, who then drank it directly. The splitter grinned at this. That's right, survival of the fittest, that's it. After saying that, he threw a black arrow and stabbed the young man to death. Seeing this, everyone fought even more fiercely, some even tried to kill their opponents. A man beat a man to death with his fists, and stole his potion. The fight stopped only when there were only 12 people left on the field. The 12 men drank the potion. They knelt on the ground, their bodies twisting and twitching in the darkness. Some inhuman changes occurred to them. Ugh! This feeling! Haha, ahem, yes, supernatural powers! The sun is rising gradually. The stench of corpse gradually filled the room. The splitter looked at the 12 people in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Since the beginning of human civilization, there has never been a period of stopping fighting, war, and revenge, even when humans were still wild beasts. Humans claim to be the pinnacle of rationality and wisdom, but they are dominated by emotions all the time, plundering everything from others for the sake of their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Look, they are just like zombies and wild beasts, eager to drag others down from their high positions, eager to tear apart everything of others and take it as their own, and then, like others, be torn apart. Kindness, relief, justice, human rights, these are all things that the ruling class whitewashes because they are afraid that the weak will rebel. What really helps people gain higher status and treatment is always the naked survival of the fittest. Knowledge, status, money, civilization, these are all weapons that people use to arm themselves in order to gain more benefits. Everything is done to ensure one's own survival and reproduction, and everything else is an insignificant sacrifice. The splitter said as he slowly opened his arms. Gentlemen, are we going to watch humans continue to oppress each other endlessly? Are we going to watch humans squander the resources they have? Are we going to watch humans continue their arrogance and sin? Pick up your weapons and smash everything human. Let them fear, for we are the ones who will put an end to them. For all the good in this world, to end this endless cycle, we are the Chaos Insurgency. We are infinitely divided, we are immortal, and there are tens of thousands of us. Order is anti-natural, the real nature should be in chaos. We are not destroying, but repairing the mistakes of this world. The war never ends. North America. On an aircraft carrier, a man in military uniform stands there. Monsters are pouring out more and more. We need to gather the best warriors among humans, or some strange people with special skills. We need to form a heroic army to quell the chaos and save the people. Humanity needs heroes like this. Franz, are you still thinking about this? Looking back at history, when a group's civilization develops to a certain level, a natural disaster will always strike. That will be a life and death crisis for that tribe, and it can only be overcome through unprecedented unity and perseverance. If it is really possible to overcome it. You're saying discouraging things again. Isn't the extinction of dinosaurs a fact? Are you saying that those monsters can cause a planet to collide with the Earth and destroy the world? Don't be ridiculous. Our scientists have imagined many natural disasters since long ago. For example, alien predators invade, or machine life forms and artificial intelligence rule over humans, or wars in other dimensions spread to Earth, starting a war between gods and demons on Earth. But whatever it is, it must involve the destruction of humanity. And unfortunately it has. Some time ago, a silent wave swept across our people. What we saw were zombies and vampires. But we have no idea what they are or where they come from. Perhaps the current situation is not yet a catastrophe for humanity, but I think it will be soon. A wave sweeping the world is coming. By the time we realize how dangerous it is, the wave will be unstoppable. Every time I think about it, I get a shudder. This plan can no longer be delayed, or rather it is already imminent. We must immediately respond to this wave of disaster sweeping across the world. Call the President and the United Nations again. The establishment of the Global Occult Coalition cannot be delayed any longer. The UN bill was unanimously passed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council on the 3rd day after its submission. The Global Occult Coalition was formed. The general abbreviation is GOC. Chapter 042, Dome Confrontation. Northridge City. An atmospheric vortex appeared in the sky of Asia, and a typhoon is coming. The sky above the city was exceptionally quiet. Shinyi stood on top of a building with his hands behind his back. The city and streets below were also eerily quiet. It was as if the government had notified the people in advance to evacuate the area. The howling wind kept blowing Chinye's suit. He tugged at his tie and threw it away, and the tie flew away in the wind, and no one knew where it went. It's so quiet. Qinyi put on a pair of white rubber gloves and put his hands in his pockets. It was so quiet that it was even a little eerie. Apparently, the nine-tailed foxes had arrived. Judging from their number, there were probably 2 divisions. Anyway, as far as Qinyi could tell, there were about 30,000 fully armed soldiers. This scene is quite grand. Qinyi smiled faintly. All great works require sacrifice to be created. Other creatures on earth may not understand, but they must obey. The appearance of a god has long become an unshakable fact. No matter how far I still have to go in this process, it's only a matter of time. During this process, whether they call me a natural disaster or a devil, I will gladly accept it. Because any explanation is superfluous. When God descends upon the earth, it is the truth that needs no explanation. What do you think, Chuyang? As soon as Qinyi finished speaking, a helicopter suddenly hovered in the sky. Chu Yang's figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Qinyi. I'm here to negotiate terms, Fate Weaver. Is this your opening statement? Or are you really imitating someone? Qinyi smiled. Okay, no kidding, if you want to talk about what happened last time, then you should continue to bring the bomb with you. Chu Yang was wearing a black uniform, and his clothes were also fluttering in the wind. A bomb like that shouldn't kill you. Besides, I don't have a bomb like that. It's fake. Otherwise, I would have blown myself up long ago. Then how dare you show up here? Qinyi gave a playful smile. I told you, I'm here to negotiate terms. If I'm not mistaken, you want to directly control the entire Bailing city, and use the citizens of the entire Bailing as a threat to make the nine-tailed fox hand over Bailing to you, right? We can withdraw from North Ridge on the condition that half of the citizens of North Ridge are released. This is our only condition. Qinyi thought for a moment after hearing this. Let half go and keep half. The hostages are still in our hands, but we can take Bailing without any effort. Sounds wonderful. But when someone offers you favorable conditions, the first thing you should think about is why he does this. Since we can't save them all, why only save half? This idea is certainly desirable, but it is not something that Asian soldiers would do. Abandoning the small, saving the big, and saving half of the people may be possible abroad, but not necessarily in China. So the reason behind this favorable condition, or this favorable condition itself, may be part of their plan. In other words, this is actually a smokescreen, said just to paralyze Qinyi? There is a reason why Qinyi thinks so. They brought 30,000 people to find Qinyi, just to negotiate with him and save half of the people? No, I seem to be missing something. Qinyi frowned under his mask. How did you know that I was going to kidnap the entire Bailing city? Who told you? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang looked at Qinyi without hesitation. You call yourself Destiny, can't you guess it? That's right. Those who claim to be able to manipulate fate will always be manipulated by fate once in a while. Upon hearing this, Qinyi suddenly took off his mask and took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket. At this moment, countless humanoid puppets in suits suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang. These puppets are not invisible, they are standing here in plain sight. Among them, one puppet stood on one side to block the wind outlet, one puppet took out a cigarette and put it into Qinyi's mouth, and one puppet took out a lighter to help Qinyi light the cigarette. Call! Qinyi exhaled a puff of smoke. Anyone who claims to be able to play with fate will eventually be played with by fate once, well. Interesting. I'd like to see what surprises fate has prepared for me. Weapons of mass destruction? Do they dare to use it in urban areas? Although there are no citizens in this area, citizens in other districts have obviously not evacuated. Do they dare to use weapons of mass destruction? Maybe we don't need to do it on a large scale, a small scale will do? Qinyi assessed his body and thought that if he was hit by a missile, he would be turned into ashes immediately. But it doesn't matter. What really made Qinyi curious was how Chu Yang and the others knew his identity, and how they were sure that he must be here. Of course, the above two possibilities do not rule out the possibility that Qinyi missed some clues or was located by satellite. But there is no way they could know Qinyi's plan. After all, kidnapping the entire Bailing city is ridiculous. Even if they have extraordinary imaginations, they could not have imagined that Qinyi's silk thread could cover the entire Bailing. Unless someone has glimpsed the future. This hypothesis is interesting. Assuming that there really is something or someone who can observe the future, it is not surprising that they would make these preparations in advance or even know Qinye's secrets. Thinking of this, Qinye exhaled a puff of smoke. Let me guess, is there anyone among you who can observe the future? Or you are a reborn person and have already known my plan, or is it both? After hearing Qinye's words, Chu Yang's expression became noticeably uglier. It seems that I guessed it right, but how much exactly was it right? Can you tell me? I am also curious about the future. Chu Yang glanced down subconsciously. You did guess right, there's one of us who can see the future. This time, I will use the future to overcome fate. Can anyone really predict the future? That's not good. Assuming they really know the future in advance, they must have seen the future victory if they dared to come this time. This is not good for Qinye. To be on the safe side, it's time to moisten it. Qinye was about to move his feet, but then his brows suddenly frowned. Wrong. Is it possible that he is bluffing me? He knows they can't beat me, so he pretends to be sure of victory in order to force me to quit. After all, if they really have glimpsed the future of victory, why haven't they taken action yet? What are they waiting for? Just when Qinye was confused, Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward and attacked Qinye with a side kick. Seeing this, Qinye pulled the silk thread, and the puppet next to him grabbed Chu Yang's ankle in an instant. Didn't you say you wanted to negotiate terms? Why don't you want to talk anymore? Hearing Qinye's words, Chu Yang gritted his teeth, used the force to kick the puppet away, and then rushed towards Qinye. Talking is just talking with fists. Chapter 043, Death is Eternal. The silk threads danced, and countless puppets attacked and fought with Chu Yang in an instant. Chu Yang suddenly bent down and kicked all the puppets down. Qinye pulled the silk puppets to stand up, but they were all tripped down again by Chu Yang's blow. Strangeness. Qinye was pulling himself up, and Chu Yang was tripping. I am special? This made Qinye completely stunned. Is this kid capable of tripping others 100% of the time? Qinye was confused and was about to distance himself, but at this moment, a voice came from Chu Yang's headphones. 30 seconds left, get out of there now! Chu Yang did not take any action upon hearing this, but continued to rush towards Qinye. Hey Chu Yang, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Qinye hooked his fingers slightly, and the invisible puppets were deployed to form a killing formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless silk threads shot from all directions and pierced Chu Yang's body in an instant. Qinye pulled the silk thread, and Chu Yang knelt down in front of him. Your ability is quite interesting. Tell me, how did you trip up my puppets? Chu Yang didn't say anything after hearing this. Qinye pulled the thread, and Chu Yang's body moved on its own. It's okay if you don't want to say it. We have plenty of time to study it slowly. No, there is no time. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and Chu Chang'ai suddenly frowned. Boom! There was a loud explosion beneath his feet, and Qinye looked down suddenly. The building began to explode from bottom to top, and the violent explosion turned into flames that engulfed everything. Qinye reacted and quickly used silk threads to pull the puppet into the air. But at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of cold air. Call! The cold air attacked Qinye's bones directly, freezing his limbs instantly and causing him to fall from the sky. This is the moment he has been waiting for. After doing all this, Chu Yang gave up resistance and fell into the sea of fire in front of him. I see. Because he saw the future and knew where I was, he placed a bomb in the building in advance. It's a good plan. Qinye watched the explosion approaching him, and his body fell into the sea of fire and explosion in an instant. But at this moment, Qinye suddenly bit the capsule in his mouth. I didn't intend to use it so early. After all, it's still a work in progress. As soon as he finished speaking, the explosion and flames instantly engulfed the bodies of the two. Boom! The entire building collapsed, and the shattered structures flew in all directions, causing other buildings to collapse again. In the sea of fire, black gas began to surge out of Qinye's body crazily. His body dissipated in the flames and turned into invisible mist, while his arms and head turned into white bones and burned with blazing black flames. Qinye stretched out his bony hand and grabbed Chu Yang's broken body, then inserted one hand into the void and tore a crack. Snap! The space shattered, and Qingyi directly grabbed Chu Yang's body and escaped into the crack. Semi-finished potion, death. A medicine with immortality properties, a fusion of 9 medicines from 001 to 009, supplemented by medicines composed of other conceptual materials. The reason why it is called a semi-finished product is mainly because it is not yet enough to reach the level of God, and it still lacks some key features. Qingyi has not yet discovered how to obtain those characteristics. However, what is certain is that after the death potion was used on Qingyi, it caused a chain reaction with the puppeteer. Qingyi's concept of puppeteer is considered to be controlling fate. But that's just what people think, and the moment the Grim Reaper merged with the puppeteer, he truly gained the ability to control fate. Of course, it is not appropriate to say that it is controlling destiny, because this ability is more like the Death Note, which can only plan the fate of death. Qingyi originally designed the concept of the Grim Reaper based on the Grim Reaper in a movie. That is, death is coming. This god of death is invisible and intangible, both existing and non-existing, and possesses more advanced immortality than 009 Splitter. These were all within Qingyi's imagination, but unexpectedly, a new branch of the Grim Reaper's abilities emerged. Qingyi can break the boundary between matter and spirit, bringing real objects into a non-existent spiritual world. And he himself can also freely shuttle between spirit and matter. Perhaps this is what people call the underworld. Outside, everyone clenched their fists as they looked at the shattered building. Squeak. Confirm that there are no signs of life in the building. So we succeeded? The Fate Weaver is dead. According to the current intelligence, 006 does not have immortality or regenerative abilities. It is not surprising that an explosion of this magnitude could kill him, but it does not rule out the possibility that the target is still alive. But there really is no life fluctuation nearby. Then, what about Chu Yang? Chu Yang, if he hadn't been able to evacuate in time, he would have been blown to pieces like 006. Zhang Jinsong looked at the shattered building in front of him, took a step back, and then turned around silently. He didn't want to leave. Go back and contact Chu Yang's family and try to get as much compensation as possible, at least to ensure that his family will have enough food and clothing in the future. As he spoke, Zhang Jinsong looked at a man. That man's name was Tang Yan, the owner of the future diary. Don't you want to join us? Tang Yan raised his head. Of course, I think your plan can succeed this time, all because of me. Well, although I don't want to admit it, your future diary played a key role. Well, there just so happens that there is an experiment at the headquarters that needs your assistance. As he spoke, Zhang Jinsong dragged Tang Yan directly into the car, then he stepped on the accelerator and left the scene. He does not need to be responsible for the subsequent finishing work, and he needs to report to the organization about the future diary. Of course, Zhang Jinsong promised Tang Yan to keep the diary in his hands to the greatest extent possible. However, if the organization requires it, he must unconditionally cooperate with the organization in using the diary. Soon after, the people in charge of finishing work began to extinguish the fire and search the periphery. One person picked up a broken piece of mask in a corner of the building. Is this 006's mask? Take it back for testing. The man collected the fragments, but unexpectedly a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Snap! A dark figure walked out from the crack. He was wearing a black robe, his hands and face were white bones, and black flames and mist were burning on his body. Fire cannot burn, water cannot soak, and death cannot kill. But I also have to commend you for your efforts. 006 The puppeteer is dead. The new creation is death. Life will eventually wither, petals will eventually fall, everything will pass away, only death is immortal. Qingyi raised his hand, and countless threads of fate emerged in his hand. I haven't even looked for you yet, but you're all scrambling to come see me. This is a taboo in life. Come on, choose a way to die. Qingyi tore these silk threads into pieces. These were people's lifelines. Once they were broken, it meant that life had come to an end. At this moment, 12 black shadows suddenly appeared on a building. That legendary being died? Unbelievable. What should we do then? We can't come here for nothing, can we just kill everyone here? I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky and appeared in front of the group of nine-tailed fox soldiers. Before they could react, the man stabbed a soldier in the chest and pulled out the soldier's spine with his backhand. The soldier was also very surprised. His body suddenly shrank and condensed, turning into a human sword made of flesh, blood, and bones. The nine-tailed foxes suddenly turned their guns and saw that the man holding the sword was an old man in his 60s. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a blacksmith. Of course, if you must introduce me, you can also call me the 12th seat of the Chaos Insurgency, the swordsmith." Shot! Countless bullets were fired at the swordsmith, but all the bullets hovered in the air the moment they left the gun. A figure fell from the sky, his whole body glowing with purple light. He raised his finger, and all the bullets changed direction. He waved his finger, and the bullet shot directly at the nine-tailed fox himself. The 6th seat of the Chaos Insurgency, the greedy one, Narasogen. Upon hearing this, the swordsmith swung his human flesh sword. The bones on the sword cracked, and it swept out like a whip, cutting into pieces of flesh. In a flash, all these flesh bodies condensed onto the big sword. A pair of eyes grew on the flesh and blood sword. The swordsmith swung the sword and split the ground directly, creating a crack. The earth cracked at this moment, and countless nine-tailed foxes fell into the cracks. The swordsmith ran at full speed and grabbed a soldier's face. The soldier's body shrank in an instant and turned into a dagger. "Oh, it seems you have a narrow mind." As he said that, the swordsmith threw the dagger directly, and the dagger seemed to have a spirit as it moved in the air, instantly killing countless nine-tailed fox soldiers. Another figure fell from the sky. He stretched out his hands to cover his face, and then his body began to twitch wildly. Ugh! Puff, puff, puff. Lines of blood and human figures kept appearing on his body. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of naked people crawled out of his body and picked up the guns on the ground. The 3rd seat of the Chaos Insurgency, the Lord of Flesh and Blood. Narasogen put his hands behind his back and floated in the sky. "The white fox really lives up to its reputation. I thought they would have at least some ability to resist. In fact, it turns out that we still overestimated them." After that, Zhang Jisong and his men received the information that 30,000 people on the front line were wiped out. Chaos Insurgency. A new monster force? They just killed 30,000 of us so easily? Grass. Calm down, at least 006 is dead. And then what did we get? I got nothing. Killing a monster solves nothing. Zhang Jisong gritted his teeth and said, "As long as 006 is dealt with, no new monsters will appear. This is a fundamental victory." "Oh, how can you be sure?" "Sure enough, it was a wrong decision for you to take command. I will report to my superiors right now and let me take over as commander. The candy box experiment will begin immediately." Tang Yan looked at the quarreling people without saying a word. He was taken into a room. There is a candy box in the room. There are 4 candies in the box. The candies in the candy box can give people a superpower, but please note that each of you can only eat one. In our previous experiment, a D-class personnel ate 2 candies in a row, and then his body suddenly began to fester and disintegrate until it turned into a pool of pus and blood. From this, we came to the assumption that the human body can only tolerate 1 candy at most, and taking a second candy is strictly prohibited. In addition, the abilities that candy can give you are limited, and the maximum will not exceed 1 level. However, whether you can reach the limit of this level depends on the will of each of you. You can first imagine an imaginary enemy. Who is the imaginary enemy? One raised his hand and asked. The imaginary enemies are the monsters. Here is the information of each monster. Remember the information and then choose a monster as your enemy. Candy will give you a superpower, which will balance the monster's ability to some extent. If the monster's ability far exceeds the limit of the candy box, the candy will give you the ability of the limit. This is why we need to set up imaginary enemies. The limit of the candy we have tested so far is that it can give people a secondary characteristic or unnatural ability. You will understand this later. Also remember, don't ask where the candy comes from. Some experimenters sent them detailed survey data. Tang Yan took the information. SRW number 001, Imitator. It is said that it can imitate the form and abilities of any life form, even monsters, but its true form is uncertain. SRW number 002, Crying Fishman. It has physical qualities that surpass those of humans, and there are a large number of infected people. Its targets have contaminated memes, its claws can cut metal and stone, it is extremely sensitive to sound, and its head is its weak point. SRW number 003, Invisible Man. The target has stealth capability, but it is not blurred. It is just in an invisible transparent state, and can be sensed by thermal imaging. SRW number 004, Queen Bee. The target has extremely strong mind control abilities and can control large numbers of people. It is currently suspected that it can create an invulnerable monster. SRW number 005, Rat in the Wall. The target can turn the entire body into metal or rock, and can even travel through rock and metal, as well as manipulate rock and metal. SRW number 006, Fate Weaver. The target calls himself Destiny and is suspected to have some kind of causal ability, but it has not been manifested. His main means of attack is to use a kind of silk thread or puppet to carry out large-scale attacks. He has now been confirmed dead. SRW number 007, Siren. The target's singing voice has a very strong mental pollution meme. Once you hear her singing, you will be under mental control for up to 70 hours, and there is no way to get rid of it during this period. The target was once successfully contained, but then failed to be contained and its whereabouts are unknown. Have you chosen yet? A man in a white Zhongshan suit thought for a moment and said, Then I will be responsible for dealing with 004, the Queen Bee, right? As he spoke, the man picked up a candy and put it into his mouth. The next second, countless white threads suddenly emerged from the man's body. He tried to wave his hands, and the threads shot out and stuck to the wall, and then he gently exerted force and tore the wall down. Seeing this, the experimenters began to record. As a means of control, the silk thread ability may indeed be able to check and balance the Queen Bee. The man in the Zhongshan suit was puzzled. But this is the only ability I have. The experimenter looked up. Candy only gives you one ability. Although your ability seems ordinary, if you can use it properly, you can at least contain your opponent, not to mention killing him. In addition, after this experiment, you will be injected with our latest number 01 strengthening reagent. This reagent is extracted from fishman cells and has been debugged many times and has become stable. With the strengthening potion, each of you will gain physical fitness twice that of an ordinary person, so there is no need to worry. The man in the Zhongshan suit thought for a moment and said, Is that so? The remaining few people looked at each other when they saw this. Then I'll take the second one. I want to deal with 002. A muscular man picked up the candy and put it directly into his mouth. It seems nothing special? As soon as he finished speaking, the muscular man's shadow suddenly separated from his body. Oh, I got it. Your ability is to control shadows? The muscular man tried to wave his hands, and Shadow followed suit before punching the ground, leaving a large dent. I see. I understand. My shadow can attack the shadow of everything and… Because shadows are not fixed, theoretically speaking, shadows can destroy all shadows. And this damage will be reflected in the physical world. Well, excellent ability. What's the next one? There were 2 candies left, and Tang Yen reached out and took one of them. Then I'll deal with 001. Not only do I have to deal with 001, I also want the future diary to be bound to me forever. Tang Yen thought to himself. Chapter 044, Contain 009. Chaos Insurgency. At the Gok International Conference, a group of people sat together watching a projection. A swordsmith who can turn everything into a sword, what is the principle behind this? Is this the time to care about principles? Our country has set up a special nine-tailed fox response organization to deal with these monsters, but you have seen the situation. They only have a few people, but they wiped out all 30,000 of us. Excuse me, if I were our country's army. Then you will die even more miserably. Oh, then what did you gain by sacrificing 30,000 people? We killed 006. What is that? Ahem, I think you should disclose all the information you know. What if I say no? That's a pity. We wanted to give you some military assistance to a certain extent. No need, we can deal with these monsters ourselves. Really? I hope your confidence is not blind. In a dark space. There was a black door in front of him. As Qingyi walked in, sparks suddenly ignited on his body. Then, these sparks became more and more, and actually burned directly on his body. Countless souls or consciousnesses drilled into his body. These souls and consciousnesses burned, madly burning Qingyi's virtual entity. This is an unexpected change. Qingyi's ability is causal death. Once he cuts off the lifeline of a creature, that creature will die unexpectedly due to various reasons. For example, a person is walking and suddenly falls into a sewer, and there happens to be a sharp object in the sewer. Or maybe you're walking down the street and a billboard or building suddenly collapses. This kind of causal death can be caused by anything from a man-made disaster to a natural disaster. If a person can escape many deaths at the beginning, the scale of the disaster he will face will be even greater. Theoretically, if there was nothing on Earth that could kill him, the Earth itself would simply explode. If this can't kill him, then it will rise to the cosmic level. If there is nothing in the universe that can kill him, then the universe will simply explode. But the reason why it is called theory is because Qingyi's ability is not yet able to reach this level. Not to mention destroying the universe, Qingyi couldn't even destroy the Earth because it was just a semi-finished product. If a person can avoid all deaths on Earth, then causal death will be completely broken, and this person will be able to change his fate by escaping the pursuit of the god of death. Qingyi severed the lifelines of those 30,000 people and gave them causal death. Then, the Chaos Insurgency appeared and wiped out those 30,000 people. This is also part of causal death. Even if that group of Chaos Insurgency members do not show up, others will come out. Of course, this is all to be expected. What was truly unexpected was that the souls of those who died because of Qingyi would turn into flames and burn his soul and body. If there is only a small amount of this flame, it will not pose much threat to Qingyi. But facing the fire formed by 30,000 souls, Qingyi's soul was almost burned to ashes. I didn't expect that a semi-finished product would have such a negative effect. Qingyi covered his head with his hands. Fortunately, there were only 30,000 people. If he planned to kill hundreds of millions of people, then the anger contained in the souls of hundreds of millions of people will directly melt his soul, even though he is immortal. Immortality, generally speaking, refers to the immortality of the physical body. But human beings are composed of both soul and body. The body is immortal, but the soul can die. When the soul dies, the immortal body becomes an empty shell. This is also one of the disadvantages of 009's immortality. After the pain in his soul disappeared, Qingyi came in front of Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang was lying on the ground, his consciousness already falling into a coma. Qingyi unceremoniously drew 10 tubes of blood from him. In fact, all this happened because Qingyi wanted to draw some blood from Chu Yang. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this little by little. And now, Qingyi finally got Chu Yang's blood as he wished, but he now became interested in another thing. Chu Yang said that some of them could predict the future. Predicting the future is an unprecedented feature. Find this person. Thinking about this, Qingyi looked at Chu Yang again. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Chu Yang, and saw the flames on his bony hand spread to Chu Yang's body. Directly burned his body into a spirit. If you were reincarnated, who would be the first person you would look for? Is it your parents, or the person who can predict the future? As Qingyi spoke, he inserted his hand into the void and tore a crack, then directly took Chu Yang's soul across the crack. He appeared in the sky, the flames on his body slowly disappeared, and his bones and misty flesh returned to human appearance. His eyes swept across the earth, and then he instantly found a direction and threw Chu Yang's soul out like throwing a baseball. Happy new life, Chu Yang! At night, on a dilapidated street in Bailing City, 009 Splitter stretched his muscles, but the Ouroboros on his neck strangled his head. Bang! The head fell to the ground and soon turned into 12 pieces of stone. At the same time, a new head grew out of the splinter's body. What is it this time? As the separatist spoke, he bent down to pick up the stones, but a gun was suddenly placed at his head. Schizophrenia looked up and saw a one-eyed man wearing a windbreaker and only one eye standing in front of him. The splitter suddenly laughed. "Who are you, nine-tailed fox?" The man with the gun pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced the splitter's head, but after a while, the bullet was squeezed out by itself. The splitter shook his head. "That's a bit rude." The man seemed not surprised by his resurrection. He bent down and picked up a monkey-shaped stone on the ground. "What is this stone?" He pointed the stone at the splitter in confusion. "Monkey." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the stone and directly hit the splitter's body. The next second, the splitter's body turned around and turned into a monkey. Seeing this scene, the man suddenly felt a little ironic. The things that can kill monsters are dropped by monsters. The abilities that can deal with monsters are given by monsters. How ironic. The splitter who turned into a monkey was a little surprised. He turned around and was about to run, but was directly pulled up by the man. 009 is contained. The splitter's eyes turned fierce, and he waved his finger and threw out a black arrow. The black arrow instantly pierced the man's body, but unexpectedly the man's chest suddenly became transparent, and the black arrow passed through his chest unhindered and then fell to the ground. The black arrow hit, but it hit the air. That was a close call. Luckily, my ability is to transform into a virtual entity. Calling headquarters, this is the spiritual master. 009 has been successfully contained. Chapter 045, Amnesty for the Whole World. An underground shelter in an unknown location. The insurgency was tied up in a room, with all movements restricted. Even moving his mouth was difficult as it was pulled open with pliers and his tongue was fixed with a steel nail. At the same time, there was a steel nail in each of his fingers and toes. "It's really immortal." The man in the windbreaker looked at him through the glass. "He is the so-called leader of the Chaos Insurgency. I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable." The experimenter at the side pushed up his glasses and said, 009 is extremely special. His immortality is only secondary. The important thing is that it splits off into some weird things. Just like the candy box we found before, it will have some strange effects. The candy box looks like an empty plastic box, but every once in a while, a candy will appear inside. These candies will have some special abilities, and people will master these special abilities after eating them. But one person can only eat one at most. If a person eats two, his body will begin to ulcerate, followed by his limbs breaking, his teeth and eyeballs falling out, and soon turning into a pool of blood. The man in the windbreaker put his hands in his pockets. "How do you like the things I brought back this time, Botu?" Botu looked at the 12 stones in front of him. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig, the 12 zodiac animals. You just said that you used one of the stones to turn 009 into a monkey? The monkey stone. Botu frowned. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Another experimenter came over and suddenly took out a document. Look, is this the thing? This is 12 talismans? Something from a cartoon? This is fake, right? No, it's true. These spells really have the abilities shown in the animation. The rat turns stillness into movement, the ox is extremely strong, the tiger has a balanced balance of yin and yang, the rabbit can travel 1,000 miles, the dragon can set the field ablaze, the snake can be invisible, the horse can heal everything, the sheep can leave its soul, the monkey can change in 1,000 ways, the chicken defies gravity, and the dog is immortal. Where are the pigs? The electric eyes are intimidating. I think I should find a chance to catch up on animation. Are there any progress with the other A-level personnel? Not sure. This time we sent out a total of 6 A-level personnel. They all ate the superpower candy and gained corresponding abilities and weaknesses. If we can let them go into battle with these spells, I think it can make up for their shortcomings to a certain extent. Inside the meeting room, several high-level leaders of the nine-tailed fox gathered together. The targets for this capture are 001 Raven Imitator, 002 Weeping Fishman, 003 Invisible Man, 004 Queen Bee, 005 Rat in the Wall, and 009 Splitter. Except for the dead 006 Fate Weaver, the missing 007 Siren, and the 008 True Ancestor who is not in the country. This operation is the most adventurous one ever. Can those 6 people really be trusted? Don't underestimate them. They are the elite among the elites, monsters among monsters. The candy box has produced a total of 8 candies. This is our current maximum combat power. If we fail and the enemy discovers our location, we will be in danger. Trust them. After all, there is nothing we can do except believe. At this moment, a sea-level personnel suddenly rushed into the conference room. Dark lightning coming from the front line. One of them frowned. What dark message? Who sent it? The sea-level personnel took a deep breath and said, A-level personnel on the front line sent a message, a general amnesty. I repeat, amnesty for all. Hearing this, one of them slammed the table and stood up. Containment successful. South Bay Port Area. A man in a white Zhongshan suit holding a cane stood here. In front of him were countless soldier bees and a guard bee, Yan Yan. The man slammed his cane on the ground, and suddenly, a huge spider web appeared on the ground. Yan Yan was about to launch an attack, but found that he could not move, and his feet were stuck to the ground. The man with the crutch walked through the group of soldier bees and came directly to the queen bee and raised his crutch. Spiders hunt, wasps get caught in webs. Although wasps in the animal kingdom are natural enemies of spiders, that's only because spider webs aren't sticky enough. Queen bee, the game is over. The queen bee subconsciously stepped back, but unexpectedly the white net instantly stuck to her feet. Who are you? The man holding the cane put it down. Nine-tailed fox, A-class containment personnel, spider. The queen bee gritted her teeth and said, Yan Yan. After saying that, Yan Yan twisted his own legs apart. He flapped his wings and rushed directly towards the spider, dragging his bloody lower limbs. The spider sighed and snapped his fingers. The white spider web on the ground suddenly shot up, wrapped around Yan Yan like a rope, and pulled him to the ground. Bump! Seeing this scene, the queen bee gave up resistance and shrugged. Well, you win, honey. Upon hearing this, Spider took out a communicator. Zone N, Spider, amnesty for the world. Yangshan District, Bailing City. Li Yuan was pressed against the wall by a muscular man. Several fish men rushed out from behind, but unexpectedly the man's shadow moved on its own. His shadow grabbed the necks of the 2 murlocs, and the 2 murlocs instantly stopped and covered their necks. Well! Ugh! Snap! The shadow twisted the necks of the 2 fishmen. The man moved his head and said, If you want to beat me, try boxing with my shadow first. Behind the man were piled up the corpses of more than a dozen fishmen. Li Yuan frowned. He had a very strange feeling, as if something in that man resonated with him. This was very strange. Li Yuan suppressed the urge to call all the Bailing fish people and gave up resistance directly. He had a guess. Seeing that Li Yuan gave up resistance, the man freed one hand to answer the communicator. Why district, shadow, amnesty for the whole world? Overnight, the Bailing city was in turmoil, and in Chinye's original coffee shop. The 001 imitator fell to the ground, and a fat man was sitting on a chair next to it. The fat man made himself a cup of coffee in the coffee shop and enjoyed it leisurely. During this time, 001 opened his eyes and glanced at him, then closed his eyes and stuck out his tongue, looking like he was dead. The fat man didn't notice anything unusual, but took out the communicator on his own. Area B, Eyes of the Future, Amnesty for the World. Chapter 046, 6 A-level personnel. 001 imitator. 002 deep diver. 004 queen bee. 009 splinter. The 4 were successfully captured one after another and taken to the nine-tailed fox headquarters. However, the containment of 005 Wallfacer and 003 Invisible Man failed. The containment of the Invisible Man 003 failed because the people who went to contain him couldn't find 003 after searching for a long time. The containment of 005 Wallfacer failed because the people who went to contain him had never defeated 005, it's that simple. After this failure, 005's danger level increased by 1 level. The nine-tailed fox classifies the danger level of the objects in custody into 7 levels. They are: D. No danger. C. Slightly dangerous, but not harmful. B. Can hurt people. A. can kill people. S. Killing is like drinking water. RS, extremely dangerous, can rival an entire army. RT, can destroy humanity. RZ, can destroy planets. The highest danger level currently is RT, which is marked in the file of 007 Siren. She is the only containment with an RT rating. Even the deceased 006 Fate Weaver was only RS level. The remaining monsters are between A and RS levels. The A level refers to 003 Invisible Man, who is considered to be the containment subject with the lowest threat level. Of course, in addition to monsters, there are also different hierarchies within the nine-tailed fox. From DA. Class D people have no human rights. They are either polluted, affected, or death row prisoners. Their status is equivalent to that of a guinea pig. Level C refers to ordinary personnel with very low authority and no access to top secrets. They are only responsible for operating various facilities and performing basic work. There are two types of Class B personnel: logistics experiment personnel and field suppression personnel. For example, the nine-tailed fox soldiers who swarmed over before were all B-level personnel. Class A personnel are more special. They generally refer to some high-level personnel or containment experts who master non-human methods. But there are currently only 6 A-level containment experts in the nine-tailed fox. They are spiders that can control highly sticky and tough spider silk. A shadow that can be controlled to separate and attack other people's shadows. The eye of the future that can predict the future and change the outcome of the future in 1 second. A spiritual master who can make his body invisible. The above 4 are the 4 A-level personnel who are successfully contained: 001 Imitator, 002 Deep Diver, 004 Queen Bee, and 009 Splitter. The remaining 2 have special abilities. One is Tao Tai, which can swallow any object into its body and live symbiotically with the target. He was responsible for containing Wallfacer 005, but never defeated him. There is another one whose ability is to create a snake. Once the snake bites its target, the target will lose the ability to move. This man, codenamed Cobra, was responsible for sheltering the Invisible Man 003, but he couldn't find 003 after traveling all over North Ridge. In addition, these 6 people were injected with a strengthening potion. This strengthening potion originated from the 002 Deep Divers, who extracted the cells of the merman and injected them into normal humans, making the normal humans' bodies as strong as the merman. But this medicine also has a side effect, which is extreme lack of water. After injecting the drug, the body's water consumption will become very rapid. If it is during combat or exercise, the person being injected will become hungry and thirsty in just a dozen minutes. There is no solution to this problem yet. The other end. 003, Wan Haonan was walking in the alley, with many burn marks on his skin. Because he had been invisible during the day, his skin was burned by ultraviolet rays over a large area, which caused him great pain. Damn it, Lord OS was actually killed by those nine-tailed foxes. Except for 005, everyone else has lost contact. They should have been caught by the nine-tailed fox. Without Lord OS, it is only a matter of time before I am caught by the nine-tailed fox. Right now, the only way to survive is to find 005. But when he said he wanted to find 005, he didn't know where to look. Wan Haonan leaned against the wall, panting, sweat constantly dripping from his forehead, moistening his burned wounds. That person should have left. Let's wait until night and then take action. Bump. Wan Haonan fell headfirst to the ground and quickly fell into a coma. Not long after, a crack suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A black-haired man in a suit walked out of the crack. He glanced at Wan Haonan, who was lying on the ground, then casually took out a bottle of medicine from his waist. I was forced into this situation. It seems that I really underestimated those nine-tailed foxes. Have 001, 002, and 004 been captured? It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big deal. But it's different if 009 Splinter is caught. That guy is a time bomb. Who knows if his arm will fall off one day and turn into a god-killing sword, and then that group of people will pick it up and chop Qingyi, which would be a big trouble. The god-slaying sword is a concept conceived by Qingyi. The effect is absolutely fatal, that is, it can kill immortal units. Qingyi had thought about making this thing before, so he made the swordsmith potion, but was unsuccessful. But now, he had some ideas. The reason why he created this thing was certainly not to shoot himself in the foot, but to make it easier for him to get rid of unnecessary undead units. For example, the current 009. He was in too much danger in the hands of the nine-tailed foxes. Qingyi did not intend to save him, but to kill him. After all, it is not worthwhile to save him. Qingyi has the raw materials for 009's potion and can create a new 009. But if we don't save him, he will be a time bomb. Therefore, the best option is to find someone to kill him. Qingyi looked at the potion in his hand and said, "I'm not sure if it will work, let's give it a try." After throwing the potion on the ground, Qingyi turned around and left. Nightfall. When Wang Haonan woke up, he found a bottle of medicine in front of him and a piece of white paper underneath the medicine. He picked up the potion and the white paper and saw two short sentences written on them. Kill 009. O.S. Kate. Seeing this famous person, Wang Haonan was stunned for a moment. Lord O.S.? My lord is not dead! Thinking of this, Wang Haonan quickly looked around, but did not see anyone. I think so too. How could that person die so easily? He must have reached a new level. If that's the case, then I have nothing to fear. Wang Haonan thought about it and drank the potion directly. He didn't feel any pain or abnormality, and his body was very soft. This potion is called mirror magic. It does not possess the immortality trait. Since Qingyi already has the immortality trait, he will not conduct further research on the immortality trait. Of course, he will no longer produce undead creatures. Because if they were captured like 009, it would be disadvantageous to Qingyi, and it would be very troublesome to kill them. Chapter 047, The Demon in the Mirror. Nanchang. Guild Hall. A group of armed soldiers were guarding outside the guild hall, and they looked extremely nervous. Captain, what do you think is imprisoned here? I don't know, but if you value your life, listen to me and don't be curious. Not even a little bit? I don't know either. I just heard that what we are escorting this time is a rare animal, and the organization seems to be using it for some kind of experiment. As one of them spoke, a face was suddenly reflected on the barrel of the gun. Seeing this scene, the man turned around with the gun in his hand, but there was nothing behind him. Captain, what's wrong with you? The man turned around with the gun in his hand. Strange, there was something. Click. Before the man could finish his words, his neck was suddenly twisted by something. The blood mixed with the bones turned into a knot. Seeing this, the other man stepped back violently, but unexpectedly, the moonlight reflected and the man's head exploded quickly. Bump! Blood gushed out, and a figure pushed open the door of the hall and entered an underground facility. The underground facility was brightly lit, and Wang Haonan's figure was constantly reflected on the reflective walls and floor. Several armed soldiers walked by, and their figures were reflected in the mirror. A line of blood flashed, and several people's heads fell to the ground instantly. Wang Haonan's figure continued to shuttle through the reflective walls and soon arrived at the deepest part of the underground building. At the deepest part of the building, a giant snake is imprisoned. Wang Haonan came to the big snake and said, "It seems that this is not the place." At this moment, a man with snake eyes suddenly appeared behind Wang Haonan. "Look who this is. 003, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come to it." Wang Haonan turned around, and behind him was a nine-tailed fox A-level containment expert. The guy had snake-like eyes, fish-like scales on his arms, and a long, weird tongue. Wang Haonan took out the information he had previously searched in another building. "You are Cobra, right?" The Cobra laughed. "Ah, it's me. I didn't take you in last time, but I wasted my ability to deal with you. You know, our abilities all come from a piece of candy. When our hearts crave something, candy will respond to our expectations. For example, I wanted to fight an invisible person, so I got a pair of eyes with heat sensing like a snake." Wang Haonan touched his chin when he heard this. "In other words, your abilities all come from a so-called candy. And the content of the power depends on your respective prayers. Then why don't you pray for the power of invincibility?" Cobra shrugged. "There are many kinds of invincibility. For example, There was a guy who wanted the power of invincibility, but in the end he only got the ability to make his body become weak. In a way, he is indeed invincible, because in his ethereal state he cannot be killed or attacked, and no one can be his opponent. But this kind of invincibility is obviously fundamentally different from the invincibility we imagined. Fundamentally speaking, it is also possible that the candy box itself has limited capabilities, so the abilities it can bestow are also limited. Wang Haonan smiled. Then why not try to eat a few more candies? It would be nice to eat more candies, but a guy has turned into pus and blood after eating 2 candies, the cobra said as a small snake emerged from his arm. Okay, if you want to talk, we can go back and talk slowly. Aren't you going to hide for a moment? Wang Haonan smiled faintly when he heard this, and then his figure disappeared instantly. Cobra grinned, his eyes widened, and he instantly sensed the nearby heat source. But the strange thing is that there is no heat source nearby. Where are the people? The cobra was stunned for a moment, and the next second, his head was suddenly cut off violently by something and fell directly to the ground. Puff! Blood spurted and Wang Haonan appeared behind the cobra. Your information is a bit behind schedule. Who still hides in this day and age? Having said that, Wang Haonan swaggered out of the club. After Wang Haonan left, a crack suddenly appeared in the space before his eyes. Qingyu walked out of the crack and picked up the cobra's body, then looked at the big snake in the cage in front of him. I feel like I can come up with something pretty good. The big snake suddenly shrank after seeing Qingyu, and its whole body trembled subconsciously, as if it had seen some abominable creature that was bringing it death. Looking at the trembling big snake, Qingyu's hand reached through the cage and gently stroked the top of the snake's head. Don't be afraid, he is the material. And you will evolve and achieve incomparable beauty. After saying that, Qingyu grabbed the cage and tore a crack, then escaped into the void with the big snake. On the other side of the crack, it was an eerie black hole. This place exists at the intersection of reality and spirit, and does not exist in any corner of the material world. Qingyu's flowers, experimental subjects, and 2-handled pots were all piled here. Now, there is a new big snake and a snake man's corpse. Don't be nervous, just relax, it doesn't hurt at all. Qingyu cut the snake man's body into pieces and threw it into the pot, from the upper body to the lower body, without leaving a single inch behind. But the amazing thing is, no matter how much he threw in, the potion was always only 100 milliliters. Nine-tailed fox headquarters. The cobra is dead. What? Who did this? According to the undamaged surveillance footage, it should be 003. Impossible. Cobra's ability is just right to restrain 003. Even if that idiot was careless, it's impossible for him to be so easily. Unless 003 evolves. 006 is dead. According to our assumption, no new monsters will appear, and naturally no monsters will evolve. Have you forgotten the other hypothesis we proposed earlier? It wasn't 006 who created the monster, it was something else. Although 006 died, that thing did not disappear. Someone took over 006's job. Do you remember the question Chu Yang asked before he died? Chu Yang asked 006, if we kill you, will there be no new monsters? 006's answer at the time was, are you really sure? This is troublesome. One person walked directly to a holding room. This containment chamber is number 002. He looked into the room through the glass and saw Li Yuan imprisoned inside. Feeling someone was watching him, Li Yuan looked up. Why, you're not going to execute me yet? Friendly reminder, you don't have much time left. One person asked through the glass. What do you mean? Li Yuan grinned. Literally, death is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Before the two could react, their heads fell off in the mirror. Wang Haonan walked out from the glass and said, It seems that I have found the right place this time. Li Yuan, long time no see. Chapter 048, Death of 009. The machine that imprisoned Li Yuan was slowly opened. He moved his wrist and said, That gentleman is not dead, right? Of course, Wang Haonan said. Where is 009 being held? Li Yuan shook his head. Not sure. I only know that we are not locked up together. The nine-tailed fox seems to be planning to execute 001 and 004. They didn't plan to execute you? Li Yuan's eyes turned. They have been drawing my blood. It seems that they have developed some kind of medicine, and I am the raw material of their medicine. Wang Haonan recalled the information he had found in other laboratories before. It should be the number 01 strengthening reagent. I have seen it in other experimental bases before. As he spoke, Wang Haonan took out a bottle of reagent from his pocket and threw it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took the reagent and sensed it. This is a deep diver cell. Strange, how did they unlock the cell lock? What cell lock? Li Yuan shook the reagent in his hand. This type of cell is infectious, but the infectivity has been locked. And the method to unlock this cell lock is only known to me. But now, they don't know how they unlock the cells and keep them in a restricted state of constant activation. Normally, once this potion is injected into a human's body, they will instantly be transformed into fishmen. But they used a method to limit the infection of cells, so that the cells cannot completely transform the human body. Sure enough, the abnormality I felt before was not without reason. It's no wonder that I was captured here. This trip was a good decision. Listen to me, Li Yuan said and suddenly laughed. I have an idea. Idea? As soon as Wang Haonan finished speaking, a red light suddenly lit up in the base, and an extremely loud alarm sounded. Incident 01, Containment Breach! Delta Extreme Response Force is rushing to the out-of-control area. Wang Haonan turned around, but Li Yuan pushed him away. Facing a group of armed soldiers, Li Yuan suddenly emitted a strange sound wave. The sound waves spread in his abdomen, and there seemed to be some kind of melody. After hearing Li Yuan's abdominal sounds, the soldiers suddenly put their hands on their heads and knelt on the ground. Agaha! Fish scales and green skin began to appear on the bodies of these soldiers, and their bodies began to expand rapidly, supporting their clothes. Li Yuan turned around and said, These people have been injected with merman cells, although only a small amount, but as long as I unlock the cell lock, the merman cells will transform them in an instant. I can only say that the nine-tailed foxes helped me make a nice wedding dress. Leave this to me. I think the master has given you other tasks, right? Wang Haonan nodded when he heard this, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. After Wang Haonan left, all the Delta Extreme Reaction Force newly formed by the nine-tailed fox turned into fishmen. The advantage of this new type of troops is that all of them have been injected with fishman cells. Unfortunately, this secret was discovered by Li Yuan. Let's go and see what good things those nine-tailed foxes have collected. A group of fishmen holding guns made way for them, and Li Yuan walked in front through the corridor of the laboratory. Ahead is the light containment area. Li Yuan looked at the storage cabinets one by one, and accidentally found a bone hand. There is a sign below that reads, SRW number 009-14, Hand of Greed. Danger level S. Containment information. The Hand of Greed split from 009. It can move on its own and float like a ghost hand. 009-14 loves women's buttocks very much. At the same time, 009-14 can be connected to any limb of a living being. After the Hand of Greed is connected, the will of the living being can freely control 009-14. However, 009-14 has a very strong mental pollution meme. Once touched, it will immediately activate the strongest desire in the living being's heart, and it must be executed immediately. Contact with 009-14 is strictly prohibited, and no female is allowed to be in the presence of 009-14. Li Yuan grinned at this, smashed the glass with a punch and walked into the containment room. 009 has quite a lot of junk creations. After kicking the containment facility containing 009-14 to pieces, the hand came out and made a yes gesture to Li Yuan. Li Yuan's mouth twitched, then he turned to look at the other holding rooms. The Hand of Desire immediately followed him and hovered beside him. What is this, a killer fan? 009-8, the killer fan. Danger level, RS. Containment information, 009-8 is just an ordinary electric fan in appearance, but has the property of being indestructible. And the power supply must be maintained 24 hours a day. Otherwise, the fan blades of 009-8 will separate from the fuselage and strangle all living things in sight like a propeller. In the event of a power outage at the facility, all personnel are to evacuate the area immediately. Once power is restored, D-Class personnel will enter the facility first to confirm whether 009-8 is powered on. Li Yuan took a look and left silently. It's best not to touch this. He thought so, but the hand of greed seemed to have other ideas and quietly went over and unplugged the murderous fan. After unplugging the plug, the blades of the electric fan instantly spun and flew out, directly cutting through the glass and rocks and rushing out at a high speed. The other end. Deep containment area. Wan Haonan found 009, whose body was covered with steel nails. Hey, long time no see. 009's pupils moved, but he could not speak because his tongue and mouth were pierced by steel nails. Seeing this, Wan Haonan pulled out the steel nail from his mouth. Are you comfortable living here? The splitter moved his head and said, Even if you don't come, my people will come to find me. Oh no, they are already outside. Wan Haonan smiled faintly upon hearing this. Really? But I'm not here to save you. I'm here to kill you. As Wan Haonan spoke, he took out a stone with a monkey pattern from his waistband. Look, I picked it up. The splitter's pupils shrank when he saw this. Hey, stop joking, I admit that I spoke too loudly before. Wan Haonan nodded. You are speaking very loudly now. Mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the monkey stone in Wan Haonan's hand and hit the splitter, directly turning it into a mouse. The so-called immortality simply means that the physical body can recover infinitely. Well, there are actually many ways to kill this immortal body. For example, killing his soul, or changing his body and turning it into a mortal body. Or something with the concept of obliteration or effacement could kill him. The splitter turned into a rat and was pulled up by Wan Haonan. He picked up a kitchen knife and chopped off the rat's head with one stroke. The mouse's body twitched for a while, and then it became motionless. Wan Haonan weighed the stone in his hand and said, This is really useful. As he spoke, Wan Haonan spread out his fingers and showed 8 more stones. Your death was somewhat valuable. After saying that, Wan Haonan stepped directly onto the reflective ground and disappeared on the spot. His figure moved back and forth across the floor and ceiling, but the corridor was empty. When follow-up experimenters arrived, they only saw a little white mouse with its head cut off. Chapter 049, Future Diary. Tread. In front of the underground elevator entrance of the Nine-Tailed Fox headquarters, a man wearing a white Shongshan suit and leaning on a cane stood there. You have the guts to break into the Nine-Tailed Fox headquarters. Wan Haonan scratched his hair when he heard this. You, Spider? Do you recognize me? The spider narrowed his eyes and began to secrete spider silk from his body, preparing to catch Wan Haonan off guard. Seeing this, Wan Haonan secretly took out a stone engraved with the dragon pattern. Neither of them spoke. The next second, the spider suddenly attacked, and the sticky spider silk sprayed directly from his hand towards Wan Haonan. Wan Haonan immediately took out the dragon talisman, a red light flashed, and a column of flames suddenly gushed out. Oh! Boom! There was a loud bang, and the flames melted all the spider silk, burning the spider's body into charcoal. Call! The flames went out, and the spider's charred body fell directly to the ground. Wan Haonan came to his side puzzledly. It doesn't feel that strong. Did I misunderstand something? You really misunderstood. A clear girl's voice was heard. Wan Haonan turned around and saw a girl in a black dress swaggering in the corridor of the reception area. 001? Weren't you sent to be executed? Hearing Wan Haonan's words, Raven put his hands on his hips and said, I killed all those who wanted to execute me. Is there a problem? You still have this ability? Wan Haonan blinked. Raven smiled faintly upon hearing this. You underestimate me too much. If I didn't want them to catch me, what would they use to catch me? Don't forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, the raven's body suddenly twisted and twitched. Her hair turned white, her eyes turned blood red, her teeth became sharp, and a pair of bat wings grew from her back. I have all your abilities. Raven licked his blood-red lips. The man who came to take me in was a shameless fat man. He claimed that he could predict the future. I think Lord OSS would be interested in this material that could predict the future. Wan Haonan was a little surprised. How do you know that Lord OS is not dead? Raven shrugged. Will Lord OS die? Don't be silly. I never doubted that Lord OS would die. I just need to do my job well and continue to send him the experimental materials he needs. Wan Haonan turned his eyes and saw a bloody fat man behind Raven. Can he predict the future? Raven turned around and kicked the fat man. Hey, didn't you say you can predict the future? The fat man sat up with a start. Ah, yes, I can predict the future. Whatever you want to see, I'll help you see it. Upon hearing this, Raven grabbed the fat man's neck and said, No need. I know exactly what you are thinking. Secret spy. Ravens can listen to people's secrets and read their memories in the shadows. So that's how it is. It's the diary that lets you predict the future? Raven pushed the fat man down and took out a diary from his body. Is it just such an ordinary thing? The fat man's pupils dilated when he saw this. No, not that, not. Raven grinned. Want me to give it back to you? The fat man nodded repeatedly. Give it back to me. Listening to the fat man's pleading, the Raven smiled happily. At this moment, a crack appeared in the space behind Raven. An arm stretched out from the crack and took the diary from Raven's hand. Ah? Wan Haonan. On the other side, Xingyi, who had taken the diary with his skillful hands, sat on a chair and began to flip through it casually. It can predict the future. I thought I would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this thing, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Xingyi casually threw the diary on the table. It seems that Chu Jiang is no longer needed. How to say it, Xingyi suddenly felt a little relieved. I can only say that the child has finally grown up. Xingyi reached out and touched the head of the big snake beside him. The big snake trembled and lowered its head. Come on, it's time to eat. Xingyi took out a bottle of potion. Seeing this, the big snake shook its head repeatedly and even began to retreat. Seeing this scene, Xingyi grabbed the snake's head and pried open its upper and lower jaws. Yes, I'm actually trying to reason with an animal. I'm really going backwards. It's just like treating a baby. You don't need to ask the baby's opinion. It doesn't understand what you are saying, so you don't have to discuss it with it. The potion was forced into the snake's mouth. The snake's body twisted and tumbled, its eyes widened and its body stretched into a straight line. Bump. The big snake fell to the ground and Xingyi stood up. As a pet, this is just the first stage. First, you need to learn to be obedient. After that, you need to feed it for a while. Outside world. Raven blinked. What just happened? Wan Haonan shrugged. Who knows, maybe that adult took action. Raven turned to look at the fat man who was kneeling on the ground. Is that so? The master didn't take you away. It seems that he doesn't like you. Well, since that master didn't like you and I've already copied your abilities, there's no point in keeping you. The fat man stepped back again and again. No, please don't kill me. I don't want to join the nine-tailed fox. This is all a helpless move. I joined the nine-tailed fox to save my life. I can join you. I want to be a monster too, really. Raven smiled faintly upon hearing this. Is that so? But not everyone is qualified to see that master. But you're so afraid of death that it makes me a little soft-hearted. Why don't you beg me? The fat man knelt on the ground and cowed out repeatedly. I beg you, please let me live. I promise I will never go against you again. Raven licked her lips, showed 2 fingers, and then grabbed the fat man's neck. That's great. I'm convinced by what you said, but I hate your eyes. Puff. After saying that, Raven directly pierced the fat man's eyeball with 2 fingers. Ugh! 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. The fat man instantly covered his eyes and fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps coming from one side of the corridor. Hearing the sound, the raven showed its claws, but what appeared in front of them was unexpectedly a large number of well-equipped fish men. Li Yuan walked in front of the crowd, followed by a little bone hand, which waved at Raven and the others in a very mischievous way. What does this mean? Raven blinked and saw Li Yuan coming in front of them. That day I felt that there was some kind of connection or resonance between me and those people. Guess what happened? That group of people actually injected my cells into ordinary people. 003, you came too fast. If you had come a little later, I could have presented the entire nine-tailed fox to that lord. Chapter 050, Take the Initiative. So, you were captured on purpose? Raven asked in confusion. Li Yuan shrugged. To a certain extent, the guy who plays with shadows is really powerful. I really can't beat him. But it's not that easy for him to catch me. I just felt that he had something of mine on him. In order to find out what was going on, I took the initiative to show up and let him catch me. Otherwise, with my tens of thousands of descendants, I can fight him till the end of time. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard in the corridor on the other side. A blonde woman walked down the other corridor. Hey, is everyone here? Raven blinked. Did you get caught on purpose as well? What do you mean by deliberately getting caught? The queen bee tilted her head and said, I simply have never fought before. Raven and the others looked at each other. Then how did you get out? The queen bee gave a charming smile and said, I'm sorry, the people who are responsible for observing and recording my information are all men. So what? After looking into my eyes, they all fell in love with me. When they heard that the group was going to execute me, they released me on their own initiative, and then they started fighting among themselves. The queen bee said as she glanced at the charred corpse on the ground. This coal-like thing, could it be a spider? Wang Haonan nodded. Yes, it's amazing that you recognized him. The queen bee felt a pity when she heard this. What a pity! I wanted to turn him into my guard bee, but I didn't expect him to die so soon. Li Yuan tilted his head and said, I have the same idea as you. These people have something special. I want to transform them into deep divers. I think it will produce some unexpected results. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator in front of him suddenly started. The four of them looked towards the elevator and saw the doors slowly open. A muscular man walked out of the elevator and then froze in place for a moment. I am special? The big man blinked as he looked at the four monsters in front of him. What happened? In the crack space, Xinyi was observing the outside world. When he saw the muscular man appear, he subconsciously touched the man's lifeline. Unexpectedly, the muscular man's lifeline was too fragile and it broke directly with just a slight tap. At the same time, a rotating electric fan suddenly flew over and directly chopped off the muscular man's head. It was like a chainsaw beheading, blood splattered everywhere. A small spark floated to Qingye's hand. It's so fragile? The fan continued to fly forward after cutting off the man's head. Suddenly, a group of nine-tailed fox soldiers appeared in the corridor in the distance. Target found! Seeing this group of nine-tailed fox hunters, Qingye grabbed their lifeline, but only flicked it lightly. Buzz! The electric fan swung past the group of people in an instant without hitting anyone. Oh, these people are pretty tough. What Qingye said about having a tough life was meant literally. It survived being hit by him and didn't break, so it was indeed very tough. Thinking of this, Qingye grabbed the lifelines of these people with one hand, placed the other hand on these strings, and began to play rhythmically. Buzz! The electric fan flew over again, and a group of nine-tailed foxes suddenly fell to the ground. Get down! Qingye was playing with his fingers, just like playing the piano. The lifeline was swaying and the electric fan turned around and flew back. Bang! At this moment, a person's lifeline was broken. At the same time, the electric fan penetrated directly into the man's body. Phew! Oh! Qingye smiled faintly and continued to play Dong Feng Pa, which was the lifeline of everyone. All this was very funny. To outsiders, it seemed that those people were jumping back and forth on the brink of death. The murderous electric fan circled around them, slashing horizontally and vertically, and the group of people bent down and turned sideways. These movements are like the wall coming out of a certain variety show. Until the lifelines of these people could no longer bear it, and were all broken by Qingye, the electric fan directly washed the crowd to death. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, several people turned around and looked at each other. What is that? It's just the garbage fragments of 009. Speaking of garbage fragments. When I came, I happened to see the group of nine-tailed foxes studying these stones, so I snatched them away. Wang Haonan opened his hands and took out 12 stones. What's this? One of 009's junk fragments, but it's pretty useful. Have you seen the adventures of Jackie Chan? No. Wan Haonan took out 3 stones and threw them to Li Yuan. Cow, strength; horse, healing; chicken, gravity. Li Yuan stretched out his hands and grasped the 3 stones, and a terrifying force instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. This thing is interesting. Wan Haonan then looked at the queen bee and threw out 3 stones at the same time. Dog, immortal; snake, invisible; sheep, soul out of body. The queen bee was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Are you giving me all the means to save your life? Am I so fragile in your eyes, dear? I think these are more suitable for you. Wan Haonan turned and looked at Raven. Raven simply stretched out his hands obediently. What about me? What do you give me? Wan Haonan took out 3 stones and put them in its hand. Rabbit, speed, dragon, flame, pig, electric eyes. What did you keep for yourself? Wan Haonan stretched out his hand and showed 3 stones. 3 of the most useless ones. Rat turns stillness into movement; monkey, ever-changing; tiger, balances yin and yang. Is everything all right? Several people subconsciously felt that Wang Haonan was the weakest among them. But what they didn't know was that Wang Haonan had evolved. Now he has conceptual level abilities. The second stage potion he took was the Mirror Demon. As the name suggests, the mirror monster can travel through any mirrored object, or object with light refraction. When he shuttled through these refraction bodies, even if the outside world collapsed and the earth broke apart, it had nothing to do with him. In the mirror world, he will not be attacked or affected by the outside world. However, when other people's figures appeared in the mirror, Wan Haonan was able to attack them. In other words, hitting me is useless and hitting you is the same as hitting your son. Wan Haonan's invisibility ability still exists, so he can kill people in the mirror without being noticed. It really makes the enemy defenseless and confused. The only downside is that this ability relies on the refraction of light. In the absence of light, Wan Haonan cannot display his abilities. Wan Haonan clenched the 3 stones in his hands. That's enough. This mission is complete, and it's time for me to leave. Wan Haonan's mission was not to save them, because Qingyi didn't say so, so he just came to kill 009. Saving Li Yuan was a coincidence. Don't think that Wang Haonan is a stubborn person. He is the only one who can understand Qingye's orders. Chapter 051. The Nine-Tailed Fox belongs to us. Aren't you going to leave? Li Yuan and the queen bee looked at each other and said, Let's go. Why are you leaving? X2. This place is already ours. X2. Li Yuan stretched his muscles and pointed behind him. Look at them, the elite 9-tailed foxes are all here. Everyone here belongs to me now, why should I leave? The queen bee smiled. And those people kindly told me that this was originally a bomb shelter capable of withstanding nuclear bombs. I'll build a nest here with its own defensive barriers. All the facilities are ready. If I control a few more researchers, I can directly take over the 9-tailed fox. But this is the hometown of the 9-tailed fox. You guys are taking the initiative and are really disrespecting others. Wang Haonan blinked and said, Okay, you guys can do whatever you want. I'll leave first. Raven looked at Wang Haonan, then at Li Yuan and the queen bee. Since that master has completely retired behind the scenes, I have nowhere to go, so I'll just stay here. Okay, but... X2. Li Yuan and the queen bee looked at each other and said, I hate fish. I hate bugs too. Seeing this, Raven held the rabbit charm and instantly appeared in front of the 2 men and pushed them away. That's enough, both of you. As he spoke, the raven pointed directly at Li Yuan. Why are you a fish living underground? You are a deep diver, why don't you go to the sea? Li Yuan thought about it and thought it made sense. He has been fighting people on land, but now he thinks that land is not his home ground at all. If in the sea, the combat capability of Li Yuan's deep diver legion would reach a very terrifying level. Because the sea is their home turf, they have absolute sovereignty advantage. Li Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll give this place to you. Don't let anyone mess with your nest again, 004. The queen bee smiled and said, Goodbye. Outside the base. As soon as Wang Haonan came out, he saw corpses all over the ground. There were several figures standing on the pile of corpses with strange smiles on their faces. Here comes another one. Who will do it? Wang Haonan looked up at the moon in the sky. As the moonlight shone down, his figure was instantly refracted into the mirror and then bounced through the mirror, directly killing a man. Bang! He grabbed one person's neck, and as soon as the other person came up, Wang Haonan raised the monkey spell. Ant! Pa! A person turned into an ant and fell to the ground. The person standing next to him immediately stopped and said, "Fuck, I almost stepped on you to death." Seeing this scene, a man with purple eyes and purple light on his body appeared in front of Wang Haonan. "I'm wrong. He's not Beige's man. You are 003, right?" Wang Haonan looked at the man and asked, "Who are you?" "We are the Chaos Insurgency." "What are you here for?" Wang Haonan asked with a sidelong glance. "Come and kill the QB, create chaos, and save the world. By the way, let's see if we can rescue the leader. Do you listen to 009? Wang Haonan narrowed his eyes. Everyone shrugged their shoulders after hearing this. Listen to it once in a while. There is a greater existence in our hearts. That legendary being, even though we have never seen him, we know that he exists. Upon hearing this, Wang Haonan threw the person in his hand aside and said, "What if I say that your leader is dead?" The Chaos Insurgency members looked at each other. "If you die, you die." Yeah, who would listen to him? Just a little while ago, we got the revelation. That legendary master has descended upon us like a god. It would be better if 009 died. This way, we will only have one master. Wang Haonan extended his hand. As long as we serve that master, we are friends. The man with purple light on his body shook hands with Wang Haonan. To us, anyone who kills the nine-tailed fox is a friend of our chaos. By the way, we have another job besides this, which is to recover the creations that were split from 009. Wang Haonan looked behind him. There are about a dozen here, and some are in other experimental bases. The man with purple light clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me know." As he was about to enter the elevator, Li Yuan suddenly came out of the elevator with a large number of fishmen soldiers. Li Yuan glanced at the man in purple light and said, "Make way." The man in purple light was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously moved to the side to make way. In this way, the elevator went up and down more than 10 times before finally sending all of Li Yuan's fishmen to the surface. The man in purple light looked at the army of fully armed fishmen holding guns. Their mighty backs really made people feel emotional. Is this the senior? This number can rival 3 divisions, right? It's terrible, really terrible. Although they had heard from 009 Split that there were other monsters, they had never seen them. Obviously, these veteran monsters have almost become forces in their own right. But now they have to be 12 monsters united together to form a force. Of course, the main reason is that their potions are almost all semi-finished products. All have obvious flaws. But the good news is that they got the attention of that adult. As long as they can demonstrate extraordinary possibilities, as long as their existence is helpful to that person's experiment, that person will show them a little mercy. And what they call kindness is evolution. The next day, the weather was sunny. Qinye's vision quickly swept across the sky, and soon he found the reincarnated Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang was holding a gold ingot in his palm. Soon the gold ingot melted, and an inverted triangle blood-red pattern appeared in the palm of Chu Yang's hand. What's this? Qinye took a closer look, and suddenly, a bloody pattern appeared on the palm of his hand. Bite. Killing game invites you. The organizer of this game is Chen. It's you, so rude. Do you want to join this game? Qinye looked at the subtitles that appeared in front of him, and suddenly smiled. Interesting, tell me, what game is it, and how did you recognize me? I am 079 Game System. It's a pleasure to meet you in the past, Lord OSS. Past? Qinye turned his head and looked at the future diary on the table behind him. I used the characteristics of the future diary to create a creature that can travel through time at will, right? Yes, as expected of you, you actually thought of it so quickly. Talk about the future. Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Just tell me my purpose. What is the purpose of creating you? And why do I let you go back to the past? You said you wanted to have some fun? Am I that kind of fun person? Yes, yes. But not now, but in the future. Chinyi smiled. That's possible. Let's talk about the game. How do you play it? As long as you hold 200 grams of gold in your hand, you can join the game. This is the ticket. Of course, you don't have to pay. It's free. 079 knew that Chinyi hated it most when someone asked him for money. Chinyi smiled. So, Chu Yang got this ability from this game? Yes, he is one of the many seeded players you are optimistic about. He has the potential to become your creation. Author's words. Stop guessing who will win between the villain and the protagonist. Who is the villain? Even if Tyson came today, Chen Yi would still be the protagonist, Chu Yang? Just a plaything. Chapter 052:079. In a strange room. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and the gold in his hand disappeared. Finally, I have enough money for the tickets. Although I've been reborn, the game invitation is still there. Is it bound to my soul? As Chu Yang was thinking about this, his eyes went dark and his consciousness went straight to another space. The space is a large black platform with chairs and tables around it, and a huge countdown in the sky. The death game starts once a month. Since I started playing the game, it has probably started 8 times. I missed 2 of them. This time the game is. Chu Yang raised his head and saw a string of characters written below. Number 002, Deep Diver, Difficulty 2. Countdown, 03:14:55. 3 more hours. Chu Yang summoned his personal information panel with a thought. My points have been reset to 0, and all the abilities I had previously acquired have also disappeared. It couldn't be worse than this. There is not only Chu Yang here, there are other people too. They all received invitations to the game, and had the same inverted triangle magic circle pattern on the palms as Chu Yang. One of them came in front of Chu Yang. Newcomer? Chu Yang looked at the person who came. He recognized this person, Hawkeye Mihawk. This guy had fought with Chu Yang against the 004 Queen Bee, and then stabbed Chu Yang in the back. Old men all knew that Hawkeye was quite notorious. Now that Chu Yang has been reborn, his appearance and figure are completely different from before. In addition, his own ability information was reset, and Chu Yang changed his name to Yang Yen. Yes, when joining the game, you need to enter an LD. No one uses their real name here. Chu Yang was previously called Sanlunch, a name he just gave himself to. At the time, he was considered a top figure in the game, and people called him Third Master. But the main source of this title is directly related to the fact that he has always been the third in command. Seeing Hawkeye, Chu Yang was neither angry nor happy. He's a newcomer, so what? Hawkeye Mihawk stretched out his hand. Really? Then you better be careful. People here are quite selfish. My name is Hawkeye Mihawk, you can just call me Hawkeye. You are the most selfish one. Chu Yang did not shake hands with him. Seeing this, Hawkeye felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, this game is quite dangerous. Shall we form a team? Chu Yang still didn't respond to him. Hawkeye turned his head and said, it's okay if you don't want to form a team. As an old man, I have the obligation to introduce this place to you. What's in front of you is a countdown. When the countdown ends, those who have handed in their admission tickets will be forcibly teleported to the corresponding scene. The monsters you face in different scenes are different, and the rules of the game may also have some minor differences. And if you want to complete the game, the general requirement is to survive to a certain time. Generally, as long as you survive the specified time, you can get points, and each point can be used to buy some things in the mall. You can take a look at the mall. The biggest reward is 50,000 points, which is said to qualify you to meet the organizer once. Above the sky, Qingyi, who had transformed into the form of the god of death, was watching them. What does this 50,000 point reward mean? Well, this is what you set. You said you would give a bottle of magic potion to anyone who can collect 50,000 points. Collect 50,000 points and get a bottle of magic potion. Can you make potions? No, but you can. I originally thought that before you created me, I would not let anyone get 50,000 points. If there was any risk, I would design a dead end to completely block them. And only after you create me will you allow people with 50,000 points to exist. Xinye's eyes swept across the group of people below. Who has the most points now? A man named Yigong has earned 4,200 points. How many points did Xu originally have? 3,650 points. Did you clear the points you gave him? Whenever someone dies, their account will be cancelled, but you brought him back to life, so this is what happened. That's a shame. Xinye's eyes flashed under the skeleton face, and he glanced at the people below. Unlike Chu Yang, they could not attract Xingyi. By drawing Chu Yang's blood, Xingyi conducted several experiments and found out what was attracting him. That is a characteristic called luck. Xingyi reached out and grabbed the lifelines of the people below. The lifelines of some of them were thicker and tougher than normal. Since becoming the god of death, Xingyi has seen many lifelines. Slowly, he came to a conclusion. People with this kind of hard lifeline can generally live a long time. The magic potion that Xingyi made with Chu Yang's blood had a very unique ability, which was to make a person's lifeline harder and thicker. But after Xingyi's tests, this lifeline is not indestructible and can be torn apart with a little force. It's just that, without the interference of the god of death, such people are generally very long-lived and can live to the end of their life. Chu Yang is the most unlucky one among this group of people. This made Xingyi ponder one thing. 079, how did you choose the people in the beginning? Was it random or did you have fixed candidates? You said you wanted to find someone with a tough life. So I brought all the tough people here, and used the marks in their hands as a message to radiate outwards. Xingyi seemed to have thought of something after hearing this. I think I know what I'm thinking now. A person with a tough life, experimental data, 079 game world. I see. I gradually understood everything. What's the next game? It's to avoid being hunted down by the 002 Deep Diver Army. As long as you survive for 30 minutes or escape from the manor, you will win. Of course, you can change the game content at will. Xingyi pinched the lifelines of these people and said, Isn't 30 minutes too short? Let's increase it to 1 hour. These people are so lucky, wouldn't it be a shame to them if we didn't make things more difficult for them? Also, you should have my other experimental data, let me take a look. Well, Lord OS's experimental data is only in your hands, and you haven't told anyone. Although I know what those creatures are, I don't know how they were created. If you only know the appearance and abilities of the monsters, then the future of this timeline will definitely change. This timeline? So, when you go back to the past has already branched off into a new timeline and is no longer the past? It's just like Ichio in a certain novel. He goes back in time again and again, but he can't change the future. He just goes back to the past and keeps opening up new timelines. Yes, it might even prevent you from creating me in this timeline. Chapter 053, Game of Death. Hiss. As the countdown ended, everyone on the platform disappeared in a flash. Xingyi waved his hand, and the space in front of him flipped, and he arrived at a huge manor. There were several houses in the manor, and those people were randomly thrown somewhere in these houses. This manor is very large and has only one exit. Just at this moment, countless fishmen suddenly rushed towards the house from all directions. Xingyi was watching from above. Do you think I should be standing in the spectator seats, 079? Well, if you do this, the game will become very easy, which will affect the balance of the game. Of course, if you want to go down and play, you can. Xingyi twisted his body and restored his human appearance, but unexpectedly a cigarette suddenly appeared in front of him. Please, sir. Xingyi smiled. Interesting. He held the cigarette in his mouth, and a small flame burned directly, igniting the cigarette. Then let them have fun on their own. Off the court. Chu Yang just opened his eyes and found that he was born in the house. Without saying a word, he rushed directly to the deepest room. There was a shotgun hanging on the wall of the room. He was just about to take the shotgun when someone attacked and kicked him in the chest. The person who came was none other than Hawkeye. Hawkeye picked up the shotgun and looked at Chu Yang. Are you okay? Why did you fall down by yourself? Oh, this gun is too dangerous for you to hold. I'll hold it for you. Just follow me. This guy. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, but he had lost all his abilities now, so theoretically it was impossible for him to defeat Hawkeye. Hawkeye has a Murloc heart, and his physical abilities are far superior to Chu Yang's current abilities. The Murloc heart is also one of the rewards for completing the game. After each level is cleared, there will be a reward settlement ranking list. The 1st to 3rd place winners will receive a golden treasure chest. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive a silver treasure chest. The rest, as long as they survive for a certain period of time, will receive a guaranteed bronze treasure chest. But the bronze treasure chest is extremely rubbish, and the highest you can get is barely a blue one, and the probability is very low. The Murloc heart is a purple reward. If Chu Yang wants to get the Murloc heart again, he must at least be in the top 10. In this level, if you want to get into the top 10, you must kill the Murlocs. The more Murlocs you kill, the higher your ranking. But without a gun, it would be very difficult for him to kill the fishman with his ordinary physical fitness. Hawkeye left with the gun, and Chu Yang had no choice but to pick up the axe beside him. When you are weak, you can only endure. The original Chu Yang had 1 purple ability, 1 gold ability, and 2 blue abilities. The golden ability is 100% chance of tripping the opponent. It is a conceptual ability that can trip the opponent as long as it can be touched. The purple ability is the Murloc heart, which can strengthen a person's body twice as much. 2 blue abilities, one is hearing enhancement, and the other is physical enhancement. Chu Yang sold the rest of the abilities because they were useless. In addition, he has 2 purple consumable items, Breath of the Deep Sea. Breath of the Deep Sea is also a drop from level 002. Its effect is to restore the whole body once, which is equivalent to a healing potion. The difference is that Breath of the Deep Sea comes with a physical enhancement after healing. Chu Yang used the Breath of the Deep Sea twice, once when his heart was crushed by the fishman 2 months ago, and once when he was in a car accident and exploded. But that was all in the past, and now he didn't even have the most useless white ability. Chu Yang picked up the axe and walked out the door, and the fishmen were already rushing towards him. Most people choose to fight while running, because there are too many Murlocs, and it is not realistic to fight head-on. In order to save energy, most people will use the terrain advantage to deal with the Murlocs. 1 point for each Murloc. According to previous data, I need to kill at least 45 Murlocs to get into the top 10. Hawkeye climbed to a high point with a gun and started shooting the fishmen in the head accurately with the gun. He has skills with firearms, so his marksmanship is beyond doubt. Some experienced old men, like Hawkeye, had already obtained weapons and started to deal with the mermen in their own way. There are also some people who gather together to guard a point, and those people are like playing CF biochemical mode. Although the old people were prepared, the newcomers were completely in the dark. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? At this time, a fisherman pounced on a newcomer and knocked him down. The newcomer screamed and his throat was bitten off. Then more and more newcomers fell down. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. He looked at a newcomer who was knocked down by a fisherman, then he picked up the axe and chopped it on the head of the fisherman who was eating. Puff. 1. In the sky, Chen Yu was always looking at a man with the ID name Yigong. He has superb physical skills and moves gracefully. He can pull a group of fishmen by himself and use whatever is nearby, just like a toy town god of war. This person's fighting ability is the strongest among these people. But his strength lies not only in his physical advantage, but also in his flexible playing style and reaction ability. To use the terminology of the game, this guy's hands are pretty fast. The battle lasted for half an hour, and most people began to be overwhelmed. Strange, how come it's been half an hour and the game isn't over yet? Yes, does that mean the survival time has been extended? Chu Yang also noticed this. Not half an hour? Oh no, we can't delay any longer. The number and offensiveness of the Murlocs will become increasingly fierce over time, and 30 minutes is already difficult enough. If the time was extended by 10 or 20 minutes, even Yigong would not be able to hold on. Thinking of this, Chu Yang looked towards the gate of the manor. We must find a way to break out. As long as we can escape, at least we can survive. If we stay, we will definitely die. Apparently, other people thought so too. They all rushed towards the manor gate in an instant, and Chu Yang followed behind them. After 30 minutes, the number of casualties began to increase rapidly. In an instant, the team of 100 players was reduced to less than 20 people. Yigong took the lead and cooperated with several other players to carve out a path, and then was the first to escape from the manor. Other players followed closely behind, and Chu Yang was left behind due to his poor physical ability. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength, and rolled through the door. At the same time, the screen in front of everyone went black. Game over. Enter the reward settlement stage. The first place was Yigong, who killed 102 murlocs, 19 more than the second place, and was far ahead. Hawkeye My Hawk was only rank 7th, having killed 49 murlocs. Chu Yang's ranking was even lower, only 65th. A total of 8 murlocs were killed, which is a very bleak number. The good news is that Chu Yang at least survived and got a lowest quality bronze treasure chest. Call! Everyone returned to the platform and opened the treasure chests one after another. Chu Yang also opened the treasure chest. Reward one-time props. Grenade, white reward. This is garbage. Chapter 054-003 is killing like crazy. Why? Chu Yang sighed, and others were also opening treasure chests. One of them exclaimed in surprise. It's purple, Murloc Heart, 150 points, only one, first come first served. 150 points? No, brother, mister, you sold it for 95 last time, you're selling it for 150? Buy it if you want, or get out if you don't want. Ahem, blue quality, visual enhancement, 30 points, price negotiable. White quality, one-time item adrenaline, 5 points. What did Master Yi do this time? The man called Yigong turned around and said, Purple quality, fish scale skin, 75 points. Fuck, it has to be Master Yigong, the one with conscience. Looking at the people who were trading around, Chu Yang shook his head. His gain this time was only 18 points. 8 points are given by the fish killer, and 10 points are fixed rewards for clearing the level. Can't buy anything. Those inherent abilities can only be traded if they have not been absorbed. Once absorbed, they cannot be traded. Therefore, people usually start trading after the rewards are settled. Chu Yang took a deep breath. White quality, disposable item, grenade, 10 points. Hawkeye heard the voice and came to Chu Yang. Not bad, newcomer. You actually survived. I'm optimistic about you. Bitch. After Chu Yang greeted Hawkeye's entire family in his heart, he turned his head and looked to the side. Hawkeye laughed when he saw this. I'm here to take care of your business, and you treat me like this? Chu Yang turned around and initiated a transaction. 10 points. Seeing this, Hawkeye rejected the deal directly. Oh, sorry, I suddenly don't want it anymore. How about you sell it to me at a lower price, 3 points? You have to know that these white disposable props are the rubbish among rubbish. No one will buy them. Chu Yang quit the game immediately after hearing this. Seeing him disappear, Hawkeye sneered. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. By the way, our perennial third brother hasn't been here for a while, right? Who knows? Maybe he's dead. The eternal third man they are talking about is a man named Tricycle. That's right, it's Chu Yang. The next game will start in a month. Chinyi stretched lazily. That's slow enough. At their speed, it will take hundreds of years to collect 50,000 points. Also, I think your game lacks some fun. Why not just disguise the game world as the real world and let them play the role of the reincarnation team? Samsara team? Does the Lord know? If you don't know, read more online articles. Chinyi left the game space with a thought, and returned to his own crack space. The creation 079 is very interesting. Through 079, Chinyi had an idea. Since we can create a game world, there's no reason why we can't create a different world. However, I have not yet figured out what the prerequisite materials for 079 are. I cannot take too big a step. I must at least find out the raw materials for 079 first. In other words, finish the experiment at hand first, and when I get to sequence 079, I will naturally know. Thinking about it, Chinyi turned and looked at the big snake again. The coiled big snake suddenly felt a chill and woke up suddenly from its sleep. Come on, it's time to take your medicine. A few days later. Inside another base of the nine-tailed fox. So, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. One basket is lost, and there is still one basket. How many A-level personnel do we have available now? The cobra is dead, the spider is dead, the shadow is dead, the eye of the future is half dead, its eyes are gouged out, and its abilities are useless. The only ones who can fight now are the spiritual master and the Tao Pai. Can't we use 009-4 to produce some new people with special abilities? 009-4 candy box, it's in the experimental base over there. Why don't you send someone to find it back? The base over there has been nested by a queen bee. It's difficult for our people to get close to it now. Where's the spiritual master? Let him go. The spiritual master has gone, but he met 003 on the way and is currently engaged in a firefight. At night, under the sky, a one-eyed man in a windbreaker looked around with a faint body. Damn, where did that guy go? Is this invisibility? No, this can't be invisibility. The one-eyed dragon looked around and said, I was caught in the mirror just now and there is a scar on my neck. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have died. So 003 can attack me through light refraction or mirror? Then theoretically speaking, as long as there are no mirror objects nearby, 003 will not be able to attack me. Thinking of this, the spiritual master hid in a street corner where there was no mirror reflection. At this moment, a passerby suddenly walked over and looked at him. The spiritualist also noticed the passerby, and the two looked at each other. Suddenly, a human face was reflected in the man's pupils. Oops. Human pupils are also mirror images. No, calm down. I'm in a virtual state now. He can't hurt me. I'm invincible. Yes, I'm invincible. Puff. A blood mark appeared on the spiritualist's neck. How is this possible? I am in the state of virtualization. Bump. The spiritualist fell to the ground and soon stopped breathing. Wang Haonan appeared in front of him in an instant. It's blurred, but the you in the mirror is not blurred? Wang Haonan's attack is a conceptual attack. Even if the opponent is completely blurred, as long as the opponent is reflected by the mirror and his figure appears in the mirror, Wang Haonan can directly hurt him. Squeak! Calling the spiritual master, what is your current situation? A voice came from the spiritual master's body. Wang Haonan took a closer look and found that it was a communicator. He picked up the communicator and put it on his ear. Hey, hello, he's injured. Where are you? I'll help you take him over. The voice on the other end of the communicator sounded confused. Who are you? A kind-hearted person who happened to pass by, Wang Haonan said. Wait, shut up. Who the hell are you? Where's the spiritual master? Give him the communicator. Wang Haonan glanced at the body on the ground and said, He has passed out. For some reason, the communicator signal was cut off. Wang Haonan tapped the communicator in confusion, but no sound came from the other end. Inside another base of the nine-tailed fox. I'm afraid the spiritual master is dead. What did you say? The person who answered the signal just now should be 003. How can you be sure? I can't be sure, but I have to doubt. Things have come to this. Do you have a backup plan? No, what I want to say is that at this point, we have no choice but to let the GOC intervene. Global Occult Coalition? What can they do? They may not be able to do anything, but their presence can draw the monster's firepower. What do you mean? Let them fight. We have lost enough people. It's time for the United Nations to take over. Chapter 055, 8 Gates of Life. GOC Council. According to the latest intelligence, the containment zone in Asia is completely out of control. What about North America? The situation in North America is just as bad. 1008 has caused a stir in the city. It is even said that a church has emerged in North America. They call themselves the Church of Light and claim that they have a kind of holy water that can fight vampires. They use this to make a lot of money. In reality, does that holy water have any effect? It doesn't have any effect. It's just boiled water with salt added. There are still people making money from the national crisis at this time? Because human nature is dark, even if it is a difficult situation that can only be overcome by working together, it will eventually turn into a chain reaction of collapse caused by a few people giving up on themselves. Right now, the location of Raven Impersonator 001 is unknown. 002 Deep Diver seems to have taken some fishmen into the ocean. The exact coordinates cannot be confirmed at the moment. 003 Invisible Man is as missing as 001 Raven Imitator. The 004 Queen Bee has occupied the original nine-tailed fox base, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a natural barrier. At the same time, it also has a large number of 009 splitter derivatives in its hands. 005 Rat in the Wall is missing. 006 Fate Weaver, the nine-tailed fox, said he is confirmed dead. 007 Siren, according to observations, it may be in the Atlantic Ocean. We recommend not to contact it for the time being. The true ancestor of 008 is entrenched in North America. We have observed that 008 often appears in female form. According to an Asian who has lived in Chinatown for many years, he has seen 008. And they said that many Asians had seen 008 and they all miraculously survived. Only Asians? Why? It seems like 008 can't understand any language other than Chinese. And once 008 is unable to communicate with someone, he will resort to violent means to communicate with them. Can't you give him an English patch then? I haven't finished my report yet. It's rude of you to interrupt me like this. Sorry, go on. The Chinese in Asia all call 008 the Three Corpses Goddess. When asked about the origin of the name, they all said they heard it from others. What else? According to our observations, 008's form is not limited to just one. It can be both female and male, and is not fixed to a certain form. Wait, why are we researching 008 now? Shouldn't we focus on dealing with the Asian containment first? Director Asia, please understand that dealing with 008 is obviously more important. There's only one containment unit in North America. Why are you in such a hurry? No. It alone is more troublesome than all the containment objects in Asia. Bullshit. Have you ever seen Asian shelters? Both directors, please calm down. The Asian director and the North American director were at loggerheads with each other, and it was obvious that there was a slight difference of opinion between them. In the end, either of them convinced the other, and the general chairman of the GOC Council proposed an inspection trip to the two places. First, examine the situations on both sides separately to see which one is more critical, and start with the more critical one. A few days later. A park in Bailing City. An old man was practicing Tai Chi when 3 GOC investigators suddenly passed by. Uncle, do you live in the Bailing area? The old man stopped when he heard this and said, Yes, I have lived here since I was a child. Then do you know that Bailing City has been in turmoil recently? Hearing the GOC investigator's words, the old man shook his head and said, No, our Bailing City is very peaceful. Several investigators looked at each other and asked, Have you ever seen any unusual phenomena, or encountered any ghosts, monsters, or anything like that? The old man put his hands behind his back and said, A gentleman should not talk about strange things. There are no monsters in this world. They are just made up by people to scare themselves. Instead of thinking about those things, why not learn the Tai Chi Bagua Lian Huan Zhang from me? As the old man spoke, he gestured a few times in a ferocious manner. Several people looked at each other and shrugged. It seemed that the situation in Bailing was not that bad. You are sure you haven't seen a monster, right, sir? The old man continued to practice Tai Chi Bagua Zhang. There are no monsters, but there are still terrorists. Where are the terrorists? As soon as the man finished speaking, the old man suddenly slapped out with his palm, and a stream of air exploded and instantly swallowed up the 3 people. The figures of the 3 people disappeared in an instant, and the old man took a deep breath. Right in front of you. The 8th seat of the Chaos Insurgency, Yi Jing. In a dark space, 3 GOC investigators suddenly appeared here. To them, it was just a blink of an eye. Here it is? The 3 of them looked at each other. Under their feet was a huge Tai Chi diagram, and the 8 channels outside had 8 kinds of patterns. What's going on? Weren't we just? One person said as if he had thought of something. That old man! Just as they thought of the old man, they heard a voice suddenly coming from the space. Only one of the 8 gates is the gate of life. If you go in the wrong direction, you will die. If you don't go in, you will die all the same. Tai Chi evolves, and the life gate will continue to change over time. If you can come out of it, I will consider you amazing. You're so awesome. So, what is gossip? One person scratched his hair and looked confused. He was not Asian and did not understand this culture. Do you want to start from this? One person raised his head and looked at the pattern on the 8 gates. Qian 3 consecutive, Kun 6 broken, shaking the bowl, Zhen covering the bowl, leaving the middle empty, the ridge full, the upper part missing, and the lower part breaking. If it is a tomb robber, then the birth gate generally refers to the Sun position. Xuandao belongs to the wind, there is wind. First of all, don't train me. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. As they talked, the air began to grow thinner. The only person who could understand the gossip gritted his teeth and said, I don't understand what this means either. Let's go and try to take the wind position. Where is the wind position? This way. The man said that he rushed out first, and was instantly torn apart by a strong wind. Seeing this scene, the 2 people immediately stopped. He guessed wrong. You can't go this way. There are 2 roads and 7 exits left. If we each take one, we still have at least a 1 in 7 chance. Okay, let's go together. As he spoke, a man rushed directly into the Gen gate, which belongs to the earth. The next second, countless stone spikes came out and pierced the man into a sieve. Now it's 1/6. The last person laughed while breathing heavily. Although we agreed to leave together, in this situation, the one who leaves last obviously has the highest chance of survival. Now 2 doors have been confirmed to be death doors. The man chose one of the 6 and walked directly into the fire door corresponding to the Ligua. But the goddess of luck did not seem to favor him. As the man's brain shut down from lack of oxygen, flames erupted, burning his body directly. Seeing this, the old man clapped his hands and said, So, young man, why don't you look for monsters? Why don't you learn Tai Chi Bagua from me? Chapter 056, Arthur? In the park, an old man was dancing with a sword and another was practicing Tai Chi. The 2 old men looked at each other and asked, Speaking of your 8 doors, is there really a life-saving door? The old man put his hands behind his back and said, Of course there is, but the Zhou Tian evolves the Tai Chi cycle, and the Xing men may be here in the last second, and in a different position in the next second. If they have the habit of carrying a compass with them, they will find that every time the life gate changes, the magnetic field will be chaotic. Another old man chuckled. But so far, no one has been able to walk out of your 8 gates. Yi Jing shook his head and said, Old 12, you have to understand that it is time and fate. It is their destiny for them to meet me. It's their fate that they can't get out. The 8th seat of the Chaos Insurgency, I Ching. The 12th seat of the Chaos Insurgency, Swordsmith. In the crack space, Qin Yi was tidying up his own nest. He had placed several rows of huge bookshelves on one side of the dark space. In the middle was a table with a 2-handled pot with a devil pattern and a diary on it. On the ground nearby, there is a large Venus flytrap potted plant that looks like a sunflower but is covered with eyeballs. On the other side of the room, a giant snake of enormous size was stretched out straight, with its head and tail fixed to either side of the wall. 3 holes were dug out in the middle of the body, with glass separating the flesh and blood on both sides. The snake looked in pain, but its head was fixed to the wall, and it couldn't move. Qin Yi came to the 3 holes of the big snake and took out a bowl. What is this? Shaking the bowl in his hand, Qin Yi threw it directly into the warehouse. He took a step forward and came to the 2nd hole. In front of it was a piece of paper with a sentence written on it. Is the reason why I live for my senpai? The meaning is unclear. Qin Yi threw the paper into the warehouse and then came to the 3rd hole. There is a crown in the 3rd hole, which is inlaid with dark green gems and emits a strange and cold mist. That's quite interesting. Qin Yi shook the crown in his hand. This was the 15th creation split from the big snake. Orochi took the 009 splitter's potion. Now it has become the new 009, but it is not appropriate to say so because Qin Yi did not give it a number. He simply saw the serpent as a kind of biological factory. And this is the final stage of the biofactory. Xinyi dug 3 holes on his body and concentrated the fragments in these 3 holes. Every time the wound healed, the fragments would fall out. This made the snake miserable, because there were 3 places on its body where the flesh and blood had been hollowed out. But it is unable to resist, not only physically but also psychologically. Perhaps because the big snake is larger in size, it can split out far more things at a time than 009. But in contrast, whether these things have features or not, there is no decent instruction manual to explain their functions. Xinyi shook his head as he looked at the fragments piled up in the warehouse. It was like the headphone wire he took out of his trouser pocket, which was a mess if he couldn't cut it. Xinyi returned to his seat with the crown in his hand, then casually flipped through the future diary. Dates. All dates and general descriptions of events. Xinyi waved his hand, and a flying feather pen floated over instantly. This is a new creation split from the Great Snake, a pen that can leave words on any material without the need for paint. Other properties unknown. Xinyi wrote down tomorrow's date in his diary, and then wrote what 002 was doing. The diary did not respond, so he closed it. After a while, the future diary trembled slightly. Xinyi opened the diary and saw an extra row of words on the future diary. 002 has built a new home under the deep sea. Although it is not yet completed, he has already given it a name. Raya. In the afternoon, 002 came to the shore and converted all the people in a small fishing village into deep divers. They used this place as their temporary residence on the ground and spent a relatively leisurely day there. Xinyi closed the diary and said, "It's quite interesting. Look at what I did tomorrow." A new self emerges in the diary. Xinyi observed the diary. Tomorrow morning, pick up the rags dropped by the big snake. The big snake dropped a book. The name of the book is When the Stars Shine. I found it very interesting. I read it from morning to night and gained a lot of insights. In the afternoon, I remembered that I hadn't fed the snake yet. Xinyi picked up the feather pen and wrote on the paper. Is there no more interesting information for me? When I closed the diary, it trembled slightly. After a while, new words appeared on the diary. A person longs for my appearance. It's obviously just a half-finished product. An ability that looks ordinary at first glance and is actually ordinary is actually used to this extent by a person. This is very interesting. Shaman on a street somewhere. A man in a clown costume was standing on the street. Someone threw a coin to him, wanting him to do some juggling. But the man just covered his mouth, forced a smile, and looked at him with bared teeth. The man cursed and walked away. The man picked up the coin on the ground, put away his smile, and then fell to the ground in a big letter shape. Ha 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 ha! A young mother and her daughter walked past the man. The daughter suddenly stopped and walked to the man's side. Uncle, what are you doing? The man sat up when he saw the little girl, whose eyes were innocent. I return. The mother dragged the little girl away and said, Didn't I tell you to stay away from that crazy person? The little girl looked at the man. But Mom, I just think he's very sad. Why are you sad? Go away. If you sympathize with him, you will have to marry a man like him in the future, the mother said as she dragged her daughter away. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, the man lay back down again. He looked at the sky, at the sun, and subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. We put prisoners in cages to punish them, and we put animals in cages to protect them. Do you want to say that protecting animals is a joke? Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. The man looked at the middle-aged man, and his face drooped again. What I want to say is that they have all lost their freedom. Are you discussing philosophy with me, Arthur? Don't forget, I didn't pay you to come here to bask in the sun outside my shop. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Arthur slowly got up and said, Yes. If you really care about your business, you should pay for a gorgeous lady instead of a funny clown. The middle-aged man frowned and said, That's because you are cheap. Get up and work. You have to know that if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Arthur turned to look at him. Why would anyone do this for $1 a day? Number 010? The Joker. Chapter 057, Death is Coming. Nightfall. Arthur took off his funny clown costume and wiped the blood from his mouth. Just now, a blind man punched him. But I guess it was just that his face had no eyes and it hit his fist. Hee hee. Arthur, stop grinning in front of my store! Hearing the scolding coming from behind him, Arthur shrugged and headed home. Arthur walked along under the shining lights of the night, and suddenly heard a cry for help. He turned his head and saw a car speeding past. A little girl was pulled into the car by someone in the car. Only a mother was left crying out. Seeing this scene, Arthur tilted his head and said, It looks so familiar. Isn't this the mother and daughter he saw during the day? Oh, I guess it must be that the girl's father couldn't wait to take her home, maybe. After a while. Inside an abandoned unfinished building, there is a huge cage, and inside the cage are countless boys and girls of similar age. Is this enough? What did Kay say? That guy must have been drunk again. You know, once Kay gets drunk, no one can wake him up unless I take out the blue cheese I've treasured for 3 years and smear it on his face. If you do that, he might throw up his intestines. Putcha ha ha ha. A strange laugh was heard in the darkness, and several people turned their heads subconsciously. Who? Come out! One of them said as he took out a pistol. In the darkness, a man with clown makeup on his face came over. Excuse me, I think this is hilarious. Have you ever considered becoming a comedian? Comedian? Several people looked at each other. What are you talking about? Arthur said this and sat down on a chair nearby without any hesitation. I have had a dream since a long time ago. I want to be a comedian. My mentor told me at the time that when I said this, I had already succeeded in making him laugh. I thought he was affirming my talent, but later I realized he was mocking me, and although I didn't want to admit it, he was right. Even though my life is a pantomime, it's no reason for me to give up my dreams. If I really did it and went back to see my mentor, I think he would burst out laughing and say, "How could someone like you become a comedian? This world must be crazy." That's just as funny, isn't it? Arthur's words successfully made the group of gunmen understand who he was. Which mental hospital did this person escape from? I think he was trying to be funny, but he didn't do his job. Arthur lowered his head. Really? It's still like this, like that, like that. What is he mumbling about? Everyone was puzzled, but Arthur suddenly raised his head. He raised his right hand, and 4 flying knives instantly appeared between his 5 fingers. I don't think it's fun either. No matter how hard I try to make life colorful, it always has only one color. After saying that, Arthur threw out the flying knife. The man holding the gun tilted his head and dodged the flying knife easily. You are quite humorous. Do you think you are a ninja or a top killer? Arthur twirled a throwing knife in his hand. I think it's neither. I'm just an ordinary person with superpowers. Phew. A flying knife appeared at the man's throat without warning and pierced his throat directly. Varied! One of them saw the right opportunity and pulled the trigger, and the bullet was fired, and the gun spewed out a snake of fire. But a flying knife appeared in the path of the bullet without warning, directly deflecting the bullet's path and shooting to the side. But the strange thing is that Arthur sat on the chair from beginning to end, and he only threw the knife once. Those 2 flying knives appeared out of thin air. One person fell to the ground, and the rest of them subconsciously retreated with guns in hand. Who the hell are you? Arthur casually threw a flying knife as he spoke. The knife's trajectory deviated, but suddenly it dodged and stabbed the man's wrist. What the hell? The man covered his hand that was pierced by the flying knife, and the gun in his hand fell directly to the ground. I am the chief of the Chaos Insurgency, the humorous Dart Man. Humorous Dart Man? No, I'm just joking. You should deny me with a smile instead of affirming what I say without a doubt. My name is Arthur Morgan, a comedian. As soon as he finished speaking, all the throwing knives in Arthur's hand disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the people holding guns were instantly stabbed with flying knives. Those knives appeared out of thin air on their bodies, as if someone had thrown countless flying knives at them during the pause time. Puff, puff, puff. Countless streams of blood gushed out. Arthur stood up and walked to the cage. He held the lock and a knife appeared directly in the lock, which cracked instantly. The cage opened and all the children inside rushed out. Arthur squatted down and watched them leave, motionless. But among the crowd of children, there was a little girl who stopped and came back to him. "Thank you, uncle. This is for you." As she spoke, the little girl took off her necklace and handed it to Arthur. After that, the little girl also ran away. Looking at the necklace in his hand, the corners of Arthur's drooping mouth suddenly lifted up a little. Hee hee ha 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 ha. I've never had a happy day in my life, but I've never thought about ending my life. I am not afraid of death either, because I have family on both sides, and now. Arthur was about to stand up when a burning black flame suddenly penetrated the space and landed in front of him. Boom! A terrible cyclone erupted. Arthur's clothes were blown wildly, and his figure also retreated. Black flames roared, and a huge space crack was torn out by a pair of eerie bony hands. An unknown being wearing a black hooded robe and with black mist constantly emerging from his body slowly walked out of the crack. The corners of Arthur's mouth drooped, and his pupils dilated subconsciously. He couldn't understand what was in front of him, he just instinctively felt a sense of fear and an inexplicable awe. You said you're not afraid of death, so why are you afraid of me? Does this mean that your contempt for death stems only from your ignorance? What is in front of you? Grim Reaper? Am I going to die? Although Arthur wanted to say something to tease his own death, he found that he couldn't say it. An unprecedented feeling of fear surged in my heart. Arthur suddenly fell to his knees. The Grim Reaper stretched out a bony hand and grabbed his face, forcing a half-smile on it. Arthur Morgan, let us laugh again. Number 006, Death. Chapter 058, Personal Will. What does it feel like to have death touch your face? Arthur couldn't imagine it before, but now he doesn't have to imagine it because he has experienced it all himself. The feeling of cold hands and feet and trembling heart was like walking on a single plank bridge over a bottomless abyss. Walking down the street, Arthur turned to look at the abandoned building behind him. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a vortex was twisted in the atmosphere. Grim Reaper. Arthur took a deep breath, then left clutching a necklace. When Death appeared, he only told him one thing, something that the other Chaos Insurgency members already knew. Their abilities are flawed and incomplete products. Because the potion they took was a semi-finished product that someone stole from the Garden of Eden. But God did not blame them. On the contrary, God wanted to see to what extent they could use these semi-finished products. If they can show extraordinary potential, God should also show them some mercy, for example, by making up for their shortcomings. The other members of the Chaos Insurgency already knew this, but Arthur did not because he was out of touch with the organization. After the death of 009 Insurgency, some Chaos Insurgency members returned to their original lives. Some of them stayed and continued the ideas that 009 implemented when he founded the Chaos Insurgency. Arthur belongs to the former. He was walking down the street when a pair of purple eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness. Have you had enough fun, Dart Man? Arthur paused, and saw a man with glasses and purple eyes walking out of the darkness. That is the sixth seat of the Chaos Insurgency, the greedy one, Narathikin. Arthur turned to look at Narasoken. What are you playing? Who's playing? Narasoken frowned. Do you still want to live your so-called ordinary life? Excuse me, even dogs have an easier life than you. Arthur held up a finger and said, You're not a dog, so how can you be sure that dogs have an easier life than me? You are not me, so how can you be sure that I don't know that dogs have an easier life than you? Narasoken asked back. Arthur turned around and leaned against the wall. For many normal people, their so-called daily life is nothing more than repeating the same thing over and over again. But I'm different. Every day is different for me, Narasoken said with a smile. For example, you are hired as a mascot to attract customers for $1, and you have your next meal. No, maybe you don't even have your last meal. Do you think this kind of life is really good? We clearly have the ability to settle accounts with this world, so why do we have to abide by the rules of this world? Arthur closed his eyes. Actually, I have always had a dream. Narasoken covered his face and started again. This guy is really stubborn. Now there are only 5 people left in the Chaos Insurgency, including him, who are still doing things, which is far from enough. I know, Arthur, you don't have to repeat your ridiculous dream again. It doesn't make any sense at all. Just stop it here, okay? Arthur turned to look at Narasoken. No, you are wrong, Nara Soken. I now want to be a humorous dart man. Nara Soken. You are quite humorous. Arthur put his hands in his pockets and stood up to leave. Besides, I've seen the apocalypse you're talking about. Narasoken tilted his head. Oh, so, the Lord has woken up your rusty head? Arthur laughed. Everyone is laughing. What? There is no logic, and it is incomprehensible. Narasoken shook his head and saw that Arthur had left. This guy is hopeless, let's go find someone else. In the dark space, Chinyu was holding a book titled, When the Stars Shine. In a nation, there is only one genius among millions of people. Millions of idle hours pass by before a truly historic moment emerges. But the arrival of this moment will affect the course of history for thousands of years to come. When a strong personal will collides with historical destiny, sparks fly, and that moment will illuminate the sky of human civilization from then on. Shinji closed the book with one hand and smiled. Individualism, historical destiny. I really want to make a different world sandbox to play with, and see what kind of civilization I can deduce. Wrong. Shinji suddenly touched his face and found a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's strange, why do I like to play so much now? Is it because there is nothing that can threaten me that I subconsciously relax? Shinji put down the book, put his hands behind his back and looked into the darkness. The darkness was surging and evolving into the universe, a sea of stars and countless planets. The universe is so vast, and our understanding of it is less than a few billionths of the world itself. The stars are shining brightly. There may be creatures from higher dimensions in the universe. They are potential threats, but this still cannot hide my inner joy. Speaking of pleasure, Arthur Morgan is an interesting person. His inherent abilities are rubbish, and there is little room for development whether viewed from a distance or up close. His ability is magic, he can make a knife appear in front of him. But please note that it can only be transformed into a knife, and there is a limit to the length. It can only be a knife of about the same length as a dagger. Of course, it wouldn't be undesirable if he could produce metal infinitely. But he can't, he can only transform the knives in the world, he can't create the blade himself. And there is nothing special about these knives. He just has an ordinary ability. It seems rubbish no matter how you look at it, right? However, after this potion was used on Arthur, the range in which it could manifest became larger. With Arthur himself as the center, he can make the knife appear anywhere within a radius of 20 meters. In other words, as long as someone is within his range, he can put the knife into their heart or head. But Chinye's medicine does not have this range. While reading the book When the Stars Shine, Chinye thought of one thing. Historical destiny, personal will. When the power of the potion collides with personal will, there will always be some unexpected effects. Arthur Morgan, a marginalized person at the bottom of society, in his eyes, an invisible line separates him from the outside world. The 20-meter radius is his world. This kind of personal will and the power of the potion produced a distorted reaction, forming a complementary or breakthrough in some ways. Personal will. This topic is very interesting. Suppose a person with an iron will takes Arthur's potion. Will the blade become indestructible? Characteristics imparting, characteristic extraction, characteristic fusion, characteristic advancement. Chapter 059, The Beast of 1,000 Maws and Nightmare. Africa, on the savannah. A dog-like creature with a red body and the ability to walk upright was running across the prairie. He sometimes ran on all fours and sometimes walked on two limbs. An antelope ran past him. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and then his throat vibrated and he made the sound of an antelope. The antelope heard the cry and turned around, only to see a red dog running towards it and biting off the antelope's neck in an instant. He ate the antelope's flesh and blood with big mouthfuls, bit off its bones with his sharp teeth, sucked out its marrow, and ate its internal organs. After eating heartily, the creature touched its abdomen. At this moment, a purple figure suddenly fell from the sky. The purple figure wore a pair of glasses, his pupils were purple, and his body glowed purple. Qianho, it's time to go home. The monster known as the 1,000 Maws opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Narasoken, I have said many times that I do not like killing people. Qianho's voice kept changing, sometimes it became a woman's, sometimes a man's, and sometimes an animal's roar. Narasoken put his hands behind his back and said, Escape is not the solution to the problem. Stay away from human society. One day, you will become a beast completely. Thousand Maw bared his teeth and looked at Narasoken. Then at least I won't make too big a mistake. Narasoken shook his head. It's a pity for your ability. You are obviously a predator with the strongest ability to hunt and kill prey, but you hide in this deserted grassland to escape reality. Qianhou stretched out his claws to wipe the blood from his mouth. Once I enter the hunting state, I will lose my mind and not distinguish between you and me until my prey's last breath is snuffed out. Don't say that I can never return to my human form. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to return to human society. Once I fall into a hunting state among the crowd, I will continue to hunt endlessly until there is no one left in the city unless I kill everyone in the city. Not to mention my family, even you and your family will become my hunting targets. I can't stop my hunting urge, can you understand? Narasoken looked at Thousand Throat with red eyes and nodded. Of course I understand. This is not your fault, Thousand Throat. But if you want to end this life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, you must come with me. There is only one person in this world who can save you. Upon hearing this, Qianhou opened his claws and said, That being, the key to evolution is not so easy to obtain. And I'm afraid that before I can wait for that time, I'll have already made a big mistake, and by then it will be too late to say anything. Qianhou said as he was about to turn around and leave. Narasoken rubbed his brows when he saw this. It would be very troublesome to deal with either one or two of them. The second seat of the Chaos Insurgency, the Beast of 1,000 Maws. Although he doesn't have any special features, he is strong enough to be called a monster tank, with high attack, high defense, thick health, and fast speed. He can also imitate any sound he has heard at will. This kind of sound is not limited to the sound of life, but also includes gunshots, collisions, and television sounds, which he can perfectly reproduce. Because his throat is very special, like a recording device. The only drawback is that once the 1,000 Maw beast becomes hungry or sees its prey running away, it will instinctively enter a hunting state. When hunting, the 1,000 Maws will lose its mind and not distinguish between friend and foe until all prey are killed. His abilities are among the best in the Chaos Insurgency. But the 1,000 Throat beast itself was very weak. He didn't want to kill people, and even less did he want to become a killing machine, so he ran all the way from Asia to the African savanna. While on the prairie, he had accidentally killed several escaped hunters. That was out of his control at all, as the men would flee in fear at the sight of him, exposing their backs to the beast of the 1,000 Maws and triggering his hunting instincts. By now, Qianhou would turn around and run away the first time he saw someone. He was afraid that if he looked at them any longer, he would not be able to resist pouncing on them and biting off their necks. Narasoken followed at this time, his body floating in the sky against gravity. 1,000 Throats, your killing can be suppressed, you should know. Upon hearing this, Qianhou said without even turning his head. You mean the fourth one, didn't he leave too? Narasoken looked at 1,000 Throat from the sky and said, As long as you agree to come with me, I will go find Nightmare right now. No, I won't go with you even if you find him, Qianhou said. Narasoken frowned. If you just stay here and do nothing, sooner or later, the GOC and the nine-tailed fox will come after you. Hearing this, Qianhou suddenly paused. GOC, nine-tailed fox. Perhaps being institutionalized is also a good option. Narasoken smacked his lips. This guy was just as stubborn as Arthur. The Lord gave you a number, 011, Arthur is 010, and I am 015. Remember this. I'm going to find Nightmare now. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. After saying that, Narasoken took off into the air. A few days later, in a certain university, Narasoken quietly arrived at the top of a library. In the library, a black-haired young man was reading a book. His name is Fan Yi. Originally, 009 Chaos Insurgency planned to capture only 20 people, but in order to make it easier to explain to everyone, he deliberately captured one more person. This person is Fan Yi. He was the fourth to drink the potion, and was the fourth in the Chaos Insurgency, known as Nightmare. As the name suggests, he can enter other people's dreams and make them fall asleep. 011 Once the 1,000 Throat beast fell into madness, Fan Yi would force it to hypnotize him and put him into a sleeping state. As if sensing something, Fan Yi suddenly said. Are you here to take me back? Nara Soken appeared behind Fan Yi. It's not just you. Fan Yi closed the book in his hand and said, I said I want to finish college. Can we talk about this after I graduate? One or two of them are so willful. Narasoken crossed his arms. Does human life make you so attached? Fan Yi suddenly laughed when he heard this. Then I want to ask you, is the life of a monster so beautiful? Or is it because you used to be a fraudster and lived in fear, so you have long been accustomed to it? Narasoken suddenly turned and left after hearing this. Seeing this, Fan Yi asked, Why, you won't try to persuade me anymore? Will you listen if I advise you? Narasoken said. Obviously, no. Then I don't need to waste my time. There is no need to look for the remaining few people. Since they chose to leave, they never thought about coming back. A chaos insurgency of 5 people can still fight against the Nine Tails and the Gosi. Upon hearing this, Fan Yi opened the book again. Anyway, the Lord of Flesh and Blood is here. He can split off an entire nation by himself. What's there to not fight? Narasoken frowned with his back to Fan Yi. If the people he split off from could live longer, that would be true. Chapter 060, The Destiny Spoken by God. Chaos Insurgency First Seat, Number 010, Joker X. Chaos Insurgency Second Seat, Number 011, The Beast of 1,000 Maws X. Chaos Insurgency Third Seat, Number 012, Lord of Flesh and Blood, Square Root. Chaos Insurgency Fourth Seat, Number 013, Nightmare X. Chaos Insurgency Fifth Seat, Number 014, Priest Square Root. Chaos Insurgency Sixth Seat, Number 015, Greedy Square Root. Chaos Insurgency Seventh Seat, Number 016, White Walker Unknown. Chaos Insurgency Eighth Seat, Number 017, I Jing Square Root. Chaos Insurgency Ninth Seat, Number 018, Centaur Unknown. Chaos Insurgency 10th Seat, Number 019, Zerg Unknown. Chaos Insurgency 11th Seat, Number 020, Computer Unknown. Chaos Insurgency 12th Seat, Number 021, Swordsmith Square Root. Looking at the list in his hand, Narasoken rubbed his brows. Except for the 3, 5, 6, 8, and 12 seats, the rest are scattered all over the world. This is truly a chaos splitter. A white-haired old man walked up to Narasoken and said, People are not united because they lack a leader. Even if it is a church that believes in God, there must be a person with the greatest authority to be the Pope. Only in this way can everyone be united. When the insurgency was still alive, we were all united. Now that the insurgency tree has fallen, it's natural that everyone will scatter. Narasoken looked at the list on the table and fell into deep thought. I don't think any of us are qualified to be a leader. Not me, not you, and not anyone else. Our abilities are similar, and neither of us can suppress the other with force. We also dislike each other, so it is impossible for one of us to submit to the other. In this case, where can we find a leader? Yi Jing shook his head. It's a pity that 009 is dead, and the Lord is unwilling to descend to the mortal world. Now, it is difficult to find such a person. At the 6 Elder Council meetings of the Nine-Tailed Fox, 5 bodies were sitting on the chairs, no longer breathing. There was a bloody hole on their heads. An old man in formal attire put down his pistol and looked up at the ceiling. Almighty Lord, I have shown you my sincerity and determination. If this is really my destiny, please come to the world and see me. The old man's name was Qinlin. During the days when the Nine-Tailed Fox was defeated, he began to have a nightmare over and over again. The Grim Reaper continued to swing his scythe, and the Nine-Tailed Fox's people died one after another. The huge invisible clock was swinging, and a string was constantly being plucked on the pointer, but it did not break. It's like waiting for something. It was also at that time that he began to hear a low whisper from time to time. The voice told over and over again what a miracle is, what is great, what is supreme, what is God, and what is man. Under those whispers, an idea slowly formed in Qinling's mind. He didn't know when this idea started. By the time he was clearly aware of this thought, his hand had already grasped the gun. And 5 of the 6 elders in the Council of Elders were already dead, killed by him. The idea called evolution has already taken root in his mind and cannot be shaken. All great works require sacrifice. Humans on Earth may not understand, but they must obey. That voice still echoed in Qinling's ears, over and over again, murmuring and whispering continuously. We were born for greatness, for self-perfection, to reach a point that the Creator could never imagine. We must do it. Our evolution transcends the entire sea of stars. Our mission is far more meaningful than the destruction and regeneration of the universe. This is an extremely noble reform. Those who cannot accept evolution will eventually be eliminated by the tide of the times. It will be so, forever and ever. Qinling held his head in his hands, his eyes began to turn red. This is my fate. Life needs to change, and humans will evolve. This grand reform has been ready for a long time, and the nine-tailed fox must embrace evolution in the new wave. Snap! As Qinling finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the space on the round table in front of him. A being wrapped in black mist appeared before him. He didn't understand what it was, and of course, he didn't need to understand. Qinling stretched out his right hand blankly. Lord! Qinyi stretched out his hand, and black flames swept out. The fingertips of the two collided. When the fate of history collides with a strong personal will, the fire shines. Now you can understand what fate is. Qinling's eyes suddenly became firm. Life needs to face a test. This is the end of both new and old lives. I would like to blow the trumpet of doom. If humans win this war, it will be dominance. If monsters win this war, it will be elimination. I am willing to take on all responsibilities, lead mankind to the wave, and start the competition between new life and old life. Qinyi smiled. He noticed Qinling through the future diary and then discovered the extraordinary qualities of this man. He is a madman with a very strong obsession. But he is also a genius. Qinyi kept whispering in his ears for several days, and his response did not disappoint Qinyi. Whether it is a new life or an old life, its essence is no different. The rule of the world is survival of the fittest. This is an eternal and unchanging principle. If you can eliminate those new lives, then this evolution will belong to you alone. But if you fail, you will be the first to be abandoned in this wave of evolution. It must be so, Qinling answered without any doubt. When we win, we are united. When we lose, we wrap our bodies in red flags. You are witnessing this competition from the land to the sea and then to the sky. Qinyi's fingertips turned over, and a bottle of turbid medicine appeared on his fingertips. There is only one chance. Qinling believes in the great will and firmly believes in the so-called destiny. He took the initiative to act as a monster inspector. What he meant was very simple. He hoped that Qinyi would give humans a chance to have a fair fight with monsters. If he succeeds, all monsters will be contained or destroyed, and the nine-tailed fox will become an organization that is superior to all nations. And Qinyi will become their god. If he loses, the answer is obvious. In the waves that followed, the nine-tailed foxes would not know that their supreme commander was the first to compromise with the monsters. Until a file named SRW number 022 was discovered. Chapter 061, Angels and Demons. In recent times, Qinyi has not only read some books on philosophy, but also some books on physics. If you want to make breakthroughs in physics, summarize the laws, and discover new elements, you need to carry out particle collisions. By observing the interactions and scattering between particles, we can understand some of the characteristics between particles and summarize a law based on this. The evolution of life and the reproduction of civilization also require a collision to show their essence and correctness. Qinyi created a group of monsters, just like rolling out walnuts. Although he repeatedly observed and understood these walnuts, and let the walnuts tell their internal secrets themselves, he was ultimately unable to reveal the entire interior of the walnut. The only way to seek further breakthroughs is to let the two walnuts collide with each other. That is, let the two monsters fight a life and death battle. In a life or death battle, they may reveal abilities they didn't even know they had. At the same time, the abilities of the two monsters will also show strength, weakness, restraint, and integration in the collision. This is the quickest and most effective way to reach a conclusion. In the crack space, Qinyi filled the bookshelf with many different kinds of books. Energy is mass, and time is space. According to the special theory of relativity, The speed of light is constant, from which it can be seen that the difference between mass and energy is only a constant. It can also be said that any certain amount of energy also corresponds to a certain amount of mass. Qinyi put down the book in his hand and fell into deep thought. But most of these intrinsic properties cannot be explained scientifically. Through continuous experimentation, Qinyi discovered that there is a triple priority among the characteristics of these monsters. One is inherent characteristics, which are mostly limited by physics, such as the sonic perception ability of 002 Diver. The organ that emits sound waves is his abdomen, and inside his abdomen there is a complete vocal system that is different from that of humans. The nine-tailed fox's people once captured a fishman and dissected it to confirm the biological possibility of this vocal organ. But 002's organ for perceiving sound is the brain, which is extremely unreasonable. The part that cannot be explained by science is the secondary characteristic. This characteristic violates science to a certain extent and is the so-called supernatural. For example, there was a person who could make his own shadow attack other people's shadows. There is also the mirror killing by 003 invisible man Wang Haonan, who hurts people in reality by attacking the person in the mirror. This is a secondary characteristic. But the mirror monster's ability still depends on the refraction of light. So, some of the secondary abilities are not in line with science, but some of them are. The above two are the two common characteristics, and the third characteristic, Qinyi calls it the absolute characteristic. Absolute attributes take precedence over all other attributes. It is not common sense. For example, if you throw an absolutely sharp spoon on the ground, it can pierce the earth. It follows the principle of absolute sharpness. Since it is absolute, theoretically there is no substance that it cannot cut. 009 once split into a black arrow. The power of that black arrow was that it would definitely hit the target and was absolutely indestructible. This was the first and only item with absolute characteristics that Qinyi had come into contact with. Now, the arrow has been recovered by Qinyi. If the two-year pot can absorb the black arrow's absolute hit property, then theoretically speaking, the medicine made from it will only have two effects. The first effect is that you turn yourself into a black arrow, and once you fire yourself, you will definitely hit the target. The second effect is that all objects launched by it will have the characteristic of being absolutely sure to hit the target. For example, throwing away hundreds of millions of suns. This is theoretically possible, but Qinyi has not started trying it yet. There are two reasons for this. The first is that the black arrow has the property of being absolutely indestructible. If this property is applied to a person or a creature, it might turn into an undead creature. The second reason is that there is only one arrow. In addition to its absolutely indestructible nature, it is impossible to cut the black arrow into two halves and conduct experiments in multiple times. But Qinyi also said, characteristics are given, characteristics are extracted, characteristics are integrated, and characteristics are advanced. The original meaning of this sentence is to put something with special properties in a pot and refine it into medicine for people to drink. This is characterization. Drawing blood from this person is the process of extracting characteristics. The characteristics extracted from that person's blood are combined with the characteristics extracted from other people's blood to create new characteristics. This is feature fusion. After the characteristics are fused, they are injected into the organism and then a breakthrough in the characteristics occurs. Afterwards, Qinyi repeated the previous cycle, extracting the characteristics, integrating them, breaking through them, and assigning them again. Theoretically speaking, the so-called ultimate characteristics can be rubbed out. But what exactly it is, Qinyi has not yet got an answer. On one side of the bookshelf, there is a huge freezer filled with various serums. Among them are not only the sera of those creatures, but also the sera extracted by Qinyi from some ordinary humans. For example, there are many kinds of serum, such as Chu Yang's, leukemia patients, and vegetative patients serum, and these are characteristic samples. On the other side of the serum cabinet, there is another row of shelves. On the shelves were placed some of Qinyi's latest potions, all in double doses. Some of these potions were particularly dangerous, and even Qinyi could not predict what the consequences would be if they were given to others to drink. The slightly better ones are the two latest bottles of potions named Angel and Devil. The demon potion was handed over by Qinyi to Qin Lang, the commander of the nine-tailed fox. As for the angel potion, Qingyi has not found a suitable candidate yet. Angels are more dangerous than demons, because it has the potential to be a growth creation. A large number of biological embryos are used as auxiliary materials, as well as some materials extracted from many birds. Most importantly, there is a split of the big snake. An egg with a white feather pattern. The egg looked like a bird's egg, but it was very large, about the size of a cantaloupe. It seemed to contain something, and it even had a lifeline. However, its lifeline is very thin and fragile, and Qingyi can break it with just a breath. After studying it for a long time, Qingyi still didn't understand what it was, so he just threw it into the pot. Now that the devil has been given away, the angel should also have a master. But this person cannot be from the nine-tailed fox, and naturally cannot be given to the chaos splitter or previous creations. Let me see if there is anyone more suitable among the GOC. Qingyi's perspective switched, and the darkness in front of him gradually faded away, and soon the headquarters of GOC emerged. His perspective caressed the sky. The organization of GOC and the nine-tailed fox is slightly different. They have a 7-member council, which is not based on countries, but corresponds to the 7 continents. Qingyi's eyes swept over the 7 GOC leaders. They all look mediocre. Chapter 062, The Angel's Choice. Seeing that there was nothing special about the 7 people in power, Qingyi shook his head. It seems that I can't start from, huh? Just as Qingyi was about to withdraw from sight, he suddenly saw a young man. The boy had fair skin and looked a little sick sitting in a wheelchair. A middle-aged man walked up to the boy and patted his shoulder. Be careful when you go back, things are not peaceful lately. The boy nodded. Okay, you should be careful too. The boy looked a bit like the man, and that man, if Qingyi remembered correctly, should be the director in charge of Asia among the 7 directors of GOC. This director is ordinary, but his son. Qingyi's mouth curled up subconsciously. He reached out and touched the boy's lifeline. The boy's lifeline was very strong. How could he look like a patient? Qingyi looked in the direction of his lifeline, and saw that the boy was taken back to a villa facing the sea by a car. Watching the sky gradually darken and the sun setting over the sea, the boy picked up a pair of headphones and clicked on a video on his phone. Qingyi changed his perspective and took a closer look. Good guy. The images on the boy's phone were extremely explicit. It was an autopsy video. The operator's technique was not very professional, so the scene was a little too bloody. After seeing these, the boy not only did not show any fear, on the contrary, he was unusually excited. Looking at the smile on the corner of his mouth, Qingyi actually showed the same smile as him. It seems that the angel has been chosen. In a beach villa. The boy sat in a wheelchair with sweat on his palms. When the video on the phone ended, he turned around and found that there was an extra person sitting on the sofa in the living room. The man was wearing a black robe, with black mist constantly emerging from his body, and his face was covered with a hood. The young man pushed the wheelchair to the man and asked, "Who are you?" Qingyi did not respond when he heard this and just sat there. Seeing this, the young man pushed the wheelchair to the kitchen. He made 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Qingyi, then sat down on the sofa on the other side with difficulty. The tea is crude, and I am sorry for the poor hospitality. Qingyi picked up the teacup after hearing that. Steam rose up from it, but he couldn't feel the temperature. May I have your name? Upon hearing this, the young man also picked up the teacup, blew a puff of hot air and said, Ink. Qingyi put down the teacup. He just picked it up to feel it. In this form, he had no mouth and could not drink water. You're the only one who wasn't scared after seeing me. The young man named Mo smiled faintly. I am afraid too, but people often kidnap me. Compared to those uninvited guests who are eager to take action, you are already very polite. Can you chat with me for a while? Qingyi raised his head with his hands and looked sideways at Xiang Mo. You want to talk to me? Mo smiled and said, As long as you are not here to kidnap me, I can chat with you for a day. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Few people are willing to chat with me, including my biological father. People who keep company with bad people become bad people? You know, anyone who gets close to me will die, Qingyi said. It seems that you have a deep understanding of death. Let's discuss death? Said the young man named Mo. What do you think death is? Chinyi said. Life, from birth to end, is a journey to death. We struggle for desires for 100 years, we come with tears and we leave with tears. The boy named Emo was stunned for a moment. Then the existence of life has no meaning? Significance? If you are looking for the meaning of life, then I would like to ask you a question. What is the meaning of your life? After hearing Chinye's words, the boy fell into deep thought. He looked at his legs and said, It should be, pursuing the slim hope of healing my legs. My father told me that there is a kind of candy in this world that will respond to you as long as you have a strong will. If I wanted to get my legs back, then the candy might be able to heal them. That's what my father told me, but I don't think that's possible. It's like a fairy tale for children to sleep in. When Chinyi heard this, his flaming eyes flashed under his hood. You think that's a fairy tale? Emo raised his head and said, Are you here to shatter my worldview? Upon hearing this, Chinyi turned his wrist and saw black flames burning in his palm, transforming into a bottle of white turbid potion. If I told you that this bottle of medicine could cure your legs, how would you react? Emo was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously reached out his hand, but Chinyi took the potion back. Of course, it's not free. Ink. After all, free is the most expensive. This is one thing, but in fact Emo doubts the authenticity of the medicine in Chinye's hand. After all, when someone comes up with something that is unreasonable, everyone will doubt it. Of course, something even more unreasonable was right in front of him. The person in front of him, who looked like a ghost with black flames burning all over his body and mist emitting from his lower body, was obviously the most unreasonable. Emo once suspected what he was, but he was not curious because he valued his life. People who are too curious often die the fastest. When facing a wild beast, the more afraid you are, the easier it will be for the beast to control you. When faced with a monster that cannot be described by common sense, the best way is not to be curious and not to ask too many questions. What price do I need to pay to get this bottle of medicine? Chinyi thought for a moment and said, Money. Money? Emo was stunned for a moment. How much? All yours, Chinyi said and placed the potion directly on the table. It's in the third room on the second floor. There's a safe inside. All my father's properties are in my name. There's also a black card inside. I have a disability, so I can't get it for you, Emo said as he took a sip of tea. Chinyi smiled faintly, then instantly turned into ashes and disappeared in front of Emo. Looking at Chinyi, who disappeared out of thin air, sweat began to appear on Mo's forehead and palms. Are you gone? Emo waited for about 10 minutes, but there was no movement in the villa. He looked at the medicine on the table, and suddenly he was in a struggle. What if? After hesitating for a long time, he finally picked up the potion. He took out a little of it and licked it with the tip of his tongue. The taste of the potion was very complex, like egg drop soup. This can't really be egg drop soup. Snap! The moment his tongue licked a little bit of the medicine, his legs suddenly twisted. Emo looked at his legs. Perception, feeling? Feeling that the sensation in his legs was gradually returning, Emo drank up the remaining liquid without saying a word. Gulp. As the liquid flows into the throat, an itching sensation starts on the back. It seems like something is about to grow. Puff. 2 pairs of huge white wings instantly spread out behind Emo, then wrapped him up and turned him into a huge ball. On the other side, Chinyi carried the safe on the second floor out of the villa. He wouldn't be able to use these things in the future, so Chinyi took them away for him. Chapter 063, Number 023. Number 023, Angel. First observation record. After taking the potion, the target grew a large amount of feathers and a pair of huge wings, and the entire body became pure white and sacred. Including the hair on the body of the person taking the medicine turned pure white. After the transformation was completed, the target's 2 wings wrapped 023, and 023 fell into a deep sleep. Second observation record. At 8:30 in the morning, the nanny of the villa came into the villa as usual. When she opened the doorbell woke 023 up. The first thing the nanny did after discovering 023 was screaming at over 60 decibels. After hearing the nanny scream, 023's feathers all became active and showed signs of growth. 023 revealed his true face in front of the nanny, who went from being frightened to being shocked, and soon stopped screaming. This move seemed to have caused dissatisfaction among 023. He stood up and hugged the nanny, and his huge wings wrapped around the nanny. The feathers were so soft that people wanted to fall asleep. The nanny didn't feel any discomfort at first, but then the tip of 023's feather suddenly pierced into the nanny's body. It has been observed that although 023's feathers are very soft, the tip of the feathers is as sharp as a knife and can easily cut human skin. The moment the feather pierced the nanny's body, she let out a loud scream. According to observations, the target's scream exceeded 85 decibels. The nanny even coughed up blood from her throat. After sample extraction, it was found that the tip of this feather can infinitely stimulate people's pain nerves. When thousands of feathers pierce into a person's body, the person will feel pain far beyond the limit, but will not go into shock due to the pain. The nanny's screaming lasted for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, a new pair of wings grew out of 023's back, and the previous wings also grew several inches larger. Strangely, the nanny's body disappeared. After all the sounds disappeared, 023 fell into a deep sleep again, a sleep that seemed beyond his control. The third observation record. It is currently confirmed that 023 has the ability to evolve by absorbing sounds. The louder the decibel of the sound, the more it can stimulate his evolution. But 023 particularly liked the sound of people screaming, and even deliberately tortured and killed anyone who entered the room. Until 023 evolved into an 8-winged angel. But 023 seems to have no interest in any sounds other than those of living things, and his body doesn't even show any signs of continuing to grow. 023's phone rang, but 023 did not respond. It seemed that the sound could not wake up the sleeping 023. But every time someone enters the villa, 023 wakes up. It was observed that the real reason that caused 023 to wake up was the crisp bell sound made by opening and closing the villa door. Fourth observation record. Qingyi, I personally went down and rang the bell, and 023 woke up as expected, from which we can conclude 023 can be awakened by ringing sound. Later, 023's father received the message and found the sleeping 023. He also triggered the ringing sound to wake up 023, but 023 did not kill the prey in front of him like he did to the others. Instead, he behaved unusually calmly. Back to the present. A middle-aged man looked at the white-haired monster with 8 wings on its back. His pupils shrank to the extreme. Son, is that you? Mo opened his arms upon hearing this, and the 8 huge wings behind him also spread out. Yes, look, I'm standing up. Stand up? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. No. You, who did you meet? Who came to see you? Tell me quickly. The man said excitedly and grabbed Mo's shoulders. Tell me, who is it? Who turned you into this? Upon hearing this, Mo crossed his fingers in front of his chest to form a fist. Yes, a god. Mo's behavior was very pious, like a believer. This moment made the man dumbfounded. He stepped back repeatedly. God. No, that can't be a god. Mo stretched out his white arms. Look, God not only healed my legs, but also gave me the sacred body. I am an angel. The man shook his head. No. You are not an angel. You are just an internment. Son, do you understand? There are no angels or demons in this world. If they exist, they can only be contained. I'm sorry to your mother. The man beat his chest and stamped his feet. He didn't know how to deal with his son who had turned into a monster. He is one of the directors of GOC. If he sees a person being detained, he should report it to the organization and hold a 7-member meeting to decide whether to detain him. But this time the target is his son. How could he put his own son in a detention center? The man's heart was in pain and twisted, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Let him go. No, if Mo goes out into the world and kills everyone and slaughters lives, then it will all be his responsibility. Rather than letting him get into a terrible disaster, it is better to end his life before he makes any mistake. The man subconsciously grasped the gun at his waist, but looking at his son's smiling face, he wavered again. It was obvious that he couldn't do it. Mo took his father's hand and said, You don't have to worry about it. I can control myself. My ability belongs to me. The man looked up blankly and saw Mo's bright smile. You know, I've never felt better than I have ever felt. I feel like I've turned into a bird and I can fly into the sky, just like the stories you told me when I was a child. The sun is high in the sky, the birds are flying in the sky. Where are they going? They are only looking for freedom. The man gritted his teeth and took out his communicator. Found containment. As soon as he finished speaking, countless fully armed soldiers suddenly rushed into the villa with guns and surrounded Mo. Mo looked at everyone. Father, if you want me to move to another place, you don't have to invite so many people. I'll go with you if you ask. The old man looked into Mo Chunbai's pupilless eyes and said, Tell me, are you still yourself? Mo nodded. Of course, I have always been me, I have never changed. Where are the nanny and the housekeeper? His father's roar made Mo's feathers tremble. Those feathers began to grow like bamboo shoots nourished by the rain. Please don't be so loud, shhh. Mo put a finger on his lips and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist wanting to hear more of your voice. The nanny and housekeeper you mentioned have always been there, by my side, singing happily while waiting for their new life. But I don't have the power to bring them back yet. But one day, all those who have passed away will come back, and I will come to the world in complete victory to cleanse all the sins on earth. I am righteous, you should be able to understand me, no, you must understand me. Chapter 064. Holy water is really useless. Click. On the third underground floor of the GOC containment area, Emma was locked in an absolutely quiet room without any noise. Having lost all sound, Emma soon fell into a deep sleep. Through the surveillance, a group of people looked at the man curled up under the wings and all looked at Mo's father, a middle-aged man. My condolences. Thank you for your generosity. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, I just hope that he can sleep forever like this. Don't try to wake him up. This is my only condition. Well, we thought we should ask your son something. I know what you want to ask, but he won't tell you. Then we. What do you want? We would like to ask him to do some experiments. You. Please understand us. We need to first figure out what changes have taken place in your son. Everyone, I think we can put the matter of angels aside for now. Since angels don't pose much danger, it's okay to put the research on angels on hold for now. Yes, that matter is more important right now. Regarding the North American containment zone, the investigation team that was sent out has been completely wiped out. It seems that here in North America, the investigation team sent to Asia was wiped out 3 days ago. What? It seems that in Asia, the North American investigation team was wiped out as soon as they arrived. That's still North America. The investigation team that went to Asia didn't send back any information at all. They lost contact that day. So serious? That's still ya. News has been sent back from North America, but the news is that we encountered thousands of vampires. Thousands? No, in North America. There are tens of thousands of fishmen in Asia, and the number of people controlled by 004 is too numerous to count. Then we should start from North America. The monsters in Asia have been taking root for too long. They can't be dealt with in a short time. Excuse me, can you kill a vampire? Obviously, you can't. The two men were face to face with each other. Looking at them arguing, everyone shook their heads. That's enough, there will never be any results if you keep arguing like this. I suggest that we start from North America. The situation in North America is easier to start with than in Asia. This is a fact. Then take care of 008 first. Any objections? Have. Shut the fuck up. Okay, no objection, the 008 containment plan is approved. North America. On the streets of a free country. A white-haired woman was walking on the street, and suddenly, a man holding a crossbow rushed out from the shadows. As long as I kill her, I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. All the secret forces and official organizations have offered a nearly sky-high bounty for the woman before them. They all knew what that woman was. It was a mythical creature, it was a living vampire. The man took a deep breath and said, I have the holy water of the Church of Light, an especially made pure silver crossbow. I will definitely kill her, for sure. As he spoke, the man aimed directly at the white-haired woman. He pulled the trigger and the silver crossbow arrow shot out, but unexpectedly the woman just turned her head to avoid the silver arrow. When the man saw this scene, he quickly adjusted the crossbow and loaded it with the silver arrow. But as soon as he raised his hand, he saw a shotgun pointed directly at his head. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the bullet pierced the man's head. The white-haired woman turned the M1887 shotgun in her hand, and a shell was thrown out of the rifling. Holy flame of exorcism! What era is this? Why are there still people using crossbows? These people who are vying to kill me are really the model of hunters from a century ago. They all hold silver crossbows and silver swords, and hang garlic around their necks. I don't know who they learned this from. 008 Although he, is very close to a vampire, she herself is not afraid of any cold weapons made of metal. In other words, the silver sword and silver crossbow are useless at all. They might as well set a fire. What's even more ridiculous is that before that, a group of people took the so-called holy water and poured it on her, chanting sutras to help her pass away. This really made 008 laugh, so 008, in a good mood, washed his face with holy water and kindly reminded the group of people to download the National Anti-Fraud app. Don't believe in rumors and don't spread them. Holy water is tap water with salt. They are not even willing to spend the money to use mineral water. Tap tap tap. A burst of dense footsteps was heard. 008 sighed and said, "So, the inability to communicate is a problem." As he spoke, 008 turned around and turned into a white-haired man in a black suit. His pupils turned blood red and wings grew behind him. Found 008. Containment is underway. 008 turned his head, and a bullet instantly hit him, but he caught it with one hand. How about I lend you my gun? No, forget it. She will be unhappy. 008 said as he did some stretching exercises and snapped his fingers. Puff! A group of fully armed soldiers exploded instantly and were wiped out in an instant. 008 admired the blood-stained street and nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and transformed into a woman again. It's a nice day today, let's go get some snacks. On the other side, the GOC headquarters. Mission failed. Fuck me. I've already told you that 008 can control blood. If you just walk up to him like that, even if there are more people, they will be killed instantly. Can't you be more professional? We are professionals after all. There's nothing we can do. This is all we can do. Or throw a missile. I think it's okay. There aren't many normal people there anyway. Agree, throw it. Wait, isn't that a bit too casual? It's okay. People in your country are not particular about small matters anyway. Director Asia, please be reasonable and do not bring personal grudges into the meeting room. Don't spit blood on me. And as you can see, we can't defeat 008. I suggest that we don't drop missiles, but instead drop nuclear bombs. You. Don't be so rude. What else can we do besides dropping nuclear bombs? Please give us some advice. Don't think about it. It's not mine anymore. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it and stay here quietly. Everyone was no longer surprised by the conflicts between the Asian directors and the North American directors. Everyone, why don't you listen to me? Shall we throw the angel out? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I think the angel should be able to defeat 008. I don't agree. Because it's your son, huh? No, this is indeed inappropriate. If the angel also goes berserk, the situation will only become more dangerous. What should we do then? Just then, the phone in the conference room suddenly rang. One of them stood up and picked up the phone. Hello? Are you worried about how to deal with 008? Who are you? Qin Leng, the current Supreme Commander of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I have a suggestion. Chapter 065, 022 Devil. Everyone in GOC looked at each other. What suggestions? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Do you know Mithril? Mithril? What? Several high-ranking officials of GOC had never heard of Mithril. However, one of the directors thought about it for a while and suddenly realized. Mithril, I remember now, it is a metal ore in fantasy movies and TV shows. The person who answered the phone frowned. What happened to Mithril? Qinling's voice came again from the other end of the phone. 008 can control the blood flow within a certain range of his body. That's because his body has a pheromone that can release a biomagnetic field and perform bioelectric control on the human body. This can cause the blood in the human body to flow backwards or cause varicose veins to rupture. And mithril has a special magnetic field interference. As long as you wear a mithril pendant on your body, 008's biomagnetic field will be destroyed. This can effectively prevent you from being killed by 008 when you meet him. A GOC director blinked and said, Let's not talk about how he knew it. Where can we find mithril? A fantasy thing, something that doesn't exist in reality. Is he kidding us? Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Qinling on the other end of the phone smiled faintly and said, I have sent someone to send you a piece of mithril. I think he should have arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the meeting room. Enter. A woman walked into the meeting room. There's a man outside who claims to be a B-level member of the Nine-Tailed Fox. He said he has something to pass on to the directors. Several directors looked at each other and said, Let him in. Not long after, a soldier in dark blue combat uniform walked into the meeting room carrying a briefcase. He saluted the GOC directors and then placed the suitcase on the table. Enter the password to open the box, and inside the box is a piece of metal similar to a crystal. The metal is silvery white, shiny, and has a special smell. Is this mithril? One person walked forward to observe carefully, and heard Qinling's voice coming from the phone again. If you doubt its authenticity, you can take it and go find 008 again to see if you can be killed instantly by 008 again. But I suggest you don't do this. So far we, the Nine-Tailed Fox, only have 3 pieces of this kind of mithril. In addition, any contact with mithril must be done under layers of protection. Mithril itself contains a toxin. This toxin will not cause any problems in short-term contact, but in long-term contact, people's skin will ulcerate and their body functions will fail. Moreover, this toxin cannot be effectively isolated. Even if you cut it into pieces and process it into handicrafts, and then wear it through your clothes, the toxins in the mithril will still corrode your body as usual. A director looked at the mithril in the box and said, Compared to these, we want to know where you got the mithril. The other end. Inside the Nine-Tailed Fox's ground base. Qinling held the phone and looked to the side. Black energy was surging on one of his arms. The black energy substance wrapped around his right arm. He stretched out his hand and clenched his palm as if with great force. After a while, a piece of mithril appeared in his hand. Putting the mithril aside, Qinling thought of a reasonable excuse. This is a byproduct of 009's split. When you are indecisive, this is a reasonable excuse. But in fact, there are only a few of the Nine-Tailed Fox's 009 fragments left. Among the few remaining objects, there is no so-called mithril, nor any fragments that can produce mithril. The appearance of mithril was purely accidental. After Qinling gained the ability, he spent some time exploring his own abilities and concluded that he had 2 abilities in total. Alien Gaze and Devil's Hand. These 2 abilities can be called secondary characteristics, and neither is complex. The gaze from another world refers to one of Qinling's eyes. His left eye is completely black without a trace of white. In the pitch-black pupils, there is a blood-red vertical heart-shaped pupil pattern that is almost dragon-like. But this pattern is not obvious, and will only appear when he activates his ability. This eye allows him to see a wonderful world, which seems to be a certain era of cold weapons, magic monsters and vampires, just like a fantasy movie. This is his first ability, see? And his second ability is to catch. Qinling's demon hand can steal items from that world. How much he can take at a time depends on the weight his demon arm can lift. In the previous observation, Qinling saw that there were so-called vampires in another world. The people there use a mineral called mithril to make weapons and amulets to fight against vampires. He learned from the people of that world how to deal with vampires, and he listened to the teachings of an old vampire hunter from the perspective of a vampire hunter apprentice. Then, from the perspective of a miner, 4 pieces of mithril were stolen. But that's not enough. Qin Ling's view passed through the fog, and the figure of the old hunter appeared in front of him again. Vampires have 3 weaknesses: sunlight, mithril, and fire. Sunlight can burn, fire can scorch, but the bodies of those vampires are abnormally cold. They cannot enjoy the warmth of light and fire. But high-ranking or even mid-ranking vampires generally won't make such low-level mistakes. They won't expose themselves to the sun, nor will they give you the opportunity to hold a torch and set him on fire. At this time, we need to use mithril. The mithril pendant can prevent your blood from being sucked away by vampires. To them, the toxicity of mithril is a deadly poison. Once vampires come into contact with mithril, their recovery ability will be greatly reduced, and the parts attacked by mithril weapons will be difficult to heal. If you can pierce the mithril into the heart and brain of a vampire, and disrupt the blood circulation in the vampire's body, this should theoretically be enough to kill all of the higher species. What if we run into a true ancestor? The old hunter in front of him was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Meet the true ancestor, although under normal circumstances you would never meet the true ancestor. But if you encounter one, I have a suggestion for you. Either run away or kneel down and offer yourself to become a vampire. Why? Kid, you are still too young. An excellent vampire hunter usually has vampire bloodline. And the most powerful bloodline among vampires is none other than the prince beneath the true ancestor. Human power is limited. If I can really live as a prince and gain eternal life, it is not a bad idea to give up my human identity. Remember, no matter what the circumstances, being alive is the most important thing. Number 022, Devil, Top Secret File. Chapter 066, Chaos and Nine-Tailed Fox Merge. So what do you want us to do with this little piece of mithril? It's not even as big as my grandfather's urinal. That's all. Even if each of us only takes the size of a fingernail, it's still not enough to arm everyone. Qin Ling picked up a piece of mithril and said, Do you really think I have a talent for charity? After hearing Qin Ling's words, everyone in GOC was suddenly speechless. Does charity require talent? No, that's not the point. Qin Ling's words were meant to mock the people of GOC. First of all, he is not doing charity, and secondly, he has no obligation to help GOC. After a while, a voice came from the phone. This is for humanity, you should assist us unconditionally. Qin Ling smiled. For humanity, everyone is for humanity. You are for humanity, I am for humanity, he is also for humanity, anyone can do it for humanity. My soldiers fought so hard to get back what they had from the monsters. Why should I give it to you for free? You had to choose between the Asian internment zone and the North American internment zone. You chose the latter, didn't you? While my brothers were fighting monsters to the death, you were still holding a so-called bullshit meeting. Why should I sponsor you unconditionally? What qualifications do you have to deserve our sponsorship? The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. What do you want? Qin Ling smiled. I want 008. After the mission is accomplished, 008 will be ours. What did you say? You mean to say that we should fight to the death in the front, and you will just sit back and reap the rewards? Qin Ling took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth. Please be careful with your words. First, we have no right to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Otherwise, it would not be your turn. Second, without me providing the mithril, it will be useless no matter how many of you go. Third, the place where 008 is located is not our country. No matter how many people he kills, it has nothing to do with us. Fourth, you can use nuclear weapons. It's not our country anyway, you can throw them however you want. Everyone in the GOC gritted their teeth when they heard this. Are you negotiating terms with us? You have to understand that there are many people in this world who can cooperate with you, and of course they are not limited to humans, Qin Ling said. For example, the Chaos Insurgency. You're crazy! You want to cooperate with monsters? Qin Ling exhaled a puff of smoke. Why not? There is a thin line between humans and monsters. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be used. There are no taboos in everything. It has always been like this since ancient times. A disaster is inevitable. The Chaos Insurgency say that only fighting can resolve the chaos of the world. I agree with them. You have time to think about it. After a moment, everyone in Gok gave a unified answer. We refuse. Take your things and go. Qinlong hung up the phone. Sure enough, buried deep in the hearts of humans is not only arrogance, but also stupidity. He pushed the door open and walked out of the room, only to see a nine-tailed fox A-level personnel waiting there. He is the only survivor of the candy experiment, Tao Tai. Chief. Qinlong looked towards the window when he heard this. You know, I wanted to be a painter before, but my teacher and my father both denied my talent in painting. So my father sent me to the army, and then I walked step by step to where I am now. Tao Tai was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Chief, I came here this time to talk about the strange deaths of the other 5 chiefs. Qinlong looked at Tao Tai. It was done by the inmates. This is simple and obvious, isn't it? Tao Tai was silent. Yes, then let's talk about the new 5 candidates. The nine-tailed fox never needs so many seats, Qinlong said. The multi-member parliament ensures fairness while dispersing power. If necessary, if the interests of one person are involved, the plan will be terminated due to the opposition of one person. In this situation, how can a person defeat a monster? Tell me. I don't think I'm more noble than them, but if there's a plan that has a 50% chance of killing a monster, and there's a chance that my son will be killed, then I will execute that plan without hesitation. In a large underground parking lot occupied by the Chaos Insurgency, Nara Sajin looked up. We need a leader with vision, one who can unify the Chaos Insurgency. Just then, Naira Sokin's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard a hoarse voice coming from the line. You're underemployed for telecom fraud, Nara Sokin. I think we need a face-to-face meeting between the two of us. Nara Sokin's pupils shrank when he heard this. Who are you? The nine-tailed fox is now the supreme commander. Are you interested in cooperating with me? Work with me? Nara Sokin immediately pondered the meaning of Qinlong's words. Cooperate with you? Or cooperate with the nine-tailed fox? Work with me. Hearing Qinlong's words, Nara Sokin suddenly laughed. Give me a reason that is enough for you to give up taking us in. The gods opened their eyes to me. After hearing this, Nara Sokin's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the 4 people behind him. Everyone I may have found the leader. Not long after, a large-scale reform took place within the nine-tailed fox. Chaos and nine-tailed fox had a merger, but only Qinlong knew about it, and he found the subordinates he needed. And Nara Sokin and his companions also found the leader they needed. A demon. The nine-tailed foxes remained silent for nearly a month, and finally, on the 2nd day after a month, they revived. From today on, the nine-tailed fox will have only one commander. If I fail this time, I will step down on my own initiative without anyone asking. But I think there won't be such a day, because this battle with the containment can only have 2 endings. Our fight will continue until one side is completely wiped out. Either you die or I die. Gok headquarters. One proposal was passed by 6 votes, and rejected by 1. Since the nine-tailed fox looks down on us, let us show them that we have more than just firearms. Release the angel. Director Asia, you are the only one who can communicate with angels. You must agree to this. This is unquestionable. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, If anything happens to my son, I will make you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. Don't worry, the angel is our last weapon, and we value him as much as you do. The code name of this operation is Angel Judgment. Number 023, Angel, 10,000 Wings Angel. Chapter 067, Angels are on the move. Jingle. As a clear bell rang, 023 opened his eyes. A middle-aged man walked into the room. He came to Mo and patted his shoulder. Son, can you please do me a favor? Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this. Okay. The middle-aged man's face was a little distorted. We want you to help fight a monster that is similar to you. And what with you? A monster like you? The wings behind Mo spread slightly. Okay, I'll deal with it. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. If you think you can't beat it, come back. You must ensure your own safety, and you must come back alive. Mo stretched his body and said, If it is really dangerous, can you please agree to a small request of mine? You say. I need some food, I think. I will ask the logistics department to. No, I need something alive. You mean that kind? Well, the kind you can accept. Outside the observation room, a group of people were watching the scenes in the room through the surveillance camera. They asked someone to send a large number of poultry and animals, and saw Mo's wings piercing into the bodies of these poultry, and the poultry began to scream. Everyone subconsciously frowned as they listened to the hysterical screams through the surveillance camera. If I can help it, I don't want to be pricked by that feather. It must be painful. One of them turned around and said, That's not very painful. This kind of pain will exceed the limit of pain, you know. Is it possible to reach that level? Yes. Wouldn't the creature's brain go into shock and die from the pain? No, we extracted samples from the tips of the angel's feathers. The tips of his feathers are extremely sharp, and the inside of the feathers is hollow and contains a toxin. This toxin can make the creature's senses more sensitive, especially to pain. At the same time, this toxin also has the ability to protect the creature's brain from being conscious. Is it possible for us to extract this toxin and make a medicine? I suggest you don't do that. The latest experimental results have come out. If this toxin enters the human body, you will feel unbearable pain and itching every time you breathe. Then forget it. Everyone looked at the surveillance camera again. How many waves has this been? The 16th wave. 500 lab rats were sent in during this period. But the angels didn't seem satisfied with the rats. Then we sent in 50 white pigs, 10 yaks, and 20 black goats. The screams of these creatures seemed to just satisfy the angels. Through the surveillance, it was already difficult for them to see the angel. As the angel's wings grew longer, the front wings became larger and larger, with the diameter of a single wing reaching nearly 10 meters when unfolded. The angel currently has 64 wings. The wings filled the room, even breaking through the walls, extending from one room to another. Is that about it? If the angel continues to grow, he won't be able to get out. Well, that's it, call Angel, let him come out. As soon as the message was passed on to everyone, someone on the other side approached the angel. But when Mo spread his wings, he actually covered them completely. Soon after, 2 hysterical screams were heard in the room. And the angel grew another pair of wings. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Director Asia, how about you go? The Asian director leaned on the screen with his hand, his brows knitted together. I suddenly regret joining GOC. Please understand. The Asian director turned and left the monitoring room, but the next second, the ground outside the GOC headquarters was suddenly lifted up by some force. Boom! A pure white figure suddenly broke out of the ground, leaped into the sky, and 66 wings spread high in the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. They couldn't even see the angel's true appearance. All they could see were huge feathery wings. The European director swallowed subconsciously. If the angel was still under control before then now, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to contain him. Mo lowered his head and watched the Asian director walk into the courtyard. He spread his wings and landed directly from the sky to the ground. I think I'm ready. The Asian director pursed his lips and said, Okay, be safe. The 6 directors behind him looked at each other. Be safe? Are you reminding us? Ahem, Director Asia, I happen to have a bottle of 1965 Louis XIII at home. Are you interested in coming over to my house for a drink? Your wine is pure fake. If it doesn't kill people, it's a minor event. Asian director, I heard that you Asians all like to play mahjong. It just so happens that I have learned a few tricks recently. That's enough for the 2 of you. The Asian director has a heavy responsibility for this operation. He needs to be in command at all times. Of course, he will inevitably get tired while commanding. Director Asia, I heard that you like to drink tea, so I specially asked someone to buy this premium Longjing tea. Please be sure to try it. 6. North America. On a certain bus, a young boy looked at the blood-red inverted triangle pattern that appeared in his palm, somewhat puzzled. What is this? The boy was talking stupidly when a fat man came over and poked him. Hey, Lee, look what I found! The boy turned around and saw the fat man took out a mobile phone. On the phone was a white-haired man who was working out. The man continued to show off his muscles to the screen. Do you think becoming a vampire is a scary thing? No, you are wrong. It's actually pretty cool to be a vampire. Not only can we fly, but any physical injuries will heal quickly. 2 days ago, a man came to kill me. As soon as his knife pierced my stomach, the wound on my stomach healed. Can you imagine? The knife was lodged in my stomach. Oh my God, I pulled it out despite the pain, but not even a drop of blood came out. Haha, and now I can lift the refrigerator with one hand. I feel like a Superman. The fat man said with a smile. Did you see that? Recently, many people have been posting videos like this. I feel so good watching them. I was thinking, why don't I let a vampire bite me and become a vampire for fun? The boy looked embarrassed. Huh? Oh, what? It's so cool to be a vampire, said the fat man with envy. Is it cool to become a vampire? The boy didn't think so, probably because he was Asian and he couldn't understand the coolness of these people. He is an international student. He has been an excellent student since childhood and is talented in everything he does. His parents valued his abilities and sent him to study abroad. But as rumors of zombies and vampires spread abroad, his parents began to send him messages frequently asking him to come back. After all, at least there are no strange rumors at home. Even if they haven't seen it. And not seeing it means being safe. Chapter 068, Li Hung. The boy sighed. He really felt helpless about the messages his parents sent. It was obvious that he would graduate in half a year. If he returned to China, he would have to repeat a year of study, which would be too much trouble. The boy's name is Li Hung. He is 17 years old this year. He has no special hobbies, no bad habits, and his academic performance is also very good. He is definitely a child from other people's families. Li Hung also has a half-brother. His name is Li Yuan. I heard from my parents that Li Yuan had a complete falling out with his family some time ago, and has moved out. My mother is full of disgust whenever she mentions Li Yuan. Last time, she said that the guy smelled like fish and might have been killing fish at our Mart after being expelled from school. Li Hung shook his head when he thought of this. He had been at odds with his brother since they were young. Perhaps because they had different biological mothers, they were often hostile to each other, partly due to their mother's instigation. Whenever the two of them had common topics or common interests and hobbies, the mother would come out and scold Li Hung. She repeatedly warned Li Hung that Li Yuan's existence meant that the family property would be divided up. He will take what belongs to you. Young Li Hung believed his mother's words without a doubt. But as he grew up and spent a few years abroad, Li Hung gradually became more open-minded. After all, we are brothers. Even if our bones are broken, we are still connected. When we get back, we should apologize to him sincerely. In one's life, money doesn't have to be that important. But everyone takes it very seriously, and everyone regards this desire as truth and an ideal. Li Hung thinks this is wrong. There are things in this world that are far more important than money. For example, family love. When he saw other brothers being close to each other, he couldn't help but think of what happened between him and Li Yuan. If their mother had not instigated the conflict between them, could they be like those people now? The lonelier a person is, the more he desires the salvation of family or friendship. But after so many years, the conflict between Li Hung and Li Yuan certainly cannot be resolved with just a few words. I just hope that we won't be completely disconnected like this. As Li Hung was thinking this, the fat man was talking nonstop beside him. And on the road outside, the ground suddenly cracked without any warning. Boom! There was a loud bang, and suddenly something drilled a big hole on the flat oil-spattered road surface, and it began to collapse. The bus driver had no time to react. Even though he had stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the bus still plunged into the pit. The person who triggered this unexpected change was an angel whose entire body was covered with holy wings. He found a lower-level vampire hiding in the city sewers, and then tore the sewer dome apart. It penetrated the reinforced concrete and asphalt road surface and flew into the sky with the lower-level vampires. The sun was blazing brightly outside, and the lower-level vampire began to smoke all over under the sunlight, and flames instantly ignited on his body. Oh! Mo dropped the lower vampire in the sky, like throwing a ball of fire to the ground. But before the fireball hit the ground, the burning objects inside turned into ashes. The lower vampires, the 9th generation, are the weakest. They don't even know the queen's residence. Poor man, you will be judged by fire. Mo blew the ash off his hands in the sky. According to the current information, the blood clan spawned by 008 can be traced back 8 generations. Counting itself, it can be traced back 9 generations. The first generation is the 008 true ancestor, and its ability is undoubtedly powerful. The second generation is a prince. The prince cannot control the blood of others like the true ancestor, but he can control his own blood and the blood he can come into contact with. In addition, the prince will not burn in sunlight and will only show weakness and weak light, but is still afraid of ultraviolet rays and flames. The other abilities are only 90% of those of the true ancestor. The third generation is a duke. Like the prince, his ability to control blood is weakened again. His body will be burned if exposed to sunlight for a long time, but not for a short time. The rest of his abilities are only 80% of those of the true ancestor. The above, true ancestors, princes, and dukes are upper-level vampires. The marquis, earl, and viscount are middle-level vampires. They all cannot stand the sunlight and will burn if they see it. At the same time, the power inherited from the true ancestor is only 70%, 60%, and 50%. Their ability to recover is still very strong, and they are the type of vampires that people are familiar with in film and television works. Next are the Baron, Blood Knight, and Blood Slave. These 3 are lower species and only inherit 40%, 30%, and 20% of the power. The Baron at least has a little blood control ability, but the Blood Knight can't even control his own blood. The Blood Slaves are even more miserable. Apart from being slightly stronger than ordinary people and having decent recovery abilities, they have no other special abilities. They can't even fly, but they are constantly thirsty for blood and will turn into ashes if they come into contact with any sunlight. It can be said that he does not have the fate of a vampire, but has the disease of a vampire. I don't know if it was because they knew about the angel, but all the vampires disappeared overnight. Mo searched around and only found this lone 9th generation blood corpse. This 9th generation blood corpse was originally just a homeless man, and was accidentally transformed by an 8th generation blood knight who got drunk. Mo didn't get the information he wanted, so he ended the blood corpse's life in a very natural way. But his move also caused considerable damage. He drilled a big hole in the ground, and countless vehicles fell into the hole, and the vehicles behind them rear-ended each other one after another. Those who were not affected took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of Mo. The clicking sounds continued, and even though they could only capture a bunch of densely packed wings, it did not prevent them from believing that it was an angel. Mo's photo was posted online. Most people believe that this is a messenger sent by God to the earth to cleanse the earth of these demons. After all, he killed a vampire with his own hands in front of everyone. But some people think that this is not an angel at all. He killed a vampire, but killed countless ordinary people. If this is an angel, then humans do not need God to save them. At the same time, this photo was also noticed by the vampires hiding in human society. On the streets at night, a man walks into a bar and orders a whiskey. During this time, he glanced to the side and saw a handsome man drinking by himself at the bar. From time to time, women would approach him. Seeing this, the man picked up a cigarette and put it into his mouth. "It's better to keep a low profile recently." Hearing the man's words, the handsome man looked ahead and said, "You mean the angel? You saw it too? I heard it was made by the GOC. Oh, do they have that ability? Not sure, but you've seen his destructive power. It's not something we can contend with." "What did the true ancestor say?" "True ancestor said that he wants to eat dessert recently." Chapter 069, Undercurrent. As for dessert. Type A? No, it's a human dessert. The man frowned when he heard this. "What's so delicious about that? It's just a pile of burnt flour." "Don't say that. You grew up eating that kind of stuff, too. But for us now, that kind of stuff is just junk food." "Yes, it is junk food. Many snacks are considered junk food, but that doesn't stop people from enjoying them." "You mean the true ancestor still has a childlike heart?" That depends on who you are referring to. The bartender brought a glass of wine and placed it in front of the man, then unceremoniously picked up the lighter on the table and lit a cigarette. Huh. The three corpses likes to play with guns and loves desserts, while the true ancestor only likes to hunt. The bartender's pupils flickered as he spoke, and a blood-red light flashed across his eyes. As for the Holy Sun, it is better not to speculate. To these vampires, 008 is not one person, but three completely different people. 008 in adult female form is not the true ancestor, but the three corpses goddess. 008 in his adult male form is the true ancestor. As for him when he is a teenager, it is best not to have any contact with him, because 008 has a capricious personality, mood swings, and his mood is difficult to guess. If someone is unhappy, he will attack others. They called the teenage 008 the Son of God. At the same time, there is an unwritten rule among them, which is that once they see the Son of God, they should stay as far away from him as possible. The three corpse goddesses are gentle and easy to talk to. Although the true ancestor was decisive, cruel, and tyrannical, he never harmed his own people. Only the Son of God will not hesitate just because the person who angers him is one of his own. The man exhaled a puff of smoke. If you asked me, if the true ancestor takes action, he may not be a match for that angel. The handsome man smiled faintly. Actually, I think he is just like us, a monster in human skin. Just then, a slovenly man walked into the pub. Are they all here? Listen, there are a lot of new faces in town lately. Are you from GOC? Said the handsome man. The slovenly man raised his head and said, Not only that, I see, there seems to be someone on the other side. Someone on the other side? Several people looked at each other. Could it be the nine-tailed fox? This is in Asia. The nine-tailed fox shouldn't be able to reach out here. Apart from the nine-tailed fox and the GOC, are there any other organizations? Those idiots from the Church of Light? Oh, they are just a bunch of poor people who are busy making money from the national disaster. If it wasn't the QB and the Church of Light, then it would be, wait, have you ever heard of an organization called Chaos Schism? Chaos Insurgency? I have heard of it. I heard that they were fighting fiercely with the QB in Asia. The slovenly man sat down at the front desk. I have a bad feeling. We might get into trouble. Several people frowned at the same time when they heard this. You mean New York might become the intersection of several major forces? Chaos, nine-tailed fox, GOC plus us, if it's really as you said, this could turn into a melee among the four forces. No, they are targeting us. Perhaps we will face a concentrated attack from three forces. Within a few days, all kinds of evil people began to move towards New York. GOC has even publicly issued a notice to the vampires. They let the true ancestors show up to be contained. If not, our angels will descend from the sky with judgment and crush the so-called Blood Clan in your mouths. The true ancestors and the Blood Clan did not make any response to this. Shortly after this notice was issued, the nine-tailed fox officially announced its intervention in this incident. Their action instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of the GOC, because this place was not under the jurisdiction of the nine-tailed foxes. You should go back and take care of your hometown, so that others won't steal your home again in the blink of an eye. In response to the ridicule of GOC, Qin Lang, the commander of the nine-tailed fox, responded. It's obvious that you don't have the ability to contain 008. In fact, even the information about 008 and all the information about the previous objects was provided to you by us. Your understanding of the containment objects is like a baby drinking milk's understanding of the laws of the world. We control the mithril, we know how to deal with the vampires, and you can only rely on your so-called angels. If only angels are enough, then what is the meaning of your existence? Or in other words, is there a need for GOC to exist? To borrow your words from before, everything we do now is for humanity, so even if it violates international law, I must do it. A wave of confrontation broke out between the two major forces. But that was only words, because they all knew that the vampires were their biggest enemies right now. In the end, the two forces tacitly agreed to fight for 008 based on their own abilities. Whoever can take in 008 first will get 008. Maybe some people can't understand why they are so persistent in fighting for a 008? The reason is simple, it is the key to eternal life. The vampires are immortal and forever young. If humans can decipher the code of their immortality, they will open the door to eternal life. This is of considerable significance. Of course, this is not the reason why Qinling wants to snatch 008. Because he, or the nine-tailed fox, had already learned his lesson once. They had previously extracted merman cells and created a strengthening potion. After the experiment stabilized, they injected fishman cells into nearly 1,000 people and organized them into the Delta Extreme Reaction Force. In order to make the drug last, they did not kill 002. Because if 002 died, the supply of original fishman cells would be completely cut off. It was also because of this that they learned their lesson. After 002 escaped, he transformed all the people who had been injected with the strengthening potion into fishmen. There were thousands of them. This led to the complete collapse of the armed forces of their base. This was a bloody lesson. Similarly, if GOC really succeeded in capturing 008, they would definitely extract 008's blood to make an immortality potion. By then, I'm afraid the 002 incident will happen again. So Qinling would never let the GOC people get 008 no matter what. He didn't even have to doubt that those idiots would repeat their mistakes. Because the only lesson mankind can learn from history is that mankind cannot learn any lesson from history. A purple figure fell from the sky. A-level personnel, Narasoken, has successfully arrived in New York. Two old men walked leisurely behind Narasoken. Master, we are here too. Are we the only three here? The priest and the Lord of Flesh and Blood are not here? They were both left behind to look after the house. In this operation, the nine-tailed fox only sent out less than 100 people to provide support. Because Qinling knew very well that if too many people went, it would be a waste of time. Besides, there were not enough people at the moment, so he just wanted to send some people to support them as a token of his appreciation. Their real main force actually only consists of 3 people. The lustful one, the Book of Changes, the swordsmith. Chapter 70, Prince of the Blood Clan. New York, under a ruin. Li Heng slowly opened his eyes, and drops of water fell on his head. The stench and smell of blood filled my nose, as if this place was a sewer. He sat up, with many glass fragments on his body, but no bleeding. The glass had grown into his flesh, and all the wounds had healed miraculously. From this point of view, there were almost no wounds on his body. Just like what the vampire said in the previous video. The knife stabbed into his stomach, but before any blood could flow, the wound healed. My body? Li Heng tried to pull out the glass fragments from his arm, and the wound was exposed, but the flesh and blood on the wound quickly twisted together. The wound is gone. No, how is this possible? Li Heng raised his head and looked around with a puzzled look on his face. This place really looked like a sewer. A bus was standing upright in the middle of the sewer, with countless corpses piled up at the front of the bus, which had already rotted and become smelly. There was also the body of a fat man among them. Li Heng stood up subconsciously when he saw this. Dead? All dead? What exactly happened? Li Heng remembered that the ground suddenly collapsed into a big hole, and then they and the car fell into it together. But why? I'm not dead yet? Just as Li Heng was puzzled, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Ahem, because I saved you. Li Heng turned his head and saw a skinny, white-haired girl sitting in the corner of the sewer, holding her abdomen. The lowly's pupils are blood red and her teeth are very sharp, features that are completely consistent with a vampire. Li Heng stepped forward and asked, You turned me into a vampire? Lowly looked up and said, What you should do is not to question me, but to thank me for pulling you out of the pile of dead bodies. Li Heng squatted down after hearing this. Thank you for saving me, but why did you only save me? What about the others? Did they all? Lowly smiled bitterly. When I found you, you were the only one who was still breathing. I'm not a necromancer. I can't resurrect the dead. I saved you just to suck your blood because I hate the blood of the dead. Lowly was very weak, her figure was extremely thin and shriveled, and there wasn't even any blood on her lips. Seeing this, Li Heng subconsciously touched his neck. How can you be so weak after sucking my blood? Doesn't it mean that vampires can be alive and kicking immediately after sucking the blood? Huh! Loli was speechless. Have you watched too many videos? Blood is just food for us. Converting blood into energy requires a long process, just like eating. If your body is knocked away, can your body recover after just one meal? Obviously, no. My blood energy is exhausted. That guy from Faerun destroyed my heart's blood source and cut off my limbs. And I have no food. Under such circumstances, my recovery ability will be greatly reduced. It will take at least 6 hours to fully recover. Li Heng showed his neck after hearing this. Then you can suck me twice more? Loli was stunned for a moment. Do you really want to die? You have to understand that for a prince, even if I drain you dry, it won't be enough to fill my stomach. The reason I pulled you up was just to get you to take me away from here and delay Faerun to buy me some time to recover. Li Heng looked at Loli's limbs. But your body doesn't seem to be injured? Loli gritted her teeth and said, Because I am recovering too slowly, I compressed my body into its current form and barely grew arms and legs. But I can't move, can you understand? Li Henglai nodded. I see, it's the law of conservation of energy, right? When the limbs are cut off, the flesh and blood of other parts of the body will be used to grow new limbs. But I don't understand one thing. Can't vampires grow limbs instantly? Why does it take several hours to recover after a heart is destroyed? Lori sighed. Under normal circumstances, yes. But you have to know that it is because our bodies store a kind of quantity, which you can also understand as blood energy. With sufficient blood energy, any injury can be healed in an instant. But when blood energy is depleted, cells can only divide at a normal rate. Blood energy is usually stored in the heart, which is the core of blood energy. I see. But even at normal speed, it's thousands of times faster than humans, right? Li Heng asked. That's right. Then how do you replenish your blood energy? Blood sucking. But didn't you just say? The only thing vampires can't regenerate is blood, and blood energy needs to be obtained by squeezing blood. If I drain myself of blood any further, I'll have to drain you dry. But even if I drain it, I won't be able to recover much. The higher the position of the vampire, the more blood energy is consumed to recover, not to mention that I am a prince. Li Heng seemed to have thought of something. I think I understand. You are a prince, and your body is higher than that of ordinary vampires. The more delicate and complex the material, the more quantity is needed to repair it. The corner of Loli's mouth twitched. Thank God you can understand so thoroughly, then now take me away from here. Faerun will find us soon. We can't stay here too long. Li Heng thought for a moment. The Faerun you mentioned, is he also a prince? That's right, he is a prince like me, but I was careless and was ambushed by him, Loli said. Prince. If I remember correctly, the prince is a second-generation vampire, the most powerful vampire besides the first-generation true ancestor. Doesn't that mean? I am a duke now? Loli nodded. Yes, not only did he not die after the car accident, but he unexpectedly became a high-ranking vampire. Aren't you surprised and excited? Tread. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness. Hearing the footsteps, Loli's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he's coming, let's go! Where are you going, my dear Lilith? A man with bloodshot eyes and wearing a coat appeared in front of the two. Li Heng turned his head suddenly. This person is Fei Lun? He looked straight into Furin's eyes, but his heart suddenly trembled. Plop! Plop! Oh! As a duke, you dared to look directly at the prince. You seem to have lived enough. As Faerun spoke, a terrible aura emanated from his body. Li Heng's steps softened. This aura was completely different from Lilith's. He even had an involuntary urge to kneel down. Is this the prince? Li Heng looked at Lilith. Do you think I can beat him? Lilith shook her head. You can't beat him. Bang! Li Heng picked up Lilith and ran away without saying a word. Why waste time talking if you can't win? Run! Chapter 071, Unpredictable and Unpredictable. Hearing this, Faerun smiled faintly. You actually managed to create a duke before you died. You are worthy of being me, Lilith. What a shame. I'm determined to get queens. There are currently only 5 princes in the Blood clan. They each control the borough of New York, with Lilith controlling Queens. Conflicts often break out between vampires in order to compete for territory. This was not their first fight. The two had fought several times a long time ago, but neither had a clear winner. Until yesterday, when Lilith was ambushed by Farron Budge, had her blood energy drained, her hands and feet cut off, and her heart pierced. But Lilith's ability to survive was unique among the princes, and she managed to drag her broken body out of Furin's encirclement. Just as Furin was about to catch up, his cell phone rang. He subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone, but the caller was another prince. Seeing this, Farron sighed. Hey Zane, I'm busy right now, you'd better tell me what you want to say in one breath within 3 seconds. Otherwise, when I'm done, I'll make sure to rip open your skull and stuff it full of cheese and jam. A cold male voice came from the other end of the phone. Stop playing, the enemy is coming. Enemy? Farron put away his ferocious expression and asked. Who, Nine-Tailed Fox or Gok? Ninetails, Chaos, GOC, all are here, their target is the true ancestor. Farron's bloodshot eyes flashed. Well, now we have to let Lilith live a little longer. How many people are here? Give me a seat. The man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if confirming some information. There are only about 100 people on QB's side, all of them are miscellaneous soldiers. The GOC has mobilized tens of thousands of people, but they are all observing from the periphery. Among them, they brought an angel here. As for Chaos, it is still uncertain for now. Angel? I'll go meet him, Farron said and was about to take action. You can't beat him. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Farron fell into deep thought. How strong is that angel? Do you have any specific data? He can make a big hole in reinforced concrete and asphalt roads. That's it. Can you? Cannot. This matter still needs to be considered carefully. The true ancestor has not yet appeared. We 5 princes must unite to fight against a foreign enemy. Farron scratched his hair in annoyance. Okay, I got it. Let's meet somewhere. Give me a location. Tonight, Manhattan, Empire State Building. Nightfall. From the top of the Empire State Building, 4 figures dropped from the sky. One of the women looked around. Why isn't Lilith here? Hearing this, Farron chuckled. She's already half dead, just ignore her. A man with a sinister face walked up to the 3 people. He was the man who had just called Farron. His name is Zane Frink. What do you think of angels? What do you mean, a way to deal with angels? Just kidding. We haven't even fought before, let alone know the opponent's ability. What can we do? Indeed, if you haven't even tried, how do you know you can't win? Zane shook his head when he heard this. With the destructive power of the angel, even if the 4 of us were combined, we would not be his match. So what do you want to say? Zane looked at the street below the Empire State Building and said, They are coming for the true ancestor, not us. But if the true ancestor is captured, then we will be the next one, or maybe we won't even be able to wait until then. And the people who are joining the battle this time are QB, Chaos and GOC, and their target is also the true ancestor. So the core of this multi-party encirclement and suppression is the true ancestor. As long as we can ensure that the true ancestor is not captured by any force, we will win. But if we want to protect the true ancestor amidst the competition among various forces, our abilities are definitely not enough. So my suggestion is to muddy the waters and turn this multi-party encirclement and suppression into a multi-party melee. The relationship between Nine-Tailed Fox, Chaos, and GOC is more fragile than we thought. In fact, if one of them is exposed, conflicts will break out among them first. We should take this opportunity to send out a large number of vampires to attract their attention and make this melee even more chaotic. On the other hand, we need to make the true ancestor leave New York without anyone noticing, so that we can act without any scruples. Leave? Where do you want the true ancestor to retreat to? Zane looked into the distance. Starting from New York to Los Angeles, crossing half of the North Pacific, going to Hawaii, and landing at Pearl Harbor. Hawaii? Flying from New York to Hawaii? That's nearly 8,000 kilometers. Even if we fly there at full speed without stopping, it will still take 50 hours. If they take a national airline, they can fly from New York to Hawaii in 13 hours. Zane, why does it have to be Hawaii? The focus is not on Hawaii, but on the North Pacific. What happened to the North Pacific? You may not know what's under the sea, but when I was traveling in Hawaii, I met a fish man. He saw that I was not human, so he reminded me that the king of the deep sea had built his palace under the sea, and now he wanted a part of the surface. And that part of the ground is Hawaii. The king of the deep sea? You mean to join forces with those fishmen of unknown origin? At least they won't side with humans. But they won't necessarily be on our side. Assuming your theory is correct, what happens next? We'll think about what's next later, and get through the difficulties right now first. On the other side, Li Heng carried Lilith out of the sewer, and then collapsed to the ground in a spread eagle position. I'm so tired. I'm not big, why am I so heavy? Boom. Lilith suddenly raised her foot and put it on Li Heng's head. Need I say more? Of course it's because you don't have much blood energy in your body. Quick, pull someone over so I can suck a few sips. Hearing this, Li Heng suddenly stood up and said righteously, I've said it beforehand. I have my position and bottom line. Who you want to kill has nothing to do with me, and I won't stop you. But I will never help you kill anyone. Lilith looked behind Li Heng expressionlessly. That thing behind you shouldn't be considered a human, right? Li Heng turned his head and saw countless pure white wings spread out densely in the sky, covering the clouds and the moon. What is this again? Angels? Chapter 072, 008, and the Angel. Vampires, angels, what is wrong with this world? Seeing Li Heng's face suddenly change, an angel descended from the sky and appeared directly in front of the two of them. It was a young man with white hair and white eyes, who looked extremely holy. He reached out and patted Li Heng on the shoulder with a kind smile. Excuse me, do you know where the true ancestor is? Before Li Heng could speak, Lilith suddenly said, I know where the true ancestor is. Mo looked at Lilith. Is that so? Could you please help lead the way? Lilith looked at Li Heng and said, Let him carry me on his back. I will take you to find the true ancestor. Mo suddenly appeared in front of Lilith. He looked into her eyes and said, Really? You seem a little dazed. Are you sure you know where the true ancestor is? Lilith gritted her teeth, opened her sharp claws and clawed towards Mo. Seeing this, Mo's wings instantly slashed out and directly cut off Lilith's arm. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out, and without saying a word, Lilith grew a pair of bat wings on her back and flew straight into the sky. But Mo was extremely fast. He grabbed Lilith's calf and pulled her down with a terrifying force. Bump! When her back touched the ground, Lilith felt as if her body was falling apart. Well! The tip of the black feather wing instantly pierced Lilith. The moment the feather pierced into her body, her scream suddenly resounded through the sky. The sound was over 120 decibels, an intensity that only vampires can produce. Mo was very satisfied with her screams, and a pair of wings grew out of his body. When Li Heng saw this scene, he subconsciously wanted to run, but when he saw Lilith in pain, he hesitated. Ah, what a sin! Do angels like to kill lives? Li Heng suddenly shouted. Hearing Li Heng's words, Mo turned around and said, Oh, in your understanding, are vampires also considered life? I am only punishing evil. This is supreme justice. Li Heng looked at the angel and said, I don't know if you have ever heard of a story where a man killed a criminal to punish evil. But the number of criminals in this world has not decreased, because he has become a criminal too. Mo smiled faintly when he heard this. This topic is very interesting. If, as you said, I kill a criminal, I become a criminal, and the number of criminals does not decrease. So, if I kill 1,000 criminals, or 10,000 criminals, does the number of criminals decrease? Li Heng was stunned for a moment, his brain working rapidly. Assuming that the angels were really just, he was confident that he had debated the angels on justice. If you kill 10,000 criminals, the number of criminals will indeed decrease. But can you guarantee that all of these 10,000 criminals are really extremely evil? Perhaps some of them were framed and are completely innocent. They may not have killed a single animal. In this case, can you guarantee that everyone you kill is guilty? If you kill an innocent person by mistake, then your so-called justice cannot stand. Mo's wings let go of Lilith, and he looked at Li Heng, interesting. But in some cases, I tend to agree with idealism. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Suppose a vampire has not killed anyone today, nor has he killed anyone in the past. But what about the future? Can you guarantee that he will not make mistakes throughout his life? Are you going to kill him just because he might do evil? You might as well just wipe out all of humanity, said Li Heng. There are no absolutely good people in the world. People have both good and evil sides. It is precisely because of the shadows that people appear three-dimensional and are human beings. If there are absolutely good people in this world, I think it can be anything other than humans. Mo reached out and grasped his chin to reflect. Indeed, what you said makes sense. I was almost convinced by you. But have you ever heard a saying? Li Heng was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Mo opened his arms, and the countless wings behind him also spread out. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice. Oh no! This guy. Young man, are you interested in merging with me? Seeing this, Li Heng was about to retreat without saying a word, but countless huge wings had already surrounded him. It's over, it's really over now. The angel overturned Li Heng's cognition. It was not an angel at all. His so-called justice was just an excuse. Li Heng subconsciously closed his eyes, but unexpectedly at this moment, a gunshot suddenly came from the distance. Bang! A bullet came straight at the angel, but one of the angel's wings rebounded and knocked the bullet aside. I heard you were looking for me? A woman's voice came from behind him. Mo turned around and saw a woman with white hair and black eyes holding a gun. True ancestor? Call me whatever you like, 008 said with a smile. Without saying a word, Mo suddenly appeared in front of 008 and grabbed 008's neck. Bang! 008 grabbed the angel's wrist with his backhand, and his body twisted into a white-haired man with blood-red pupils in an instant. So anxious? The angel moved, and its white wings instantly swept towards 008. But as soon as 008 moved, countless blood threads appeared on his body instantly. These blood threads shot out in all directions at a rapid speed, directly penetrating the angel's wings, making it impossible for the wings to approach him. When the angel saw this, his pure white eyes fixed, and his arms instantly turned into sharp white wings that cut open 008's body. Puff! 008 was cut in half, and his upper and lower body were separated immediately. But countless blood lines were pulled up in the air, pulling his upper and lower body together again, and the wound healed in an instant. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, 008 suddenly laughed. Neurotoxin, interesting. Then I'll be a little more serious. After saying that, 008 immediately started fighting with the angel. The angel leaped high into the sky, flipped over, and with thousands of wings, it kept slashing at 008. 008's figure was moving around, and although those attacks were not fatal, it was really painful to be hit. No, it can't be said to be very painful, it's a life-threatening pain. But 008 seemed to enjoy the pain, and the expression on his face began to become more and more excited. He kept spitting out his own blood, which sometimes solidified into a spear or a sword, and sometimes turned into a blood whip. His attacks were ever-changing, as if he was manipulating a kind of liquid metal. Watching the two people fighting, Li Heng quickly carried Lilith aside. Let's go, what are you still watching? Lilith gritted her teeth. True ancestor, actually took action personally. Li Heng was speechless. That only means that the opponent is at the same level as your true ancestor. This is an angel and a vampire. Even if a demon comes someday, Li Heng won't be surprised. Thanks to MMMM for the reward again. Today I have to write another 12,000 words. I feel like my body is drained. Chapter 73, Attack of Angels. The battle between the demon with white hair, red eyes and bat wings and the angel with pure white clothes and thousands of wings was divided into red and white. The blood scattered in the sky in various forms, and it could even be said that the amount exceeded the limit of blood storage in a human body. The blood gathered into a river covering the earth, and huge blood thorns surged from the ground into the sky. The angel's wings were like huge silver blades, slashing at the ground continuously. The longest wing had a diameter of nearly 12 meters. The wings and the blood thorns constantly intersected with each other. Sometimes the wings shattered the blood column, and sometimes the blood column pierced the wings. There was no clear winner between the two for a while, and as the battle became sluggish, more and more people paid attention to this place. Although 008 performed with ease, he couldn't defeat the angel in one go. If the two of them end up in a tie, it actually means that 008 loses. Because Angel 023 is a monster that can grow, even if 008 and him are tied today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the balance of victory may tilt. 008 dodged a wing attack and flew into the sky. Lilith had been carried away by Li Heng. 008 shifted his gaze upon seeing this. The boy was quite considerate. Lilith is a lovely child. She is about the same age as my son. You know, I always treat her as my daughter. Mo still didn't stop attacking after hearing this. So you showed up because of her? I thought a monster like you wouldn't be bound by any emotions. The two men fought from the ground to the sky, and 008 stretched out his hand, and saw two huge blood blades slashing directly at the angel. I'm a monster, so what are you? Why would you obey the GOC? Because of profit? Ha, I don't think they can come up with anything valuable. Block. The angel's wings and the blood blade collided with each other, and there was a sound of metal colliding and hammering. This time, Mo didn't speak. 008 continued to launch a fierce attack, and his blood condensed into various forms to attack the angel. You really like debates, why don't you try to refute me? Mo Chunbai's eyes flashed. If you really want to talk to me, I can chat with you all day long. Upon hearing this, 008 suddenly stopped his attack, turned around and snapped his fingers. Sorry, I'm not interested. Puff. The blood vessels in the angel's body burst, and countless blood suddenly gushed out. It seems that angels can bleed too. Hearing 008's words, the angel suddenly turned his head, and saw that the blood that gushed out of the body instantly flowed back into the body. Yes, there will be bleeding, but my blood, my body, my abilities, they all belong to me. You want to control them. Do you think you can? 008 stepped back. It seems that the angels have achieved a certain level of control over themselves. He can control everything in his body, even competing with 008 for control of the blood in his body. In the sky, a huge eye is watching everything silently. In the dark space, Jinyi was taking notes. Angel seems to be able to control every inch of his skin and even every cell, but he didn't seem to have this ability before. It may be that he evolved. Is this an evolution towards a perfect life form? Jinyi said this and picked up the feather pen and marked an S-level potential on the back of the file. Demons also have S-level potential. As for 008, Jinyi only gave him an A-level potential rating. This conclusion is based on their current abilities and does not include their future evolution. Of course, angels should not need subsequent potions to assist in their evolution, because his growth potential is already terrifying. Seeing that the blood control method failed, 008 instantly flapped its wings and flew backwards. Dog! As soon as he finished speaking, countless pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness. Just as Mo was about to take action, he saw tens of thousands of vampires suddenly attacking him. This quantity? Mo frowned and flapped his wings, directly cutting a large number of vampires. But just cutting them open is useless, as these vampires have super-fast regeneration abilities, and their cut bodies heal quickly. But the angel's wings contain neurotoxins, which cause the injured vampire to feel extreme pain. Once injured, they have to flutter on the ground for a long time before recovering. But this number is a bit too much. Angel, come back, someone else is heading your way. A man's voice came from the communicator. The angel turned around and saw an old man in white tights standing behind him. The old man even waved to him cordially. As an uncle, I like to teach young guys how to do Tai Chi the most. Mo frowned, and saw the old man suddenly strike out with a palm. A cyclone came straight towards the angel. Mo flapped his wings to break up the cyclone, but it directly wrapped around his body. The next second, the world in Mo's eyes changed suddenly. He appeared in a room with 8 roads, each with a sign. Of the 8 paths, only one is the way to survival. Good luck, young man. Outside. Looking at the angel that disappeared out of thin air, the vampires were all stunned. The angel is missing? At this moment, a purple figure fell from the sky and came to the old man's side. Can your powers kill angels? Uncle Yijing thought for a moment and said, It's hard to say, but it should be no problem to trap him for a while. If he really can't find a way out, killing him is also possible. As soon as Mr. Yijing finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly flipped, and the figure of the angel appeared again. This? When Master Yijing saw this, he was stunned. What the hell? Why did he come out so soon? Yeah, how did he do that? Nara Soken was also stunned. Logically speaking, although the old man's 8 gates are unlikely to kill angels, it should be able to delay the angels for a while. As a result, the angel was released after being locked up for less than a minute? Regarding Mr. Yijing's 8 ways of survival, Mo immediately thought of a way to crack it. He simply spread his wings on the spot, and used his 8 largest wings to pierce 8 roads at the same time. The wing that was not damaged would indicate the escape route. This problem seemed easy to solve for him. Mo turned to look at Narasoken and the old man Yijing. The two of them retreated immediately when they realized something was wrong. Narasoken's ability is to manipulate gravity, with an upper limit of 500 kilograms. Above this number, his gravity has no effect. In a sense, Narasoken, like Yijing, possesses extremely strong control abilities. When two people join forces, there is generally no opponent they cannot defeat. But when Narasoken tried to control the angel, he discovered something quite shocking. The angel weighs more than 500 kilograms. It's almost the same size as an adult yak. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 74, Angels of Fire. The next day, the weather was sunny. Last night, the angel almost tied the two parties on his own. This also made the GOC people angry, and they started to make crazy phone calls to the nine-tailed fox in a sarcastic manner. Those two yesterday, could they be from your nine-tailed fox? TSK, they ran so fast. It's a pity that they didn't participate in the 100-meter sprint. Alas, there is nothing we can do. It's all because our angel is too strong. What do you call this? This is called invincible. Seeing the faces of the GOC people, Qinling smiled faintly. The last monster who said he was invincible is now dead. Yes, he meant 009. After ending the call, Qinling looked at the cabinet on the side. An angel that can evolve by consuming sound, the Gok really likes to cause trouble for humans. They let the monsters grow recklessly and trusted them as if they were weapons. They will definitely be the first to learn a lesson. It doesn't matter whether GOC survives or dies, but if that monster continues to grow and grows to the point where no one can deal with it, then all humans will pay the price for their stupidity. We must find a way to kill the angel before he grows further. New York. Inside a building in Manhattan. 008 is sitting on a chair in female form, stroking her beloved gun. They should all know by now. The angel is stronger than me and stronger than the entire vampire race. Farron smiled and said, Yes, everything is just as planned. We deliberately show weakness, and the high-profile angel will become the most conspicuous. Whether it's Chaos or the Nine Tails, I think they should have realized the danger of angels. Now we just have to sit back and watch. Before Prince Farron could finish his words, Prince Zane interrupted him. My queen, forgive me for being blunt, but neither sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight nor wanting to be the fisherman is advisable. It won't do us any good if they fight to the death. It won't be long before they realize that you are deliberately showing weakness. This time won't be too long. I suggest you follow our previous plan and head to Hawaii before they react. 008 checked the bullets in the gun, then took out a handkerchief and wiped the gun. North Pacific, I smell a fishy smell. There's this extremely disgusting guy right there. I really want to shoot him in the head. 008, in the form of a white-haired woman, looked extremely terrifying as she spoke, which made the princes all tense up. You seem to know what's in the sea? 008's eyes turned. He tried to kill me 3 times, and he succeeded all 3 times. I am what I am now because of him. He killed us. One day, we will make him pay with blood. But not now. The adult who sent me here told me that I need to stay here for a year before I can leave. Right now, it's not even a year yet. Well? Which, sir? But your majesty, Your safety is obviously more important than the order of that lord, a princess advised. 008 blew on the gun and placed it on the shelf nearby. No, my safety is not important. Nothing in this world is more important than the order of that lord. That gentleman said 1 year, so I will not leave New York before the time is up, not even for a second. Upon hearing this, Farron immediately said, I agree with you, madam. Why should we run? This is our home ground, our territory. They should be the ones to run. My lady, I, Farron Budge, am willing to fight to the death with you. Upon hearing that, 008 turned around and instantly transformed into a man with bloodshot eyes wearing a black suit. Seeing this scene, the 4 princes knelt down immediately. Meet the true ancestor! X4. 008 in his true ancestor form stood up. It doesn't have to be like this every time. Whether it's him or her, they're all me. We are one. The 4 princes stood up and said, Yes, Master True Ancestor, about what happened just now. The true ancestor glanced at Zane and said, If the angel had used all his strength in yesterday's fight, then I am at least 60% sure that I can kill the angel within 10 minutes. 60%? After hearing this probability, everyone was a little surprised. The true ancestor's victory rate in battles with humans is generally 10 o'clock or 9:1. This time it's 60 to 40. But think about it, after all, she is an angel. As everyone was thinking this, they saw the true ancestor's pupils suddenly dilate, and his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the window of the building. Through the glass, he saw the starry sky and the full moon. Today is a full moon? For some reason, the true ancestor suddenly laughed strangely. The princes were puzzled. What could a full moon do? A full moon cannot provide any buff to vampires. This is not a movie or TV show or a game. Whether the moon is full or not has no effect on them at all. In theory, yes, the phases of the moon have nothing to do with them. But the true ancestor didn't seem to think so. He stretched out 2 fingers from each of his upper and lower hands and joined them together, pointing them at the full moon in the sky like a camera. 7 days later? That's not too late. In the eyes of the true ancestor, a red dot appeared on the full moon, and this red dot was expanding at a slow speed. This is a new ability that the true ancestor has just discovered, which is to tamper with the phases of the moon. Yes, before today he didn't know he had such an ability. Because this ability seems to have a condition for activation, which is that it must be activated under a full moon. And it takes some time to condense after it is activated. After the condensation is completed, the red moon will come. By then, blood will cover the earth, all life will be restless, and the ability of the Blood Clan will achieve a qualitative leap under such circumstances. The Blood Moon will grant them nearly unlimited blood energy, and increase the abilities of vampires of different classes exponentially. The only drawback is that the waiting time is too long and the full moon must be reached. The true ancestor turned around and said, Now I am 80% sure. Shar, bring Lilith back. I want the 5 of you to come with me to witness this unprecedented spectacle. The other end. Lilith and Li Heng poked their heads out from behind a wall. No one seems to be following. Well, I'm not blind. That prince didn't come, and the angels didn't come either. Looking at the bright side, is it possible that your true ancestors fought with the angels, and then Farron was forced to join the battle and was killed by the angels? Hey, don't say that, it's possible. Right. Bullshit. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind the 2 of them. Stop playing around, Lilith. The true ancestor asked me to go find you. Chapter 75, Chinye's New Toy. Li Heng turned his head and saw a plump, sexy woman behind him, a female vampire prince. Well, another prince. Shar? Lilith watched as the female vampire quickly hid behind Li Heng, her eyes filled with caution. Who is this beautiful lady? Beauty? Hearing this, Lilith suddenly jumped up and grabbed Li Heng's ear. It's not what you mean, I am your master, why haven't I seen you call me beautiful? She is your master, do you know who she is and you call her a beauty? Li Heng felt pain. Hey, Lilith, stop it! Lilith? When Lilith heard this, several black lines appeared on her forehead. You should call me master. You are my servant. How can you call me by my name? Really, if you hadn't saved me, I would have. Shar looked at the two people flirting over there with an expressionless face. Lilith, the true ancestor is waiting for you. You'd better not keep him waiting too long. Lilith was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at Li Heng. My dependent has to go with me. He is timid and dare not walk alone at night. Li Heng's mouth twitched when he heard that, but Lilith gave him a look. Am I wrong? Oh, yes. I am a timid and introverted person. When I go out, I usually only dare to walk through the sewers. Shar was speechless. Do you want to be torn apart by the true ancestor? You should know that except for the prince-level vampires, other vampires are not qualified to meet the true ancestor, not even the Duke. Li Heng tilted his head. Then I'd better not join in the fun. You. Lilith gritted her teeth and said, Forget it, whatever you want. But you have to remember that if I don't come back to find you, you must find a way to save me. Maybe Shar has teamed up with that guy Farron Budge. Shar shook her head, not knowing what to say for a moment. After the two left, Li Heng was left standing blankly on the street. He reached out and touched his abdomen, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. I suddenly feel a little hungry. On the other side, the cracked space. Qinyi took out a magnifying glass from the snake's body. He looked around with the magnifying glass. This thing is good. Qinyi grinned. When you point the magnifying glass at an object, you will see a lot of words suddenly appear on the surface of the magnifying glass. Through the lens, the magnifying glass can reveal all the information about the object, including its hidden characteristics. It's like a pillow for a sleepyhead. Qinyi took a magnifying glass and scanned the fragments one by one. The magnifying glass could display this information in the form of information he could recognize. For example, Qinyi's cognitive characteristics are divided into 3 levels, so the magnifying glass will display information in this form. He first looked at the crown he had obtained earlier. The crown seemed to be made of metal, with a dark blue prismatic gem on it. Soul crown. Secondary features: the bearer of the crown can see spirits, and enslave the spirits of the dead. Soul characteristics, not bad. Then Qinyi looked at some other fragmented objects. A box that splits an egg every minute? Well, it's useless. Little flowers that change color randomly? White paper as sharp as a knife? Just an ordinary box? This box of yours is too much. Qinyi looked around and found that among the piles of fragments of the big snake, there was a pile of useless junk. There are only a few that are useful. After discovering that these rags were useless, Qinyi directly connected to the garbage recycling station in the real world, and then packed the rags and threw them out. Trash still takes up space? Afterwards, Qinyi looked at the sickle that Orochi had given out this morning. It was a huge black scythe. Reaper. Secondary characteristics: the scythe cannot attack physical creatures, but it can directly hit the soul. If it attacks an entity, the blade of the scythe will directly penetrate the entity. Qinyi took the sickle and turned it around in his hand. This is not bad, let's use it as my pendant. Thinking of this, Qinyi came to the medicine table and threw the crown into the devil's two-ear pot. The soul crown possesses soul properties, slavery properties. If we had the death feature, or the resurrection feature, we might be able to create a necromancer. By the way, didn't 004 find me a living dead before? Didn't that guy come back to life? Theoretically speaking, he should have the ability to revive now. Then let's call this potion sequence Resurrect the Dead. Qinyi took Yan Yan's blood sample and mixed it with it, then fed the medicine to a living human corpse. Afterwards, he extracted blood and body materials from the corpse and injected them back into the pot, refining 2 bottles of potion for resurrecting the dead at one time. But these are not finished products yet, they are just 2 semi-finished products. In order to get the finished product, the potion must be fed to Yan Yan. Through the fusion of the potion and the characteristics of the human body, the finished product of the potion for resurrecting the dead souls can be achieved. After that, he would draw blood and body tissue from Yan Yan to make medicine, and he could make 2 bottles of finished potion to resurrect the dead. Perhaps some people wonder why blood has characteristics. This is a conceptual theory. Even if you cut a piece off a banana, it is still a banana. It has the characteristics of a banana. Similarly, for a person with superpowers, blood is a part of him and blood can represent this person. Other body parts can also be used. but if too many body parts are mixed in, it may give the potion some other properties. It is just like training a pet to gain attributes. The more messy the things you feed it, the more unstable the attributes that will be gained in the end. But there is no such thing as a word entry in this world. Just like a piece of paper, it can be traced back to the wood from which it was made, or it can be recycled from toilet paper. At the same time, it itself has the concepts of light and technology. But Qingyi discovered that there is also a weight ratio between these concepts. Take wood for example. The concept of wood has the highest weight ratio. As for the concepts of growth and photosynthesis, their weights are lower than the concept of wood itself. Thinking about it, Qingyi took out a list and ticked the item. Soul X Dead Soul. This list is what he envisioned as the abilities God would need. For example, God needed an immortal body, so he created 008 the vampire, and then created 009 the true immortal body. In this way, the conditions for an immortal body are met. Gods are supposed to have power over the lives of mortals, and Qingyi has transformed into the god of death, so this condition has been fulfilled. Next, there are nearly 700 conceptual hypotheses. Because the god that Qingyi envisioned is omniscient, omnipotent, and incomprehensible. The only thing that Qingyi has no idea about at the moment is how to create characteristics that are incomprehensible to people. In other words, how to create unknown characteristics. Chapter 76, Thirst for Blood. The oldest and strongest human emotion is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. Do you want to try to approach the unknown characteristics from the perspective of fear? Qingyi thought about it, and picked up a horror novel written by Lovecraft directly from the bookshelf. Grows, The Big Alarm Clock is indeed quite good. It's just that it's a little difficult to make. After all, in essence, the Great Alarm Clock growth is the size of a planet. As a monster with the concept of an outer god, I'm afraid I can't make one with the materials I have now. At least I haven't created a monster with a huge concept yet, let alone a monster as big as a planet. And most of the other monsters are also huge in size. So we need to first extract the concept of hugeness, so let's start with the blue whale. After all, the blue whale is the largest marine creature known so far. Let 002 do this. Qingyi still has to continue observing the collision reactions between angels, vampires and demons, and record them as soon as possible, so he doesn't have much time to collect materials. After all, we can't ask him to do everything himself, right? The best case scenario is that I want to create another thing that can actively help me observe the monsters and then record their information, and I only need to read the summary. Let's name this series Observer. Some of its characteristics can be applied to Grows. Queens, New York. Li Hing knelt on the street blankly. There were many bread bags scattered on the ground. I'm not full. I'm hungry. Vampires can't recover from hunger by eating ordinary food. Li Hing gradually began to breathe heavily, and his pupils turned blood red. His desire to suck blood was rising. Blood! Bang! Li Hing suddenly reached out and slapped himself in the face. His pupils instantly turned back to black. No, I can't. Well. Feeling extremely hungry, Li Hing bit his own hand. His teeth were so sharp that they easily pierced the skin on his hand. The blood flowed into his mouth, but this little blood could not relieve his hunger, and he didn't think his blood tasted good. He just wanted to use the pain to stimulate himself and prevent himself from losing his mind. Looking at Li Hing with a painful expression, someone came over and patted him on the shoulder. It's painful, isn't it? Li Hing turned around upon hearing that, and saw that the person coming was a blond man. He is also a vampire. But he seemed to be one level lower than Li Hing, just a middle-ranking marquis. I am also a dependent of Lady Lilith. Lady Lilith asked me to take care of you. Li Hing stood up abruptly upon hearing this. I'm asking you to take care of me. Where's Lilith? The blond male vampire chuckled. Lady Lilith has her own things to do. Li Hing frowned. Where were you when Lilith was in trouble? The blond male vampire shrugged. Unfortunately, I'm on other missions. You must be in pain now. Do you want something to drink? He is lying. When Li Hing was looking into his eyes dodged inadvertently. Before Li Hing could say anything, the man suddenly attacked. His palm cracked and a blood sword gushed out directly from his palm. But Li Hing was prepared and retreated immediately. But the blood sword suddenly became longer and directly cut off Li Heng's arm. Phew! Blood gushed out from Li Heng's broken arm, and pain instantly rushed into his brain. Ah! Li Heng screamed, and the blonde vampire immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, Lilith's followers are really weak. Oh, is it because you don't usually suck blood? I feel like there's no blood energy in your body? Without saying a word, Li Heng turned around and rushed to his own arm, reconnecting the broken arm. Nerves and blood vessels connect to it, but they heal very slowly. Is it because there is no blood energy? Li Heng gritted his teeth, turned around and ran, but the blonde vampire was extremely fast. He appeared in front of him in an instant, and kicked him to the ground. Bump! You can't even spread your wings? Lord Farron really thinks highly of you. He actually let me kill a baby. Damn it. Because he had not eaten, Li Heng's body was extremely weak, and there was no blood energy stored in his body. He couldn't even heal his wounds instantly. If this goes on, Li Heng will really be killed by this guy. He clenched his fists, thrust his body forward, and turned around to give the blonde vampire a spinning kick. But the blonde vampire just grabbed Li Heng's calf with a casual grab. It's a good idea, but it's too weak. After saying that, the blonde vampire flicked his finger and sent Li Heng flying, crashing into the wall. Bump! His head was stuck in the wall, but his body was exposed. Li Heng struggled outside with his hands and finally pulled his head out with great effort. But the blonde vampire suddenly appeared in front of him, put his hands in his pockets, and kicked Li Heng in the chest again. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was kicked in Li Heng's stomach, and the wall behind him broke. Die! I'm really going to die this time. Li Heng's face was filled with extreme pain, but the blonde vampire enjoyed his expression. There are two kinds of pleasure in this world that are most irresistible. One is to defeat the strong, the other is to trample on the weak. Unfortunately, I like the latter. Blood oozed from the corner of Li Heng's mouth. Because you can't beat someone stronger than you. Bump! The blonde man kicked again when he heard that, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Shut up, you are the third generation, I am the fourth generation, you said I bullied you, haha, I should be trampling on the strong. Then why don't you go to the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital and challenge the newborn baby? Li Heng said weakly. The blonde vampire grabbed his chin and said, You are very talkative, right? Do you know what it feels like to have your tongue cut off? Imagine that you are licking a sharp knife, and the blade cuts your tongue, severing the complex nerves on your tongue bit by bit. The pain will make you wish you were dead. Unfortunately, a vampire's tongue can grow back if it's broken, which means I can let you experience this feeling over and over again. Until you can no longer recover. Li Heng slowly closed his eyes. He no longer had the strength to resist. The only pity is, I may not be able to go back, Dad, Mom, and Big Brother. Li Heng smiled bitterly in his heart. He had originally wanted to go back and apologize to Li Yuan after graduation, but it seems there is no chance. When Li Heng closed his eyes, an inverted triangle circle pattern on his palm suddenly flashed. Death game starts. Number 0356, this is your first time participating in the death game. You don't need a ticket. Do you want to participate in this game? There are only 4 chapters today, because I am not in a good mood today, I didn't sleep well, and I have to spend time with my family during the holidays. Chapter 77, There is light at the end of the tunnel. Death may not be scary. What is scary is that we don't have time to say goodbye properly. It hurts. Li Heng opened his eyes and saw a blood-red sky, followed by rows of words appearing before his eyes. Welcome to the game of death. Please check the specific rules yourself. Li Heng was stunned for a moment, then saw the information in front of him expand and nearly 100 pieces of information appeared. 1. Participants must not reveal the existence of the death game, otherwise they will be eliminated. 2. Participants cannot question any rules of the game. Everything that exists is reasonable. 3. Although everything obtained in the game belongs to the individual, the Lord God has the right to reclaim any spoils. 4. The invited person can participate in the game for free for the first time. If he wants to participate in the game afterwards, he needs to hold 200 grams of gold as a ticket. 5. There will be no penalty for death in the game, but the ticket money will not be refunded. 6. The pattern on the palm of your hand can show your identity. At the same time, it is also an invitation letter. You can invite people you know to participate in the game by touching the palm of your hand. 7. The death game will be opened once a month. This item is invalid. 8. The game time is changed to open once every 7 days. 9. The world open each time in the game is not fixed. This item is invalid. 10. The world opened by the game will follow a certain pattern and remain stable in the same world within a month, but will be divided into different levels of difficulty. 107. The final right of interpretation belongs to the Lord God. Li Heng sat up blankly. The wounds on his stomach and body had all healed miraculously. Game of death? Before he could think about it, another message appeared. When we meet for the first time, you can set a name for yourself, or use your identity LD as your name. Name? Li Heng suddenly felt dizzy. It seemed that he was pulled into a place similar to the main god space. He looked at the palm of his hand. The inverted triangle circle pattern had appeared for several days. At first, he was wondering what it was. Is this the place where light appears after dark? Thinking of this, Li Heng lay back down. So tired. Let's take a break first. Li Heng closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Enter the dream. Li Heng found himself in a medieval country that seemed to be experiencing civil unrest. The traitorous prince raised the reverse blade and overthrew the old king's rule. The rebellious prince seemed to have used some ancient black magic to turn his army and himself into vampires. In the dream, Li Heng followed behind the prince and continued to swing his sword to kill the enemies. Interestingly, the old king in the dream also knows black magic, and he uses a curse to make his soul immortal. When the rebellious prince learned about this, in order to prevent the king from making a comeback, he put chains on the old king's hands and feet and threw him into an underground palace. After becoming king, the prince immediately declared war on the whole world, provoking a world war that lasted for thousands of years, and almost unified the continent. Yes, he failed in the end, and the 1,000-year empire collapsed in an instant and turned into eternal dust. The prince who became king by usurping the throne was later called the Bloody Tyrant, Brax Rex. His body and soul were divided into 2 parts and imprisoned in a secret gargoyle maze, until a young man broke the jar that sealed the tyrant's soul in the maze. After an unknown amount of time, Li Heng opened his eyes. It turned out to be a dream. The previous subtitles still appeared in front of his eyes, asking him to give himself a name. Li Heng sat up and stretched his muscles. My name is Rex. After the name was confirmed, the subtitles in front of me disappeared. Li Heng looked at his palm and saw a message face appearing. It contains his personal information and ability evaluation, as well as a series of indexes. The index is the currency here, which was written in the previous rules. Li Heng knew this, but what about this ability evaluation? Level 2, excellent? Li Heng clicked on the detailed levels and found that there were 7 stages in total. Ordinary level, excellent level, elite level, epic level, legendary level, sanctuary level, mythical level. How is this rating determined? Because I am a vampire duke, my strength is directly ranked 2nd level, excellent. Li Heng's hand slipped, and a combat power list appeared on the side. The first person ranked on the battle power list is a man named Yigong, and his battle power rating is also excellent at the 2nd level. Even the number 1 on the list is only at the 2nd level? Li Heng fell into deep thought. This means that the strongest person here is about the level of a vampire duke. It seems that it is not too strong. I don't know what rank a prince is. As Li Heng was thinking this, he saw a series of figures suddenly appear in this space. He looked around. This was a huge circular platform. The edges of the platform were dark, while in the center there was a huge light curtain projection. Many people gathered in front of the light screen projection and were discussing something. Li Heng walked forward and saw 3 patterns on the light screen in front of him. The first pattern shows countless bloodhounds licking their paws. The second pattern shows many vampires with red eyes. The third pattern shows 3 white-haired people, 1 male and 1 female, and in the middle stands a young man with half red and half black pupils. There are also several lines of words marked below. The first picture below says that it is recommended to enter at the ordinary level. The second picture is for the excellent level, and the third picture is for the elite level. Monster sequence number 008. Please decide the difficulty level you want to enter within 12 hours. Once you start, you will not be able to join again. 46 minutes left until the countdown ends. It looks like this rotating world is going to be difficult to deal with. Kind of like a vampire. Isn't this the monster that appeared recently in North America? You mean these monsters really exist in reality? Who knows? I haven't seen it myself. Well, the world has just been rotated, so let's try to reach difficulty level 2. Forget it. I have to be worthy of my wallet. Yeah, let's go with difficulty level 1 just to be on the safe side. I'll see where Dog Eyes My Hawk goes. If he goes to level 1, I'll go to level 2. Where do you think Big Brother will go? It must be level 2 difficulty. Big Brother? Li Heng turned to look at the others. Who is the eldest brother? Hearing this, one of them pointed at a man with 5 adrenaline needles on his waist. That one, his name is Yigong, the top brother on the battle strength list. Newcomer? No, this guy. One person looked at Li Heng as if he had seen a ghost. He ranks 3rd on the battle power list? 2nd level combat power, 3rd in the overall ranking. You told me this is a newcomer? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 78, 7th level of godhood. Boss, are you pretending to be a newbie to tease us? Li Heng covered his face with his hands. What should I say? Actually, I am the Duke of the Vampire Clan, and I was accidentally involved in this game. Boss, shall we form a team? Team up? Li Heng looked at the screen in front of him and tried to sort out the conversation information between the previous group of people. What difficulty level do you want to play? That must be level 1. We are only level 1 fighters. Going to level 2 is simply courting death. Li Heng looked at the level 3 difficulty. Can anyone challenge the level 3 difficulty? Some people have challenged the level 3 difficulty in other worlds, but failed to pass it. Boss, you also know that the difference in level is huge, just like Xiaomi using a rifle to shoot at other people's planes and tanks. Is that so? Li Heng thought about it, and then reached out and clicked on difficulty level 2. Damn it, boss, don't be impulsive. This is a new world and no one knows the rules. It's a bit too aggressive of you to rush directly to level 2. As one person spoke, they saw that their eldest brother Yigong also chose difficulty level 2. Seeing that Yigong chose difficulty level 2, many people reached out and clicked on difficulty level 2. What does this mean? Li Heng didn't quite understand. Were these people selected by the man named Yigong? Ahem, since Big Brother has chosen difficulty level 2, there's nothing we can do. Wherever Big Brother goes, I go. Big Brother eats meat and I drink soup. Ahem, just follow Big Brother to make a living. These people seemed to trust the man named Yigong very much. Even many first-level fighters followed suit and chose difficulty level 2 after seeing Yigong choose it. Even the few people who had just said they wanted to play difficulty level 1 chose difficulty level 2. This shows that this person's status in these people's minds is indeed quite high. Afterwards, Li Heng chatted with a few people about some things here and learned about the reward and treasure chest mechanism. The best one is the gold treasure chest, which is only available to the top 3 people in the final calculation. The top 10 will have a silver treasure chest, and as long as the minimum passing conditions are met, there will be a bronze treasure chest. Among them, the gold treasure chest has a 75% chance of containing a blue item, a 20% chance of containing a purple item, and a 5% chance of containing a gold item. And the highest reward for a silver treasure chest is only a purple item, with a probability of 10%, blue 30%, and green 60%. The copper treasure chest is the worst. The highest you can get is blue, with a probability of 15%. Green is 25%, and white is 60%. In addition, the number of rewards that can be obtained at different levels of difficulty is also different. The profit from passing the first level difficulty is generally only around 50. The passing income for the second level of difficulty ranges from 500 to 2000. Level 3 difficulty is uncertain. In addition, people here can freely trade indices and abilities obtained from treasure chests. Of course, there is a mall here that sells all the loot that players have obtained except gold. But the prices in the mall were shockingly high, often costing tens of thousands, and the Lord God seemed to be trying his best to drain their index. Li Hing took a few glances at the mall. The items in the mall were also divided into different grades. Second-level purple items are more expensive than first-level purple items. But Li Hing discovered that most of them were abilities related to marine life. For example, merman hearts and merman scales. Of course, there are also some basic blue abilities, for example, hearing enhancement, physical enhancement, reaction enhancement, all of which are first level. There are very few second-level props, and there is only one purple one, which is a purple talent called Physical Breakthrough. According to them, this ability was revealed by Yi Gong. It is the only second-level purple talent in the game so far, and can only be opened from a second-level difficulty treasure chest. In addition, there is a gold coupon at the top of the mall, priced at 50,000. Li Hing looked at the golden scroll. The description given here was that he could meet the person behind the Lord God, who was the organizer of this death game. At the same time, once you buy this ticket, you will be deprived of the right to enter the game again. Because meeting the organizer will win a mysterious grand prize, which will surpass any ability that can be obtained in the game. Of course, this rule of 079 is not without reason. Because if they meet the organizer, they will become the new level boss, so they must not come back. It is just like Yi Gong met the organizer and got the potion to evolve, and he will become a new sequence monster. The game will also update levels based on his model. If he comes back at this time, will you let him fight himself? Here, Li Hing didn't know that the game had already undergone a revision. The initial cause was that Qingyi came once and felt that this was too inefficient, so he ordered 079 to carry out a self-reform. Then the game became what it is now. It renamed the level as the world, renamed itself as the main god, and changed the game time from once a month to once every 7 days. The originally random levels have been turned into a rotation of optional difficulty levels. Among them, 079 will increase the benefits of high difficulty and reduce the benefits of low difficulty, so that those with strength can quickly accumulate indexes to meet that adult. Those who don't have the ability can just slowly mix it up at the lower difficulty level. As the saying goes, it is better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. Not everyone is qualified to be favored by that adult. Excluding the above, the only thing that has not changed in the game is the combat power system. The combat power rating here is divided based on the 7-step long steps to godhood theory proposed by Qingyi in the future. To make it easier to understand, 079 named these 7 levels in a gaming way, from ordinary to mythical level. But this does not correspond to the level capabilities of 079, because 079 cannot create 7th-order god-level difficulty rewards and god-level monsters. It can only create 3rd-level monsters and rewards at most, which is the limit of its ability, unless Qingyi upgrades it again. But even though it can only be built to the 3rd level, it is still an extremely exaggerated level for the current world. There are currently 3-level monsters. 001 Imitator can imitate 3rd-level monsters. 003 Invisible Man, superior conceptual attack. 005 Wallfacer, pseudo-mortality. 0083 Corpses, 3-level watershed. 011 The Beast of 1,000 Maws, super strong single element. 023 Angel, evolved to level 3. These 6 are currently at the 3rd level of combat power. Characters like 002 Deep Diver, 004 Queen Bee, and 007 Siren are all 2nd-level combat forces. They either have defects themselves or their basic abilities are too mediocre to reach the 3rd level. 002 Deep Divers have mediocre abilities in all aspects. Although they seem to know a little bit about everything, they are not strong in any of them. Barely at the middle level of the 2nd stage. The guard bees of Queen Bee 004 are indeed very powerful, but they have a fatal weakness, and her body has almost no combat power. The situation of 007 Siren is similar to that of the Queen Bee. Although it has a very strong ability, it can only be transmitted through sound and is very easy to be restrained. It is currently the weakest in the 2nd order. As for what level 006 is currently at, 006 Death has already reached the 4th level of combat power. But the death potion has not yet been replenished. Normally, the power of the god of death should be able to use causality to make the earth explode. And now, the best thing he can do is use everything that exists on the earth to kill his opponent. If there is nothing on earth that can kill an opponent, then he has reached the limit of his ability. This is the 4th level. Chapter 079, Vampire Survivor? As the countdown ended, everyone soon fell into darkness. Beams of light fell down, and everyone's figures disappeared on the spot. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves on a street somewhere in a foreign country. Li Heng looked around and was suddenly stunned. Isn't this Queens? As they were thinking about it, 2 rows of subtitles suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Clearance condition: 1 survive for 40 minutes. Clearance condition: 2 kill 5 princes. The prince will be refreshed at a certain location at the beginning. Killing the prince will give you extra rewards. Kill 5 princes? Are you kidding? Li Heng felt that the probability of surviving for 40 minutes seemed to be greater than killing the prince. You know, let alone a prince, even a duke is extremely difficult to deal with. Just as he was thinking, vampires began to emerge from the darkness. Li Heng sensed that these vampires should all be 9th generation blood slaves, that is, the weakest lower-level vampires. These old guys all know that the monsters that refresh at the beginning are small monsters, and the strength of the monsters will gradually increase over time. I saw a blood slave running straight towards Li Heng, but he reacted quickly and kicked the blood slave's head to pieces. The blood slave's body twitched on the ground for a while, and then his life was completely gone. The recovery ability of 9th generation vampires like this is too weak, and they cannot recover if their limbs are cut off. They can only heal minor wounds and cannot regenerate limbs. However, these blood slaves seemed to have no reason at all. They rushed towards Li Heng in waves like crazy. There were so many of them that they should be called blood corpses rather than blood slaves. This reminded Li Heng of a game called Vampire Survivor. They also face waves of monsters that keep attacking. Li Heng could handle it, but as time went on, he began to feel hungry again. Not good. Li Heng's eyes suddenly flashed red. He ran out on all fours, opened his mouth with sharp teeth and bit a broken arm. Snap! He bit off the bones of his broken arm and swallowed the blood and flesh. But this tastes like rotten meat. It's really hard to swallow. Li Heng suppressed his nausea and sucked all the blood from his arm, but it was still not enough to relieve his hunger. He would have to drain at least 10 of these low-level vampires just to fill his stomach. Thinking of this, Li Heng's eyes turned completely blood-red and he fought with those bloody corpses like a wild beast. He kept using his fangs to bite off the corpse's limbs and drink its blood. This lasted for about 5 minutes before he stopped. And more advanced units began to appear among the blood corpses. Blood Rider, the 8th generation lower-ranking vampire. For Li Heng, who was full, it was still nothing. He rushed towards these blood riders in the most brutal and primitive way. The claws of these blood riders were very sharp and could scratch Li Heng's body. It was also during this process that Li Heng learned how to convert blood into blood energy. The vampire's heart is a converter and an energy storage device. He uses his heart to convert blood energy, and all the wounds on his body heal quickly. Then, he learned from the blood riders and extended his claws. His nails grew wildly, like sharp daggers that could easily cut through flesh and bones. Li Heng tore these blood riders apart like cutting melons and vegetables, and even he himself was a little shocked. Am I really that good at fighting? Of course he can fight, he is the Duke after all, it's just that he hasn't fully adapted to his abilities yet. Or rather, he hasn't had time to adapt. By fighting with these low-level vampires, Li Heng can quickly master the abilities he possesses. Under wave after wave of attacks, Li Heng learned to spread his wings. Although he was not an expert flyer, he already knew how to fly. It was not until the Baron appeared on the battlefield that Li Heng began to feel a little tired. Although the Baron is also a 7th generation lower-level vampire, his recovery ability is very strong and he is not so easy to kill. As Li Heng's speed slowed down, he had to fly into the sky, but the Barons also had wings, and they could fly into the sky too. Li Heng fought with a group of vampire barons in the sky. It was tough, but manageable. But after another 5 minutes, Viscounts began to appear in the venue. These Viscounts can control their own blood. They release their blood into swords. Although the distance is limited, Li Heng can be defeated when their numbers increase. The key is that I'm only at the rank of Viscount. If I can get the rank of Marquis or Duke later, it will be very difficult with my ability. The good news is that there aren't many high-level vampires refreshed. The blood clans with the largest refresh volume at present are Blood Corpses and Blood Knights. Barons and Viscounts occupied only a small portion. If they can release blood, there's no reason why I can't. Li Heng suddenly cut his wrist, and his blood gushed out, then began to run around aimlessly. Li Heng tried to concentrate his mind, and gradually, he felt the blood. This feeling was like an extension of his limbs. The blood contracted into a vertical shape on his wound. But suddenly a Viscount attacked with a bloody spear and stabbed him in the shoulder. Puff! Ah! Li Heng felt pain, and the blood that had barely condensed dispersed again. Concentrate! Concentrated! The blood on Li Heng's wrist contracted again, and then condensed into the shape of a blade. He suddenly chopped back with the blade, instantly splitting a Viscount in half. And his condensed blood also disintegrated again at this moment. It's still too unfamiliar. The other end. These people were thrown into different places. But apart from the newcomers who were running away and fighting, the old people all rushed into the building and started looking for something. Needless to say, scenes like this usually have some props in them. Either a gun or medicine, it will definitely be used. The locations of these props are randomly generated. The larger the scene, the more props there are. If you look patiently, you will definitely get something. For a level 2 difficulty map like this, it is impossible to beat it relying solely on your own strength without finding props. Among them, a man named Yi Gong found a shotgun and some matching silver bullets. However, the material of this bullet is not silver. The information given by the Lord God's system is that it is a mithril bullet. This type of bullet causes great damage to vampires, and the wounded parts cannot heal for a long time. In order to save bullets, Mr. Yi tied part of the bullet casings to his hands and used his fists as a substitute to attack, which was equally effective. That is, when Yi Gong felt the sting in his fist, he realized that this mithril was poisonous. The skin on the back of his hands had begun to turn black and ulcerate, and was severely eroded by mithril. You can't hold it with your hands. After throwing away the bullet casing, Yi Gong decisively gave up the strategy of punching to the flesh and continued to look for bullets. In a situation like this, you can't hold on to one point, you have to keep looking for mithril bullets. If you're lucky and bullets are available, there's a high probability that you can survive 40 minutes. But as time goes by, the vampires become stronger and stronger, and a mithril bullet begins to kill them. Chapter 080, Reward Settlement. The difficulty of this level 2 is too exaggerated. It's not just a little bit lower than level 1. You haven't even seen the level 3 difficulty. Last time, a guy tried the level 3 difficulty, and he died before 30 seconds had passed. I would have chosen level 1 difficulty earlier. Fuck, who knew this scene would be so big? I wanted to follow Big Brother closely, but I don't know where Big Brother went. In this situation, I think even Big Brother himself can't save himself. This time the intensity is really high. Hey, little master, didn't you fire a high explosive bomb last time? Did you bring it with you? It's already been sold. You sell all the high explosive ones. As one of them spoke, a vampire descended from the sky and chopped off his head. The rest of the people were not spared either, and some of the first-level warriors simply gave up resistance and surrendered. This time, a total of nearly 100 people participated in the second-level difficulty, and so far there are less than 30 people left. There are still nearly 20 minutes left. How come we're only halfway through? On the other side, on the first-level difficulty battlefield. Although the situation here is not much better than the second-level difficulty, it is not too bad either. A total of nearly 270 people have entered the first level of difficulty, and currently there are nearly 140 people still alive. There are no vampires on their side, only lowly bloodhounds. The survival time is only 30 minutes. The last 10 minutes, hold on! As one of them spoke, he raised his stick and hit a hound on the head. Chu Yan was also mixed in. Having lost all his abilities, he is still only at the first level. If you ask why, it's of course because I have a bad face. He had been very lucky once and had received golden rewards, but that seemed to have used up all his luck in life. After he deleted the file and started over, he never unlocked a golden ability again. Thinking back to the past. Forget it, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Chu Yang knew that he could not beat the second level difficulty, so he could only hang out with the newbie team at the first level difficulty. He doesn't ask for much, a useful blue ability is enough. Chu Yang already had no idea how many white and green garbage items he had opened. Although he had opened some blue abilities before, they were all very useless. He now had reason to suspect that the Lord God was targeting him. After all, who can have a dark face all the time? There they go again! People in the first and second difficulty levels are fighting in full swing. Only on the third level difficulty side, there were 5 corpses lying quietly. The level 3 difficulty this time is to directly challenge the true ancestor. 5 people wanted to try their luck, and they saw the true ancestor as soon as they came in. Then he was killed instantly. Now, these 5 people are communicating in the form of souls. They have to wait for the time to end before they can leave here. If you asked me, it's just bad luck. Will you come next time? I'll come again next time. You have to know that there are only 5 of us who entered the level 3 difficulty. As long as we can survive until the end of the game, we will be ranked 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There is no need to fight for it. Remember last time? I hid in a haystack and almost passed the Queen Bee level 3 test. One of the grandsons exposed himself and poked me out with a barbecue stick. Ha ha ha, you're not talking about Dog Eyes Mihawk, are you? No one else could do this except that grandson. Well, the tickets are wasted anyway, and I have to go back and collect my clothes after this is over. Time passes by little. Li Heng was still struggling. Although he had gradually learned how to use his various abilities in battle, he was somewhat helpless when facing a duke of the same level. These dukes are just as difficult to kill as he is. His chopped-off limbs grew back instantly, and he had to kill the duke at least a dozen times to exhaust his blood energy. Li Heng turned his own blood into silk threads and slashed them out, instantly cutting off the limbs of a large number of vampires. Then in the blink of an eye, all the vampires were healed. Why? You can't kill them all. You can't kill them all. It can't be killed. It can't be killed at all. Li Heng could only start fleeing everywhere. He had 2 dukes and more than 10 marquises on his side. It was impossible to fight head-on, so Li Heng turned around and rushed into a building, and suddenly found a gun and some bullets on the cabinet. This is? He picked up the bullet, but felt a sharp pain in his hand instantly. His fingers suddenly became charred and festering, and there was no sign of healing at all. Is this a tool to restrain vampires? But I can't use it. I am a vampire myself. The time it takes me to reload a bullet can burn my hands. There was no choice, but Li Heng could only give up trying to get his weapon and continue to flee. Although mithril is poisonous to any living thing, it is particularly deadly to vampires. The body will be corroded and festered just by touching it. If it were a normal human, it would take a long time of contact before ulcers would appear. This may be because the vampire's immunity is too low. Li Heng sighed and vibrated his wings to increase his speed. In the second half of the time, he just kept running. When he couldn't fly anymore, he rushed to the ground and chewed the 2 bloody corpses. The others were barely able to shoot and kill a few vampires with mithril bullets. Until 5 princes appeared on the battlefield, then everyone started to run away, because if they turned back and fired one more shot, they would have a hard time surviving. When the countdown was completely over, there were only 3 people left in the second level difficulty level. Among them, Li Heng survived by relying on his flying ability. The other 2 were somewhat lucky and barely survived. As the rewards began to be calculated, Li Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The reward settlement first calculated the number of vampires killed by each of them, and then the levels of these vampires. The higher the level of the vampire killed, the greater the reward index. In the end, Li Heng's results came out. He killed a total of 462 vampires, the highest of whom was a marquis. Harvest Index 1059. Number 1 on the rankings. Reward: Golden Treasure Chest. The second place is Yi Gong, who killed 214 vampires and his highest rank was Earl. The third place was a man named Paramecium, who killed 146 vampires, and his highest rank was only a count. After returning to the hall outside, Yigong fell into deep thought. Rex, never heard of that name. Who is this person? He actually kicked the eldest brother off the altar? While you were still wondering who this person was, I had already started serving tea to the new big brother. 079 behind the game was also somewhat surprised by Li Heng's performance. Because when it extended the invitation to Li Heng was just an ordinary person. But not long after that, Li Heng turned into a vampire. The change in things was far more sudden than 079 had imagined. It's necessary to find a balance, huh? Wait, Rex? This guy can't be Hong. Well, it seems that even without me, he is destined to become that adult's creation. 079 I originally wanted to make some arrangements for him, but now it seems that it is not necessary. On the other side, Li Heng stretched out his hand and opened the golden treasure chest in front of him, and a blue item calmly emerged from it. Mithril shotgun. Li Heng. Chapter 81. Airlift 1,000 throats over. Li Heng sold the blue item casually. Does it have to be the mithril shotgun? Even if you give him the worst visual enhancement, he will endure it. You really don't intend to give him a chance to survive with this mithril shotgun. What does Li Heng do with this thing? Shoot yourself in the head and end your life, right? Li Heng, feeling depressed, took a look at them all. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, he got even more upset. First level blue ability, priced at 1,000. First level purple ability, priced at 5,000. Are you sure this thing is for people to buy, not for people to look at? Li Heng, who was in a depressed mood, moved his hand and left the platform space directly. When I returned to the outside world, it was already dawn. The dazzling sunlight shone on Li Heng's body. He suddenly felt extremely weak and his body began to send out danger signals. Li Heng quickly hid in the shadows. It seems that guy should have left. Okay, but did I forget something? That's right, Lilith. I want to find Lilith, but where should I look for her? It seems like he didn't tell me a location before he left. Find it by feeling? Li Heng fell into deep thought. Gok, a group of senior executives were huddled together, smoking and looking at the report in front of them. The Blood Clan has been quiet these past few days. As for the nine-tailed fox, they seem to have some ideas about our angels. Speaking of angels, let's take a look at this bill. In the past 2 days, the angels' actions have caused nearly 4 billion in property losses. Who will pay for this? All the GOC leaders fell silent at the same time. Didn't you tell them we were doing this for humanity? Well, they did, but they said that paying the compensation was also for the sake of humanity. And there is actually one more thing about angels. Can't you just say it all at once? The angel has been a little quiet lately. So what? While remaining silent, he accidentally strangled many of our people with his wings. Careless? Are you serious? The other person shook his head upon hearing this. In fact, the angel went berserk last night and started to pursue killing madly. Why is this happening? Because the angel fell into a deep sleep, and our people wanted to wake him up with the bell, so they kept ringing the bell. We succeeded in waking the angel up, but we also angered him. Sure enough, angels are still uncontrollable. Director Asia, no matter what you think, you are the only one who can control him. The Asian director did not say anything after hearing this. He just silently placed his hands on the table, as if in a daze. Asian director? What's wrong with him? He has been like this since the day before yesterday, often in a daze. Hey, please understand. After all, everyone here is a parent, so we should be considerate of him. New York, Statue of Liberty. An angel with 100 wings stands on the ice cream held by the goddess. The area below was surrounded by police cars, and there were many helicopters watching from afar. Mo could only say that he had also enjoyed the treatment of a 5-star good citizen. None of the policemen below dared to approach the angel, but they kept cursing. Damn, is this guy planning to tear down the statue of the goddess? In just a few days, the damage caused by the angels in New York has far exceeded the economic losses caused by the Blood Clan in several months. Now that I think about it, The Blood Clan didn't seem to have done anything except releasing the dogs twice before. The angel curled up on the Statue of Liberty closed his eyes tightly. After a while, he suddenly heard a roar. The roar was extremely special, a sound he had never heard before. Mo looked in one direction, and driven by curiosity, he shook the 100 wings behind him and rushed out in an instant. Bump! A huge force came, a strong wind whistled, and the ice cream in the goddess statue's hand, cough, a small tip of the sacred fire also broke. Seeing this scene, everyone on the plane was dumbfounded. IU! Contact GOC immediately, this is not a matter of 4 billion! On the other side, Mo flew over the city and instantly landed in a deserted suburb. But when he arrived here, the strange roar had disappeared. Mo tilted his head, and suddenly, a hound-like creature with a blood-red body, well-developed muscles and a body as big as a tiger came to bite him. Bump! One of his surprise attacks was dodged by Mo. It's not slow, and it has great explosive power. What is this thing? You don't look like a vampire. The hound-like creature shook its head and stood up, and a purple figure instantly fell from the sky. 1000 Ma, be careful, the angel is stronger than you think. 011 The beast of 1,000 throats exhaled a red sniff. You don't have to tell me, my hunting senses are already reminding me. The warning devices in his body were telling him that the angel was a very powerful opponent, at least on the same level as him. As for the arrival of the 1,000 Ma beast, it can be traced back to 6 days ago. Qinling ordered to retrieve all the Chaos Insurgency members, and the first one he recalled was the beast of 1,000 Ma's. Narasoken didn't know what means Qinling used to call him back, and the two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Afterwards, the 1,000 Ma beast was airlifted to the front line to deal with the angels. Mo tried to understand the creature in front of him. Your voice is unique. I can feel it. This feels more like a phonograph than a sound that a living being can make. Can you tell me about this difference? The 1,000-throat beast instantly entered hunting mode, countless spikes grew on its body, and it burst out with all its strength and pounced on the angel. Upon seeing this, Mo instantly flapped his wings and slashed at the 1,000-throat beast. But Qianho's speed suddenly increased, even faster than his wings, and he bit off one of his wings. Phew! Blood spurted as a huge wing was torn off by the 1,000-throat beast. Pooh! The 1,000-throat beast spat out the feathers in its mouth. Mo looked at the broken part of its wing and said, What a strong bite force and burst! Even compared to the true ancestor, it's not much worse. Just a little bit stupid. The 1,000-throat beast jumped high again and pounced towards Mo, but Mo's figure turned, and he flipped in the sky and cut out his wings in an instant. Puff! The wings cut through the skin of the 1,000 Ma beast, leaving only a small scar. It's also very defensive. The beast of 1,000 Ma's missed this time. Angels are too agile in the sky, which is quite disadvantageous to the 1,000 Ma's beast which cannot fly. After that, the 1,000 Ma beast pounced a few more times, but the angel dodged it nimbly and slashed it with its wings. The 1,000-throat beast shook its head. No. He is as agile as a bird. The terrain here is open. We can't fight him here. Narasoken, can you help me get to the sky? Upon hearing this, Narasoken's body glowed purple. He waved his hand, and the body of the 1,000 Ma beast instantly floated up. But in a few seconds, the beast of 1,000 throats fell down. Bump. To be honest, you're a little heavy. Thanks for the reward. Today I have written 10,000 words. / is identical to _ is identical to equals. Chapter 082, Join forces to fight the enemy. Am I a bit heavy? You are a bit useless. It is really hard to evaluate the ability of the 1,000 Ma's against Narasoken. When this guy appeared before, he directly paused all the bullets on the screen. As a result, they can't even do something as simple as lifting him up, so it's really hard to judge. Narasoken was helpless about this, because the weight he could push was actually related to the maximum weight his will could bear. In other words, it is mental power. Narasoken has tried many methods to improve his mental strength. For example, he tried enduring torture, meditating under a waterfall, or meditating under the stars. The first two methods are somewhat useful, but meditating under the stars really has no effect at all. Even if the first two are useful, the effect is minimal. Up to now, Narasoken has not found a way to quickly improve his mental strength. If he were to use torture and waterfall training to improve his mental strength, even after another 50 years, his mental strength would only be able to barely double. Narasoken can only place his hope on that existence, for now. The powers they obtain are all flawed, and only that being can evolve their abilities to perfection. But how to attract the attention of that adult remains a mystery. Seeing that the attacks of the 1,000 maws were dodged by the angels one after another, Narasoken began to retreat subconsciously. At the same time, two old men came from behind and held his shoulders. "Don't worry, we are here." One of the old men was holding a flesh and blood sword. He looked at the angel and stroked his beard. "It would be much easier if we could make a bow." "Boy, I'll give him a try, you just stand aside and scout the area first." Having said that, the swordsmith directly joined the battlefield, swinging the flesh and blood sword in his hand. The great sword split into countless pieces and began to stretch, with flesh and blood serving as links, like a chained sword. The flesh-chained sword was thrown towards the angel, who dodged the sweep. Here comes another one." The angel looked at the two old men over there, one of whom he had seen before. The old man seemed to have some kind of spatial ability that could pull people into a space with unique rules. Mo did not chase him last time because he was unsure of the opponent's ability, and this time there was an old man with him. There is also a constantly moving eyeball on the hilt, which is very strange. Adding this red canine creature of unknown meaning, who are these people? "Who are you?" Narasoken and the other three did not answer, and the swordsmith continued to swing the flesh and blood sword. At the same time, his other hand suddenly threw out a dagger. "Trap Swallower, go!" Whoosh! The dagger stabbed out silently and at a very fast speed. After turning a circle in the air, it suddenly attacked Mo's back. Whoosh! And Mo turned his head suddenly and the dagger passed directly across his face. "This is..." Before Mo could wonder, the dagger suddenly turned around and stabbed at his face again. At the same time, the swordsmith jumped up and swung out his sword as if to cut him in half. The angel's wings came out at this moment, turning into a barrier to block the big sword's attack, and Mo himself stretched out a hand to grab the flexible little sword. "Interesting, tell me where these things came from, and what are your abilities?" The swordsmith stomped his foot on the ground after landing. "Rulong, go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath the swordsmith's feet suddenly cracked, and a forked soft sword with a twisted shape like a dragon emerged from the ground. After seeing the effects of the first two swords, Mo immediately distanced himself from them and started thinking quickly. The swords he has have different effects. The sword in his hand can split and extend, and its power is quite good, but unfortunately it can't hurt Mo. The small sword is small in size, silent, and can attack on its own without anyone using it. However, the power of the small sword should be the smallest, and Mo can catch it with one hand. So what is the ability of this sword? Just as Mo was puzzled, Rulong flipped over and directly crushed the sword blade, turning into a snake-like creature, opening its mouth wide and shooting out. Rulong was very fast, and Mo tried to deflect the sword with his wings, but Rulong bit his wings and refused to let go. "Narasoken!" Upon hearing the swordsmith's call, Narasoken's body instantly flashed with purple light. At the same time, Rulong's weight began to increase continuously as if it was being pulled by some huge force. It was as if a bunch of people were pulling Rulong. And Rulong bit the angel tightly, as if he wanted to pull the angel to the ground. Pulled by this force, Mo's body became unstable and fell to the ground in an instant. But just halfway down, Mo's body stabilized. At the same time, the purple light on Narasoken's body suddenly exploded, and the whole person was blown away. Bump! Narasoken! Uncle Ijin grabbed the flying Narasoken and saw blood oozing from the corner of Narasoken's mouth. "It's fine that I can't control him, but I didn't expect that even the force I can exert is far inferior to his." Narasoken's ability can be divided into two parts. The first part is weight. There is a weight limit on what he can manipulate, which currently cannot exceed 500 kilograms. And this is just the threshold of control. In order to push an object, he needs to transfer a force to the target, which has nothing to do with the upper limit of the weight he can control. In other words, manipulation gives you an opportunity to touch objects through the air. But whether you can push it depends on your own strength. The maximum force that Narusoken can exert is currently enough to collide with and stop a bullet, which is about the same as the firing force of a bullet. Narusoken can fly in the sky because he constantly applies force to himself. He applies force from below to fling himself into the sky, and then applies force from all directions to launch himself out like a bullet. This is the secret of his flight. But it's not the force that governs gravity. This is domination and power. Narusoken felt that this was probably due to his defective abilities. If it can be completed, it must be the dominant gravity. Instead of being like it is now, where weight is the threshold and applying force from a distance is the effect. Narusoken spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. The angel's power is too strong, beyond the limit of what I can pull. Theoretically, among us, only 1,000 Ma can arm wrestle with him. Yi Jing looked at the beast of 1,000 throats. But the problem is, if you can't touch it, no matter how strong your strength is, it's just empty talk. Qianhou felt this the most deeply, as he now had the strength but nowhere to use it. Unless the angel can be pulled to a venue with limited space. That's right. Narusoken suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Jing. Quick, Yi Jing, pull those two people into your space at the same time. Chapter 083, Trapped and Killed Angel. Yi Jing was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But he soon understood what Narusoken meant. I see. This guy's brain works quickly at critical moments. Otherwise, he must be a young man. Yi Jing suddenly made a move. Qianhou, seize the opportunity! 2 rays of light shot out from his palms. These 2 rays of light were unavoidable and instantly hit the 1,000-throat beast and the angel. The 2 figures disappeared in an instant. Within the Bagua space of 8 roads. Mo already had the experience from the previous time, and when he saw the 8 roads in front of him, he spread his wings directly. But at this moment, the beast with 1,000 throats suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. Puff. Qianhou pounced over in an instant, and tore off Mo's 2 wings, and countless blood sprayed on the white wings. Mo immediately controlled his own blood to return to his body and stopped the bleeding. But that's not the problem. He understood what these people wanted to do. Mo originally thought that these people were going to repeat their old tricks to delay him, and then take the opportunity to escape, but the situation was obviously different this time. They wanted to shrink the battle area so that he would have nowhere to hide and Qianhou could attack him. Qianhou's eyes were bloodshot. Now, where can you escape to? Must get out of here. Although Mo wanted to leave here quickly, how could the 1,000-throat beast let him go? As soon as the angel flapped its wings, 1,000 throats pounced on him and launched a crazy attack. There was no pattern to his attacks, he simply relied on pure beast instinct to fight. The angel's blood spilled all over the room. He dragged his broken body into a door, but unfortunately, it was a dead door. The howling wind tore at his body, and he immediately rushed out and went through another door. The beast with 1,000 throats followed closely, constantly tearing his wings and flesh with its sharp claws and fangs. The angel just ran around in panic, his figure constantly shuttling between doors. But after he rushed around, he found that all 8 roads were dead ends. Because the time has dragged on for too long, the position of the life gate has already changed. As one wing after another was broken, the angel began to become weaker and weaker, as if it was degenerating. Mo endured the pain and rushed towards a door again. His consciousness began to become hazy. In a daze, he saw the man again. The one who suddenly appeared in his room and gave him the angel potion. Now, that person was waving at him. It was as if the god of death was waving at him. A chill called death invaded Mo's body. 011, like a ferocious beast, continued to tear his wings behind him, and the angel's blood gradually flowed from his body to his feet. In the crack space, Jinyu was holding a book and hooking a lifeline. The lifeline kept shaking and was already very fragile. It seemed that if he plucked it even slightly, the last string supporting this lifeline would break. Jinyu closed the book, then took out a feather pen and wrote on it. Beast of 1,000 maws, potential, S+. You can consider giving it secondary characteristics evolution. At the last moment of his life, an illusion appeared before Mo's eyes. He saw a big fire. That seemed to be 7 years ago. His mother took him on a trip, driving the car, and Mo sat in the passenger seat. Suddenly, a car rushed out and the two cars collided with each other. The driver seemed to be driving under the influence of alcohol, and his speed had reached the limit. The moment the two cars collided, the fuel tank exploded. Explosions and flames engulfed everything. The fire took away not only Mo's legs, but also his mother. "Guilty," Mo murmured, blood flowing into his pupils. It seemed as if the scene from that year was being replayed before my eyes, with a raging fire. And perhaps this was not an illusion, because he walked into the fire gate representing the Lee hexagram. The fire burned his body and wings. In the raging fire, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The dark figure was like the god of death. He took out a huge black sickle and placed it on Mo's neck. A blood-red light began to emerge in his eyes. Death sentence. Mo's body began to tremble at this moment. "No, not yet. The guilty have not yet been judged. How can it end here?" The angel took a step forward, and his neck instantly pierced through the sickle. It seemed to be just an illusion. After he took this difficult step, a dazzling light appeared before his eyes. Mo raised his head blankly. It was his father's face. During the fire, it was his father who arrived in time and was the first to pull him out of the car. And Mo's mother was left in the fire forever. Now, Mo saw his father's face again. At the same time, the god of death disappeared, and the world of fire in Mo's eyes also disappeared. "It's still my father's face. This is not an illusion." The Asian director hugged Mo and said, "I'm late." Mo looked around and saw that countless tanks and helicopters had been stationed outside at some point, and the GOC people had surrounded the area nearby. And the thousand-throat beast also rushed out at this moment. But what greeted him was not a hug from his father, but a cannonball. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the shell instantly blew away Chienho and hit the distant hill, causing an explosion. The three people of Narasoken, who had already retreated far away, looked at each other. The GOC people acted so quickly this time. I thought they would drag it out until dawn. After all, procrastination is their usual style. The swordsmith touched his chin and said, "What a pity it was just a little bit short. Maybe this is his destiny. Fate made him encounter the newly refreshed gate of life in the end. The world is unpredictable and the will of heaven is unpredictable. It is beyond our control," Uncle Yijing said and shook his head. The swordsmith turned to look at Yijing. "Can't you control the location of the life gate?" Yijing sighed. "How can I, alone, decide the evolution of the universe, the number of sentient beings, and the laws of heaven?" Narasoken leaped into the air upon hearing this. "Retreat, GOC is out of this game. Although we failed to kill the angel, it looks like it was seriously injured. Even if it can recover, it will not be possible in a short period of time. In the next battle for the true ancestor, the GOC is no longer able to intervene. I'm going to go check on Qian Mao. I hope he wasn't killed by that shell just now." The swordsmith smiled faintly upon hearing this. "It's okay, that guy has thick skin and tough flesh, so it shouldn't be a big deal if he gets hit by a cannonball." Inside a big pit. Thousand Ma lay in the pit, staring blankly at the sky. Narasogen fell from the sky, but he did not respond. Narasogen was a little confused when he saw this. "Why, did you make Bing stupid?" Chienho sat up and said, "I thought I was going to see the true god." As he spoke, he touched his body. Although there were large areas of burnt black, there were no serious injuries. "I had already entered the hunting mode, but that shell woke me up. Where is the one-on-one duel?" Narasogen touched Qian Mao's head and said, "You tried your best. Try harder next time." Upon hearing this, Chienho suddenly bit Narasoken. Narasoken quickly retracted his right hand. Hey, I'm just caring about you, how can you bite me?" Chienho climbed up and said, "If you treat me like a dog again, I will bite your neck next time. I have to go back to that old guy Qin Ling and report my work injury. If he doesn't prepare a state banquet to reward me, I'm going to bite his neck." Narasoken shrugged and said, "You remember food like this, and you still say you are not a dog." Chapter 084, The Advantage is Mine. Dock Headquarters. Looking at the angel with only 3 broken wings left, everyone fell silent. What is that dog? The nine-tailed fox has not provided us with any information about the dog-shaped containment. It should be a new containment, or it is possible that it was created by the nine-tailed fox. Are you sure you didn't find the dog? No, in the crater we found only a handful of burnt hair, nothing else. Damn it, contact Jinlin quickly, we need to know what that dog is. Not long after, a string of encrypted messages came from the nine-tailed fox. After deciphering the encrypted message, the GOC members got a sentence and an emoticon. Jinlin, I won't tell you. Right triangle and area operators. That old bastard. Fuck, the damn nine-tailed fox actually tricked us. No, I can't swallow this. What else can we do? The angel has lost his ability to fight now. We can't fight for 008 even if we want to. How is the angel doing? How long will it take for him to recover? Well, Angel's situation isn't that optimistic. Be more specific. The angel is currently in a deep sleep. We have tried to wake him up, but all our attempts have failed. The good news is that the angel is healing at a slow pace, but there is no sign of the angel's wings recovering. That is to say, even if the angel wakes up again, it will probably take some time to grow again. And based on the angel's current recovery speed, it may take nearly a month for the angel to recover to the point where he can wake up. 1 month, it's too late. Actually, I have an idea. What do you think? Let me put it this way. Even if the nine-tailed foxes succeed in containing 008, he still has to pass through our checkpoint. You mean, to detain 008? Can you do it? It is possible. In the worst case, we might face a head-on confrontation with the main force of the nine-tailed fox. But if everything goes well, we can take down 008 with minimal casualties without having to fight him. Indeed, if we are only dealing with the nine-tailed fox, the number of casualties will definitely be much smaller than dealing with 008. After all, nine-tailed foxes are also human beings. People are much easier to deal with than monsters. On the other side, Asia. Nine-tailed fox headquarters. Jinlin was listening to the report of this operation. Not bad, 011 did a great job this time. Come back and give him some more chicken legs. As he spoke, Jinlin took out a list. If we can find the remaining Chaos Insurgency members, we may even be able to recapture the original nine-tailed fox headquarters. To retake the original nine-tailed fox headquarters, we must challenge the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee controls a large number of objects that were split from the original 009. Some of them are useless, but some are extremely dangerous, such as the killer fan. As long as we cut off its power supply and throw it outside, sooner or later it will kill all living things on the earth. No, that's not the case. The killer fan doesn't seem to attack monsters or similar objects. Even if some of the objects walk towards it on their own initiative, the fan will move around them. Now, the situation over there is unclear. Jinlin can only block the area around the former nine-tailed fox base and not let anyone get close. The equally tricky situation is the 002 fishman. They retreated to the deep sea, and finding him was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Not to mention whether they can find it or not, even if they can, they may not be able to defeat it. The use of thermal or nuclear weapons in the ocean is currently strictly prohibited because humans cannot further pollute the ocean. The ocean can no longer withstand the turmoil caused by human beings. If those fishmen drank too much nuclear waste water and mutated again, it would be even more troublesome. Based on the current situation, it would be extremely difficult to deal with any of the contained objects. In other words, it would be impossible to start at all. But someone has to do it. Giving up just because it's difficult, sorry, my ancestors didn't teach me this. Jinlin looked at the list in his hand and moved his finger downwards. Nightmare and Thousand Maw Beast have been found. Next is 010 Clown. By understanding the information about the Joker, we can know that the Joker's real name is Arthur Morgan, a foreigner. It is unrealistic to use the same reason to get him back as Thousand Maw and Nightmare. Jinlin's reason for getting Nightmare back is that the country will protect you after graduation. Jinling's reason for retrieving the Thousand Throat Beast is that we have already retrieved the Nightmare, so you don't have to worry about losing control. And the people we ask you to deal with are definitely not human beings. In this way, Qinling found the two chaos splitters. But the Joker is different. First, he is not in the country, and second, he is of a different nationality. This layer of separation makes it much more difficult to persuade him. Secondly, the Joker has some mental issues, and it is difficult for normal people to follow his thought process. These are all difficult points. On the other side, New York. The plan of the five princes was successful, and they successfully created a conflict between the nine-tailed fox and the ghostie. But they didn't expect that the angel would be the first to die. From this perspective, the threat posed by the nine-tails and chaos is far greater than that posed by the angels. It's true that plans cannot keep up with changes. We were all ready to fight a life-and-death battle with the angel, but the angel actually withdrew. This can only mean that QB and Chaos also have a killer weapon. Several princes were talking, but Prince Farron seemed a little absent-minded. Just 2 days ago, his Marquis came back and told him that the Duke transformed by Lilith disappeared out of thin air. Yes, such a big person suddenly disappeared. This is really puzzling. And just this morning, that person came back again. Farron looked at Lilith, who was talking to someone, and fell into deep thought. She shouldn't have this ability. The vampires don't have the ability to make people disappear out of thin air, so, is this the Duke's own ability? We have to find out somehow. At night, on the streets of Queens. After searching in vain, Li Hun began to think about life at the station. The blonde Marquis who had been chasing him before approached quietly. Sensing his presence, Li Hun suddenly said, "Coming?" The Marquis was stunned for a moment. "Oh, not bad, you can actually find me. It seems that you have begun to get familiar with your own abilities." Li Hung stood up and said, "It's all thanks to you." The blonde Marquis smiled. "Really? Since I did you a favor, can you do me a favor as well? Can you please?" "Death." After saying that, the Marquis suddenly rushed in front of Li Hung and swung out a bloody blade. Seeing this, Li Hung cut his wrist, and his blood gushed out and turned into a blood sword, and the blood blade and the blood sword instantly chopped together. As a result, the blood blade collapsed directly. The Marquis was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? How could he learn blood manipulation in such a short time? You know, learning to control blood is very difficult. It takes at least half a month for a normal vampire, no matter if he is a prince or a duke, to fully master his abilities. If we just talk about mastering blood manipulation, the most talented person the blonde Marquis had ever seen took a week. But it has only been 2 days since Li Hung was transformed. How is it possible to learn to control blood in such a short time? The Marquis instantly stepped back to distance himself from Li Hung. The reason why he dared to kill the Duke as a Marquis was because he knew that Li Hung had just been transformed not long ago, and had not mastered various abilities, and had even never sucked blood. He doesn't even have blood energy. Let alone a Marquis, even a Viscount can bully him. But now it's different. Okay, let's assume that he has learned blood manipulation in such a short time, but he is definitely not proficient at it. I was careless just now. As for blood energy, even if he has sucked blood, he must have just learned how to transform blood energy not long ago, so my blood energy is still stronger. Overall, the advantage is mine. Author's words. I was sick and got an injection in the hospital yesterday. I took a day off. Number 021, Swordsmith, Flesh Swordsmith. Chapter 085, Talent. Bang! A line of blood cut off the blonde Marquis's 3 limbs, then wrapped around the Marquis's only remaining leg and hung him up. Marquis. This is not right? Blood clotted into a thread? You know, blood coagulation into lines requires extremely high precision control. It's just like doing needlework. People without some skills would find it difficult to even thread the needle, let alone control it as they wish. But looking at Li Hung on the other hand, his operation is very subtle, and his ability to control his bloodline is like an old tailor. Seeing the puzzled Marquis, Li Hung approached him and asked, "It seems like you have something to say to me?" The corner of the Marquis' mouth twitched. Well, there's an old saying in the East, it is like a root, don't be too impatient. Li Hung was speechless. Cook the beans and make soup, strain the beans to make juice, the firewood is burning under the pot, The beans are crying in the pot, we are from the same root, why are we so eager to hurt each other? Written by Chao Ji. Don't use other people's poems without learning them well. The Marquis turned his gaze to his legs that were about to heal, but unexpectedly Li Heng shot out another blood line and cut off his newly grown legs. Seeing this scene, the Marquis, who was hanging upside down, felt as if his brain was congested. It's okay for you to learn how to control blood flow in 2 days, but how can you make blood coagulate into a thread? Except for the 5 princes and the true ancestor, no one else can coagulate blood into threads now. You can't have just been transformed. Who are you? Li Heng took out his phone and took a photo of the Marquis. Is it possible that I just have a better talent for being a vampire? People always say that nothing is difficult in the world, and Li Heng agrees with this statement. For him, nothing was too difficult, because he had been gifted since childhood, and this talent was reflected in all aspects. Whether it's learning ability, sports, art, music, or games, he gets started and masters faster than others. In contrast, the genius's family has an unloved and useless son. Maybe he is just ordinary, but he is definitely not a waste. However, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Li Heng's brilliance was too dazzling. As his elder brother, Li Yuan was naturally a waste, not even 1/10,000th as good as Li Heng in the eyes of his stepmother and father. The blonde Marquis bit his lip when he heard this. Talent? Are there still differences in talents among vampires? Well, let's assume that he does have the talent to be a vampire. Then what about your blood energy? In 2 days, it is impossible for your blood energy to reach a full state. Unless they eat each other. Mutual cannibalism refers to vampires sucking the blood of other vampires. Vampires also get their blood from other creatures. When a vampire sucks another vampire's blood, it appears to be transferring the blood sucked by that vampire to another vampire. But the reality is not so. All the blood sucked by vampires will be transformed into their own unique blood. This is a process similar to compression extraction, which purifies and concentrates the essence of blood. 1 drop of blood is better than thousands of drops of blood from ordinary creatures. This is high-quality blood. If a low-level vampire eats the blood of a high-level vampire, in theory he will be controlled by the high-level vampire, and his body and mind will submit to the other party. Just like the transformed vampires. For example, if a 9th-generation blood slave sucks the blood of a prince, he will be directly promoted to a duke. In addition, there are 3 other situations. One is cannibalism among peers. The consequence of cannibalism is that the body will not evolve but will be controlled by the other party. Unless you kill the other person and drink his blood and flesh after his death. One is that the higher level eats the lower level. Even if the higher level vampire drinks the blood of the lower level vampire, he will not be controlled by the lower level vampire. The last situation is that the lower level eats the higher level, but the prerequisite is that the higher level vampire is already dead. For example, if Li Heng killed a prince and then ate his flesh and blood, he would be promoted to prince. That is to say, replacing the other party. If the other party was alive, he could only be promoted to duke at most, but not to prince. The above are changes about cannibalism, but no matter what kind of cannibalism it is, there will be a side effect. Scurvy. The blood transformed from the vampires has a strong personal pheromone, and it is not easy to transform that blood into one's own blood. If a vampire sucks the blood of 8 dead vampires at the same time, he will have 8 different kinds of blood in his body. These 8 types of blood will not merge, nor will they obey him obediently. They will only fight and cause trouble in his body. Even if the original owner of the blood is dead. The consequence of blood quarrel is scurvy. The body's healing ability is greatly reduced, the epidermis begins to ulcerate and itch, the blood becomes uncontrolled, and many other symptoms appear. But looking at Li Heng, he didn't seem to have any symptoms of scurvy. That's strange. The conversion of blood energy is a long process. The fastest way to obtain blood energy is to suck the blood of other vampires and draw away their blood energy. In fact, Li Heng did exactly that. But the vampires he sucked were the vampires in the game, which were biological copies made by 079. They have no self-awareness and just attack like machines according to a certain program. Similarly, their blood does not have individual consciousness, and is all copied from a template. This is why Li Heng did not contract scurvy after the cannibalism. But the blonde Marquis didn't know, he could only guess that Li Heng had solved the problem of scurvy by some means. If that happens, he will be in trouble. Thinking of this, the blonde Marquis raised his head, and the image of Li Heng in his eyes began to become more and more terrifying. Big brother, don't eat me, spare my life. From now on I will follow you. Prince Farron is nothing. He is not even as good as one of your fingers. From now on, I will be a member of Lilith's party and I will never have second thoughts. Li Heng put down his phone and asked, If I had begged you like this at that time, would you have let me go? The Marquis was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, of course. Killing people is not right, so let's be merciful when we can. Li Heng shook his head. You betrayed your master, Prince Farron, just to save your life. How can you be loyal to others? A person who has the possibility of betraying will definitely betray. Because there is no zero in probability. After saying that, Li Heng's blood suddenly spread out into a net and directly cut into the Marquis's body. At the same time, he aimed at the position of the heart, stretched out his right hand and crushed the heart fragments, dispersing all the blood energy of the Marquis. Just like how Farron crushed Lilith's heart. But the difference is that Lilith only had her hands and feet cut off, while the Marquis was cut into pieces. Without blood energy, his countless fragments of body could not be connected together. When the fragments fell to the ground, they struggled tenaciously for a moment, and then all the cells dimmed at the same time. Li Heng turned around and saw countless blood-red eyes lighting up one after another in the darkness. It seems that Farron is not going to let me go. That's good. I don't plan to let him go. Chapter 086. Let's take revenge. Puff. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the underground station was littered with body parts and flesh. Li Heng was grabbing a vampire's head with blood all over his face. His clothes were torn and his eyes had already turned blood red. 10 earls, 5 marquises, and 2 dukes. Farron's arrangements are really perfect. The 2 dukes suddenly attacked. They attacked from the left and right at a very fast speed, and cut off Li Heng's arms in an instant. Puff. His 2 arms broke and the 2 dukes turned around suddenly. Now! All the vampires rushed forward. Li Heng gritted his teeth, and 2 small hands like babies suddenly grew out from the broken ends of his arms. As soon as he exerted force, 2 little hands suddenly came out. They haven't grown back yet, and there is only a little flesh and blood connecting the arm bones. He waved his 2 newly born hands, and grabbed the heads of the 2 marquises at the same time. He exerted force suddenly and knocked the heads of the 2 marquises to the ground. Snap! There was a sound of broken bones. Because he exerted too much force, his new fragile arms were directly fractured. Pain rushed into his mind in waves. Li Heng suppressed the urge to scream and directly bared his fangs to bite the arm of an earl. Then he tore the count's arm off like a wild beast. This guy! A duke controlled blood to turn into a knife and chopped at Li Heng's head. Unexpectedly, Li Heng suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloody phlegm came out of his mouth like a nail and pierced directly into the duke's eyes. Puff! The duke's eyeballs burst, and he covered his eyes instantly. Damn you bastard, you are so disgusting! Go ahead, tear him apart. But the prince said he wanted it alive. What the hell, I'll tear him apart first. Li Heng grew sharp teeth and bit off his tongue. Blood gushed out from the tip of his tongue and turned into a blood line that swept out directly. Biting off the tip of his tongue, the pain almost made his brain faint. The blood line swept out, directly cutting the surrounding Marquis in half. Blood coagulates into a line! What? Li Heng swung his tongue and cut the vampires into pieces, but unexpectedly a duke suddenly attacked and slammed his palm into his mouth. Puff! You're just being disgusting, aren't you? The sharp claws pierced through the throat and up to the back of the neck, and Li Heng's arms grew out at this moment. He slammed his palm into the duke's chest and grasped his heart. Oh no! The duke was stunned, and saw that Li Heng's face was extremely ferocious. Puff! He crushed the duke's heart with one hand. The duke's face froze and he quickly pulled out his hand to cover his chest and stepped back. Is my blood energy dispersed? How is it possible? What did you do? After losing his blood energy, the duke turned around and was about to run, but Li Hing suddenly threw out a blood line and cut off his legs. Another duke also rushed over at this time. He condensed his blood into a blade and began to attack Li Hing at various tricky angles. Other vampires also drew their bloody swords and joined the battle. This kid was able to fight 17 people at once and kill several vampires. Is he really just a newcomer who was converted just 2 days ago? The two dukes asked themselves, if they were in Li Hing's place, they would have knelt down long ago. Just the shocking scars on his body and the pain from biting off the tip of his own tongue are not something an ordinary vampire could endure. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of pain. An arm can grow back if it is cut off, but do you know how painful it is to grow a new one? Putting aside the fighting talent, how strong is the willpower? A drop of cold sweat flowed down the duke's forehead. This guy is a real monster. It's dawn. As the sun rose, Li Hing, covered in blood, walked out of the subway station step by step. His clothes were torn, with only half of his pants left looking decent. After staggering out of the station, Li Hing could no longer stand and simply leaned against the wall. The sun had just risen, and a ray of sunlight shone on Li Hing's face, which undoubtedly made him even weaker. Looking at the golden sun that pierced through the darkness, he took out a cigarette he found from a vampire and put it into his mouth. Then he took out an old-fashioned lighter and lit it. Call. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Li Hing's vision began to become blurred. At this moment, he found the most difficult thing in the world. Alive. Tread. Tread. At this moment, a white-haired beauty holding a black parasol appeared in Li Hing's field of vision. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Are you waiting to turn into ashes? Li Hing raised his head. The woman's face seemed both familiar and strange to him. Like Lilith's mother. Lilith, are you okay? I am Lilith. Li Hing was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Impossible, how can Lilith be so tall? Lilith clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Since you are half dead, I can beat you later. By the way, I can save you one more time. As she spoke, Lilith extended her right hand toward him. Let's go and settle the accounts. Nine-Tailed Fox Headquarters. In an underground meeting room, 3 Chaos Insurgency members gathered together, and the table was filled with a variety of delicacies. A red dog was sitting at the table, eating with great relish, and his eating manner was extremely ugly. Seeing him wolfing down the food, several people lost their appetite. 011 the Beast of Thousand Throats wiped his tears while eating. After so many days, I finally have a bite of hot food. I can't eat raw meat for a whole day. 013 Nightmare, or Fan Yi sighed. I think we should open a separate table for him. Qinlin took out a cigarette and said, After 008 is successfully contained, a table will be set up for him at the celebration banquet. Before that, Xiao Fan, I need you to assist Nara Soken and the others in containing 008. With your abilities, you can minimize the casualties and damage. After hearing this, Fan Yi thought for a while and said, Okay, but I don't want the money. If I succeed, the organization will give me a little bonus, as a token of my appreciation, right? Of course, I don't want the money. I'm just saying, there must be some bonus, right? Qinling exhaled a puff of smoke and then dialed a number. Yes, that account, transfer 500,000. After Qinling finished speaking, Fan Yi received a remittance message not long after. After gaining the ability, he did not commit crimes, nor did he abuse the ability for his own selfishness. He continued to work and study. This is a rare quality. I recognize you personally. This is your appearance fee. After the containment is successful, the organization will give you another reward. Fan Yi stood up immediately when he saw the extra 500,000 yuan in his account. I am willing to fight for the organization and die for it. He had never seen so much money in his life. 500,000. Fan Yi's requirements are not high. He will be satisfied if he is given a few thousand or 10,000. Of course, what really made Fan Yi happy was that Qinling had always had an attitude of affirmation and recognition towards him. For today's Paula College students, this is undoubtedly a luxury. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Slave owners will not give slaves respect. It will be difficult for you to find a boss like Qinling,